Wasn't Hu Zifeng supposed to be in seclusion? Junior brother Hu, what are you doing here? Bai Yufan asked as he reflexively stood from his seat. Hu Zifeng replied calmly as he approached. Someone challenged me. I can't have people thinking I'm a coward. Hu Zifeng's arrival confirmed Lin Yun's suspicion. The elders had been watching the main hall closely and called on Hu Zifeng as soon as things went south. Well, you're just in time, Bai Yufan said with a smile. He continued, allow me to introduce you. Meet Zhang Yi, the Mad Blade Sect's rising star. He just defeated junior brother Feng in only 10 moves, with his bare hands. Bai Yufan was worried Hu Zifeng was about to go into this fight blind. He could only hope his friend picked up on his warning. You think you can challenge our young sect master simply because you beat a lower-ranked inner disciple? When did the Mad Blade sect get so conceited? Hu Zifeng laughed. The members of the Mad Blade sect shot daggers at him. His insult must have struck a nerve. Suppressed rage could be seen on Xianxia's face as he spoke through gritted teeth. Is that so? Then tell me, what rank are you? My rank? The only thing you need to know about my rank is that it's high enough to beat you. The number itself is irrelevant. The atmosphere in the main hall grew more and more intense as their conversation carried on. While the members of the Azure Sky sect had faith in Hu Zifeng, his taunting had raised the stakes. On the off chance he lost, the Azure Sky sect would be completely humiliated. It was hard for them not to feel anxious. Junior brother Hu, Brother Luo and I have agreed to certain terms for this fight. There will be no weapons allowed and the fight is set to 10 moves. Once that limit is reached, both parties are to stop immediately, explained Bai Yufan. 10 moves? That's far too many. If it's a fight to see who's stronger, 1 move is more than enough, replied Hu Zifeng confidently. I like the sound of that, Zhang Yi said excitedly. 1 move it is, then. Luo Xing confirmed with sinister smile. Boom! Luo Xing's robes fluttered dramatically as he finished speaking. The explosive force of Zhang Yi releasing his aura had sent a shockwave surging through the main hall. The expression on Zhang Ye's face had changed dramatically. The normally sinister look about him had become terrifying, almost demonic. Hu Zifeng sneered as he released his aura as well. The temperature in the main hall rose drastically as an intense heat radiated from him. His aura appeared as a violent flame rolling off his body, desperately looking for something to consume. Zhang Yi was the first to act. Triple malefic shadows. As he executed the move, his aura exuded the sickly unease that comes with seeing an unsheathed blade. A gust rose where he stood and, in the blink of an eye, he was gone. Swish! 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 Almost instantly, Hu Zifeng was assaulted by 3 copies of Zhang Yi, each one channeling his terrifying blade aura into a different appendage as it attacked. The first swung its arm like a sword aimed at his stomach, the second used its elbow as a razor to slice at his throat, and the third brought its leg down on his shoulder like an executioner's axe. The attacks came so quickly and with such synchronicity it was impossible to tell which was the real Zhang Yi. What power! Muttered someone from the Azure Sky sect. Luo Xing wore a devilish smile as he watched the battle unfold. They would regret mocking the Mad Blade sect. No one could survive Zhang Ye's triple malefic shadow in unarmed combat. Its strength was dangerously close to that of a Xiantian art. Hu Zifeng had been courting death by speaking so arrogantly earlier. He should consider himself lucky Zhang Yi didn't have a weapon. Get lost! Hu Zifeng barked, completely ignoring the afterimages. His aura erupted in a volcanic burst, far exceeding the 8th stage of the martial path. The flames coming off his body surged, almost reaching the great hall's ceiling, and the pressure he was exuding rose exponentially. Slowly, the pyre began to concentrate into a lava-like substance as it focused into his fist. Blazing sun palm, using all his strength, Hu Zifeng pushed the raging ball of plasma that formed around his palm into the 3 afterimages. Fefruo Uar. On contact, the dwarf star imploded briefly before erupting in a brilliant conflagration. The 3 afterimages shattered on contact. Zhang Yi was thrown across the great hall, spreading the smell of burnt hair as he went. Surprisingly, he managed to stabilize himself after only 10 meters, but by that point the victory had already been called. He gnashed his teeth in disgust as he used some from his lips to put out an ember on his arm. Xianxian art. The inner disciples of the Azure Sky sect could not believe what they had just seen. Amazing, junior brother Hu. You comprehended a Xianxian art. Congratulations are in order, Bai Yufan exclaimed. Hu Zifeng took a moment to suppress the blood surging within his body before replying. It's only a Xianxian martial art. If a certain someone can do it, it only makes sense that I can as well. The inner disciples swept sheeping glances in Lin Yun's direction. It was clear Hu Zifeng was declaring that he was the true hope of the Azure Sky sect. They were surprised to see Lin Yun was smiling. They thought for sure he would be upset at such a blatant declaration. In reality, his heart roared at the insult. He took solace in the fact that watching him execute the rose sword art had apparently triggered Hu Zifeng. The others apparently hadn't noticed, but Hu Zifeng had barely been able to execute the blazing sun palm. He was lucky it hadn't backfired. Interrupting their celebration, a scowling Luo Xing shot from his seat and spoke out. It looks like, if I want to make brother Bai move, I will have to do it myself. This whole trip was so he could gauge Bai Yufan's current strength. 2 months ago, he lost to Lu Yunfei in 10 moves. If he hadn't improved since then, the Azure Sky sect could only rely on Su Ziao during the 4-sex tournament. An unspoken anxiety swept over the inner disciples. Both Bai Yufan and Luo Xing had been members of the Aquasky Nation's 4 great elites for some time, but Bai Yufan just recently lost to one of the other members. Knowing he couldn't turn down the challenge of another young sect master without hurting the pride of the Azure Sky sect, Bai Yufan stood to meet the gaze of his challenger. Fearlessly, he said, "Please show me some guidance." Whoosh! In a burst of speed, Luo Xing teleported inside Bai Yufan's defenses and sent out both hands in a flurry of blows. Fwish! 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 His speed was beyond comprehension. In the time it took a skilled disciple to throw a single punch, he had thrown out 10. Of those watching, only Lin Yun could follow his attacks. He refused to blink as he absorbed each minute detail of the assault. The 4 great elites of the Aquasky Nation were on a completely different level from everyone else. There was a lot for him to learn during this exchange. Lin Yun caught himself nodding along subconsciously as he processed each move. It was only then he realized just how much progress he had made mentally in the last 2 months. The last time he watched Bai Yufan fight one of the 4 great elites, the staggering difference between them had destroyed his confidence. He had only been able to cry out in amazement at the feats they performed. Now, he was clearly watching a fight the other inner disciples couldn't even keep up with. He was now able to judge their movements when before he could barely comprehend them. He was actively judging their attacks, deciding for himself if they were making the right decisions, and plan out how he would resolve them himself. Without Lin Yun noticing, the 4 great elites had been normalized in his eyes. They were strong, sure, but the mysticism behind that strength was gone. In just 2 months, he had become comparable to the 4 great elites of the Aquasky Nation. Whoosh! Luo Xing retreated in a torrent of wind, returning to his seat. He smiled as he sat, and looking at Bai Yufan, he said, "It appears rumors cannot be trusted. Brother Bai, not only has your cultivation not declined, but you've made some improvements since we last saw each other." His probe had gathered valuable information. In over 100 moves, Luo Xing had been unable to gain an advantage. The rumors of the young sect master's decline were unfounded. The inner disciples were able to breathe easy knowing their young sect master was still worthy of their adoration. "You're too courteous," replied Bai Yufan quietly, his expression unchanging. Luo Xing swept his gaze across the room and replied, 3 years ago, your sect relied on Su Ziao to win back the spiritual mind the Azure Sky sect had lost century prior. At the same time, you claimed the title as the strongest sect in Aquasky Nation. 3 years ago, Su Ziao suppressed me completely using only her sword. I now stand in the middle of the main hall, and yet she has not come to pay me a visit. Where is she? Bai Yufan. Russell. A sudden curiosity swept across the inner disciples. Lin Yun included. They looked between each other as if looking for an answer none of them had. Bai Yufan's heart began to pound. This was exactly what he had been trying to avoid. If the others knew that Su Xiao had already left, it would undoubtedly be a great blow to the Azure Sky sect. Ah yes, senior sister Su is out training. From what I understand, she won't be back anytime soon, replied Bai Yufan. Oh, I see, Luo Xing said with a wry smile. It was easy to see the confusion and concern building within Bai Yufan's inner disciples. It was easy to see Bai Yufan was not being entirely honest. Something must have happened to Su Xiao. This new information more than made up for the disappointment he felt after his probe. I will take my leave then. We shall see each other again in half a month's time. I look forward to our battle at the Four-Sex tournament. Farewell. Luo decided it would be best to leave while things were still tenuous. He had obtained more than he was hoping for. As the Mad Blade sect disciples departed, Zhang Yi shot a glance at Hu Zifeng. Their fight was far from over. He would be ready for Hu Zifeng's blazing sun palm next time. Not backing down, Hu Zifeng stared right back at Zhang Yi. After the disciples of the Mad Blade sect left, the disciples of the Azure Sky sect immediately went up to Hu Zifeng, surrounding him. Congratulations, junior brother Hu, for comprehending Ascension art. Bravo, junior brother Hu. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that no one would be able to defeat those disciples from the Mad Blade sect. Yeah, the young sect master of the Mad Blade sect was scheming all right. His request of not using any weapons had indirectly crippled our strength by half. Sitting on his chair, Bai Yufan squeezed out a smile when he saw this scene as his glance drifted. He saw Lin Yun, who was forgotten among the crowd, and walked over with a smile. Lin Yun, how have your injuries been healing? Thank you for your concern, young sect master. I'm fine now. Nodding his head, Bai Yufan pondered briefly before he replied, What do you think about the strength of those Mad Blade sect's disciples? Shaking his head, Lin Yun replied, I wasn't able to see anything much, but Zhang Yi seems to have a hidden trump card as well. I have no idea why they came here. Listening to Lin Yun's analysis, Bai Yufan's eyes lit up as he patted on Lin Yun's shoulder. Your eyes are pretty keen. He then turned around to look at Hu Zifeng. Junior brother Hu, you've brought honor to the sect by defeating Zhang Yi today. So what would you like for your reward? Walking through the crowd, Hu Zifeng came before Bai Yufan and replied, I would like 1 heart nourishing pellet along with 5 mid-grade spiritual stones. When the other inner disciples heard his request, they were all shocked by Hu Zifeng's demands. The heart nourishing pellet aside, 5 mid-grade spiritual stones were equivalent to 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones. With a calm expression, Bai Yufan replied, That's what you deserve. The elder of the administration hall will deliver your rewards to you 3 days from now. Thank you, young sect master. Hu Zifeng did not even bother with pleasantries as his gaze fell on Lin Yun. He was in the spotlight now. Hu Zifeng wore a playful smile as he looked at Lin Yun. Junior brother Lin, you have also comprehended Ascension art. So why didn't you stand up earlier? As he spoke, his gaze fell onto the other inner disciples. Yeah, junior brother Lin. With the courage you had back then when you faced Ma Tianyi, even if you're not able to defeat Zhang Yi, you can at least injure him heavily and create an opportunity for us. Haha. Or do you only know how to bully the weak and cower before the strong? On the stage that day, all of us had witnessed how you defeated Ma Tianyi even at the cost of being heavily injured. I think he only managed to execute his Xianxian art back then because he was in desperate straits, and I don't think he has grasped it completely. As the inner disciples did not like Lin Yun to begin with, they immediately started criticizing him when they saw Hu Zifeng taking the start. But before Lin Yun had the chance to speak up, Bai Yufan spoke out for Lin Yun. There's no need for everyone to criticize Lin Yun. He was still injured, and I only called him here to gain some experience. Now let's drop this topic and disperse. I have to go take a look at Feng Daoyu's injuries. Young sect master will come along with you. Very quickly, only Lin Yun was left in the main hall. With a bitter smile on his face, Lin Yun shook his head as he headed back to his wooden shack. He could already sense that no matter how hard he worked, he would always be a sword slave in the eyes of others. In the past, he was only a puny sword slave who could only maintain swords for the inner disciples. Although the Azure Sky sect was massive, there wasn't a place for him here. Returning to his wooden shack, Lin Yun found a flower vase and planted the pale remnant flower seed that he got from Tong Hu. The pale remnant flower was the best among roses, and was extremely helpful in the maintenance of the flower burial sword. He already had plans of cultivating the spiritual convergence art to groom the pale remnant flower, just that he didn't have the time to do so. So now that he was free, he naturally couldn't allow this chance to pass. Retrieving the spiritual convergence art, Lin Yun began to read through it. In the beginning, he wasn't too interested in it, but as time passed, he gradually became fascinated by it. The spiritual convergence art was a supportive cultivation technique meant for alchemists. Strictly speaking, it was something that alchemy apprentices would do. After all, alchemists wouldn't have the luxury of time to spend on flowers or herbs. Hence, they would naturally hand it over to apprentices. The essence of the spiritual convergence art was to lure spiritual aura over to nourish the herbs. Albeit to how simple it looks, it was actually a complicated process. The spiritual aura that exists in heaven and earth was a broad concept, and it wasn't simple to lure as there were many impurities. Even without impurities, the nature of spiritual aura was classified into different elements. Different spiritual herbs required different elements of spiritual aura. So, there were always problems with apprentices due to the fact that they weren't proficient enough. But with Lin Yun's comprehension, it was a piece of cake for him to grasp something like the spiritual convergence art. A brief moment later, Lin Yun had already gasped the crucial stage about the spiritual convergence art. As he shifted his desk out of the room, he placed the vase on it and began practicing the art. Stretching his palms apart, Lin Yun began to circulate the spiritual convergence art as spiritual aura in the surrounding began to gather over. As Lin Yun comprehended with his eyes closed, he started separating them into categories by their elements as recorded in the book. But as he went on, his comprehension had opened him to a new world. It turned out that the spiritual aura was classified into different categories, and the spiritual aura that he had been absorbing all along was the most primitive form of spiritual aura that didn't consist of any elements. Aside from the primitive form of spiritual aura, it was also separated into metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and some special elements. Take the thunder and ice elements. They could be used in different cultivation techniques. After pondering for a while, Lin Yun guided the wood and water elements' spiritual aura into the vase. However, the speed that he was guiding the spiritual aura wasn't up to his satisfaction. He had to slowly extract them from the vast spiritual aura, and he couldn't just pour it all at once. It was just as Tong Hu had said, it was a dry process. In the end, Lin Yun spent a total of 2 hours before his spiritual aura was completely exhausted. In the vase, he could see a tender bud that permeated a soft glow as it released a floral fragrance. Looking at the bud, Lin Yun rejoiced as his efforts finally paid off. If he didn't have the spiritual convergence art, it would have to take him at least half a month before he could have a result with the pale remnant flower. MHM? The internal energy of my pure yang art seems to have become more refined. Lin Yun was shocked when his internal energy began to recover. The replenished internal energy was more refined, and he could even see a faint yellow glow in them. As his internal energy slowly replenished, it was like pouring water back into the ocean. Logically speaking, it wasn't possible for Lin Yun to make any progress in his pure yang art since he had already cultivated it to the pinnacle. Did that mean that this cultivation technique was comprehended from the fragmented Xiantian art? If that was the case, it meant that the pure yang art also had a fragmented Xiantian art version of it. Now that's a surprise. I actually managed to break the bottleneck of the pure yang art. After all, no martial practitioners would practice the spiritual convergence art meant for alchemists. And even if they tried practicing it, it wasn't coincidental enough that their cultivation technique had also reached the pinnacle. So, Lin Yun was certain that not many people would know about this secret. Haha! Look at how leisurely you are, and here I thought that you would be sulking. I came to visit you now that I'm free. A voice belonging to the young sect master, Bai Yufan, sounded out, who was walking over with a smile. Young sect master. Lin Yun immediately cupped his hands together. Now that we're meeting privately, you don't have to be so formal with your greetings. Bai Yufan appeared casual as he had a sunny temperament, and it was easy for others to gain a good impression about him. This is the pale remnant flower, the highest quality of rose available, Lin Yun explained. After a casual chat, Bai Yufan revealed his intentions for coming. Don't put the matter from before into your heart. Others couldn't sense, but I could sense that you were about to stand out right before Hu Zifeng came. It's fine. It's great that you understand. As for the rest, there's no need for me to give any explanations. After all, people who hate you will always find an excuse. Furthermore, it was nothing compared to my past experience. Lin Yun replied in a calm voice without any resentment on his face. But when Bai Yufan heard those words, he was startled and surprised. Perhaps this was the reason why Lin Yun could slowly climb his way up as a sword slave, and perhaps this was also the reason why Su Ziao would fall for Lin Yun out of so many disciples in the sect. I'm actually here to give you your rewards. This is the heart-nourishing pellet that my father had previously promised you, and this your reward from the sect for becoming an inner disciple. After all, it's time for you to change your sword. Bai Fan smiled as he handed a sword and a bottle over. When Lin Yun saw the heart-nourishing pellet, he wasn't too surprised. But when he saw the sword, he was inwardly shocked as he exclaimed out, "This is a profound artifact?" As he had maintained swords for many disciples in the sect, he could tell with a glance that this was a profound artifact. Pull it out and give it a try. Bai Yufan smiled. There's no hurry for that. Thank you for your generosity. All right, I'll take my leave first. Don't leave the sect for a while, as all the inner disciples will be heading to Clearwater City half a month from now. Bai Yufan replied. As for the reason, Lin Yun naturally knew that it was for the Four Sects tournament. After Bai Yufan left, Lin Yun placed his hand on the profound artifact. Shrink. As a cold light flashed, Lin Yun pulled out the sword as it was shrouded in races of cold aura. It was a sword with incredible sharp edges, and the young sect master had treated him well by giving him such a good sword. Crack. But before he could even finish praising this sword in his heart, this expensive profound artifact broke into two. The profound artifact actually broke. It was natural that swordsmen loved swords, and Lin Yun wasn't an exception either. So when this profound artifact broke into two, Lin Yun's face became ugly as his heart bled. It was a profound artifact. Even if it was a low-grade profound artifact, it was still priceless. In the Aquasky Nation, the worth of a profound artifact was indeterminable because there was no supply. Profound artifacts were forged by profound masters, and the Aquasky Nation didn't even have one. So, profound artifacts were something that the four great sects had forged by hiring a profound master outside of the Aquasky Nation. In the past, Lin Yun had broken 3 swords in the administration hall's weapon chamber, but he never imagined that even a profound artifact would break in his hands. In the past, he could still convince himself that it was purely a coincidence. But now that even a profound artifact broke, it was no longer as simple as a coincidence. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that my physique belongs to the physique of broken swords or something? Lin Yun was baffled. When the previous Lin Yun was maintaining swords for others, this had never happened before, and it only happened after his soul had transmigrated into this world. Could it be related to the sword that stabbed into his chest when he was climbing Mount Tai? As he thought to the sword intent contained in his ferocious tiger fist, Lin Yun felt even more baffled. But a moment later, he gave up thinking as he couldn't find an answer no matter how he pondered about it. But, why are you fine? Lin Yun then pulled out his flower burial sword. The body of the sword was gorgeous as limpid autumn water. The sword was extraordinary, but it was still inferior compared to a low-grade profound artifact. So, he needed to nourish the flower burial sword with floral fragrance, drifting like the duckweed for half a lifetime to be wrecked by the cold-hearted rain. The life of the catkins was akin to an incense, withering with the wind. Lin Yun then recited the poem that came from the flower burial sword the other day. Whoosh! As Lin Yun brandished his sword, he executed the flowing wind sword in complete control. In that moment, Lin Yun was like a stream, surging up and down as he left afterimages of swords wherever he went. At the same time, an enormous sword aura exploded from Lin Yun's body that attracted the phenomenon of heaven and earth. The swords were sharp and permeated a cold aura, sending shivers down the spine. Lin Yun had completely fused with his sword as he danced like a stream, absorbing the surrounding rivers and transforming them into a massive ocean. His every swing would seem like the bellowing river as the buzzing of his sword echoed in the heavens and earth. Traceless wind. When he executed the last move, only a sword flash remained as Lin Yun had disappeared. Boom! When it exploded, Lin Yun's figure appeared as he basked in the moonlight that seemed like snowflakes. He was on a roll as he smiled. As he turned around and stabbed out, his gaze was only focused on the tip of his sword, as his surroundings slowly faded out. However, there was a rose on the tip of his sword. Where do the flowers bloom? With an explosion, the rose on the tip of the sword exploded as countless petals drifted along with the wind. When Lin Yun sheathed his sword, his face was blushing as the blood within his body surged. However, he did not gasp for his breath as he could now easily execute this move. Boom! 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 Just when Lin Yun was feeling satisfied, his heart suddenly throbbed violently. He could feel 7 warm streams flowing from his heart to his limbs, nourishing every muscle fiber. At the same time, his cultivation was growing visibly. What's going on? Lin Yun's face changed when he sensed that abnormal phenomenon. When he closed his eyes as he looked into his internal organs, he finally saw an unbelievable scene. There was a pellet perfectly embedded in his heart. As his heart beat violently, the medicinal effect from the pellet would flow out and nourish his body. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, his face sank. I see. With that, the matter that had been troubling him for days was finally resolved. No wonder his cultivation has been growing in the recent days despite the fact that he did not particularly focus on cultivating. So it turns out that Su Ziao had fed him a 7 orifices exquisite pellet. I owe you too much. Guilt flowed out of Lin Yun's heart as he looked at the hair that tied around his pinky. Holding onto his sword, Lin Yun's hand began to tremble. In the future, one day he had to find Su Ziao. Whether it was the secret that kept causing swords to break in his hand or to find Su Ziao, he needed more power. So, Lin Yun spent his remaining time fully immersed in cultivation. In the morning, he would use the spiritual convergence art to nourish the pale remnant flower and consolidate the Xiantian pure yang art. In the afternoon, he would ponder over the dragon tiger fist along with his fist techniques. In the evening, he would study the tiger painting, comprehending the sword techniques used by the man in the painting and comprehend the essence of it, accompanied by the starry skies. With a heart focused on the Tao, he was fully immersed in his cultivation. His hard work was simply an obsession as he persevered even if there might not be any results. He had distanced himself from any disturbance. While he was cultivating, the entire Azure Sky sect was celebrating. Hu Zifeng's deed of defeating Zhang Yi with one palm had been spread throughout the sect. Even if the disciples of the Azure Sky sect were prideful, they had been talking about Hu Zifeng every day. Even the slightest progress made by Hu Zifeng would shock the entire sect and become the focus of discussion. At the same time, Lin Yun, who did not stand up that day, was being compared to Hu Zifeng by everyone. Senior brother who is still the courageous one, standing up in times of need and chasing the Mad Blade sect away. This was the benefits of having a sturdy foundation, unlike someone who only shined briefly. That's right. Lin Yun was there, but he didn't even dare to utter a single word. This is the differences between them. Only those with real capability would face outsiders instead of those on our side. The entire sect began to discuss Lin Yun, and it could no longer be stopped when it started off. Even if Lin Yun had rarely shown himself nowadays, there were still many people who pointed fingers at the wooden shack whenever they walked past. However, Lin Yun didn't bother explaining for himself as he was fully immersed in the world of martial Tao. Gradually, the gossip started to fade as Lin Yun was soon forgotten. However, there were many pieces of news regarding Hu Zifeng spreading in the sect. Have you heard? senior brother who has become one of the 3 seeded contestants to participate in the 4-sex tournament. What's so surprising about that? With Hu Zifeng's strength, it would be surprising if he didn't make it, right? Since he was able to comprehend Xiantian art at such a young age, just what's impossible for him. Let's just wait and see how senior brother who shines on the 4-sex tournament. As days slowly passed, the 4-sex tournament was approaching. The whole sect was shrouded in tension as everyone would talk about the 4-sex tournament whenever they gathered. After all, the 4-sex tournament was a grand event in the Aquasky nation that took place once every 3 years. Not only was it massive in scale, it would also attract the attention of all the martial practitioners in the Aquasky nation, and it even concerned the interest of the sects. The 4 great sects governed the Aquasky nation, and it was unavoidable for there to be competition and a clash of interest. So in order to resolve those interests and prevent a war, the tournament was created for their disciples to compete against each other. If the Azure Sky sect couldn't get a good result in the tournament, the interest of the entire sect would be affected, and everyone in the sect would be affected. As dusk came and it was approaching evening, Lin Yun held onto the tiger painting as he stood on the empty ground before the wooden shack and began muttering to himself. Where do the flowers bloom? Where did I come from? What is a sword? What are flowers? He could now hear those 4 phrases spoken by the man in the painting, and every single phrase would contain a single attack. But it was a pity that Lin Yun still couldn't comprehend the last 3 aside from the first one. Although he had some idea after days of pondering, he failed to grab onto those ideas. Whoosh! Whoosh! But all of a sudden, Lin Yun caught onto the sound of subtle footsteps approaching him from his rear. The strength of this person wasn't simple as his footsteps only let out subtle noises. Who is it? Lin Yun roared as he turned around and threw a punch out. Boom! In that moment when he threw his punch out, it was followed by the echoing roars of a tiger, the 100-beast wave. At the same time, the Xiantian Pure Yang Art's yellow internal energy blazed like flames as he poured them into his fist. In that instance, the might of his fist enveloped the entire region. But when he took a closer look at the person, his face changed as the blazing internal energy within his body instantly died down, and his fist also did not lit up. Boom! But even so, that person was still forced to take 3 steps back. Great! You actually punched me. Zhang Han took 3 steps back as he commented on it unhappily. Just a moment ago, the punch from Lin Yun had truly terrified him. When the aura of Lin Yun's fist enveloped him, Zhang Han felt as if he was targeted by a ferocious tiger that made his breathing rushed. However, he never expected that the actual force would be so weak. What's wrong with you? Your strength deteriorated by so much? Right now, the entire sect has been talking about how you will only shine briefly, and you're still lacking. Zhang Han asked in doubt as he looked at Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun only replied with a smile and nothing else. With his pure yang art evolved into the Xiantian pure yang art, he could withdraw his internal energy in a split second, and make his attack seem harmless. If it wasn't for the fact that he had withdrawn his internal energy earlier, Zhang Han might be a dead man under his punch. Get to the point. Why did the young sect master send you here this time? The 4-sex competition will begin in 5 days, and the young sect master has listed you as a reserve. He wanted me to ask if you're willing to do your part for the sect. But based on the strength you showed earlier, it sounds a little crazy to put you in the reserve. Zhang Han muttered. Looking at how Zhang Han went on rambling just when he nearly died, Lin Yun smiled bitterly in his heart. The young sect master has treated me well, so there's no reason for me to refuse this. But what's the difference between a seeded and reserve contestant? The difference between a seeded and reserve contestant? Zhang Han looked at Lin Yun and smiled. I thought that you'd been holed up in your wooden shack all the time, and I'm surprised that you've actually heard of the seeded contestants. I believe that you also know that Hu Zifeng is a seeded contestant. Well, I couldn't help it. People who came passing here all talked about Hu Zifeng on purpose when I was practicing my sword. Lin Yun replied with a helpless expression. Wearing a bitter smile, Zhang Han responded, All right, I'll stop messing with you. The 4-sex tournament is a much bigger scale compared to our mid-year test. due to the fact that it concerns the interest of the entire sect. There's practically a bet in every single match. The bet might be the governing rights over a city or a mine, where the loser will have to give up their governing rights on it. Those are resources, and it will be a great blow to the losing sect. So, what's the difference between a seeded and reserve contestant? Lin Yun nodded his head. Hear me out. Seeded contestants have no limit on their appearance, and they might even make their appearances when the bet involves spiritual minds. At the same time, anyone who can become a seeded contestant is a person recognized by their respective sections. After a brief pause, Zhang Han continued, there's an advantage for that, because that can allow sects to put the greatest value on their disciples. If those disciples can only make one appearance in the tournament, it will be a great loss to the sect. That means that I'm in one of the 10 reserves, and I can only make one appearance. Lin Yun immediately understood what Zhang Han meant. You can put it that way. Then again, you might also not be needed to make your appearance. Zhang Han had hesitation on his face as he looked at Lin Yun, pondering how he should restructure his words. After all, your cultivation is only in the 7th stage of the martial path, and putting you in the reserve is mainly because of the Xiantian art you used the other day. Oh, Lin Yun replied calmly. I'm only here to inform you that you will have to head to Clearwater City 2 days from now. Thank you. Haha. Why are you being so polite? Your foundation might still be weak, but I think highly of you, so go for it. Zhang Han encouraged Lin Yun as he patted on his shoulder. As Lin Yun watched Zhang Han leaving, he spoke out gently. After I repay the sect in the 4 sects tournament, it will be time for me to leave. With Su Xiao's departure, Lin Yun's heart was no longer in the Azure Sky sect. Both the previous and current Lin Yun had owed the sect a favor, so Lin Yun wanted to repay the sect before he left. At the same time, the 4 sects tournament was a good opportunity for him to repay the sect. But judging from Zhang Han's words, it seemed that the chances of him making his appearance wouldn't be high. But then again, there was nothing Lin Yun could do if they did not want to use him. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. When Lin Yun opened the door, he could hear the birds chirping, welcoming a new dawn. All of a sudden, an enormous condor flew down from the sky. Whoosh! When the condor descended, its flapping wings caused a huge burst of wind, causing Lin Yun's wooden shack to tremble and nearly collapse from the wind. There were 10-odd figures standing on the condor, and the one who was controlling it was an elder of the sect. Get up! Bai Yufan waved his hand to Lin Yun. Tapping his feet on the ground, Lin Yun flew into the air and landed on the massive condor. There were 10-odd figures standing on the condor as Hu Zifeng and another person stood beside Bai Yufan. That person was ranked 3rd in the inner sect, Zhang Yu. In the past, only Bai Yufan and Su Xiao were stronger than him. But now, Hu Zifeng wasn't any weaker compared to him. Knowing that those 3 were the seeded contestants, Lin Yun then joined the 9 others on the back of the condor. Uncle, we can leave now that everyone's here. Bai Yufan turned to that elder. Boom! As the condor spread its wings out, it easily made a massive gust of wind and took off. The enormous condor was like an arrow leaving a bow as it flew towards Clearwater City. Standing on the condor, Lin Yun fell into deep thought. He could tell that this condor was comparable to a martial practitioner in the 10th stage of the martial path, and since it could fly, it was definitely stronger compared to martial practitioners in the quasi-Shintian realm. It was likely the guardian beast of the Azure Sky sect. Standing on the condor, Lin Yun could only hear the sounds of wind assaulting his ears. The condor was massive, and with its wings spread open, it had a wingspan of 100 meters. With everyone's strength, it wasn't a problem for them to stand firmly on it. As Lin Yun looked down from the condor, the sight was simply breathtaking. There were rumors that Xiantian martial practitioners could travel in the sky relying on their movement techniques, and Lin Yun was looking forward to that. Everyone on the condor was a contestant for the 4 sects tournament, and all of them wore a grave expression. Lin Yun had already known about the 4 sects tournament during Bai Yufan's battle with Lu Yunfei in Clearwater City, but he just never expected that it would arrive so quickly. After conversing with a few people, Lin Yun found out that the remaining inner disciples and sect master had already headed out to Clearwater City to discuss the details of this tournament. The Violet Ember sect will probably be our greatest opponent. The Violet Ember sect's ambition has been growing in recent years, and they took their loss to us in the tournament 3 years ago to heart. Right now, no one knows how strong Lu Yunfei has become. The Mad Blade sect should be on the same level as us, and it's easy to tell from their previous visit. Well, there's nothing to be worried about with regards to the Profound Sun sect. They have been low profile in the past few years, and they shouldn't be a concern. All the inner disciples began to discuss their potential opponents. When they talked about Lu Yunfei, their expression had turned solemn with fear in their eyes. After all, Lu Yunfei had defeated Bai Yufan 2 months ago, with just 10 moves. We wouldn't have to worry about the tournament if Senior Sister Su were still around. Someone sighed as he spoke the inner thoughts of everyone present. In that split second, everyone directed their gazes to Lin Yun, looking at him as if they were looking at a sinner. Truth be told, my cultivation has already reached the 8th stage of the martial path's pinnacle. And Lu Yunfei won't be a challenge if I can make a breakthrough. Hu Zifeng spoke out all of a sudden as he opened his eyes. Junior brother Hu, I never expected that you have actually hidden yourself quite deeply. Haha. Junior brother Hu, your words have set our mind at ease. If we don't have to fear Lu Yunfei, our Azure Sky sect will definitely be able to claim the champion once more. All the reserves began to cheer as their eyes lit up. Even Bai Yufan had a smear of shock within his eyes as he smiled. Congratulations, Junior brother Hu. Young sect master, you're taking things too seriously. If it wasn't for the heart-nourishing pellet and the 5 mid-grade spiritual stones that the sect gave me, it would be impossible for me to make a breakthrough so quickly. If I have another heart-nourishing pellet, I might really make a breakthrough right now into the 9th stage of the marital path. Hu Zifeng spoke with confidence in his eyes. But it's a pity that the process of refining a heart-nourishing pellet is too complicated, and we can only refine one every 2 months. Bai Yufan sighed. Oh right, Junior brother Lin. Have you used the heart-nourishing pellet that was rewarded to you by the sect? Someone suddenly asked. That person's words immediately gave a reminder to everyone as Lin Yun was also rewarded with 1 heart-nourishing pellet. Junior brother Lin, you can give it to senior brother Hu if you have not used it. As a seated contestant, Hu Zifeng will be the pillar of our Azure Sky sect, so don't hide it. When Lin Yun heard Hu Zifeng's declaration, he was shocked. In the past, Senior Hong had once commented on Lin Yun's poor aptitude, and that he wouldn't be able to go far in the martial Dao. With only 1 heart-nourishing pellet and 5 mid-grade spiritual stones, Hu Zifeng had nearly made his breakthrough into the 9th stage of the martial path. But even so, it was making things difficult for Lin Yun by forcing him to give out his heart-nourishing pellet. When Lin Yun swept his glance out and saw the hesitation on Bai Yufan's face, Lin Yun immediately thought of something and threw the heart-nourishing pellet over. Whoosh! Traveling through the air, the heart-nourishing pellet fell into Hu Zifeng's hand. As Hu Zifeng raised his brows, he looked at Lin Yun. This heart-nourishing pellet isn't that effective for you, and it's good that you can care for the general situation by giving it over. Since that's the case, then I'll accept it. Senior brother Hu, take it quickly. Don't bother about him. If it wasn't for him, would senior sister Su leave the sect? Take it quickly. If you're able to make a breakthrough into the 9th stage of the martial path on the way to Clearwater City, we will definitely have a trump card in the 4 sects tournament. Junior brother Hu, go for it. Under everyone's encouragement, Hu Zifeng shut his eyes and popped the pellet into his mouth. As they looked at Hu Zifeng, all of them had expectations in their eyes. However, only Bai Yufan was an exception as he turned to look at Lin Yun, whose hair and clothes were fluttering along with the wind. Holding onto the flower burial sword, Lin Yun looked at the landscape down below with elegance. Bai Yufan noticed that Lin Yun's aura had transcended other martial practitioners in the 7th stage of the martial path. With the Condor's speed, it only took 2 days for them to get to Clearwater City, allowing them to reach the 4 sects tournament 1 day in advance. But to show consideration to Hu Zifeng, Bai Yufan had slowed down their traveling speed. Without any rest, The condor flew for 3 entire days before they arrived in Clearwater City. Everyone on the condor's back was feeling nervous. After all, it was significant to the Azure Sky sect if Hu Zifeng could break through into the 9th stage of the martial path. If he did make a breakthrough, then Hu Zifeng would be invincible among his peers with his cultivation in the 9th stage of the martial path, not to mention that he had also grasped a Xianxian art. Swish! After 3 days of cultivation, Hu Zifeng finally opened his eyes as his eyes flickered and his aura surged. When Zhang Yu and the rest saw this, they had joy on their faces before it slowly faded away. Everyone could sense the improvement in Hu Zifeng's cultivation, but he was still stuck in the 8th stage of the martial path. He was only a step away from the 9th stage of the martial path, but it was a huge gulf. Junior brother Hu, you don't have to feel disappointed. Your cultivation is now close to the 9th stage of the martial path, and there's a huge chance that you make your breakthrough during the tournament. Bai Yufan comforted, fearing that Hu Zifeng might have a load on his chest. Believe in yourself, junior brother Hu. Even Lin Yun made a breakthrough during battle back then, and we believe that you can also do the same. That's right, you can definitely do it. Nodding his head, Hu Zifeng replied, Thank you, everyone. I'm also confident that I can make my breakthrough during battle. Young sect master, is that the stage that we're going to fight in? Lin Yun suddenly spoke out as he pointed down below. The heart of Clearwater City was crowded with people, and all the martial practitioners in the Aquasky Nation were gathered here for this event. Lin Yun and the rest could hear the commotion coming from below. The stage was over 30 meters in length. It was much bigger than the Azure Sky Sect stage. Nodding his head, Bai Yufan replied, That's right. It looks like the tournament will begin soon, so let's go down. All right. Whoosh! As the condor let out a piercing cry, it flapped its wings and dived down. When it landed on the ground, it stopped in before a mansion not far away from the stage. At this moment, a group of people came out from the mansion with Bai Tianming and the elders leading the group. The rest who were following them were all inner disciples of the sect. Why are you so late? Bai Tianming knitted his brows. As Bai Yufan stood out and explained, Bai Tianming looked at Hu Zifeng with interest as he nodded his head. Oh, 8th stage of the martial path's pinnacle, but what a pity. If only you could make a breakthrough into the 9th stage of the martial path. When everyone heard that Hu Zifeng had failed to make his breakthrough, all of them were somewhat disappointed. But at the same time, it had also boosted their morale. It looks like even the heavens are blessing our Azure Sky sect. Although Su Ziao is no longer around, we still have Hu Zifeng. That's right. Senior brother who will definitely shine brightly on this tournament and have his name spread far and wide. I believe that senior brother who can also achieve Su Ziao's feats 3 years ago. As Bai Tianming stepped forth, he patted on Hu Zifeng's shoulder. Zifeng, the 4 sects tournament concerns the life and death of the sect, and I'm afraid that we're all counting on you. Please be assured, sect master. I will definitely do my best. Hu Zifeng replied. Come, let's get going. And so, the Azure Sky Sect's party headed over to the meeting place together. Coincidentally, they bumped into the Violet Ember sect just when they were about to enter. When Luyu, the sect master of the Violet Ember sect, saw Bai Mingtian, he was briefly stunned before he swept his gaze through the Azure Sky Sect's party. Brother Bai, why am I not seeing Su Ziao? Could it be that the rumors were true? Luyu smiled. That's not of your concern, sect master Lu. Bai Mingtian replied. Haha, I'm not concerned. Come, you can go first. Luyu made a polite gesture as he did not fight to enter first. Just when the Azure Sky Sect's party was entering, Lin Yun gave a look at Lu Yunfei, who was standing beside Lu Yu and was shocked. In just 2 months, Lu Yunfei's strength had improved so much that Lin Yun could no longer evaluate the former. How boring. I never thought that Su Ziao had truly left. Lu Yunfei commented as he looked at the Azure Sky sect entering. Beside him, Lu Yu's smile disappeared from his face and was replaced with a grim. It's not my concern if you're bored. 3 years ago, the Azure Sky sect took the spiritual mind from us, and you have to get it back. This time, I want the Azure Sky sect completely crushed. When the Azure Sky sect's party arrived in the plaza, They immediately attracted everyone's attention. That's weird. Why isn't Su Xiao here? It looks like the rumors are true. Su Xiao has already left the Azure Sky sect. But I heard that they still have Hu Zifeng, who defeated the Mad Blade sect's Zhang Yi in a single move. He's already chasing up to Su Xiao's footsteps. In general, the Azure Sky sect is still powerful, and they still have a chance in this tournament. Everyone was somewhat disappointed when they did not see Su Xiao's figure. After all, they had come for her. Shortly after, the Violet Ember sect's party entered. It's Lu Yunfei. I wonder how Lu Yunfei will perform in this tournament. He can already be considered the champion among the 4 great elites, and he will probably have the ambitions to crush everyone. It might not be so easy. After all, everyone else made improvements as well. Not long later, the disciples of the Mad Blade sect arrived. Out of the 4 great sects, only the Profound Sun sect was still missing. But right at this moment, an uproar rang out as the host for this tournament. The City Lord of Clearwater City had shown up. When Lin Yun looked at the City Lord, he was taken aback because it was actually a beauty. The City Lord of the Clearwater City, Bai Qiushui, is here. Wow! She's truly worthy of her title as the Bella of our Aqua Sky Nation. After the cheers subsided, this place quickly became silent as all of them were admiring Bai Qiushui's beauty. As Bai Qiushui entered, she was donned in cyan clothes as her hair dappled down like a waterfall. Her delicate features were akin to sculptured jade artifacts that made her look dreamy. However, it was unimaginable how such a young woman would become the City Lord of Clearwater City. Aren't those beside her the disciples of the Profound Sun sect? Bai Yufan spoke out. As everyone immediately directed their gaze over, they saw a group of disciples donned in a yellow uniform beside Bai Qiushui, and all of them looked elegant and refined. That's the young sect master of the Profound Sky sect, Feng Wuheng. His Profound Sun palm was impressive, and I couldn't defeat him 3 years ago. At this moment, the 4 great elites of the Aqua Sky Nation had finally gathered. Bai Yufan of the Azure Sky sect, Luo Xing of the Mad Blade sect, Lu Yunfei of the Violet Ember sect, and Feng Wuheng of the Profound Sun sect. I pay my greetings to all 4 sect masters. Bai Qiushui smiled after the party from the Profound Sun sect sat down. City Lord Bai, there's no need for such courtesy. You can have your seat. Looking at this scene, Lin Yun noticed that the 4 sect masters were particularly polite with Bai Qiushui. Not long after Bai Qiushui sat down, she stood up and looked at the crowd. The 4 sects tournament is a great event in the Aqua Sky Nation that only takes place once every 3 years, and it has been tough on everyone to be here. Her voice was crisp and clear, like a clear spring, and listening to her voice alone was an enjoyment. Not only was she gorgeous, but she also had a beautiful voice as well. After Bai Qiushui gave her opening statement, she smiled. I would like to thank the 4 sect masters for giving me the chance to host this tournament. City Lord Bai, you're being too polite. Bai Mingtian and the other sect masters all cupped their hands together. I hereby announce that the 4 sects tournament will officially begin. To start off in the first round, we'll start with the 2 cities under the Violet Ember sect. As she spoke, she flicked her figure as a token that represented the governing rights over the 2 cities flown to the 100 meters pillar with a dragon and phoenix engraved on it. At that moment, the atmosphere became tense. Compared to assessments in the sects, the 4 sects tournament was more significant. If the Violet Ember sect lost, the immense profits brought to them from the 2 cities would disappear. On the stone pillar, the token was glowing. No one knew what the token was made out of, but when sunlight shone onto it, it would dazzle like a gem that attracted everyone's attention. At the same time, the profits that the 2 cities could bring were also dazzling. Blatantly speaking, the 4 sects had to defend their resources while snatching others. And an example would be the 2 cities governed by the Violet Ember sect. If other sects were interested in the 2 cities, they could send out their seeded or reserve contestant to challenge the controlling sect. There was no limit to the challenges, and it would come to an end when there were no other challengers. However, reserve contestants could only fight once, so they couldn't keep going up. Although seeded contestants could go up as many times as they wanted, they would also exhaust their strength in the process, and it would be disadvantageous to them. In a nutshell, the contestants were like chess pieces. So, everyone had to discuss if the two cities were worth it. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a figure jumped down from the high platform onto the stage. It was a reserve contestant from the Violet Ember Sect, as he said pridefully, "I'm Gao Han from the Violet Ember Sect, and I would like to seek guidance from the Azure Sky Sect." As he spoke, he unleashed his aura in the 8th stage of the martial path under the blazing sun. As his aura swept out, it spread to the surrounding area like a heat wave. 8th stage of the martial path. It has been 3 years, and the inner disciples in the sects have all made great improvements. This is only just the beginning, and they have already sent out such a strong contestant. I'm afraid that the 4 sects tournament this year will be intense. Gao Han's appearance had instantly lit up the atmosphere as his strong cultivation attracted everyone's attention. Seated towards the rear, Lin Yun could hear Bai Yufan discussing with the other reserve contestants. "Which one of you are going?" Bai Yufan asked as he turned around. According to the rules, those who were named had to send someone out to fight. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to giving up the challenging rights over the two cities. "Allow me." Swish! One of the reserve contestants flew out and landed on the stage. "I'm Zhang Qing of the Azure Sky Sect. Please enlighten me." It was one of the 10 reserve contestants of the Azure Sky Sect. He had a robust figure as he carried a huge blade behind him. Squinting his eyes, Gao Han smiled. "And I was just wondering who it was. So it turns out to be my defeated opponent from 3 years ago. Come, I'll let you have 3 moves." No wonder Zhang Qing was the first to stand out. So it turned out that there were grudges between them. "How arrogant!" Zhang Qing snorted as he pulled his blade out. The blade technique that he used was the famous chilling wind slash. The moment he pulled his blade out, a cold wind permeated to the surrounding, lowering the surrounding temperature. However, Gao Han remained unfazed despite this scene. He had only used mobility techniques to dodge Zhang Qing's attack, and he was even nearly hit. Swish! However, Zhang Qing did not just let it go as he took a step forth and swung his blade once more. This one was more shocking compared to the previous blade, and when he swung it down, it sounded like a howling ghost. As Gao Han's face became solemn, he still did not attack but avoided with his mobility technique, causing a cry of exclamation from the surrounding. The chilling wind slash was known for being ferocious, and it would gradually grow stronger in battle. However, no one had expected that Gao Han really went along with his words and faced Zhang Qing's attacks head-on. "I'll see how you dodge this one," Zhang Han barked coldly. Shortly after, his aura surged as he planned on ending the battle with his next move. When Lin Yun saw this scene on the high platform, his face changed as he knew that things were about to go bad. A sneer rose on Gao Han's lips. Everyone thought that he would keep to his promise, and he would only make his move after Zhang Qing executed his 3rd move. Ember Finger. Gao Han tapped with his finger in an angle unimaginable to most people, directed at Zhang Qing's chest, which caught Zhang Qing by surprise. Zhang Qing did not expect that Gao Han would go against his words, so he did not put up any defense. As a mouthful of blood exited his mouth, he was blown out from that finger. At the same time, his violent blade aura crumbled. "Go down!" Gao Han roared as he executed his 2nd move. His first move broke Zhang Han's rib, while his second injured Zhang Han's internal organs, leaving the latter in heavy injuries. His ruthless means simply left the crowd speechless. The audiences all sucked in a mouthful of cold breath as they had never expected that it would turn out this way. Then again, it was just a gentleman's agreement that Gao Han was letting 3 moves to Zhang Qing. If anyone was to blame, they could only blame Zhang Qing for falling into Gao Han's trap. Gao Han of the Violet Ember Sect wins the battle. If there's anyone else who wants to challenge the Violet Ember Sect, you can send out your disciples. Bai Qiushui announced the results calmly. On the Azure Sky Sect's side, all faces were unsightly to behold. At this moment, Luyu looked over and smiled. "I'm really sorry about winning you guys." "Shameless," Bai Tianming snorted. "Ha ha." Luyu laughed as he wasn't bothered about that. Next was the Profound Sun sect and Mad Blade sect's turns to send out a reserve contestant. As Gao Han withstood the pressure, he won 2 battles in a row, dispelling the second sect and sending out more contestants. After all, it wasn't profitable to swap 2 cities with 2 contestants. And if they still couldn't win after sending 2 contestants, it would be a terrible loss instead. Congratulations to the Violet Ember sect for guarding their cities. Once more, Bai Qiushui announced the results calmly. Thank you, everyone. Gao Han chuckled as he leaped and seized the token that was on the pillar. The Violet Ember sect has truly become different from before. They only used 1 reserve contestant to guard 2 of their cities. They seem a little too strong. Logically speaking, they will need at least 2 reserve contestants in order to keep the 2 cities. Then again, it was truly tragic for that Azure Sky sect's disciple. Everyone's saying that he's too young, but in my view, he's just plain stupid. Listening to the discussions, the disciples of the Azure Sky sect gritted their teeth. I should have gone out myself if I knew about this outcome. At the very least, I could have had a good fight with him, said Zhang Yu, the seated contestant. Shaking his head, Bai Yufan replied, "This is just the beginning, and as seated contestants, we need to conserve our strength for the right time. This was only just the first match, and they already had a contestant heavily injured, which shrouded the hearts of everyone from the Azure Sky sect in a gloomy cloud. This was just the beginning of the 4 sects tournament's brutality. Next up, it was the Mad Blade sect's turn, and they also had 2 cities up for challenge as well. At the cost of using up 2 of their reserve contestants, the Mad Blade sect successfully defended their cities from the 3 sections. Among the 4 sects, the Profound Sun sect suffered the worst as they nearly failed to defend their cities even after they sent out 3 reserve contestants. In the end, they had to send out their seated contestant before they could protect their cities from being taken. Next will be the 2 cities under the Azure Sky sect's control. After this battle, the first round will come to an end. As the city lord spoke, the Azure Sky sect's party immediately felt a mountain weighing down on them. Who's going up first? Bai Yufan looked at the 8 reserve contestants. Let me have the honor. As the voice sounded out, a person walked out. It was Feng Daoyu, who was previously defeated by Zhang Yi. With Feng Daoyu's strength, he was ranked among the top within the 10 reserve contestants. Among the inner disciples, he was ranked on the 8th, and he had reached greater mastery in his Vajra fist. It wasn't because he was weak when he lost to Zhang Yi, but Zhang Yi was too strong, and he was someone at Hu Zifeng's level. Go for it. Bai Yufan trusted Ma Daoyu's capability as he nodded his head. I'm confident in this round, and I will defend the 2 cities for the sect. Feng Daoyu spoke with his words brimming with confidence as he executed his mobility technique and landed on the stage. Sweeping his glance out, Feng Daoyu looked in the direction of the Violet Ember sect, Feng Daoyu of the Azure Sky sect, and I would like to seek guidance from the Violet Ember sect. Evidently, Feng Daoyu was trying to get back at the Violet Ember sect for how they defeated Zhang Qing previously. You're courting death. A cold bark sounded out as a figure soared into the sky. When that person landed on the stage, his presence had instantly caused a huge uproar. A seated contestant. Facing Feng Daoyu, the Violet Ember sect had actually sent out their seated contestant without any hesitation. No one had expected that a seated contestant would go right off the bat. As for Feng Daoyu, the confidence that he had on his face previously had instantly turned into despair. When Lin Yun saw this scene, he sighed inwardly as the Violet Ember sect had probably prepared a trap for the Azure Sky sect. The Violet Ember sect had sent out a seated contestant for the first round? But why? They weren't afraid that their seated contestants might be weakened during the spiritual mind section? The first round were mainly cities, and those cities only brought the sect's ordinary wealth. The profits might be great, but losing a city or 2 could be accepted by the sections. But if they lost their spiritual mine, it would be troublesome for them. The Aquasky Nation only had 1 spiritual mine, and it was governed by the Azure Sky sect. 3 years ago, Su Xiao had seized it from the Violet Ember sect with her sword. Before that, it had been under the Violet Ember sect's control. Violet Ember sect's seated contestant, Qin Feng. As Qin Feng and Feng Daoyu stood in confrontation, the differences weren't great since they were both in the 8th stage of the martial path. However, everyone knew that cultivation wasn't the only thing to consider when gauging martial practitioners. Take Hu Zifeng. His cultivation was comparable to Feng Daoyu, but anyone could tell who was stronger. Aside from one's cultivation, the cultivation, martial, and movement techniques played a huge part. As Feng Daoyu's complexion became bad, he gnashed his teeth. "I'll see what makes you the seated contestant of the Violet Ember Sect." Boom! Feng Daoyu unleashed his aura in the next moment, with his face turning bronze. His body immediately transformed to a sculpture that made him seem powerful. It's the Vajra fist in greater mastery. This Azure Sky Sect's disciple isn't simple. After all, it's not easy getting the Vajra fist to greater mastery. I heard that this fist technique requires strong perseverance, and many people have failed. When they saw the phenomenon that occurred on Feng Daoyu, all the spectators who felt that Feng Daoyu held no chance immediately started praising him. Feng Daoyu gnashed his teeth and charged over, throwing out 3 punches. Boom! 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 Those booming sounds sounded like roaring thunder as it echoed out in the surrounding. But it was a pity as all 3 punches were dodged by Qin Feng. Damn it! Feng Daoyu's rage grew when he saw that his punches had missed as he unleashed another round of attacks. Although his punches shot out like lightning with afterimages left behind, he still couldn't touch even the corner of Qin Feng's clothes. On the other hand, Qin Feng wore ridicule on his face as he even took a step forth. But whenever Feng Daoyu was about to throw his punches out, Qin Feng would float away. In just a moment, Feng Daoyu had already thrown over 50 punches out, and many of them contained great power. Anyone could expect that being hit by his punches wouldn't feel great. However, none of those punches had come in contact with Qin Feng. Worst of all, Qin Feng only dodged Feng Daoyu's attacks without retaliating, watching the latter throwing his punches in ridicule. It was a scene that exceeded everyone's expectations. It's the rising cloud steps. Isn't that the hardest movement technique to learn in the Violet Ember Sect? I see. Now it makes sense why Feng Daoyu isn't able to touch Qin Feng's clothes. People started to recognize Qin Feng's mobility technique. It was the hardest movement technique to master in the Violet Cloud Sect, the rising cloud steps. Up on the stage, Feng Daoyu was losing his patience. He had already expected that he couldn't defeat Qin Feng, but he never expected that he couldn't even exhaust Qin Feng's strength. Recalling what he had promised by Yufan, Feng Daoyu felt even worse. Qin Feng, don't run if you have the guts. Does the Violet Ember Sect only have a bunch of cowards? In the end, Feng Daoyu started cursing out in an attempt to anger Qin Feng. Haha, as you wish. Boom. Qin Feng, who was retreating, suddenly smiled as his aura exploded. Although both were in the 8th stage of the martial path, Qin Feng's aura was stronger than Feng Daoyu's. With a smile on his face, Qin Feng threw out a punch. Flaming Steel Fist. Great! Demon Hunting Vajra. Feng Daoyu rejoiced at the sight of Qin Feng fighting back. Boom! The 2 fists came into contact like a pair of steel beasts, echoing out with an explosion. Boom! Along with the explosion, a blazing heat wave swept out into the surroundings. All the disciples in the surrounding wore a bitter smile as they immediately covered their ears painfully. However, there were those who were lacking in their cultivation and had their eardrums burst. When the heat wave dissipated, Feng Daoyu could be seen with his clothes torn into pieces and his body black from the burns. It was as if he was struck by lightning and was blown out, with blood spewing from his mouth. A few seconds later, he fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Junior Brother Ma! The crowd from the Azure Sky Sect yelled out as Zhang Yu, the seated contestant, wanted to step out. Hold your foot. Bai Yufan stopped Zhang Yu with his teeth gnashed. At this moment, he finally figured out that the Violet Ember Sect wanted their Azure Sky Sect to send out a seated contestant in the first round. So when it was time for the spiritual mine, the Azure Sky Sect wouldn't have anyone to defend it. The Violet Ember Sect's Qin Feng wins this battle, and if the Azure Sky Sect isn't sending anyone out, the 2 cities will go to the Violet Ember Sect. Bai Qiushui's melodious voice echoed by the ears of those from the Azure Sky sect, but her voice sounded like a demonic voice instead. We give up. Bai Tianming spoke out helplessly as he sighed after seeing Bai Yufan's expression. Give up? Then I'll be taking this token. Qin Feng laughed as he seized the token that represented 2 of the Azure Sky sect cities before returning to the Violet Ember sect's corner. He had used his mobility technique to cause Feng Daoyu to exhaust his strength before ending the fight in a move. Feng Daoyu practically had no odds of winning in the fight, but he was still enraged by Qin Feng. It was a pity that, as a reserve contestant, there was nothing Lin Yun could do to help. As the 4 sects tournament continued, the Violet Ember sect benefited in the next 3 rounds, as if the 3 sects had discussed beforehand. Whenever it was time for the Azure Sky sect, the 3 sects would send out their seeded contestants. It was as if they were certain that the Azure Sky sect wouldn't dare to send out their seeded contestants. In the end, each of them seized 2 cities from the Azure Sky sect each round. After 4 rounds, the Azure Sky sect lost a total of 15 cities, all divided up by the 3 sects. Keep calm. We have to guard the spiritual mine, and in 3 years, the Azure Sky sect can take it all back. Bai Yufan gnashed his teeth. At this moment, anyone could tell that the Azure Sky sect was facing a difficult situation. If they lost the spiritual mine in the next round, they would lose everything. After all, the spiritual mine could produce low-grade spiritual stones, and spiritual stones were crucial to cultivation. Spiritual stones were equivalent to the currencies between cultivators, and they meant everything. As long as they could keep their spiritual mine, losing 15 cities could be accepted. But could they really defend it? Without Su Ziao, the Azure Sky sect will be immediately beaten back to their shape. They lost too miserably. Their disciples weren't weak, but they fell for the other 3 sects' plans and did not dare to send out seeded contestants. They've been read, and everyone is certain that they will not send out their seeded contestants. I had witnessed how Su Ziao won everything in the tournament 3 years ago. All the martial practitioners started discussing among themselves, and when they mentioned the Azure Sky sect, all of them shook their heads. The seizing of cities has now come to an end, and I hereby announce the 5th round. It will be the Azure Sky sect's spiritual mine, Bai Qiushui announced as she stood up from her seat. Whoosh! As she spoke, a token flew out from her hand and landed on top of the pillar. It was a dazzling token that represented the spiritual mine. When the token was sent out, the sect masters of the 3 other sects all had greed in their eyes. The last round will be different from the previous 4. The sects can only send out 3 contestants, and whoever that can defeat all the remaining contestants of the Azure Sky sect will obtain this token, the one and only spiritual mine in the Aqua Sky Nation. The rules weren't beneficial to the Azure Sky sect. The Azure Sky sect would have to face the pressure coming from the 3 sects, and if they couldn't defend the challenges from the 3 sects, they would have to hand over their spiritual mine. After all, fairness did not exist in the world. Whoever seized the spiritual mine would have to face the 3 sects 3 years from now as well. Back then, Su Ziao had suppressed everyone with her sword, snatching the spiritual mine over from the Azure Sky sect. As wealth would bring greed, the one with wealth would naturally have to face great pressure. A spiritual mine was even heavier than wealth, it was even more brutal, and everyone would definitely fight to the end for this last round. Zhang Yu of the Azure Sky sect, please enlighten me. Boom! Amidst the sorrowful atmosphere, the seated contestant of the Azure Sky sect finally made their first appearance. Zhang Yu of the Azure Sky sect, one of the 3 seated contestants. Needless to say, he was strong, and he was ranked among the top 3 in the entire Azure Sky sect. He was someone that not even Hu Zifeng could outshine, especially that berserk lightning sword that he had practiced in. It was a famous sword technique in the Aqua Sky Nation. But now, the Azure Sky sect had to face the consistent challenges from the 3 other sects. With him taking the first battle, his task was to handle the challenge from 2 people so that Bai Yufan and Hu Zifeng would have an easier time. Otherwise, there was no way that the Azure Sky sect could handle this round. The Azure Sky sect was in a small boat that could easily topple if the waves were too big. The Azure Sky sect had already lost 15 of their cities and they couldn't lose anything else. If they couldn't defend their spiritual mine, their sect would be finished. Whoosh! Just when everyone thought that the three sects would hesitate who would go up first, someone descended on the stage. A figure swept through everyone before tapping his foot in midair 3 times. His figure was like the mist and drifted in the air like the clouds. When Lin Yun saw that movement technique, he had instantly recognized that it was Lu Yunfei of the Violet Ember sect. After all, he had witnessed this movement technique once 3 months ago, the cloud mist art. To be able to step in midair as if it were flat ground 3 times, he was already proficient in his movement technique. It might seem elegant, but there are also many flaws in it. Lin Yun commented inwardly as he observed. In his view, the cloud mist art was filled with flaws, but the surrounding cultivators were all shocked. It's the cloud mist art. I can finally witness the cloud mist art once more. Lu Yunfei actually went first. What is he trying to do? Is he going to learn from Su Xiao and challenge the entire Azure Sky sect by himself? Now it's getting interesting. Lu Yunfei's reputation had already spread far and wide. Gasps rose from the surroundings as no one had expected Lu Yunfei to go on the stage so quickly. Rustle. Right after Lu Yunfei landed on the stage, he took out a fan and opened it up. What's the matter? Why are you so surprised seeing me? As Lu Yunfei gently fanned himself, he noticed the change on Zhang Yu's face and smiled. Don't tell me that you're afraid? But before Zhang Yu could even reply, Lu Yunfei continued, well, that made sense too. After all, even your young sect master lost to me. So how are you my opponent? Lu Yunfei, don't take it too far. Even if I'm not your opponent, don't think that you can defeat me so easily. Zhang Yu roared furiously, seeing that Lu Yunfei was looking down on him. All right then, let me see how berserk is your berserk lightning sword. Lu Yunfei replied as he made a polite gesture. On the stage, the young sect master of the Violet Ember sect was confident as he looked at Bai Tianming with a smile. Brother Bai, how long do you think it will take for Zhang Yu to lose? Why are you so certain that Zhang Yu will lose before they even fight? Bai Tianming responded with a question. Haha, I think you've gone silly from losing. How can you say words that not even you believe in? Lu Yu laughed as the elders from the Violet Ember sect laughed along with him. Bai Tianming felt terrible in his heart, but he couldn't find any words to refute. After all, the Azure Sky sect had already lost terribly. Looking at Zhang Yu on the stage, Bai Tianming only hoped that, at the very least, Zhang Yu could drag his opponent down with him. When it was time for battle, the rage of Zhang Yu's face slowly disappeared as he calmed down. Clang! Pulling out his sword, he shot out like lightning as he stabbed towards Lu Yunfei. Boom! Lu Yunfei gently closed up his fan and held it before him. You're too slow that I nearly made the mistake of blocking it. Lu Yunfei mocked as he gently received that sword. Whoosh! Zhang Yu's face sank as he turned around and swung his sword. The sword was accompanied with a roaring storm as he brandished a total of 81 attacks in just a brief instance. As the afterimages of his swords overlapped, a lightning bolt echoed out, revealing the essence of the berserk lightning sword. With a gentle smile, Lu Yunfei opened up his hands as he tapped out with his foot. His figure immediately flew backwards as he dodged, perfectly avoiding the envelopment of Zhang Yu's sword. His fan was like a flower in his hand as it would open and fold, but along with every small movement of his wrist, the shadows of flowers would fly, making it seem like a blossoming flower. When a collision was heard, Zhang Yu's sword was easily repelled by Lu Yunfei. Everyone was dazzled by Lu Yunfei's movements, but Lin Yun could clearly catch Lu Yunfei's footsteps. The cloud mist art was truly impressive. He was actually able to dispel the force in battle with his fan, which made him seem elegant. In that moment, Zhang Yu had turned into berserk lightning as he swung his sword endlessly, followed by the sound of roaring thunder. The buzzing noise jolted everyone's ears, but from start to the end, Lu Yunfei wasn't touched by his sword at all. Lu Yunfei had used a method that could be acclaimed as stunning to avoid and block all of Zhang Yu's swords. Boring! Lu Yunfei muttered as the smile gradually disappeared from his face. Agile like a butterfly, Lu Yunfei suddenly stopped as he closed his fan together. Boom! Lu Yunfei gathered his aura and accumulated it in his fan before he smacked it against Zhang Yu's sword. As a huge force clashed against the sword, the blade of Zhang Yu's sword trembled. Zhang Yu's face was distorted, and his right hand that he used to wield his sword broke. What shocking eyesight! Lin Yun was shocked as others only knew that Lu Yunfei had easily broken the bones of Zhang Yu's hand. But in reality, he could clearly see that Lu Yunfei had caught onto the flaw in Zhang Yu's sword. He was shocked in his heart by how invincible Lu Yunfei looked. After all, Zhang Yu's berserk lightning sword had actually been shattered in a single move. As Zhang Yu fell into the valley, his heart was slowly plagued with despair and unwillingness. The young sect master was still depending on him to take on 2 challenges. But not only was he unable to take a single one, he couldn't even injure Lu Yunfei. Damn it! He had to leave Lu Yunfei heavily injured even if he had to go all out. As Zhang Yu's face became twisted, he exhausted his internal energy frantically and let out a roar. With a thunderous momentum, he swapped his sword over to his left hand. As his clothes fluttered, he was like a demon who had given up all of his defense. He was giving his all on this sword. He looked insane with veins covering his eyes, like a wild beast. His clothes even tore apart from the sheer force of his aura. Is Zhang Yu going to take Lu Yunfei down together with him? The spectators and disciples were all shocked when they saw this scene. Even if Zhang Yu was fighting for his sect, he wouldn't have to take it this far, right? Junior brother Zhang. Bai Yufan finally couldn't keep calm anymore as he stood up emotionally. Up on the stage, Lu Yunfei had disdain on his face. He did not panic as he closed his fan and shot it out, using it like a sword. When his fan came in contact with Zhang Yu's sword, it collided harshly. As a collision rang out, the long sword was blown out from Zhang Yu's hand. Not giving Zhang Yu in time to react, Lu Yunfei's fan smacked on Zhang Yu's face. Pa! Having his face slapped, Zhang Yu spewed a mouthful of blood from his mouth along with fragments of his teeth. At the same time, the momentum that Zhang Yu had gathered were all destroyed. Boom! Boom! However, that wasn't the end as Lu Yunfei threw out 2 kicks with a cold gaze. Zhang Ye's knees shattered as he kneeled on the ground. Kicking on Lu Yunfei's cheeks, he opened up his fan as he raised his head. Is the Azure Sky sect a bunch of trash that only knows how to fight with their lives on the line? I'm really terrified by you guys. Haha. Despite his words, his ruthlessness had a terrifying feel when combined with the smile on his face. Even the spectators who should be cheering for him all trembled in silence. Young sect master, let me face him. Lin Yun finally couldn't hold back his emotions any longer as he requested to fight. Young sect master, let me do it. The 3 remaining reserve contestants also stood out. Looking at them, Bai Yufan smiled. Thank you. But the difference in strength isn't something that can be mended with courage. Hu Zifeng, fight together with me. Swish. As he spoke, he flew onto the stage along with Hu Zifeng. If the other sects were standing in his shoes, they would send out their reserve contestants even if they knew that those contestants couldn't put up more of a fight. However, Bai Yufan did not want them to be humiliated and rejected their offer. On the platform, Lin Yun balled his fist together with reluctance. He wanted to tell Bai Yufan that Lu Yunfei wasn't as powerful as he seemed, and it wasn't the end for the Azure Sky sect yet. In the end, Hu Zifeng and Bai Yufan, the last 2 trump cards of the Azure Sky sect, made their moves at the same time. According to the rules of the 5th round, a sect could only send out 3 contestants, with a maximum of 6 that could be present on the stage. When Lu Yunfei saw the 2 coming on the stage brimming with killing aura, he smiled. Great! Boom! As he spoke, he placed his feet on Zhang Yu and sent him flying with a kick. In the end, Zhang Yu was like a cannonball as he flew out with an explosion. When Bai Yufan saw this scene, his face changed as he wanted to catch Zhang Yu. Even if he were to be injured from the impact, it was inexcusable if he did not catch Zhang Yu. He could only say that Lu Yunfei was too vicious, and he was proficient at using the hearts of others. In a split second, Bai Yufan had already made his decision as he rushed over. As an explosion rang out, everyone initially felt that Bai Yufan was giving up on Zhang Yu. In that split moment when Bai Yufan caught Zhang Yu, he dispelled his own momentum in midair before he gave a gentle push. In the next moment, Xianxia was heading towards the direction of the Azure Sky sect, and he was immediately caught by the disciples of the sect. Great! Not only had Bai Yufan saved Xianxia, he also kept himself from being injured, and his act of keeping his composure attracted cheers from the surrounding. On the other side, Hu Zifeng was the first to land on the stage as he supported himself against the ground with his back bent. He raised his head to look at Lu Yunfei and soared into the sky like an eagle the next moment. In the blink of an eye, he came before Lu Yunfei and sent both his palms out endlessly, with every single palm containing immense weight and a blazing aura. What was more shocking was the fact that the blazing aura from his palms overlapped together. It had perfectly fused with Hu Zifeng's aura, forming into a surging heat wave as they suppressed towards Lu Yunfei. At this moment, Hu Zifeng was akin to a volcano. Lu Yunfei smiled. "You're quite skilled, but you're too naive if you think that you can suppress me with just that." All of a sudden, his palm turned purple as he clashed with Hu Zifeng. Boom! 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 The two of them were both surging with internal energy, like two blazing beasts of steel. At the same time, the clashing of their palms would create a huge commotion. All of a sudden, explosions rang out that echoed in everyone's ears. Watching the battle between the strongest disciples in Azure Sky sect, everyone was shocked. Lu Yunfei's palm had turned purple as he would start gaining advantage bit by bit with every palm. After several palms, he had actually pushed back the surging heat wave coming from Hu Zifeng. Facing this situation, Hu Zifeng was shocked as he began to retreat step by step. Swish! But all of a sudden, Bai Yufan descended on the stage. He was like a hawk as he soared into the sky. His speed was so quick that it couldn't be followed with the naked eyes. As Lu Yunfei smiled, he opened up his fan and it seemed like a flower blossomed. As he turned around, he avoided Bai Yufan and also did not forget to suppress Hu Zifeng. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, he was moving at the speed of the wind. But Lu Yunfei shuttled between Bai Yufan and Hu Zifeng, and he wasn't any inferior in comparison. My heavens! This Lu Yunfei is strong, and the Violet Ember sect is actually not sending anyone to help him. In the past, someone said that he only used 10 moves to defeat Bai Yufan. Back then, I did not believe in it, but the truth lies right in front of me now. Sigh. The Azure Sky sect is getting defeated too quickly after Su Xiao left. Gasps rang out from the spectators down below. In the beginning, the Azure Sky sect still had 2 trump cards to turn the tables around, but no one had expected that they were all easily handled by Lu Yunfei. Senior brother Hu, go for it. Tears nearly fell from the Azure Sky sect's disciples as the situation did not change even with their cheersing. Didn't Senior brother Hu say that he would soon be in the 9th stage of the martial path? How will it be that easy? Young Sect Master was already in the 8th stage of the martial path's pinnacle 2 months ago, and he still did not find an opportunity to make a breakthrough. It's only a line apart, but the difference is like a huge gulf. The Azure Sky sect's disciples all sighed. They never expected that their 2 trump cards couldn't even fight with Lu Yunfei alone. Although it might seem surprising, it was still within expectations. After all, Lu Yunfei had defeated Bai Yufan with 10 moves just 2 months ago. Blazing Sun Palm. All of a sudden, a blazing heat wave swept throughout the stage, as Hu Zifeng was releasing an aura beyond the 8th stage of the martial path. His palm contained blazing flames that seemed like a fireball. Shortly after, an enormous aura swept and enveloped Lu Yunfei. Xiantian art. The spectators were all shocked as this was the first time that a Xiantian art was being used on the 4-sex tournament. Even Lu Yunfei had shock on his face as he never expected that Hu Zifeng would have such an ace in his hand. It was a good opportunity as Bai Yufan's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he executed out his Xiantian art as well. Azure Sky Break. Bai Yufan unleashed a roar as a boundless aura permeated from his body before he pulled them back into his body, without leaking out the slightest. As Bai Yufan soared into the sky, he stuck his 2 fingers together and tapped out in the air. In that split second, 2 Xiantian arts were being executed at the same time. As a powerful gale swept from the surrounding, the heat wave made everyone feel stuffy in their chest from the heat. That was the phenomenon caused when executing Ascension art. The young sect masters of the Mad Blade sect and Profound Sun sect wore a nervous expression as they looked at every single move from Lu Yunfei. Deep in their hearts, they naturally hoped that Lu Yunfei would be heavily injured in his battle with the Azure Sky sect. After all, they would benefit greatly if that happened. When they saw that Lu Yunfei was facing immense pressure, all of them were filled with expectations. Whoosh! Lu Yunfei swung his hand as he tossed the fan into the sky. At the same time, he was permeating with strands of chilling violet aura that seemed like porcelain. This is a sign of the violet cloud art reaching the 7th stage. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet. The internal energy of the violet cloud art would change on every stage, and Lu Yunfei has actually reached the pinnacle at such a young age. Ordinary cultivation techniques only have 5 stages. In the Aquasky Nation, only the violet cloud art goes as high as the 7th stage. The Violet Ember sect is practically defying the heavens. Those who were still worried about Lu Yunfei from before had their facial expressions replaced with shock when they saw this scene. Lu Yunfei was permeating violet mist from his body, which gradually formed into a stone tablet above his head. East rising violet mist. Cloud dispelling. The moment when the stone tablet was formed, he threw both his palms out. With east rising violet mist in one hand and cloud dispelling on the other, the stone tablet stood above their heads firmly. Boom! When he threw both his palms out, he faced Hu Zifeng and Bai Yufan's Xiantian art head-on. The stage that was made of stone suddenly cracked as rocks and dust began to rise in the air. Swish! But before the dust could even dissipate, 2 figures were blown out like 2 sandbags. They were Hu Zifeng and Bai Yufan. The 2 of them spewed blood from their mouths. It was their defeat. Open! Up on the stage, Lu Yunfei roared as he opened up his fan, waving it to blow the cloud of dust away. With blood dripping from his lips, Lu Yunfei's complexion looks rosy. On the contrary, Hu Zifeng and Bai Yufan's faces were pale. Lu Yunfei had only suffered light injuries. You 2 filthy pieces of trash dare to injure me? As Lu Yunfei wiped his lips and saw blood, he immediately blew up as killing intent permeated from him. As he charged forth, he threw out his punches before Bai Yufan and Lu Yunfei landed on the ground. Boom! Boom! As Bai Yufan and Hu Zifeng each suffered a punch to their chest, there were sounds of their ribs breaking as their faces were pale without any trace of blood. After the 2 of them fell onto the ground and held their chest, they were powerless to stand up. Interesting. The 2 of you can't even stand up, and you still don't want to surrender. Lu Yunfei wore a cold sneer as he fanned himself and walked over. He was permeating with killing aura as he approached step by step, bringing great fear to everyone. Bai Yufan and Hu Zifeng could no longer contain the fear in their hearts when they saw Lu Yunfei. As they supported themselves with their hands, they subconsciously moved backwards. They could no longer contain their fear, but the 2 of them still did not give up. After all, they were the only 2 left in the Azure Sky sect. If they gave up, it would mean that the Azure Sky sect had lost. However, anyone could tell from the current situation that Lu Yunfei was trying to humiliate the Azure Sky sect before everyone in the Aquasky Nation. Bai Yufan and Hu Zifeng were lying on the ground as they were forced to back off. Looking at them, they looked pitiful, but there was nothing that could change the situation. Come. Crawl faster and perhaps I might give the 2 of you time to recover. Lu Yunfei suddenly wanted to have some fun as he wore a sneer on his face, messing and humiliating the 2 of them. Enough! All of a sudden, a cold bark sounded out in the plaza. Who is it? Just when everyone was curiously trying to find the one who spoke, a figure suddenly appeared before Lu Yunfei. That person stood upright as he wore a blue and white uniform. His hair was draped down with his delicate face that seemed tender. However, his eyes were bright and clear. Lin Yun, you're not his opponent. Leave now. Bai Yufan immediately became anxious when he saw Lin Yun. A reserve contestant like you wants to turn the tables around? Get lost. Lu Yunfei sneered as he bolted out and swung his fan over. Lin Yun was distracted for a moment when Bai Yufan called out to him. But just when he wanted to comfort the latter, Lu Yunfei had suddenly made a move that caught him by surprise. As Lu Yunfei attacked, it only took a few seconds for him to unleash 10 odd attacks. Every single attack was dangerous, and if Lin Yun was hit, he would definitely suffer greatly. To face Lu Yunfei's assault, Lin Yun had to take 10 odd steps back before he could gain a firm footing. However, he was surprised when the band on his forehead was stripped. Looking at the mark on Lin Yun's forehead, Lu Yunfei sneered. Has the Azure Sky sect fallen to the extent that they need a sword slave to turn the tables around? Once a slave, always a slave. The entire plaza went into chaos. Not only spectators, but even those from the other sects had their faces filled with shock. Shortly after, all of them began to shake their heads that the Azure Sky sect had fallen too far. However, Lin Yun wasn't bothered by them as he toyed with a jade button in his hand and raised his brow. The disciples of the Violet Ember sect don't have a habit of wearing trousers? Lu Yunfei's face changed when he heard those words as he could feel a breeze blowing at his lower body. His belt wasn't buttoned, so his trousers fell easily. Lu Yunfei, who was fanning himself with his fan, was suddenly dumbfounded as he, who was known for being elegant, had now been placed in an awkward position. As he panicked, he immediately pulled up his trousers. Whoosh! But right at this moment, a cold flash flew as the button was shot out like a hidden weapon by Lin Yun. It was also at this moment where Lu Yunfei was faced with the toughest question in his life. Should he wear his trousers? If he wore his trousers, he would definitely get hit, which could go from a scratch to his internal organs being injured. But if he chose not to wear his trousers, he would definitely become a laughingstock in the world. Don't say that my Azure Sky sect has no one else. However, Lin Yun did not give him the opportunity to think as he jumped out and pounced over like a tiger. Tiger descending the mountain. 100 Beast Wave. Lin Yun leaped into the sky as he unleashed the full might of the tiger as he pounced over. At this moment, Lu Yunfei's face was red from facing the dilemma. So, should he wear his trousers? All the spectators were all feeling anxious for him. Lin Yun first threw the button before pouncing over. Most of those who could see what Lin Yun did clearly exclaimed in admiration. All of them felt that not wearing their trousers would be the right choice. At the very least, Lu Yunfei could protect his life. But Lu Yunfei was Lu Yunfei. Even under such an awkward position, he still made an unimaginable action in a split second. He rolled on the ground to avoid the button, and at the same time, he made use of the momentum to tie a knot in his trousers, as the saying goes. It would be hard to stand firmly with a breeze blowing at your lower body. The moment that Lu Yunfei put his trousers back on, it seemed as if he ate an elixir and instantly straightened up his body. However, he was burning with rage and wanted to slaughter Lin Yun on the spot. Bravo! Young sect master! The disciples of the Violet Ember sect all felt relieved when they saw how smooth everything went. But before Lu Yunfei could vent out the anger in his heart, he suddenly saw a figure pouncing in his direction. It was Lin Yun, who had calculated Lu Yunfei's position as he soared into the sky with his foot aimed at the latter's chest. In that split second, Lin Yun had the advantage, with his feet lashing out towards Lu Yunfei's chest. Every single foot would contain the ferocious internal energy of his Xiantian pure yang art, blazing like the bright sun. Boom! 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 Thunderous roars echoed throughout the stage as Lin Yun wasn't holding back. After 10 odd feet later, Lin Yun finally exhausted all his momentum in midair as Lu Yunfei was blown out. Blood spurted from Lu Yunfei's mouth as he fell onto the ground with disbelief. He had actually been beaten up by a sword slave without any ability to retaliate. Even when Bai Yufan and Hu Zifeng worked together, the two of them had only made him suffer light injuries. Not bad. I'll see what capability a sword slave like you has. Lu Yunfei soon calmed down as he was only just careless earlier. Swish! Lu Yunfei flew out with his palm covered in a violet glow. With his violet cloud art, he attacked just like when he defeated Feng Daoyu, sending his palm out like the wind towards Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun faced it with a smile and retaliated with his ferocious tiger fist, empowered by the Xiantian pure yang art's internal energy. Boom! In a split second, the fist and palm connected, producing a huge explosion as the ground cracked. Under Lu Yunfei's full strength, Lin Yun had actually stood firmly on the ground without taking any step back. In that moment, the entire plaza went into chaos. Previously, when Lin Yun kicked Lu Yunfei, he had only won with cheap tricks, and Lu Yunfei was just careless. But Lu Yunfei had attacked with all his power, and the sword slave with a cultivation in the 7th stage of the martial path actually withstood it. "I'll see how long you can last." Lu Yunfei had rage on his face as the power behind his palms grew more ferocious. Boom! Boom! The two of them were like two steel beasts as they clashed, producing astonishing shockwaves that shook the entire stadium. Under the power of their attacks, the entire stadium actually began to tremble. Lu Yunfei's face had already turned violet with violet mist permeating out from his body. It was a sign that he had already brought the violet cloud art to the limit. Strange. What's going on? Someone who's close to reaching the 9th stage of the martial path with his violet cloud art in the pinnacle actually can't do anything about this sword slave? I'm baffled as well. After all, that sword slave remained firmly rooted to the ground in his battle with Lu Yunfei. The spectators were all dumbfounded as they couldn't understand the situation. What made them even more surprised was the fact that Lu Yunfei actually stepped back. In the violent confrontation, the one who was forced to take steps back was actually the favorite of the match. However, only Lu Yunfei knew what was going on. Lin Yun's cultivation technique was queer, and it actually gave him a feeling of a Xiantian cultivation technique. Otherwise, Lu Yunfei wouldn't have taken steps back from his confrontation with Lin Yun. After all, his cultivation was close to the 9th stage of the martial path. Oddly, Lin Yun's fist even contained a sharp sword intent, leaving cuts on Lu Yunfei's hands. So, Lu Yunfei had no choice but to retreat. However, Lu Yunfei had his own plans. There was a technique in his cloud mist art that could allow him to dispel the force in his opponent's attacks. So he was waiting for an opportunity to dispel Lin Yun's internal energy. With a sneer, Lu Yunfei was waiting for the moment for Lin Yun's internal energy to exhaust before torturing him. But after he retreated for another 10-odd steps, he could no longer smile. It was as if Lin Yun could predict his next move and obstructed him from executing them. Although Lin Yun might seem to be doing that accidentally, he was actually disrupting Lu Yunfei's steps. You, ift. Lin Yun executed the tiger roaring in the forest, and Lu Yunfei was directly blown out and spurted out another mouthful of blood. Impossible! Lu Yunfei panicked as he was shocked by Lin Yun's strength. A bad situation turned worse. He was more shocked by the fact that Lin Yun actually managed to see through his attacks. He was greeted by the sight of Lin Yun taking a step forth. In that moment, the winds and clouds began to gather. Dragon from the winds and tiger from the clouds. With the winds and clouds gathering, the dragon tiger might was unleashed. The dragon tiger might exploded out of Lin Yun as his aura swept out. His delicate face beneath his hair was shining under the sun. Not giving Lu Yunfei any time to be shocked, Lin Yun threw out a punch under the dragon tiger might's influence. 100 Beast Wave. He was throwing this punch on behalf of the Azure Sky Sect, on behalf of Bai Yufan, and all those disciples who were humiliated by Lu Yunfei. Boom! Empowered by the dragon tiger might, Lin Yun's punch reached Lu Yunfei. Lu Yunfei was trying his best to defend, but he was directly sent flying by Lin Yun's punch. With Lu Yunfei's face turning pale, he had to take a few steps back before he could regain his footing. Young sect master, here's your sword. The disciples of the Violet Ember sect immediately panicked when they saw that Lu Yunfei was actually losing and threw Lu Yunfei's sword over. Swish! As a cold beam flashed, the sword was flickering with sharp edges. Evidently, this was a strong, profound artifact. As Lu Yunfei roared, he jumped into the sky and grabbed onto his sword. Die! With his sword in his hand, Lu Yunfei's temperament suddenly changed as his confidence grew with a cold light in his eyes. So it turned out that he was actually an expert with swords. Rustle. As his wrist trembled, the aura of his sword enveloped Lin Yun in the next instance. Violet Mist Sword. Lu Yunfei is actually proficient in both fist and sword techniques. He has truly hidden himself real deeply. If it wasn't for this sword slave, I'm afraid that the other sects wouldn't know that Lu Yunfei was also an expert with the sword. When Lu Yunfei held onto his sword, he had changed into a different person in the eyes of others. Clang! Like a body of clear autumn water, the flower burial sword was pulled out of the sheath. The moment when the sword left the sheath, boundless sword aura exploded from Lin Yun. If Lu Yunfei had changed when he wielded his sword, then the sky and earth had changed when Lin Yun wielded his sword. Lu Yunfei wanted to turn the tables around, but before he could even raise his sword aura to the limit, it was completely smashed apart by Lin Yun's sword raise. Crack! Lin Yun was invincible when he held his flower burial sword. The flowing wind sword in complete mastery was completely unleashed, and the sword aura he released revealed how deep his comprehension was in sword Dao. Before him, Lu Yunfei's sword technique was insignificant. As Lin Yun casually walked forth, his sword flew like the winds as his attacks couldn't be blocked. Boom! 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 Lu Yunfei was only barely fending for himself, and every step he took, he would suffer several cuts in the process. In just a brief moment, he was already covered in blood. The confidence in Lin Yun brought forth ruthless suppression. Sword slave of the Azure Sky sect, how dare you hurt my son? Lu Yu couldn't stand how Lu Yunfei was about to be defeated and heavily injured by Lin Yun. At the same time, no one had expected that the sect master of the Violet Ember sect would make a move against a contestant. The sect master of the Violet Ember sect, Lu Yu, couldn't contain his anger after witnessing the injuries on his son gradually increasing. He jumped down onto the stage. He was already in the 10th stage of the martial path, and he had refined his own Xianxia seed. The spectators immediately went into an uproar as they were all dumbfounded. They had never expected that Lu Yu would be so shameless to the point of making a move against someone much younger than him. And before anyone could react, Lu Yu had already arrived in front of Lin Yun. Boom! At the same time, a huge palm was descending towards Lin Yun from above. Lin Yun's cultivation was only in the 7th stage of the martial path, and that palm was like a mountain coming down at him. In the end, he could only give up on his battle with Lu Yunfei. How shameless! Bai Tianming immediately flew into rage at this scene as he wanted to jump down to the stage. However, he was stopped by Qiu Shui. Calm down. As her gaze shifted, she pointed out, Sect Master Bai, look! Standing on the stage, Lin Yun did not have any change in his expression when he was facing this sudden situation. He was brimming with confidence as he kept his composure and swung his flower burial sword. Boom! Unleashing the sword aura of the flowing wind sword in complete mastery, it was perfectly executed as strands of sword aura shot towards the palm, which gradually dissolved Lu Yu's palm. Boom! When the palm landed on the ground, it produced a huge explosion that blew the tiles flying. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at this scene in disbelief. A sword slave of the Azure Sky sect had actually blocked a move from the sect master of the Violet Ember sect with his sword aura alone. Something impossible was currently taking place right before their eyes. Dad, kill this sword slave! Lu Yunfei roared furiously as he was covered in blood, kneeling on the ground with one knee on the ground. My son! When Lu Yu saw how injured his son was at such a close distance, he immediately knew that the situation was worse than he had imagined. As Lu Yu trembled from the rage, he turned to look at Lin Yun. You filthy sword slave! How dare you! Even if I'm going to forsake the spiritual mind today, I will definitely claim your life. Stop! Bai Tianming finally couldn't watch any longer as he descended onto the stage and stood before Lin Yun. Whoosh! Whoosh! With the two sect masters on the stage, their elders and disciples also followed. Lu Yu, you must be tired of living. You actually dare to try and kill a disciple of my Azure Sky sect right before my eyes. Bai Tianming spoke grimly. How can a puny sword slave be comparable to our young sect master? Since he dares to injure our young sect master so heavily, then he will have to die today. No one can stop us, and don't think of stopping us yourself. Otherwise, Your Azure Sky sect can wait to be exterminated. An elder of the Violet Ember sect snorted. I'm long annoyed with your Azure Sky sect. You guys actually dare to claim to be the strongest sect in the Aquasky Nation with one Su Xiao? Can't you see how you guys have been suppressed by us over the years? Get lost and hand that sword slave over. The party from the Violet Ember sect roared as they demanded for Lin Yun to be handed over. However, Bai Tianming knew what they were planning as he sneered. Don't think I have no idea what you guys are planning. Even if I'm going to put the entire sect at stake, you can dream of touching someone from my sect. At the same time, an elder of the Azure Sky sect also roared out, You want to kill someone that belongs to our sect? Ask if our disciples will agree to it. No! The disciples of the Azure Sky sect had long hated the Violet Ember sect as they had suffered enough humiliation. Like when Zhang Qing was heavily injured by Gao Han of the Violet Ember sect. When Zhang Yu fell into the Violet Ember sect and was injured by a seated contestant of the Violet Ember sect. Even at this moment, it was still uncertain if he could keep his life, and when how their young sect master and Hu Zifeng refused to give up and was toyed by Lu Yunfei before so many spectators. Not that they finally had Lin Yun to vent all that pent-up anger for them and even teach Lu Yunfei a lesson. How could they possibly allow Lin Yun to be killed right before their eyes? That was simply impossible. Their united voice echoed throughout the plaza as the Azure Sky sect's morale rose. Good. I'll see if you guys can still yell a moment later. Elders and disciples of the Violet Ember sect. Kill! Lu Yu roared in laughter. As he spoke, he threw his palm out in the direction of Lin Yun. Vaguely, a palm was formed as it flew towards Lin Yun along with a dense killing aura. In that split second, Lin Yun had felt greatly threatened and swung his sword without any hesitation. The flower burial sword glowed yellow as Lin Yun gathered the internal energy of his Xiantian pure yang art into the sword. As the sword glowed, it broke the palm apart. Kill! Bai Tianming immediately charged over after seeing how Lu Yu tried to launch a sneak attack at Lin Yun right before his eyes. At this moment, the highest combat powers of the two sects had started their battle on this stage. Stop, Bai Tianming. I'll kill that sword slave. Lu Yu's eyes were brimming with killing intent as he stared at Lin Yun. In his eyes, there was no one else aside from Lin Yu. What are they playing at? The two sects actually started fighting each other. The Violet Ember sect is truly ruthless. Even if Lu Yunfei is defeated, they still have the advantage. Why make such a big fuss? Are you stupid? Can't you tell that the talent of this sword slave is already comparable to Su Xiao? Lu Yu might seem to be protective of his son, but he's got another motive. He's trying to kill off a genius before Lin Yun grows up. No wonder he would go on the stage by himself. After all, the influence of a monstrous genius is too great. As the Violet Ember sect's strength has been stronger than the Azure Sky sect in recent years, they're naturally not willing to see the Azure Sky sect having a rising genius. The competition between sects is too brutal. There aren't any rules to speak of, and as long as it concerns interest, it will result in a death feud. In my view, the Azure Sky sect will definitely suffer a heavy impact today. The Violet Ember sect is way stronger compared to the past, and Lin Yun will definitely die. Although the battle occurring on the stage had shocked everyone, it wasn't too surprising if you think about it. The Violet Ember sect's ambition grew along with their strength, so it was naturally impossible for them to allow a monstrous genius to be in the Azure Sky sect. At the same time, Lu Yu finally broke free from all the obstacles and finally had an opportunity to go after Lin Yun. With a cold bark, he made his move. Die! As his voice rose, pressure in the 10th stage of the martial path also swept out. In that instance, Lin Yun suffered as he had never faced such a pressure so strong since he came to this world. Under the immense pressure, Lin Yun's heart began to tremble when a warm current flowed throughout his body. In his heart, Lin Yun could feel that he wasn't far from making a breakthrough in his cultivation. His previous battle with Lu Yunfei had built up his confidence, and he had benefited greatly from it. When Lin Yun was facing the terrifying pressure coming from Lu Yu, it had triggered the 7 orifices exquisite pellet in his heart. However, Lu Yun's cultivation was too high. If Lu Yu wasn't hindered by anyone, Lin Yun would definitely die in 3 moves. On the stage, hundreds of cultivators fought. It was a shocking scene. Standing among the crowd, Lin Yun could feel his blood boiling and he couldn't calm down. Facing the palm coming from Lu Yu, Lin Yun chose to avoid it. Right now, Lin Yun only wanted to wait for his breakthrough before coming up with an idea. Where do you think you're going? Lu Yu was swift. As Lu Yu charged over, Lin Yun tried his best dodging the attacks, and after several successful tries at missing his vitals, he was finally struck with a palm. In that moment, his entire figure flew out and his flower burial sword dropped onto the ground. The moment when Lin Yun fell onto the ground, he immediately flipped over and got back on his feet, wiping the blood off the corner of his lips. Due to the fact that he had avoided having his vitals hit, he did not suffer heavy injuries. Boom! 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 As his heartbeat increased, Lin Yun could sense an immense power gathering in his body trying to break out from the cage. Heh, you're pretty good at running, but I'll see where can you hide this time. Lu Yu sneered as he approached Lin Yun. Boom! Seeing that Lu Yu was coming, Lin Yun suddenly summoned the winds and clouds. As the blood within his body boiled, it was like a wave soaring into the sky within Lin Yun's body. He had completed his breakthrough. In that moment, regardless of the spectators of those from the Mad Blade sect and Profound Sun sect, they were all dumbfounded. Just how monstrous Lin Yun was to make a breakthrough at such a dangerous time. And judging from his aura, anyone could tell that Lin Yun had a deep foundation. It was also at this moment that the approaching Lu Yu became cautious. His killing intent grew colder as he did not want to give Lin Yun any chance to survive. Lin Yun could sense the internal energy rippling within his body as he was filled with power. However, his sword wasn't with him at such a crucial moment. No matter how monstrous you are, you will still die in my hand. Lu Yu wore a sneer when he saw the panic flashing through Lin Yun's eyes. Junior brother Lin, take your sword. Bai Yufan's face became pale at the sight of this as he endured his injuries and picked up Lin Yun's sword, tossing it over. As the sword flew over, Lin Yun soared into the sky as he caught the flower burial sword. Dream on! Lu Yu immediately panicked upon this sight as he quickly followed behind. Whoosh! When Lin Yun held onto his sword, Lu Yu had also arrived with a killing intent that drilled deep into Lin Yun's body. With one of them chasing the other, a desperate strait appeared in the sky. Everyone had their hearts rose to their throats. However, Lin Yun had maintained his composure despite facing danger. He had hatred in his heart, hating this old man for being shameless. He had hatred in his heart, hating to the extent that he could exterminate the Violet Ember sect. However, he had to ensure. He converted his rage into a ferocious tiger as he stabbed forth. Just when Lu Yu's palm was about to reach him, Lin Yun turned around as he swung his sword. In that moment, the entire world turned dark with a rose sitting at the tip of his sword, dazzling the stage. Boom! As the rose exploded, a terrifying sword aura was unleashed. In that moment, Lin Yun's sword aura wasn't any inferior to Lu Yu's aura, and his aura had even exceeded this master. Lu Yu, who was approaching, had been forced back by the explosion of the rose. Lu Yu's body was covered in petals as they drilled into his body. He was yelling in pain. In the end, Lu Yu, who was chasing after Lin Yun to kill him, was suddenly blown back. Lu Yu, who was pursuing Lin Yun, had actually been sent flowing out. Embody the tiger, smell the rose. As Lin Yun swung his sword, he vented out all his anger onto this sword. At that moment, he only had a question: where do the flowers bloom? As the rose bloomed like the wind, Lu Yu was blown away. When he landed on the ground, his internal energy was completely shattered. Boom! Hundreds of petals drifted in the air and exploded. His face was pale with disbelief as he never imagined that he would be sent flying by Lin Yun. Even if he was sent flying out, he was filled with disbelief that someone who was in the 8th stage of the martial path could injure him. You, how did you do that? As Lu Yu spoke, he accidentally opened his wound and moaned in pain. As Lin Yun landed on the ground, he did not have any expression on his face, but he was sneering in his heart. The rose sword art wasn't an ordinary Xianxia art, and it was a technique left behind by that mysterious man in the painting. Back then, when he was in the 7th stage of the martial path, his comprehension in the sword Dao was still lacking. But even so, he was able to defeat Ma Tianyi in a desperate attack. Now that his cultivation was in the 8th stage of the martial path thanks to the powerful 7-orifice exquisite pellet, his insight on sword Dao was one step further, increasing the might of his technique. Boom! 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 As his heart beat wildly, executing the rose sword art had triggered the mysterious pellet in his heart once more. The pellet had boundless power flowing out from it that felt like 7 rivers surging within his body, constantly nourishing his physique and strengthening his cultivation. What did he do? He just made a breakthrough to the 8th stage of the martial path. So how is it possible that he injured a quasi-sentient realm cultivator? I can't figure it out no matter how much I think about it. I only feel that it's related to his sword technique. I've never seen such a terrifying Xiantian art in the Aqua Sky Nation. Yeah, I also got a feeling that if his cultivation was a little higher, Liu won't just end up getting heavy injuries. He isn't simple. From the sword aura he unleashed earlier, and his comprehension on the sword Dao is probably unrivaled in the Aqua Sky Nation. Not only Lu Yu, but even the martial practitioners beneath the stage couldn't figure it out. Then again, the one who was shocked the most was by Tianming, who was hindered by the elders of the Violet Ember sect. He was also in the 10th stage of the martial path, but he was too occupied dealing with so many people of the Violet Ember sect. He initially thought that Lin Yun would be finished, but he never expected that Lin Yun would make his breakthrough in danger and execute a Xiantian art with a swing of his sword. Is that really a Xiantian art? Why can't I recall the Azure Sky sect having such a terrifying fragmented Xiantian art? This must be his fortunate encounter. This was the 2nd time he had seen Lin Yun executing this move, and when he saw how terrifying the rose sword art was, he couldn't help feeling doubtful. However, he couldn't be bothered with that at the moment as Lin Yun's sword had boosted the Azure Sky sect's morale greatly. Junior brother Lin's sword managed to send that old man flying. Everyone, put some effort into it. The Violet Ember sect won't be able to take out Azure Sky sect down today. No wonder Lu Yu wanted to kill junior brother Lin. Ultimately, he was just afraid of junior brother Lin growing up. How shameless! Kill! The elders and disciples of the Azure Sky sect were all motivated when they saw how they suppressed the Violet Ember sect in terms of their morale. Up on the high platform, Bai Qiushui squinted her eyes as she looked at Lin Yun. Others might not be able to see anything, but she could tell bits and pieces. Vaguely, she could see Lin Yun being enveloped by the aura of 7 green dragons. Under the nourishment from the 7 dragons, Lin Yun's cultivation was growing at a visible rate. The 7-orifice exquisite pellet. She had shock flashing across her eyes as she fixed her gaze on Lin Yun's chest. I see. No wonder his aura would be so terrifying after breaking through to the 8th stage of the martial path. So someone gave him the 7-orifice exquisite pellet after seeing how terrible his aptitude was, helping him to avoid detours in the Hotian realm. That sword technique seems to contain the shadow of a certain emperor. This young man must have had a fortunate encounter. In addition to his talent in sword Dao, I'm afraid that he's not any weaker compared to geniuses from those clans. When Lin Yun went on stage, Bai Qiushui's eyes lit as she had been observing him. But it was a pity that his opponent was too weak, so Lin Yun didn't reveal anything aside from his shocking talent. It wasn't until Lu Yu went on the stage that she managed to see the potential of Lin Yun. Rumble! Rumble! As the battle grew more intense on the stage, Bai Qiushui did nothing to stop them. After Lu Yu was injured by Lin Yun's sword, he recollected himself and charged over at Lin Yun once more. But with his injuries, his strength was no longer at his peak. On the contrary, Lin Yun became more courageous as he fought. Relying on the Dragon Tiger might, his aura wasn't any weaker than Lu Yu as he executed the flowing wind sword. Vaguely, he could sense that his comprehension for the sword Dao had reached a profound state. It felt indescribable, but he could clearly sense it facing the great pressure coming from Lu Yu. He could sense that he had linked up with the sword in his hand. As he executed his techniques, every attack flowed smoothly and even seemed to be growing stronger. It felt as if the sword in his hand had come alive. At the same time, Lin Yun was fully focused in his battle with Lu Yu. When he was in that profound realm, the sword techniques executed by the man in the painting were gradually clearing up. At this moment, he was gradually gaining insights during his battle with Lu Yu. All the profundities he felt in the past were gradually clearing up as Lin Yun had an easier time facing Lu Yu. His flowing wind sword that was in complete mastery was suddenly filled with changes. Lu Yu had the advantage in his cultivation in the 10th stage of the martial path, but he couldn't break Lin Yun's sword aura no matter how he fought. There would always be a sword that stabbed towards his flaw, frightening him to the point that he had to retreat or he would be injured once more. Sect Master will help you. When the elders of the Violet Ember sect saw that Lu Yu couldn't do anything to Lin Yun, and on the contrary, Lin Yun was getting stronger as he fought, they immediately sent 4 people over to help. Damn it! Junior brother Lin, watch out! When everyone saw the 4 elders of the Violet Ember sect charging over at Lin Yun, the disciples of the Azure Sky sect became anxious. Violet Cloud Sword, Mountain-Splitting Blade, Heavenly Sword Art, 100 Cloud Stab. The 4 elders of the Violet Cloud sect all executed their moves as they charged towards Lin Yun. As boundless killing intent accumulated, Lin Yun, who was fully submerged in this profound state, was startled awake. It was as if he had suddenly woken up from a dream with fire blazing in his pupils. Looking at the 4 elders of the Violet Ember sect, the flower burial sword gently moved within his hand and produced a buzzing noise. Within the chaotic stage, the flower burial sword, that was as thin as a cicada wing, gently buzzed, making it sound as if someone was playing a zither. What's that sound? The 4 elders of the Violet Ember sect were all shocked to realize that their weapons started trembling all of a sudden. As their moves gradually went out of form, all of them panicked as they gave it their all to control their techniques. Along with the 4 elders of the Violet Ember sect falling into chaos, Lin Yun executed the Rose Sword Art once more. After he woke up from the profound state, he had a deeper understanding of the Rose Sword Art. When he stabbed his sword out, 3 roses bloomed at the same time. Rustle. When the roses bloomed, countless petals surrounded Lin Yun. They seemed like a tornado enveloping him. In that moment, his sword aura roared as the petals swept out from under Lin Yun's manipulation. Boom! 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 The 4 elders who were charging in his direction started to yell out as they were all blown away. When they landed on the ground, all of them had fear in their eyes as they backed off. Swish! After the petals disappeared, the sword in Lin Yun's hand buzzed. Seeking Sword Spirit. Bai Qiushui stood up from her seat with disbelief in her eyes. Clang! On the stage, the buzzing of the flower burial sword echoed. Under the buzzing noise, the chaotic battles between the 2 sects suddenly came to a stop as everyone was shocked to see their weapons going out of their control. What's going on? My sword! Many cultivators were shocked as they tried to grab hold of their trembling weapons. Outside the stage, all the spectators stood up from their seats in shock as they looked at Lin Yun. Just a moment ago, Lin Yun had created 3 blooming roses with his sword, which exploded out and swept towards the 4 elders of the Violet Ember sect. And shortly after, the sword in his hand began buzzing. What's that buzzing noise? It's simply unheard of. I've never heard that a sword could produce a noise that affected all the weapons on the stage as well. Amazing! The Azure Sky sect has another monstrous genius this time. The Violet Ember sect is truly unlucky. 3 years ago, they were completely trampled by Su Xiao, and 3 years later, there was another Lin Yun. What's more is that Lin Yun was actually a sword slave. Just who could have expected that? Aside from the city lord, Bai Qiushui, who recognized Seeking Sword Spirit, everyone including the Mad Blade sect and Profound Sun sect were all feeling puzzled. Standing on the stage, Lu Yu couldn't accept this scene before him. He was just preparing to cooperate with the 4 elders to kill Lin Yun. But who could have expected that Lin Yun would make another breakthrough and create 3 roses this time? Damn it! Lu Yu roared as he could no longer be concerned with it anymore and pounced over towards Lin Yun. He wanted to take advantage of the moment while Lin Yun was exhausted to get rid of him. 3 years ago, The appearance of Su Xiao had caught the Violet Ember sect by surprise, causing them to lose their title as the strongest sect in the Aquasky Nation. They had been bearing it for 3 whole years, and just when they were about to make a comeback, there was another genius. Could it be that the Violet Ember sect had to wait for another 3 years? How could he possibly accept it? Boom! All of a sudden, a terrifying aura exploded from Lu Yu as his dantian shined. It was the Xiantian seed, and Lu Yu was about to forcibly use the Xiantian profound energy with his cultivation in the 10th stage of the martial path. Even if he had to risk being injured, he had to kill Lin Yun at all cost. Die! As Lu Yu roared, he pounced over towards Lin Yun with his palm. In that moment, a terrifying palm swept out, and the wind made Lin Yun close his eyes as he was slowly being pushed back. It's the Xiantian aura. Even with the Dragon Tiger might, Lin Yun was having a great difficulty facing the aura coming from Lu Yu. As Lin Yun's thoughts swiftly processed, a figure suddenly appeared before him when he was thinking of a solution. All of a sudden, that figure threw a palm in the direction of Lu Yu. Boom! Spewing blood from his mouth. The palm that Lu Yu had executed by forcibly using the Xiantian spiritual aura was easily repelled. Suffering a drawback from his spiritual aura, Lu Yu was heavily injured as he instantly looked 10 years older. City Lord Bai. Lu Yu's face changed drastically when he saw the person who made the move. Sect Master Lu, what are you trying to do here? Bai Qiushui smiled as she feigned ignorance. Although Lu Yu wanted to explain for himself, he couldn't come up with any excuses. Bai Qiushui's appearance had caught him by surprise. After all, she had never dipped her hands into the affairs of the 4 sections. All right, I heard that you were giving up on competing for the spiritual mine, so we'll settle with that. The Violet Ember sect has forfeited their challenge for the spiritual mine, and the tournament continues. Thank you, City Lord. Bai Tianming immediately rejoiced as he came over with the disciples of the Azure Sky sect to express his gratitude. Looking at this scene, Lu Yu was completely dumbfounded and grievance filled in his heart. His perfect plan had been entirely ruined, not to mention he was at fault in the first place. So he had no choice but to back down. As Bai Qiushui turned around, she asked, "Do any of you two want to send out your seated contestants to fight for the spiritual mine?" The 2 young sect masters, Luo Xing of the Mad Blade sect and Feng Wuheng of the Profound Sun sect, exchanged a glance as they could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. The Mad Blade sect forfeit our right to challenge. The Profound Sun sect forfeit our right to challenge. The sect masters of the Mad Blade sect and Profound Sun sect both spoke out at the same time with a helpless expression on their faces. Lin Yun was someone who could even injure Lu Yu, so there was nothing the 2 sects could do aside from giving up. All right, thank you to everyone for coming to participate in the tournament, and I hereby announce that the only spiritual mine in the Aquasky Nation still belongs to the Azure Sky sect. Bai Qiushui smiled as she left. Looking at her silhouette, Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts as he couldn't see through this woman. Congratulations for being able to defend the spiritual mine. After this battle, it's impossible for the Violet Ember sect to recover within 10 years. Aside from the Violet Ember sect, the sect masters of the Profound Sun sect and Mad Blade sect came over with their congratulations. Bai Tianming had responded to their congratulations respectfully. At the very least, he had to show that on the surface. Meanwhile, the spectators all began to leave reluctantly. On the left, they were all discussing Lin Yun. Lin Yun had forged a name for himself through this battle, suppressing everyone in the tournament, and he even injured the sect master of the Violet Ember sect. His performance was even more dazzling than Su Xiao from 3 years ago. No one had expected that a dark horse like Lin Yun would suddenly appear in the 4 sects tournament. Junior brother Lin, I'm sorry for my previous action of taking your heart-nourishing pellet. With a desolate expression, Hu Zifeng came over and apologized to Lin Yun. We're all fellow disciples, so it's fine. Lin Yun replied gently. Since he had given out the heart-nourishing pellet willing back then, he naturally wouldn't dwell on it. Lin Yun, it's all thanks to you that the sect could be saved from being destroyed. Bai Tianming walked over as he spoke out in a solemn tone. Sect master, you're putting things too seriously. We have a common enemy, and it wasn't my effort alone that made us defeat the Violet Ember sect. You don't have to be so courteous with me. After we return to the sect, the elders and I will reward you for your contribution today. Everyone's tired now, so let's go back and rest. Bai Tianming spoke as he looked at all the disciples of the Azure Sky sect, who were covered in injuries. As he spoke, he led the disciples towards their residence to rest. Young sect master, do you know about Bai Choshue's origin? Lin Yun asked as he walked with Bai Yufan at the back. I'm not sure about that, and my father isn't exactly sure either. Ever since the Aquasky Nation existed, everyone knows that the city lord of the Clear Water City is someone that we cannot offend, and it has already become an unspoken rule. Bai Yufan replied as he continued. But no matter who the city lord is, she has never dipped her hands into the conflict between sects, and it's truly surprising that she saved you today. Although the two of them shared the same family name, there wasn't any relationship between them. But there's something that I'm certain of. The city lord will come in contact with those disciples who stand out in the Four Sects tournament. 3 years ago, when Bai Choshue still wasn't the city lord, the previous city lord also sent someone to come in contact with Su Xiao. Bai Yufan spoke as he suddenly recalled something. And what is it about? To invite Su Xiao to join the force behind them, promising lots of benefits in the process. They offered resources that were beyond my father's imagination, but Su Xiao rejected them. Bai Yufan was baffled as he recalled what happened 3 years ago. When Lin Yun heard those words, he finally figured it all out. So the Four Sects tournament wasn't only meant to sort out the interest between sects, but it was also meant to find talents for the power behind the city lord. Looking at Lin Yun, Bai Yufan's gaze was complicated as he continued. I believe that with your performance today, Bai Choshue will definitely look for you. Is that so? In the end, it was just as Bai Yufan had expected, as Lin Yun did not wait for long. On the same day, Bai Choshue visited the Azure Sky Sect's mansion in the city at night. She was personally received by the sect master as he led her to Lin Yun's room. If it wasn't for the fact that Bai Yufan had told him about it, Lin Yun would definitely be surprised. But even so, he was still shocked that Bai Choshue actually came looking for him so quickly. Lin Yun, this is City Lord Bai. If it wasn't for her today, I'm afraid that my Azure Sky sect would definitely suffer immense loss. Bai Tianming introduced. Thank you, City Lord, for helping out in the day. Lin Yun immediately spoke out. You're being too polite. Sect Master Bai, I have something that I would like to speak to Sir Lin personally. Bai Choshue spoke with a smile on her face. Bai Tianming wasn't surprised as he already knew about it and gave Lin Yun some reminders before he left. Looking at Bai Choshue close up, Lin Yun managed to get a closer view at her, and she was definitely a beauty. Her hair draped down on her shoulders like a waterfall with delicate features that was even comparable to a delicately carved jade. However, Lin Yun was already used to seeing a beauty like Su Xiao, so he wasn't too taken aback when he saw Bai Choshue. While he was looking at Bai Choshue, she was also looking at him. Lin Yun did not look particularly outstanding, but he had a pair of bright pupils that made him stand out. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Bai Choshue tapped out at Lin Yun's heart without any warnings. However, Lin Yun did not panic because there wasn't any killing aura found on Bai Choshue's finger. It's really the 7-orifice exquisite pellet. Did City Lord Bai act out because of this pellet? Lin Yun asked calmly. Not entirely. I only made up my mind to save you from Lu Yu when you displayed the Seeking Sword Spirit. Seeking Sword Spirit? Lin Yun was baffled as he looked at Bai Choshue. When Bai Choshue retracted her hand, she looked at the green glow on her fingers with pity in her eyes. A brief moment later, she spoke out. That's right. The buzzing sword that you used was the Seeking Sword Spirit. Only very few can comprehend it, and I had only heard of it before. I have never witnessed it. What's the Seeking Sword Spirit? The Seeking Sword Spirit is an ancient technique, separated into 4 different stages. They were the seeking, controlling, heart, and spirit. You should be in the sword-seeking phase, and it was also the threshold. At the same time, it was only the superficial part of it. But since you've comprehended the sword-seeking sword spirit, I did not want a talent like you to fall. After all, it'll be too much of a pity. Bai Qiushui had admiration on her face as she looked at Lin Yun. Purely that. What else? Why do I see that you're disappointed? Bai Qiushui smiled. After a brief pondering, Lin Yun replied, the young sect master told me that 3 years ago, you guys tried to recruit senior sister Su, promising all sorts of resources in the process. I've never met her, but I did hear about her. You're saying that my motive for coming to you is to recruit you? Bai Qiushui asked as she showed an understanding expression. Was I thinking too much myself? Lin Yun showed an awkward smile. You're not. Bai Qiushui explained as she continued. I do have the intentions of recruiting you. Over the years, my Bai family has been trying to find potential Hotian realm cultivators in the nearby nations. As they conversed, Lin Yun realized that it was easy to talk with Bai Qiushui. Just earlier today, I stopped by Tianming and allowed Lu Yu to probe your potential. Your talent in Sword Dao was truly shocking, and many people I'd met were inferior compared to you. But after seeing that 7-orifice exquisite pellet in your heart, I changed my mind. Why is that? Lin Yun was baffled. A cultivator's talent is separated into aptitude and comprehension. You should know about that, right? Bai Qiushui asked. When Lin Yun heard Bai Qiushui's words, he could roughly guess something. Aptitude. His aptitude has been terrible and it was mentioned by many people. Aptitude could also be understood in this manner. Similar when using resources, those with a stronger aptitude could absorb 50% of them, while one with poor aptitude could only absorb 10%. That was the difference between someone with good and poor aptitude. You might not feel the difference in the Aquasky Nation, but after you step out of this place, you will realize the existence of spiritual, saint, and even divine physiques. Although they're not officially evaluated, your aptitude is only an ordinary physique. Bai Qiushui explained as she continued, logically speaking, it's rare for you to reach your current cultivation with your aptitude, which I was doubtful before. But after seeing the 7-orifice exquisite pellet in your heart, I'd figured it all out. Over the 2 years, you must have been using pellets to strengthen your physique to complement the differences in your aptitude, especially this 7-orifice exquisite pellet. Using it on a Hotian realm cultivator is simply a waste of treasure. Lin Yun's face changed when he heard that. Su Xiao's eyesight was definitely not inferior compared to Bai Qiushui, and she must have seen his problem as well, which was why she gave him pellets with maintaining her sword as an excuse. The 7 stages of the Xiantian realm. The first stage is to clear up your meridians, which was also known as the 7-orifice of the Xiantian realm. If you consume the 7-orifice exquisite pellet when you're in the Xiantian realm, it will enable you to cultivate 10 times faster than an ordinary person. At the same time, your Xiantian profound energy will become much stronger when refined. 7-orifice of the Xiantian realm. Lin Yun was stunned when he heard those terms and asked, then why did this person not let me take it after I'm in the Xiantian realm? There's also a common phase among cultivators. If you're unable to make it into the Xiantian realm before the age of 17, it's impossible for you to make a breakthrough in your lifetime. Although it wasn't absolute, that was most of the cases, and there are rarely any exceptions. This person must have been afraid that you won't be able to step into the Xiantian realm in your lifetime, so that person gave you the 7-orifice exquisite pellet. Feeling curious, Bai Qiushui asked, may I ask who gave it to you? It's unimaginable how someone will give something so precious to you. As Lin Yun dazed off, he finally understood Su Xiao's difficulty all these while. I seem to have forgotten something. Sir Lin. Bai Qiushui called out when she saw that Lin Yun wasn't replying. Oh, sorry about that. You were saying? Lin Yun recovered from staring off into the air. Looking at Lin Yun, Bai Qiushui smiled bitterly. A beauty like her was standing before Lin Yun, and yet, Lin Yun was dazing off. Nothing. I've already said what I needed to. Nodding his head, Lin Yun replied, I understand. Because of my poor aptitude, City Lord Bai has given up the idea of recruiting me. Don't be discouraged. The reason why I'm not recruiting you isn't completely because of your aptitude, but I believe that you can come up with your own path with your talent in Sword Dao. Once again, Bai Qiushui had admiration in her eyes as she replied, Among everyone I know, there aren't many who are comparable to you when it comes to sword Dao. At this moment, Lin Yun finally understood Bai Qiushui's intention. The reason why she saved him was because she did not want to see a talent like him dying. There wasn't any interest involved, and it was just pure admiration. Cupping his hands together, Lin Yun replied, "No matter what, I've remembered the favor today. You're being too polite. Actually, it doesn't mean that there's nothing you can do about your aptitude." "What do you mean?" "Cultivators will refine a Xiantian seed upon reaching the 10th stage of the martial path, and you can be considered a quasi-Xiantian realm cultivator at that time. You can only be considered a genuine Xiantian realm cultivator upon breaking this seed. The Xiantian seed can give birth to many bizarre items, such as ancient divine weapons, beasts, treasures, flames, and lightning. They're also known as martial souls." "Martial soul. That's right. Martial souls are graded, and if your martial soul is strong enough, it doesn't matter if your aptitude is poor." Bai Qiushui's words had opened Lin Yun to a whole new world, but it was a pity that he had never heard about the term martial soul when he was in the Azure Sky sect. But even Bai Tianming was only considered quasi-Xiantian realm, and not the legendary Xiantian realm. So how could those in the Azure Sky sect know about the martial soul? As curiosity piqued in his heart, Lin Yun asked, "City Lord Bai, can you share with me about the profundities of the Xiantian realm?" Covering her mouth as she chuckled, Bai Qiushui replied, "It's nothing profound, and the objective of my visit today is to chat with you. Even I'm curious how far you will go with your talent in Sword Dao." Her words instantly pulled their relationship closer. In the eyes of outsiders, Bai Qiushui was the city lord that even the sect masters of the four great sects had to be respectful with. But in reality, Bai Qiushui was just a lady around his age. She felt admiration for how he managed to comprehend the seeking sword spirit and defeating Lu Yu with his cultivation in the 8th stage of the martial path. She did not put on any airs, and as they chatted, Lin Yun realized that Bai Qiushui was also an expert in the way of swords. Although her cultivation was higher than Lin Yun, her comprehension was lacking in comparison. Then again, there was much knowledge that Lin Yun had never heard of. Rather than Lin Yun seeking knowledge, it was more of a mutual exchange. Before Bai Qiushui left, she gave a book to Lin Yun. It wasn't any martial technique, but knowledge for cultivators. There were cultivation classifications along with common knowledge about Sword Dao. Now that you can injure 4 elders of the Violet Ember sect, no one in the Azure Sky Nation can be your match aside from sect masters, not to mention that you even comprehended the seeking sword spirit. I believe that you will be leaving the Azure Sky sect not long in the future. Bai Qiushui spoke out. It's not that the Bai family isn't willing to recruit you, but the environment in the Bai family isn't suitable for you. Lin Yun could now guess that Bai Qiushui had a huge power standing behind her, and it was to the extent that it was beyond his imagination. But just as Bai Qiushui had said, a place with rich resources didn't mean that it was suitable for him. "It's fine. I have my own path." Lin Yun smiled. "Goodbye." Bai Qiushui smiled as she left. 3 days later, everyone from the Azure Sky sect returned to the sect. After which Bai Tianming held a meeting with the elders to discuss what to reward Lin Yun. In the end, they went along with Lin Yun's opinion and changed all his rewards into mid-grade spiritual stones. Based on Lin Yun's performance in the 4 sects tournament, Lin Yun was rewarded with a total of 2,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. It was an enormous sum, but it was nothing compared to how Lin Yun protected the spiritual mine for the sect. In summary, Lin Yun had benefited greatly from the 4 sects tournament. A few days later, Lin Yun finally consolidated and digested the insights he had from the 4 sects tournament, especially the seeking sword spirit and rose sword art. As the moon hovered high in the sky, Lin Yun sat in his wooden shack as he cultivated while gentle moonlight seeped in through his window and shone on the ground. With his pure yang art evolved into a Xiantian cultivation technique, it was much more complicated than before. As his internal energy coursed through his meridians, he had to be careful or he would make a mistake. Speaking of which, it was really bizarre. Executing the spirit convergence art required the support of enormous internal energy, and it was still somewhat forceful for him back then. But he never expected that after his pure yang art reached the pinnacle, the cultivation technique accidentally broke through the barriers of Hotian realm. The yellow internal energy coursed through his body like a weak flame, and the pure yang art had been reforged into a whole new cultivation technique. And that also meant that he had to start it over from the first stage. However, the internal energy refined from the Xiantian pure yang art was completely different from the pure yang art, and it was like a wisp of overbearing flame that blazed through everything. After Lin Yun circulated the Xiantian pure yang art throughout his body, he slowly opened his eyes. Boom! 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 What followed was a warm current that flowed from his heart throughout his body. The 7-orifice exquisite pellet embedded in his chest was like a huge source of water that flowed into streams coursing through his body. As the 7-orifice exquisite pellet nourished Lin Yun's physique, Lin Yun's cultivation was slowly growing under the Xiantian pure yang art. If you're unable to make it into the Xiantian realm before the age of 17, it's impossible for you to make a breakthrough in your lifetime. Bai Qiushui's words echoed out in Lin Yun's mind as his expression became grave. Su Xiao. It would probably be a name that he would never be able to escape from in his lifetime. Time ticked, and before he knew it, half a month had already passed. In the azure sky peak, it was a cliff with countless swords embedded on the ground. There was a figure swinging his sword under the blazing sun as his sword technique flowed smoothly like water. The sword style was unconstrained and traceless. Where do the flowers bloom? In the next moment, the youth stabbed his sword out as 4 roses bloomed. Boom! After the roses bloomed, the 4 roses suddenly exploded into petals that filled the sky. As the youth brandished his sword, the petals froze as it formed into a tornado under the guidance of his sword. Go! With a holler, the flower petals soared into the sky. In the next moment, the clouds were all torn apart by the tornado, as the flower petal dazzled beneath the blazing sun, forming a dreamy scene. The youth was naturally Lin Yun. Looking at this dreamy scene before him, a smile rose on Lin Yun's lips. As his comprehension of the technique grew deeper, he could sense the profundities that lied in the rose sword art. With boundless potential to excavate, Lin Yun began executing all sorts of killing moves. Who's that man in the painting? Why did one sword give me such benefits, and where do the flowers bloom? Lin Yun's mind was clouded with mist. The more he grasped the technique, the more profound he felt. Embody the tiger, smell the rose. It appeared that it wasn't that simple. When his sword aura dissipated, Lin Yun pulled his sword back as the flower burial sword buzzed once more. He first stabbed his sword into the ground as the buzzing noise caused a faint tremble. The seeking sword spirit, which was separated into 4 realms, seeking, controlling, heart, and spirit. He was still in the seeking phase, and he could only make his sword buzz to resonate with other weapons, which meant that he could make 100 swords resonate with a thought. Seeking, it's mainly at the discerning of swords, and controlling is a technique that I can use to attack. Right now, he could only cause other swords to resonate with the seeking sword spirit. Clang! Sheathing his sword, the 100 swords on the ground stopped resonating as the buzzing noise stopped. It's time for me to get going. Looking at the blazing sun above his head, Lin Yun spread his arms apart as he jumped. He was like a wild goose as he dove down from the hillside. He had already reached greater mastery in the wild goose art, and he could now jump a few meters high by empowering it with his Xiantian pure yang art. For a brief moment he could stay in the sky. As he dove down from the hillside, his agility was comparable to a wild goose. When he descended on the road, Lin Yun halted his movement technique and walked on his feet. Hello, Senior Brother Lin. Hello, Senior Brother Lin. Senior Brother Lin. All the disciples he encountered would stop in their tracks and greet him respectfully. During the battle with the 4-sex tournament, he had already forged a name for himself. Relying on himself, he fought with the sect master of the Violet Ember sect and even defeated 4 elders with a single sword. Lin Yun had his name spread far and wide in the Aquasky Nation, and everyone in the Azure Sky sect knew about him. Right now, no one dared to call him a sword slave behind his back. Whenever they mentioned his name, their tone was only filled with respect. As he traveled down the road, he walked down the mountain. Passing through buildings, Lin Yun arrived at the sword cleaning chamber. Back then, he was an odd-job worker in the sword cleaning chamber, doing his best in laborious work. All of you watch it. Clean up all the blood stains on the sword before the sun sets. The one who was responsible for all the odd-job workers in the sword cleaning chamber was still the outer disciple, Zhou Ping. When Zhou Ping caught a glance of Lin Yun, his face immediately changed. As he walked over swiftly, he tightened his scalps and smiled. "Senior brother Lin, why have you come? You can just get someone to inform me if you need anything. There's no need for you to come personally." When all the odd-job workers looked at Lin Yun, they stopped what they were doing as they looked at him with conflicted gazes. Most of them had shame flickering through their eyes as they lowered their heads, fearing that Lin Yun would notice them. After all, they weren't friendly at all to Lin Yun. Back then, when Lin Yun was still an odd-job worker, they had bullied him. After Lin Yun became a sword slave, they kicked him out of the dormitory under the rain. If Lin Yun wanted to take revenge with his current position in the sect, it was simply too easy for him. However, they were evidently being too oversensitive. Lin Yun did not even cast a glance at them and muttered, "Go down." This was a place that reminded him of his past, and Lin Yun did not want to take revenge against them. But he couldn't help recalling how the previous Lin Yun was being distanced and bullied. As Zhou Ping and the other odd-job workers felt relieved, they immediately backed down. When they were standing before Lin Yun, they only felt greatly pressured and uneasy. Thinking about his past with Su Xiao here, Lin Yun sighed gently. The sword cleaning chamber had triggered the memories deep down as he sighed with sorrow. A long time later, Lin Yun's gaze fell on the main building with his eyes narrowed. If there was someone who knew about his lost memory, it would definitely be Senior Hong. With a few steps, Lin Yun walked into the building. The sword cleaning chamber was still the same as before, only the icy pool seemed to have weakened. When he swept his glance out, he could see Senior Hong performing maintenance for a sword. "Hello, Senior Hong." Lin Yun walked over and greeted. Lin Yun did not dare to treat Senior Hong without respect. After all, Senior Hong was the one who gave him the painting that changed his life, and he could tell from that Senior Hong was someone with stories. "Brat, I heard that you were pretty awe-inspiring." Senior Hong smiled as he turned around. There weren't any changes to his appearance, except for the increased wrinkles. After months of not seeing him, Senior Hong seemed to have grown much older. "Senior Hong, your body?" Lin Yun couldn't help sounding his worry. "I've already told you that I already have one foot in my grave, and I have already seen through life and death. I had also prepared my coffin a few years ago." Senior Hong smiled. "Senior Hong, I'm actually here because I want to ask you about something." "About Su Xiao?" Lin Yun was briefly stunned upon hearing that name before he had joy on his face. "That means that you know about it? That's great." Waiting for Lin Yun to finish, Senior Hong smiled. "Don't rejoice about it. Your lost memories were sealed by both Su Xiao and I." "What?" Lin Yun's face changed as there seemed to be a roar of thunder echoing in his mind. The truth had completely exceeded Lin Yun's expectations. "Senior Hong, can you tell me about my lost memories? If I can't recall it, I won't be able to forgive myself for my entire life." Lin Yun begged. He had finally found someone who knows the truth, but he never expected that it was also Senior Hong who sealed his memories. So how could he not feel anxious? "Child, your memories are sealed for a reason. It's beneficial to the two of you, so you can stop begging me. I will definitely bring this secret into my grave, and not knowing about it is good to you." Senior Hong comforted with a sigh. Seeing that Senior Hong was so firm, Lin Yun couldn't help feeling sorrow. You don't have to be too bothered by Su Xiao's attitude. Her cultivation technique determined her aloof status, and the deeper her feelings, the more she will be hurt. It's an ill-fated relationship between the two of you. Senior Hong hesitated, but he still revealed a little to Lin Yun. The deeper her feelings, the more she will be hurt? Lin Yun knitted his brows as he wondered what cultivation technique Su Xiao practiced for it to be so overbearing. But a moment later, Lin Yun suddenly figured something out. Su Xiao gave his pellets to strengthen and refine his physique, But hadn't she always done it with an aloof expression? The deeper her feelings, the deeper she will be hurt. The conflict and torture she must have felt was something others couldn't comprehend. I must look for her. I must find her, Lin Yun repeated in a firm tone. My suggestion for you is to give up on that. Senior Hong looked at the strand of hair that wrapped around Lin Yun's pinky and continued. This hair was from her, and if the two of you met again, she might kill you without any hesitation. You have no idea of her origin, of the responsibility she bears. She's the descendant of the great empress. Senior Hong muttered before his face changed drastically. As Lin Yun was startled, there was a powerful aura outside the sword-cleaning chamber approaching swiftly. Boom! But before Lin Yun could react, he was sent into the icy pool with a palm from Senior Hong. Under the pool, Lin Yun felt as if he had gone into fake death as his aura disappeared, and he couldn't move a muscle. Lin Yun laid at the bottom of the icy pool as the cold aura seeped into his skin. He wasn't able to move, nor was he able to speak. The cold aura blinded him, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. Boom! Lin Yun heard a loud sound outside. Someone had smashed the door apart outside. Uncle Bo, you know this old fellow? Why must we come here? This old fellow is just a piece of trash in the Azure Sky sect, and he never steps out of this place. It was Wang Ning's voice. Lin Yun was startled as he could tell from the voice that it was Wang Ning, who Su Xiao had warned him about. Haha, I don't only know him, but the scar on my face was also left by him. It has been many years since we last met, and I never expected that he would turn into this piece of trash. Old Hong, do you still recognize me? An eerie voice rang out, spoke with his teeth gritted together. Hearing the voice, anyone could tell that this person had grudges with Senior Hong. Old dog of the Wang family, how can I not recognize the stench on you? Senior Hong replied calmly. Still as tough as before. Young master, since you're unable to find the item that the Azure Sky sect's ancestor took back then in the past 3 years, then it might be on this old man. Really? Crap. The old man swiftly walked over to Senior Hong. Down in the icy pool, Lin Yun began to feel anxious after a long moment of silence. A short moment later, the voice sounded out again. This old man is truly ruthless to actually shatter his own meridians. There's nothing on him, Wang Ning commented as he kicked Senior Hong's corpse. As Lin Yun's heart throbbed, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Damn it! It took me great efforts to search the entire sect since everyone left for the 4 sects tournament, but there was nothing to be found. I've spent 3 years here for nothing. Boom! Wang Ning punched the wall in rage. Young master, let's forget about it. Perhaps the item brought out by the Azure Sky ancestor isn't here at all, and it's not entirely bad that you're here for 3 years. At the very least, you've been away from conflicts, which saved you from many troubles. Let's go then. Uncle Bo, there's someone that I want dead. Wang Ning spoke coldly. No way. You have to leave today or you will be late for your adulthood ceremony. At that time, you will have your name struck from the clan. I can't leave without killing that sword slave. After a brief moment of hesitation, the man replied, I'll handle him if we can find him before the sun sets. But if we can't find him, then you have to return with me immediately. He's just a sword slave, and there's no need to ruin your prospects because of him. All right. In the icy pool, Lin Yun gradually lost his consciousness and fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already 2 days later. Splash! Lin Yun got out of the pool as he let out a long breath. Even now, he could feel his head buzzing. He had no idea how long he had been in the pool, and he had been relying on internal breathing to survive. So when he woke up now, he couldn't help but feel dizzy. Senior Hong. Lin Yun's face changed as he came over to Senior Hong's side. Senior Hong looked peaceful on his face without any pain, but his life had also come to an end. Damn it! Senior Hong was one of his few friends who had taken good care of the previous Lin Yun, and Senior Hong had even saved his life before he died. Wang Ning, I will definitely claim your head. Lin Yun regretted that he did not think much about the words Su Xiao left him before she left. Su Xiao had already told him to be careful of Wang Ning, but he did not think much of him back then, and he had never imagined that Wang Ning was actually from a prominent clan, who kept him hidden in the Azure Sky sect for 3 years. Just that endurance alone wasn't something that everyone could accomplish. Senior Hong's corpse had traces of being searched, and the entire sword cleaning chamber was searched as well. However, Wang Ning seemed to have failed to find what he was looking for. Could it be that painting that Senior Hong gave him? Lin Yun did not put much thought to it as he picked up Senior Hong's corpse and headed for the mountains behind the chamber. There was a remote forest 10 miles from the Azure Sky Peak, and there was an empty grave that Senior Hong dug for himself. 2 years ago, Senior Hong brought him over once, informing Lin Yun to bury him here if he died. Back then, Lin Yun only felt that Senior Hong was just joking. 2 hours later, Lin Yun arrived before the tomb and placed Senior Hong's corpse down. As he let out a sigh, he started digging the tomb, which he spent half a day on before he finally revealed the coffin within. As he jumped down to the coffin, he opened it up. Aside from several nails, the coffin also had a letter. Looking at it with a conflicted heart, Lin Yun opened up the letter. "Brat, if you're seeing this letter, that means that I'm dead. Regardless of how I die, don't feel bad for me. I have already lived for hundreds of years, and I'm someone from the founder of the Azure Sky Sect's era." Lin Yun's face changed when he read. The Azure Sky Sect had existed for 300 years. Wouldn't that mean that Senior Hong was 300 years old? Back then, after the founder of the Azure Sky Sect founded the sect, he left to wander the world, and I was fortunate to come across him. After several interactions, we soon became friends. And 30 years ago, we were bold as we decided to take a risk in the Southern Emperor tomb. It was a narrow escape for us in the Southern Emperor tomb. I came out with injuries, and he died soon after he came out. Each of us brought out a treasure, and those were a sword and a painting. Before he died, he told me to hand the sword to his descendant in the Azure Sky Sect. For that, I traveled through the mountains and seas before I came to the Azure Sky Sect and handed that sword to his descendant. However, the aptitude of his descendant was ordinary, and they couldn't see through the origin of that sword. They only thought that the sword was made of metallic wood, and had lost its spiritual aura. At that time, I was heavily injured and decided to stay in the Azure Sky Sword, comprehending the secret in the painting. After spending 10 years to comprehend it, I finally found a secret in the painting. However, all I saw were an endless amount of evil spirits pouncing in my direction. All of a sudden, there was the flash of a sword that eradicated all the evil spirits, but it had also destroyed my martial soul at the same time. At that time, I knew that my life was coming to an end. As Lin Yun read, he was filled with doubt. Why was it completely different from what he saw in the painting? He had also seen the sword flash, but he wasn't injured. Even the evil spirits that Senior Hong mentioned were nowhere to be seen. The painting was filled with secrets. Whenever you think that you've comprehended most of it, something new would appear. Looking at the flower burial sword on the ground, Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts. Was this the sword taken out from the Southern Emperor tomb by the founder of the Azure Sky Sect? Fate was truly bizarre. The 2 items that those two had risked their lives for were now in his hands. As he continued reading, Senior Hong did not give Lin Yun many reminders. Perhaps in Senior Hong's view, Lin Yun would never be able to comprehend the secrets in the painting with his cultivation. If he couldn't comprehend it, then he wouldn't be injured. However, he did mention for Lin Yun to forget Su Xiao. After reading the letter, Lin Yun felt conflicted in his heart as it turned out that Senior Hong had already expected his death, and he was filled with regret for his decision back then. Southern Emperor? Who was the Southern Emperor? Lin Yun couldn't help feeling curious, but it was a pity that it wasn't mentioned in the letter. Then again, it wouldn't take a genius to figure out that the Southern Emperor had to be someone formidable. Keeping the letter, Lin Yun carefully placed Senior Hong's body into the coffin. After he tidied up Senior Hong's corpse, he then closed the coffin and sealed it with nails. A brief moment later, Lin Yun looked at the tomb as he went down on his knees and gave 3 kowtows. By the time Lin Yun returned to the sect, the sun had already set, and Lin Yun only found out that it had been 2 days after asking around. Wang Ning was nowhere seen in the sect, and someone told him that Wang Ning was looking for him 2 days ago. Right now, no one in the sect knew where Wang Ning went. It was as if Wang Ning had suddenly disappeared. I will definitely find you. Lin Yun's eyes flickered with killing intent, as he had to keep the promise he made to himself. Within his wooden shack, his pale remnant rose had already bloomed. After half a month of nourishing it with the spirit convergence art, the pale remnant rose had finally bloomed as floral fragrance permeated out. When Lin Yun took out the ancient sword box from his interspatial pouch, there was a wave of cold air blowing in his direction as Lin Yun began to pluck down the petals and place them in the box. After the box was filled with petals, Lin Yun then placed the flower burial sword into the box. This was taken out from the Southern Emperor tomb, and in Lin Yun's hands, it had only started to reveal its luster. It was still incomparable to its glory back then, but thankfully, Lin Yun managed to figure out how to perform maintenance on the sword by basking it in floral fragrance in the morning and night. The spirit convergence art he bought back then was all for this purpose. As he closed the sword box, Lin Yun gently muttered, "It's time for me to leave." After the 4-sex tournament, Lin Yun already had the intention to leave. But fortunately, he managed to restrain himself and waited for half a month to digest everything he got from the 4-sex tournament. Now that Senior Hong had already left the world, Lin Yun no longer had anything holding him here. Whether it was to find Su Xiao or take revenge for Senior Hong, it was time for him to leave. A brief moment later, Lin Yun made the decision not to meet the sect master and only left a letter behind. After he wrote his intention on the letter, he placed it on the desk. So heavy. The sword box was heavy when Lin Yun carried it behind him, but it was fortunate that he was strong enough. With his foundation forged with the blood-refining pellets, heart-nourishing pellet, and the 7-orifice exquisite pellet, Lin Yun could still carry the sword box behind him with his physique. Back then, on the auction, the sword box was something that required the strength of several people. As the sun slowly set, Lin Yun went down the mountain by himself. When he came to the gates, he turned back to look at the azure sky sect with a gentle gaze. He could only take another glance of it now. In the future, he could only think about it in his memories. But just when he turned around, a voice suddenly called out to him. "Junior brother Lin, hold up." When Lin Yun turned around, he saw Bai Yufan walking over with a smile as he led the dragon-blooded horse over. Lil Red. Lin Yun was shocked when he saw the dragon-blooded horse. Back then, after he lost his consciousness, he hadn't seen the dragon-blooded horse again, and he initially thought that it had run away. However, he was surprised to see that it had always been in the Azure Sky sect. "I knew that you would definitely leave without saying anything to avoid trouble, so I have been waiting here for days." Bai Yufan smiled as he led the dragon-blooded horse over. "Young sect master, you understand me well." Lin Yun was rather touched in his heart. Aside from Senior Hong, Bai Yufan was the second person that he had formed a friendship with. "Let me send you off." Bai Yufan led the horse as the two of them chatted while they walked. "I have to really thank you. With your strength, there's no one in the current generation that can be your match in the Aquasky Nation, but you waited for the 4-sex tournament before leaving. For that, the Azure Sky sect will never forget about this favor. You're being too polite. Without the Azure Sky sect, I wouldn't have the strength to leave." As Bai Yufan looked up ahead, he sighed. "With your strength, I'm surprised that the Bai family did not recruit you. Where do you plan on going after leaving the Aquasky Nation?" "I plan to travel around before heading for the Great Qin Empire," Lin Yun replied. In the book that Bai Qiushui gave him, it was recorded that the surrounding nations were subordinates of the Great Qin Empire. The current land that they're standing on was the Southern Ancient Domain. The Southern Ancient Domain has countless forces in it, and this land had existed since ancient times with a history that stretched out to millions of years. This was an ancient domain which gave birth to many legends. For ordinary cultivators, it was impossible for them to step out of the Southern Ancient Domain in their lifetime. The Great Qin Empire is a pretty good place, and I have a few brothers who left for there. Bai Yufan's eyes flickered with a sense of longing. "Young sect master, with your aptitude, you can easily leave the Aquasky Nation. Why are you staying in the Azure Sky Nation?" "Me?" Bai Yufan had a trace of sadness on his face as he smiled. I'm used to seeing people leaving over the years, and there are some who I will never meet again in my lifetime. Although I also want to leave to pursue my cultivation, someone ultimately needs to stay behind to provide an opportunity for talents like you. His words sounded sad, but it made sense. If the descendants of the Azure Sky sect did not stay behind, it wouldn't take long for the entire sect to crumble, ruining the hopes of many talented cultivators in the Azure Sky Nation. I'll send you off here. Before they noticed it, they were already several miles away. Leading the dragon-blooded horse over, Bai Yufan smiled. Bring it along with you. This fellow had ruined many good horses in the 2 months it was kept here, and it needed to be fed with the meat of demonic beasts daily. Taking over the strap, Lin Yun looked at Bai Yufan with a heavy heart. Take care, Pa. The two of them gave each other a high five. Let's meet again in the future if there's an opportunity. Bai Yufan smiled and left. Under the setting sun, Bai Yufan's figure slowly disappeared. Let's go. Under Lin Yun's pacifying, the temper of the dragon-blooded horse vanished. Carrying the sword box behind him, Lin Yun went up on the horse. The setting sun was red like blood that dyed the clouds crimson. Gently along the wind, Lin Yun rode his horse. 2 months later, deep in the horizon cloud mountain, under the envelopment of the night, the dark forest was filled with endless unknown dangers with only the roars of demonic beasts echoing in the nightscape. Sitting before a bonfire, Lin Yun closed his eyes as he held onto a mid-grade spiritual stone in each of his hands as he slowly circulated the Xianxia pure yang art in his body, absorbing the spiritual aura in the spiritual stone. After one complete circulation, the 2 mid-grade spiritual stones were completely drained. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, there was a bright light flashing across his pupils as he was permeating with the aura in the 9th stage of the martial path, intimidating many demonic beasts in the nightscape. 1 month ago, Lin Yun had made it into the 9th stage of the martial path. Under the nourishment from the 7-orifice exquisite pellet, there wasn't any bottleneck for Lin Yun in the Hotian realm. Furthermore, the Xiantian pure yang art was like a wings attached to his back as his cultivation grew swiftly, relying on mid-grade spiritual stones. However, the 7-orifice exquisite pellet in his heart had also exhausted greatly and had shrunk down to the size of the fingernail. That was the remaining essence of it. After Lin Yun circulated a complete cycle of the Xiantian pure yang art, the 7-orifice exquisite pellet in his chest started to give out a faint green flow with dragon-shaped flows coursing through his body from the pellet, nourishing his body. So much so that there was a medicinal fragrance seeping out from Lin Yun's pore that attracted many demonic beasts in the night. When Lin Yun swept his glance out, he could see many green glowing eyes staring at him. Those eyes were light hellfire as they shone in the distance. Those demonic beasts had considered Lin Yun to be a walking treasure, but the aura permeated from Lin Yun made those demonic beasts feel fearful. Roar! Finally, a demonic beast couldn't hold it back anymore and pounced over. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the demonic beast tore through the wind, the ferocity of the other demonic beasts were also awakened as it charged over. However, Lin Yun had looked at this scene calmly without any change in his expression. Flicking his finger, the blazing internal energy of the Xiantian pure yang art swept out. The blazing wave had incinerated everything in its path, lightening up the night. Whoosh! Those demonic beasts were shocked when they saw the terrifying energy coming in their direction. While those demonic beasts had dazed off, Lin Yun gently patted out with his palm. Boom! The ancient sword box beside Lin Yun suddenly flew into the air and opened up. As flower petals rained down from the box, it created a gorgeous scene as a sword was revealed. Whoosh! Like shadows of darkness, Lin Yun wielded his sword and swept over. Clang! The flower burial sword buzzed when it was pulled out of the sheath. Reflective shadow. With the sword in his hand, Lin Yun danced as he left afterimages of swords behind, rotating endlessly. All it had created was a feast of blood as mournful howls rang out. When Lin Yun returned to the ground, all the demonic beasts who were coming in his direction had all been slaughtered. Every single one of them had at least 4 to 5 wounds on their bodies, which went deep enough to reach their bones. Even if those attacks weren't fatal, It was sufficient to injure these demonic beasts in the 8th and 9th stage of the martial path heavily. Under the light from the bonfire, the moonlight shone on the sword as blood was dripping down like morning dew onto the ground. Under the nourishment of floral fragrance, the flower burial sword was now comparable to a low-grade profound artifact. Lin Yun's series of moves only took an instant, and when he turned around, not all the petals of the pale remnant rose had fallen onto the ground. As Lin Yun leaped, he swung his sword out. Under the guidance of his sword, those petals were like butterflies that gathered over and went back into the sword box. After Lin Yun sheathed his sword, he returned the sword into the sword box. Clop, clop, clop. At the same time, an aura that was more violent than Lin Yun's approached with the clopping sounds of hooves on the ground along with neighs. The dragon-blooded horse ran over and stomped those demonic beasts who were trying to get away to death. The wildness on the dragon-blooded horse was more ferocious compared to those demonic beasts as it stomped down on them ruthlessly. Placing both his hands on the sword box, Lin Yun fell into deep thought. The dragon-blooded horse was an outstanding species among horse breeds, rumored to possess a trace of bloodline from dragons, and its name also came from its crimson fur that looked like blood. But most dragon-blooded horse only had a tiny bit of impure dragon bloodline. So generally speaking, it made no sense for his dragon-blooded horse to be so brutal. He also had no idea how the Yun family managed to get this dragon-blooded horse that was even more ferocious than demonic beasts. After trampling those demonic beasts to death, the dragon-blooded horse picked up the corpse of a demonic beast with its mouth and returned. Evidently, it was going to have a feast. Meanwhile, Lin Yun silently gathered the materials from the demonic beasts, only harvesting the valuable parts. Under the bonfire, Lin Yun looked more mature than how he was 2 months ago. With his hair draped down, it made him look more calm. The Horizon Cloud Mountain was connected to the surrounding nations, and Lin Yun planned on traveling through the Horizon Cloud Mountain to head for the Great Qin Empire that Bai Qiushui spoke about. From Bai Qiushui, Lin Yun got to know that the Great Qin Empire was a giant even in the southern ancient domain. In the Great Qin Empire, there were many clans with a long history and even sects that stood for thousands of years. There were also many monstrous geniuses, and it was a place as dazzling as the stars in the sky. Even throughout the southern ancient domain, the Great Qin Empire's reputation was spread far and wide. As the blazing sun hung high in the sky, the roars of demonic beasts echoed out in the forest as a demonic beast was running through the forest. Boom! 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 As it ran, many trees would fall in the process. Without any trees to shade the demonic beast, the sunlight shone down on it and revealed its body. It turned out that this demonic beast was actually covered in bloody wounds as blood gushed out from them like spring water. However, that demonic beast still remained standing with its strong vitality and continued running. Whoosh! But just when it was about to run away, a blue figure descended from the sky with a sword box behind his back. Dragon from the winds and tiger from the clouds. With the winds and clouds gathering, the dragon tiger might was unleashed. That blue figure took a step forth. As the winds and clouds gathered, Lin Yun's aura erupted and surged out like an ocean. Crack! The trees in the surrounding broke off as the demonic beast was blown away by the dragon tiger might. Ferocious tiger descending the mountains. The youth in blue soared into the sky as he had perfectly displayed the might of a tiger. When he threw out his punch, he could hear the demonic beast's body cracking as its bones and internal organs were destroyed. He had a yellow glow enveloping his fist, and under the sun, it looked like burning flames. It was Lin Yun who was traveling through the Horizon Cloud Mountain. Under the blazing sun, he had grown in height. Compared to his frail figure in the past, he looked more lean. Under the nourishment of the 7-orifice exquisite pellet, it could strengthen his body, but he also wasn't overly bulky at the same time, forming a perfect balance between strength and speed. After he dissipated his Xiantian pure yang art and looked at the dying demonic beast, Lin Yun let out a breath of relief. The massive demonic beast right before his eyes was known as the serpent-tailed lion. It had a monstrous body with the tail of a serpent that could let out venomous attacks. It was a demonic beast in the 10th stage of the martial path, approaching the Xiantian realm. In the 2 months of his travel, killing demonic beasts in the 8th and 9th stage of the martial path was no longer a challenge to Lin Yun, so he had placed his target on demonic beasts that were close to the Xiantian realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to train himself. Although the serpent-tailed lion was only in the 10th stage of the martial path, it was stronger than it looked. Its terrifying speed, empowered by its enormous strength, made it more terrifying than other demonic beasts in the same stage. Lin Yun had been hunting it over the past 2 days, and he only managed to injure it heavily with the help of the dragon-blooded horse. In the process, he had escaped death several times. Over the past 2 months, Lin Yun had undergone some changes as there was a killing aura enveloped around his body. It was the killing aura that he had built up over the past few months of hunting demonic beasts. When his brows furrowed, his aura alone could intimidate many people. Beast core, Lin Yun exclaimed when he saw a fist-sized beast core in the chest of the serpent-tailed lion. He had finally found a beast core. He hunted countless demonic beasts over the past 2 months, but he couldn't even find a single beast core. However, he finally found one in the serpent-tailed lion. Now it made sense why the serpent-tailed lion was so difficult to deal with. Lin Yun knew how valuable a beast core was. A smile could be seen on his face. Clop, clop, clop. But just when Lin Yun wanted to dig it out, a crimson figure flew over and bit on the serpent-tailed lion, tearing off a huge piece of flesh along with the beast core. As the dragon-blooded horse rejoiced, its limbs were trembling. When it saw Lin Yun looking over, it actually grinned. "You bastard!" Lin Yun was enraged as he lashed out by kicking a rock. Whoosh! However, the dragon-blooded horse gently jumped and avoided the rock before grinning at Lin Yun again. "You're asking for it." But before Lin Yun could even vent out his anger, the dragon-blooded horse laughed as it ran away. Looking at the dragon-blooded horse, Lin Yun shrugged with a bitter smile. If he had to be angry with the dragon-blooded horse, he would probably die from anger before he made it out of the forest. The dragon-blooded horse had also helped greatly when dealing with the serpent-tailed lion and even saved his life several times. But thinking about the beast core's worth, Lin Yun couldn't help feeling heartache. After dealing with the materials of the serpent-tailed lion, Lin Yun basked in the warmth of the sun. Yellow internal energy flowed throughout his body that seemed excited from the sunlight. Most of the first meridian in the first stage of the Xiantian pure yang art has been opened up, and I'm only left with a small portion of it. Facing the dazzling sun, Lin Yun could sense the internal energy within his body growing along with the Xiantian pure yang art. He only needed to clear up a small portion of the remaining meridians and his internal energy would be further refined. As he narrowed his eyes, Lin Yun looked at the sun hanging in the sky and fell into deep thought. He had practiced the spirit convergence art, and he knew that aside from primitive spiritual aura, there were also elemental spiritual aura that existed in the world. At the same time, different cultivation techniques would correspond with spiritual aura of different elements, and absorbing the required element could quicken the cultivation pace. It's my first time being in such a hot region after spending so long in the Horizon Cloud Mountain. Evidently, fire elemental spiritual aura is more lively here. Lin Yun hesitated. The primitive spiritual aura was only the foundation, and no matter how much you absorbed, it wouldn't cause a burden to the body. But absorbing the spiritual aura of a single element would be entirely different. If he wasn't careful with it, he would be hurt. But if I don't take a risk, who knows how long my Xiantian pure yang art needs to clear up the remaining meridians. No way. Lin Yun did not want to wait as he made up his mind. Since he had come to a place with rich fire elemental spiritual aura, he definitely couldn't let this opportunity go. After all, who knows when he would encounter a place like this again. So, Lin Yun began traveling through the forest and went searching. He wanted to find a place with a high density of fire elemental spiritual aura. 2 hours later, Lin Yun came to a stop at a blazing land. This place did not have many trees, and the plants growing here were tough thorns and shrubs. Then again, only plants with strong vitality could survive in such a harsh environment. Here it is. Lin Yun focused, but he did not take the risk to go up. He was no longer the rookie he was back then, and he knew that this place must be occupied by a demonic beast. After he carefully backed down, he climbed up a towering tree and looked down. My heavens! In the hill, he saw a demonic flaming tiger permeating with killing aura in the Xianxia realm with fur as red as fire. Lin Yun had encountered demonic flaming tigers in the past, and he had ran at the sight of them. If he had tried to fight them, he would have lost his life several times over. At this moment, the demonic flaming tiger was lying on a rock and resting. It was snoring on the rock, and no demonic beast dared to approach it. Swish! 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 As Lin Yun gently moved along the branches, he quietly backed down and only stopped after he was certain that he was out of the demonic flaming tiger's territory. All of a sudden, a neigh echoed out from the forest. Clop! 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 Sounds of hooves clopping rang out in the forest that startled the surrounding birds flying. A moment later, the dragon-blooded horse appeared in his vision. Looking at the dragon-blooded horse from the tree, the killing aura on it had gotten more terrifying than before after consuming the serpent-tail lion's beast core. Over the past 2 years, Lin Yun wasn't the only one who had gotten stronger. Following Lin Yun every day and feasting on demonic beasts, the dragon-blooded horse had also grown stronger. After consuming that beast core, the aura permeating from the dragon-blooded horse was actually comparable to a demonic beast in the 10th stage of the martial path. This fellow has been living his life too easily, and it's time for you to suffer a little. Lin Yun smiled as he jumped down from the tree and landed before the dragon-blooded horse. As he spoke out, Lil Red, help me with something. The dragon-blooded horse was intelligent, and Lin Yun only had to make a few gestures for the dragon-blooded horse to figure out what Lin Yun meant. Lin Yun initially felt that the dragon-blooded horse would refuse, but he was surprised when it had actually agreed. Did this dragon-blooded horse become stupid? As the dragon-blooded horse rose its chest pridefully, it ran towards the territory of the demonic flaming tiger. Clop, clop, clop. As clouds of dust rose into the air, the dragon-blooded horse alerted the demonic flaming tiger just when it stepped into the territory. However, the demonic flaming tiger was sleeping peacefully, and it was too lazy to open its eyes. In the end, it had only unleashed its Xianxia realm aura. After all, ordinary demonic beasts would flee upon sensing its Xianxia realm aura. But the dragon-blooded horse had ignored that aura and kept coming over. When the demonic flaming tiger opened its eyes, it saw a dragon-blooded horse running over. In that split second, it was dumbfounded as it wondered if the dragon-blooded horse had thought it was still asleep. After rising to the Xianxia realm, the intelligence of the demonic flaming tiger wasn't bad. It had also seen dragon-blooded horses in the past, but all of them trembled at its sight. Was this a trap? Just when the demonic flaming tiger was wondering, the dragon-blooded horse sneered as it gave a kick to the demonic flaming tiger's butt. Boom! The demonic flaming tiger's mind went blank. A dragon-blooded horse actually kicked its butt? Was it stupid? The dragon-blooded horse looked at the demonic flaming tiger staring blankly before going up and giving it another kick. Boom! That kick was stronger than before, hurting the demonic flaming tiger to the point that it roared out in pain. It turned out that it wasn't dreaming, and a dragon-blooded horse actually gave a kick to its butt. Twice! I'll kill you! As the demonic flaming tiger roared in rage, its fur stood up that seemed like fire. It had also unleashed its torrential killing aura that startled all the demonic beasts within a radius of 10,000 miles. However, the dragon-blooded horse had already run away as it turned around to show a grin to the demonic flaming tiger. Boom! 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 The demonic flaming tiger flew into fury as it started running. Whenever the demonic flaming tiger's paw landed on the ground, it would cause the ground to tremble. In just a brief moment, the dragon-blooded horse had already led the demonic flaming tiger to the end of the forest. Whoosh! A blue figure flew out and landed on the resting area of the demonic flaming tiger with a sword box behind his back. Looking at the dragon-blooded horse and the demonic flaming tiger's departure, Lin Yun smiled. That fellow might be stupid, but he's still reliable. Retracting his gaze, Lin Yun examined the rock beneath his feet before he noticed something different a moment later. This entire region was hot, but the rock wasn't. It even looked ordinary. But when Lin Yun stood on it, he could sense comfort within his body. Without circulating his cultivation technique internationally, Lin Yun could sense fire elemental spiritual aura pouring into his body bit by bit, and at the same time, his internal energy slowly grew. No wonder the demonic flaming tiger likes to sleep here. At this moment, Lin Yun finally understood why the demonic flaming tiger became so powerful by just sleeping. If his cultivation could grow by just sleeping, what would he need the cultivation technique for? When Lin Yun thought about it, his heart throbbed. Demonic beasts weren't cultivators, and they did not know any cultivation technique. They only knew how to absorb the spiritual aura in their surrounding. It was a stupid technique without any efficiency. As Lin Yun sat on the rock, he began to circulate his Xiantian pure yang art. In that split second when he circulated his cultivation technique, Lin Yun could sense endless fire elemental spiritual aura surging from the rock into his body. Boom! In that split second, he felt that he was thrown into the forge as he endured the burning temperature. If he was careless, then he would explode from the overflowing energy immediately. An intense pain came all of a sudden as Lin Yun could feel his every single muscle fiber and cell burning. Arg! That sudden pain struck Lin Yun suddenly that disrupted his focus. When he could no longer withstand the pain anymore, he roared as he wanted to jump down from the rock. But if he couldn't even take this pain, how could he persevere in the future when he was facing anything? I'll give it another go. Lin Yun gnashed his teeth as he calmed his mind and circulated his cultivation technique, allowing his internal energy to flow throughout his body. Sizzle! Sizzle! His sweat evaporated the moment they came out of his pores with steam rising from his forehead. His youthful face was also trembling under the sunlight, showing that he was bearing intense and unimaginable pain. However, he held onto his breath and gnashed his teeth, forcing himself to circulate the Xiantian pure yang art with impressive willpower. Gradually, his temperature dropped as his internal energy absorbed the fire elemental spiritual aura within his body. As his internal energy grew stronger, Lin Yun's situation began to improve. When he completed one entire cycle of the Xiantian pure yang art, his condition had already stabilized. The fire elemental spiritual aura surging into his body was entirely absorbed by this internal energy. But even so, the high temperature was shocking to the point that Lin Yun couldn't be careless with it. At this moment, he realized how risky he was earlier. Boom! As his internal energy grew stronger, the colors of his internal energy changed from faint yellow to golden yellow, permeating a golden halo that enveloped 400 miles around Lin Yun. When the halo touched the ground, it had instantly blazed into fire. Rustle! 100 meters around Lin Yun was covered in flames as it enveloped him. What power! Lin Yun was shocked as his internal energy had grown stronger by one-fold after half an hour. More surprisingly, the characteristics of his internal energy also started to change along with fire elemental spiritual aura pouring into his body. Sizzle! Sizzle! After the fire elemental spiritual aura calmed down, it gradually fused into his muscle fibers as the pain gradually disappeared. At the same time, his body was being tempered like a weapon. Interesting. Not only did my internal energy grow stronger, but even my physique is starting to change. It looks like the pure yang art of the Azure Sky sect isn't as simple as it looks. He could sense that as his body began to burn up, his physique was gradually growing stronger. Lin Yun was startled inwardly as he began to make a breakthrough. He did not know how long the fire elemental spiritual aura could last, and Lin Yun was preparing to make use of this opportunity to make a breakthrough in the Xiantian pure yang art and push it to the second stage. In that split second, he used the internal energy that had been refined into golden yellow to surge within his body. Under the surging impact of his internal energy, the remaining meridians left for the first stage were cleared up. In his heart, Lin Yun immediately rejoiced. Logically speaking, he should be able to do it after reaching the Xiantian realm. But the risk he took had finally paid off. As time gradually ticked, the flames around Lin Yun grew more intense. Boom! Half an hour later, there was an explosion within Lin Yun's body as his Xiantian pure yang art had successfully made it into the second stage. Right at this moment, the remainder of the 7-orifice exquisite pellet had also broken apart. The nourishment of the pellet instantly made Lin Yun feel relaxed. At the same time, his cultivation was also growing at an incredible rate. The last gift from the 7-orifice exquisite pellet had allowed Lin Yun's cultivation to grow by leaps and bounds. Right at this moment, he suddenly felt a bizarre sensation rising from his body. The Hotian realm emphasizes tempering the meridians, bones, blood, muscles, bone marrow, and the internal organs. At the same time, traces of essence started seeping out from them. Boom! As all the essence converged together, it condensed into a bright spot in the dantian, the Xiantian seed. Lin Yun was shocked as one could only condense the Xiantian seed after reaching the 10th stage of the martial path. As the essence began to condense within Lin Yun's body, the Xiantian seed, the size of an infant's fist, began to take form. It also meant that Lin Yun was officially in the 10th stage of the martial path right now. Logically speaking, he needed a month to reach the 10th stage of the martial path. However, he never imagined that he would make a breakthrough in his Xiantian pure yang art, bringing out the full effects of the 7-orifice exquisite pellet. Now, he was finally in the quasi-Xiantian realm. Su Xiao had probably predicted that the pellet would help him sweep through all the bottlenecks to the 10th stage of the martial path. And many years later, when Lin Yun finally felt the worth of the 7-orifice exquisite pellet, only then did he know what Su Xiao did for him. But right now, he realized that he had encountered trouble before he could even rejoice. So it turned out that after his Xiantian pure yang art reached the 2nd stage, it was still circulating and absorbing the fire elemental spiritual aura. In the Xiantian pure yang art, one stage was equivalent to a new heaven. The 2nd stage was several folds stronger than the first, and the absorption rate of the fire elemental spiritual aura had also reached a shocking speed. While Lin Yun was distracted by the Xiantian seed, he had already absorbed fire elemental spiritual aura to a terrifying degree. When Lin Yun woke up, he noticed that his internal organs were all burning up. Looking from the outside alone, Lin Yun seemed to have turned into a human fireball, literally. As the fire blazed from the inside, the fire was so hot that he couldn't feel any pain. Damn it! What's going on? Lin Yun was shocked inwardly as he tried his best to control the Xiantian pure yang art, but he realized that he had lost control of it. There were fire elemental spiritual aura everywhere, and it was futile no matter how he tried to dispel them. In just a few breaths, he was nearly incinerated into nothing. He was playing with fire, and now he was facing the consequences from it. As the worst thing that could ever happen was taking place on him, Lin Yun could only watch with his eyes opened. Lin Yun smiled bitterly as there was nothing he could do to change the current situation. Whoosh! Just when he was about to be devoured by the flames, something unexpected occurred. Under the blazing fire, the rust on the ancient sword box began to peel off and revealed gorgeous patterns. Whoosh! In the next moment, all the fire elemental spiritual aura within Lin Yun's body was sapped away by the ancient sword box. It had been a long time, and the rust on the ancient sword box was gradually peeling off. Even after the ancient sword box had sucked all the fire elemental spiritual aura from Lin Yun's body, it wasn't satisfied with that and began to absorb directly from the source. Whoosh! The source of the fire elemental spiritual aura, with a radius of a few thousand meters, was rapidly disappearing. In just a brief moment, the heat had disappeared completely without a single strand left. The ancient sword box had absorbed every last strand of energy from the source. Crack! Crack! As Lin Yun's scorched skin began to peel off, new skin was revealed underneath. His skin was glossy as the fire had removed all the impurities in his body. A short time later, all the impurities on Lin Yun's body fell off. When he opened his eyes, they shined like the stars, and the purple slave mark on his forehead looked even more dazzling, adding a trace of demonic charm in his temperament. In just an hour, Lin Yun had experienced near death, and an extreme rise and drop in his emotion. At this moment, he only felt exhausted. As he let out a breath, Lin Yun moved his body as all his clothes immediately crumbled. Clop, clop, clop. Sounds of hooves coming in contact with the ground could be heard as the dragon-blooded horse appeared. When the dragon-blooded horse saw Lin Yun, it looked happy as if it was saying that it had come back. Looking at the dragon-blooded horse, Lin Yun smiled weakly. "You stupid fool, why are you so happy?" In the next moment, he couldn't smile anymore as he felt a surging Xiantian aura that enveloped out. The raging demonic flaming tiger was right behind the dragon-blooded horse. "You bastard!" Lin Yun couldn't help cursing as he would be conned to death by the dragon-blooded horse sooner or later. The dragon-blooded horse was simply brainless to lead the demonic flaming tiger here. As Lin Yun quickly wore his clothes, he began running for his life together with the dragon-blooded horse. Run. The first thought that went through Lin Yun and the dragon-blooded horse's minds was to run. The demonic flaming tiger had already crossed the 10th stage of the martial path, and it was in the Xiantian realm. There was a huge difference between the Hotian and Xiantian realms. So even if Lin Yun's cultivation had reached the 10th stage of the martial path, he still had no odds of winning against the demonic flaming tiger. And even if he managed to win, it was impossible for him to kill the demonic flaming tiger. The horizon cloud mountain was filled with danger everywhere. Lin Yun had been slaughtering demonic beasts along the way, but if he was heavily injured by the demonic flaming tiger, any random demonic beasts in the mountain could easily kill him. Roar! So when the demonic flaming tiger saw its territory, he immediately flew into rage. The demonic flaming tiger suddenly roared, its roar echoing out for miles. Boom! Lin Yun could sense the surging heat wave behind as rows of trees fell. When he raised his head, he saw that the demonic flaming tiger had breathed out its demonic flames in rage. Its breath was like a dragon that devoured everything in its path. Swish! Seeing that the flames were about to reach him, Lin Yun immediately dodged as the flames brushed past his face. A close encounter with death. Boom! 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 As the ground trembled, Lin Yun took great effort to get up as he did not dare to look back. A heavy breathing sounded out from the rear. The demonic flaming tiger wasn't far from him. As Lin Yun and the dragon-blooded horse ran while the demonic flaming tiger chased, the demonic beasts in their path all ran in fear, which accidentally caused a demonic beast wave. However, Lin Yun couldn't be bothered with that right now as he only wanted to escape. When he raised his head, he nearly choked from anger as the dragon-blooded horse was running far ahead from him without him knowing. Patting himself on his forehead, Lin Yun vexed. "I've also become stupid after being with this fool for so long. Why do I have to run?" Whoosh! Lin Yun suddenly soared as he landed on the back of the dragon-blooded horse. He immediately felt relaxed as he pulled the strings and wanted to get the horse to run faster. However, the dragon-blooded horse had misunderstood Lin Yun's intention and neighed before it turned around and charged towards the demonic flaming tiger. It was fine before they turned around, but when they turned around, Lin Yun saw how the demonic flaming tiger breathed out demonic flames from its mouth. The dragon-blooded horse did not stop. On the contrary, it ran with more might. Holy cow! Why am I so stupid? Pa! Lin Yun slapped himself as he regretted jumping onto the back of the dragon-blooded horse. He was now brought into danger with the dragon-blooded horse, and it was impossible for him to turn around anymore. Since it's impossible for us to turn around, then let's fight. Lin Yun was a decisive person, and he was also enraged for being pursued by the demonic flaming tiger for half a day. As the Xiantian pure yang art rippled within his body, Lin Yun wanted to face the demonic flames with the ferocious tiger fist. The dragon-blooded horse had also jumped out fearlessly as it soared into the sky. Boom! It used its head to withstand the blazing demonic flames, and riding on its back, Lin Yun suffered no injuries. In the sky, the flames exploded like fireworks. Lin Yun also didn't have much time to think as he jumped up from the horseback and threw a punch at the demonic flaming tiger. However, the demonic flaming tiger faced Lin Yun's attack with disdain and smacked its paw out. Tiger roaring in the forest. Lin Yun balled his fists as his fist glowed golden yellow. Boom! When his punch collided with the tiger's paw, it caused a huge commotion as a ring of shockwaves spread out. At the same time, an enormous force flowed from Lin Yun's arm into his body, but it was soon dispelled by the internal energy in his body. Lin Yun was actually not blown out by the demonic flaming tiger's paw, and he was actually evenly matched with it. Shocked in his heart, Lin Yun never expected that his internal energy would become so powerful after transformation. The demonic flaming tiger had a trace of rage in its eyes as this puny human actually took his attack head-on. So, the demonic flaming tiger immediately swiped out with both of its paws. Boom! 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 One paw came straight at Lin Yun's face. The strong wind that followed after the paw forced Lin Yun to close his eyes as he tried his best to maneuver in the air. In the violent confrontation, Lin Yun could sense the enormous power of the demonic flaming tiger growing stronger with each attack. After receiving 10 attacks from the demonic flaming tiger, Lin Yun was directly sent flying out. Lin Yun spurted a mouthful of blood from his mouth as he bounced several times on the ground when he landed. Ugh! It was still too early. With his Xiantian pure yang art in the second stage, it was still impossible for him to fight with a demonic beast in the Xiantian realm. At the same time, the disdain in the demonic flaming tiger's eyes had also disappeared. When it looked at Lin Yun, its pupils became cautious. As a demonic beast in the Xiantian realm, its intelligence had far exceeded ordinary demonic beasts, who had no understanding for humans. In the past, when it was facing cultivators who were in the 10th stage of the martial path, it only needed a single paw to leave them heavily injured. After all, the Xiantian realm was of a completely different level compared to the Hotian realm. If it had unleashed more of its power, it could even turn them into a pile of meat. However, not only was Lin Yun still alive, he looked as if he could still put on a fight without any heavy injuries. Creak! Sharp claws extended out from the demonic flaming tiger's paws as they shone under the sunlight. Even the surrounding atmosphere became oppressive. Lin Yun was shocked. This demonic flaming tiger wasn't like any demonic beast that he faced in the past. This demonic flaming tiger actually knew how to conceal its strength and even analyze its opponent's strength. All of a sudden, Lin Yun finally knew that he wasn't this demonic flaming tiger's opponent even if his strength had grown. Whoosh! The demonic flaming tiger suddenly pounced out with an agile speed as its claws tore downwards. Getting up on his feet immediately, Lin Yun backed off. However, he was still a tad too slow. His clothes were torn on the chest, leaving 10 bloody wounds that went deep into the bones. Lin Yun sucked in a cold breath as he was nearly torn to pieces if he was any slower, but he was already at his limit when he dodged earlier. With blood flowing down from his chest, his reaction speed would only decrease with his injuries. As he thought about that, fear soon clouded his heart. The demonic flaming tiger was looking at Lin Yun with a sinister expression, permeating with killing aura. It was looking at Lin Yun like a dead man. But all of a sudden, a crimson figure suddenly charged over. The dragon-blooded horse that had been forgotten suddenly permeated with killing aura and ferocity. It suddenly ran over like a bolt of lightning as it bit on the demonic flaming tiger. Roar! The demonic flaming tiger suddenly roared out in pain as its body trembled, trying to break free from the jaws of the dragon-blooded horse. However, the dragon-blooded horse firmly bit down on the demonic flaming tiger, not letting it free. Right now! Bearing the pain, Lin Yun roared as he retrieved the flower burial sword from the ancient sword box. But right at this moment, he noticed that the ancient sword box was actually so much heavier than before. Even after making progress in his cultivation, it was still tough for him to take it down. Damn it! Looking at the dragon-blooded horse being smacked by the demonic flaming tiger, it looked as if it would collapse in the next moment. Lin Yun's eyes turned red as he jumped up and held onto the ancient sword box with both his hands and smacked it on the head of the demonic flaming tiger. Right at this moment, Lin Yun's internal energy was unintentionally sapped by the sword box. After absorbing Lin Yun's internal energy, the floral patterns on the sword box glowed. It was as heavy as a hill as it smacked on the demonic flaming tiger's head. Boom! Being smacked by the sword box, the demonic flaming tiger's head had actually exploded. Looking at the brain juice splashing out, Lin Yun immediately dodged to avoid being splashed. After he landed on the ground, Lin Yun's face was pale without any trace of blood. Just a moment ago, His internal energy was entirely sapped by the ancient sword box. As Lin Yun gasped for his breath, he looked at this scene with disbelief. The demonic flaming tiger was dead? The demonic flaming tiger was actually smacked to death by the ancient sword box? But right now he was overwhelmed by the exhaustion, and before he knew it, his brain started to hurt. However, he couldn't afford to fall asleep. He can't afford to lose consciousness. Lin Yun was relying on his willpower alone to hold onto his consciousness. This was the Horizon Cloud Mountain, and he knew that losing his consciousness meant death. He would only end up being eaten by other demonic beasts, especially with the body of the demonic flaming tiger around. The corpse would definitely attract other demonic beasts. However, the intense pain was gradually grinding down his willpower. As his head buzzed, he lost his consciousness in the end. When his vision started to blur, he could only see a horse face sticking up close in his face. This fool. That was the last thought before Lin Yun fell unconscious. As Lin Yun gradually gained consciousness, he felt his exhaustion disappear when he opened his eyes. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yun looked at the wounds on his chest that had already started forming scabs. It seemed that after he was baptized by the fire elemental spiritual aura, the recovery of his physique had gotten stronger. The wounds left by the demonic flaming tiger that went deep into his bones had already recovered. Lin Yun sat up and looked around. Apart from the corpse of the demonic flaming tiger, there were also corpses of other demonic beasts lying around. After investigating them, Lin Yun recognized that they were all trampled to death by the dragon-blooded horse. It seemed that the dragon-blooded horse had guarded him while he was unconscious. Well, at least this fool had some conscience. Lin Yun smiled as he looked around, but the dragon-blooded horse was nowhere found. He had no idea where the dragon-blooded horse went, but it had always behaved in this manner, so Lin Yun wasn't too bothered. Continuing to look around, his gaze finally rested on the demonic flaming tiger. He still felt lingering fear from their fight as he narrowly avoided death. Taking out a dagger from his interspatial pouch, Lin Yun began his harvest of the demonic flaming tiger. He first shaved off the demonic flaming tiger's skin, which was fully intact since it only sustained a head injury after storing the skin. Lin Yun tore open the chest and saw a burst of crimson glow that caused him to freeze. It's the beast core. On the corpse, there was actually a Xianxia beast core in the demonic flaming tiger's corpse that exuded a terrifying aura. The beast core shined red almost as if it was burning. When Lin Yun saw it, he took a deep breath as chills ran down his spine and his body gently trembled. My heavens, what in the world have I just done? So it turns out that the demonic flaming tiger was a demonic beast in the Xianxia realm who possessed a beast core. Demonic beasts in the Xianxia realm were terrifying, let alone the fact that this demonic flaming tiger possessed a beast core. Lin Yun estimated that the demonic flaming tiger had to have been at least in the third orifice of the Xianxia realm, which meant that only cultivators in the third stage of the Xianxia realm could defeat it in battle. But killing it was another thing. With the intelligence of this demonic flaming tiger, it would turn around and run the moment it realized that it couldn't win. What Lin Yun did earlier was no different than playing with fire. Looking at the crimson glow coming from the beast core, Lin Yun's heart was full of greed. Boom! 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 Lin Yun's heart was beating as the Xianxia beast core was a lot better than the core of the serpent-tailed lion that was stolen from him earlier. Most importantly, the attribute fit Lin Yun perfectly as if it were custom-tailored for him. After Lin Yun calmed down from the surprise, he cautiously harvested the beast core. Full of doubt, he wondered how a demonic flaming tiger with a beast core could be smacked to death by him. As Lin Yun pondered, he shifted his gaze to the ancient sword box. The rusty stains on the sword box were removed when it had absorbed the fire elemental spiritual aura. It was as if the sword box had been reborn, having bloomed with an unadorned glow. The inscribed patterns were exquisite and complicated, as if they contained some sort of profound mystery. It now looked like a piece of art, exuding a beauty unlike before. Placing the sword box down on the ground, Lin Yun examined the exquisite and delicate patterns. His hands could feel the cool chill of the ancient sword box. At the center of the sword box was an enchanting flower that bloomed with soft and slender petals. It had a cold aura that was bewitching. There was also a sparrow whose wings spread apart with the patterns on the sword box. Interesting. On the sword box, the flower and bird had blended perfectly together. As he slid his fingers down and finally touched the flower bud, something suddenly happened. Shocked, Lin Yun's fingers could no longer move and a stinging pain filled his mind. He felt as if his soul was being torn apart before a tiny strand of it was absorbed into the sword box. Immediately, the patterns on the entire ancient sword box lit up. When Lin Yun regained control over his hand, he grabbed his forehead and staggered backwards. The sword box started to glow purple as more light gathered towards the flower bud. Suddenly, a violet flame exploded from the flower bud. Whoosh! The surrounding temperature swiftly dropped and a layer of frost covered ground. In one breath's time, it was like winter arrived in a 1,000-meter radius of the sword box. At the center of this phenomenon stood Lin Yun, unhurt. This? Lin Yun was shocked and at a loss for words. While he was in shock, the violet flames covered the entire sword box before taking the shape of a bird made of ice. On the sword box was an unreal scene of a bird flapping its wings, but unable to fly away when all of a sudden, the sword box flew into the sky. Looking at this scene, Lin Yun waved his hand. Whoosh! The violet bird made of ice suddenly turned into a wisp of violet flame and landed on his palm. Boom! When the wisp of flame flew over to Lin Yun's palm, the ancient sword box fell onto the ground heavily. Lin Yun sensed the violet flame in his palm as if it were a part of his soul. Boom! As he threw a palm out, the violet flame shot out in the form of an ice bird, instantly freezing everything within 5,000 meters of radius. When Lin Yun pulled his hand back, all the trees were instantly incinerated to the ground. When the violet flame returned to his palm, it had dimmed down by a lot. As Lin Yun gently patted it, it returned to the sword box and blended in with the floral patterns once more. All of a sudden, Lin Yun figured out how it was possible for the ancient sword box to smack the demonic flaming tiger to death with a single blow. Lin Yun immediately took out the book Bai Qiushui gave him. The book was titled The Bizarre Records of the Martial Path. Not only did it contain all the wonders of martial path, it also had many bizarre things of the world recorded. As Lin Yun flipped through the pages, he stopped when he saw a violet ice bird. It was exactly the same as the bird on the ancient sword box. The violet ice sparrow, it is a beast with the phoenix bloodline. It lives in the bitter cold of the far north. It wields the violet sacred frostfire at birth, and it can freeze thousands of miles in one attack. In ancient times, it was also called the ice phoenix. In reality, it's not a divine bird, but a beast with the bloodline of the divine bird, the phoenix. Among the descendants of the phoenix, it is ranked among the forefront. Violet ice sparrow. Lin Yun closed the book as he looked at the sword box in astonishment. It turned out that the ancient sword box contained a strand of the violet sacred frostfire, and it seemed to be sealed by a raise in the box. Now, Lin Yun finally figured out why it felt so cold when he first saw it. However, the violet sacred frostfire was exhausted over the years, but it was reborn from absorbing the fire elemental spiritual aura along with a strand of his soul. All of a sudden, Lin Yun was filled with awe that the owner of this sword box was in existence who could even tame the violet ice sparrow. Just how powerful was he? Although the current violet sacred frostfire was powerful, it was far from what it was compared to its prime. Looking at the sword box, Lin Yun gave a telepathic signal and saw the violet ice sparrow appearing on the surface of the box, flapping its wings. At the same time, the heavy sword box also flew into the air. It would be so much more convenient for him to carry this sword box around since it could fly and he wouldn't have to face an awkward situation of not being able to retrieve his sword anymore. After Lin Yun put on some clothes, he carried the ancient sword box behind him. His cultivation was now in the 10th stage of the martial path. At the same time, he had already condensed his Xiantian seed along with his Xiantian pure yang art reaching the 2nd stage. His 3 months of bitter training in the Horizon Cloud Mountain had ended in a success. Collecting himself, he continued forth in his journey. With a flash of light through his eyes, he was like a wild goose, shuttling through the forest. At the same time, the aura that was subconsciously leaking from him had also attracted the attention of many demonic beasts as they followed behind him. Die! After Lin Yun traveled for more than half an hour, there was a bold demonic beast that attacked Lin Yun. As a result, Lin Yun easily smacked it around in just a few punches, with his fist glowing golden yellow. After all, not every demonic beast had the same intelligence as the demonic flaming tiger, knowing how to hide their strength. Before Lin Yun, ordinary demonic beasts in the 10th stage of the martial path were insignificant, meaning Lin Yun could easily kill them all with the ferocious tiger fist. Lin Yun looked at the corpse of the demonic beast before quickly leaving. A demonic beast with no beast core was worthless to him. Roar! Shortly after he left, the demonic beasts who were trembling in fear suddenly pounced to feast on the corpse. That's weird. Where did the dragon-blooded horse go? Lin Yun stopped after a while as he looked perplexed. The dragon-blooded horse might be wild, but it had never disappeared for so long. Did it encounter a formidable demonic beast? But that didn't make any sense. With the speed of the dragon-blooded horse, even a Xiantian realm demonic beast like the demonic flaming tiger couldn't catch up to it. Although the dragon-blooded horse was only in the 10th stage of the martial path, it had no natural predators in the Cloud Horizon Mountain. Lin Yun whistled for the dragon-blooded horse and his signal echoed out into the forest, but even after his whistle stopped echoing, the familiar clopping sounds weren't heard. At this moment, Lin Yun's expression sank as there was only one possibility left. The dragon-blooded horse had encountered a human cultivator. Lin Yun searched the surroundings for half a stick of incense time when he finally found tracks left by the dragon-blooded horse. When Lin Yun raised his head, his gaze was dark as he stretched his arms apart. Executing the wild goose art, Lin Yun flew as he followed the tracks. As the scorching sun hung high in the sky, its blazing sunlight tore through the branches and casted mottled shadows. In the dense forest, the barking of a hound could be heard. The barking hound had a trace of bloodthirst in its eyes as it looked around. Behind the open space, there were several cultivators gathered that yelled from time to time. What a wild horse! Not even young Master's 7 mastiffs could overtake it. That's not all. When we first encountered that beast, a few of our brothers had their legs broken. Screw that filthy beast. I'll definitely teach it a good lesson after we capture it. Bite it! Bite it! A young man in yellow stood behind the woods as he carried a spear that was wrapped in several layers of cloth on his back. Smiling, he looked at the dragon-blooded horse that was surrounded by the 7 mastiffs. The horse looked mighty and sturdy with its stunning crimson coat. It valiantly showed no signs of cowering even when surrounded by 7 mastiffs. It was naturally Lin Yun's dragon-blooded horse. Lil, red. For some reason, it was being surrounded by these strangers. It was biting a spiritual fruit in its mouth, seeming anxious as it faced the 7 mastiffs. However, due to the fact that it couldn't open its mouth, it was at a disadvantage and it couldn't break through. This is the first time I'm seeing a dragon-blooded horse in the 10th stage of the martial path. It must definitely have a beast core in its body and its talent can still be excavated. It even has a water origin fruit in its mouth. A healing treasure. Go at it harder, the young man said with his eyes blazing. The youth became impatient when it saw that the 7 mastiffs still couldn't take down the dragon-blooded horse. When his voice rang out, the 7 mastiffs became even more ferocious as they barked. Young master, won't it be awe-inspiring if you ride this horse around our clear, serene city after you subdue it? One of the servants immediately started flattering. Stop your brown-nosing and focus. I'm determined to subdue this dragon-blooded horse and possess the clear origin fruit. I don't think that the mastiffs are capable of subduing this dragon-blooded horse, so we'll have to do it ourselves. The young man said cautiously and insightfully. Not far from the young man was an old man in black with white hair. He looked old, but his eyes were terrifyingly sharp. The old man had no expression on his face. His sharp gaze silenced those that would look down on him as he suppressed his aura. He only assumed his position to prevent the dragon-blooded horse from breaking through the barricade of mastiffs and hurting the young man. The old man's eyes squinted, almost as if he were napping, uninterested in everything else. A short moment later, the old man suddenly spoke out, "Young master, we can't be late. Master has official business waiting for us. Uncle Huang, why don't you help me take down this beast?" The young man knitted his brows. "I'm only responsible for your safety and nothing else." The old man rejected the young man's request blatantly. "Stubborn old man." The young man muttered as he turned to the few who were standing around, "Get working!" "Yes, young master." For people stood out as all of them emitted their robust aura in the 9th stage of the martial path. "Let's go!" The 4 of them soared into the sky as they made their move against the dragon-blooded horse. The dragon-blooded horse, that was already being held up by the 7 mastiffs, roared out furiously when it saw the 4 men coming in its direction. A violent aura escaped its body and it raised its heavy hooves to attack. It kicked 3 of the mastiffs and sent them rolling on the ground. "Don't try to run." The 4 charging men unleashed their moves towards the dragon-blooded horse from 4 different directions. Boom! Their attacks surged with internal energy that produced a heavy sound when they landed on the dragon-blooded horse. Suffering from the attacks, the dragon-blooded horse staggered as it nearly fell onto the ground. However, the 4 men weren't having a good time either. The enormous rebound from their attacks caused the blood in their bodies to churn uncomfortably. "Here I come." When the young man saw that the dragon-blooded horse was about to fall onto the ground, he let out a roar of laughter and straddled the back of the dragon-blooded horse. He intended to use his own strength to subdue the dragon-blooded horse. However, the dragon-blooded horse restlessly swung the young man around, causing the young man to look unsightly. "Behave yourself." Boom! However, the dragon-blooded horse paid no attention to it as it ignored the pain and tried to throw the young man off. However, the young man was vicious and kicked the dragon-blooded horse right before he was about to be thrown off its back. Boom! The exhausted dragon-blooded horse fell to the ground. "Young master, are you all right?" The 4 men immediately came over and supported the young man. "Bite that filthy animal." The young man swung his hands out from the 4 men's support and roared in pain. Upon receiving the order, the 4 mastiffs pounced towards the dragon-blooded horse with their jaws wide open. Their sharp teeth flickered with a cold luster. The 4 of them charged towards the dragon-blooded horse, biting its neck and puncturing the skin. Whoosh! Right when the 4 mastiffs were about to tear the dragon-blooded horse into pieces, a figure suddenly flew over like a wild goose with a golden glow in his fist. Boom! 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 The 4 mastiffs howled out in pain as they were blown away. They foamed at the mouth as they fell to the ground, twitching from their injuries and unable to stand. The newcomer was naturally Lin Yun, who tracked Lil Red down. However, he had never expected to see Lil Red in such a bad state. "It was lucky that I made it here in time. Otherwise, Lil Red would have died." Lin Yun looked over Lil Red's wounds and was shocked. Fortunately, Lil Red wasn't gravely injured as Lin Yun could see the water origin fruit in its mouth. Lin Yun now understood why Lil Red had disappeared for so long. Lil Red must have been afraid after seeing Lin Yun unconscious and went looking for medicine. Killing intent rose in Lin Yun's heart as he thought about what Lil Red did for him. "Did you injure my horse?" Lin Yun swept his glance out as he looked at the young man. The latter's cultivation was also in the 10th stage of the martial path, and his appearance was also young. As for his followers, even the weakest was in the 8th stage of the martial path. Judging from the looks of it, this young man should be a young master from a certain clan. Listening to Lin Yun's words, the young man laughed. "Within the range of Clear Serene City, you're the first person who dares to injure my mastiffs and question me." Clear Serene City? Lin Yun then recalled the city that he saw on the map. It was an insignificant city located at the borders of the Great Qing Empire. After nearly 3 months of traveling, it was nearly time for him to reach the Great Qing Empire. "Brat, if this horse belongs to you, then offer it to our young master immediately. There's still room for discussion if you do so. Otherwise, you and your horse will have to stay behind." Boom! But right after his voice fell, he was blown away. Crack! The sound of his ribs fracturing rang out as he was struck by a punch from Lin Yun in his chest. Despite his cultivation in the 9th stage of the martial path, he couldn't see exactly how Lin Yun had attacked him. "You're courting death." The other 3 immediately flew into rage when they saw that Lin Yun had actually made the first move. And so, the remaining 3 followers with their cultivation in the 9th stage of the martial path attacked at the same time, slashing down at Lin Yun with their palms as blades. Whoosh! However, Lin Yun dodged their attacks easily. The attacks of the 3 contained nothing more than some power. With a cold snort, Lin Yun threw a simple punch. Lin Yun's fist glowed with golden radiance as it struck. Crack! With just one punch, the attacks from those 3 were immediately crushed. Boom! And before they could even launch their second rounds of attacks, a loud noise echoed as the 3 of them were sent flying out. The 3 men landed on the ground and rolled away for a few meters with blood spurting from their mouths. The surrounding was quiet as the followers of the Lu clan looked at Lin Yun with fear in their eyes. All of them had taken steps back as this youth standing before them was a little too ridiculously strong. Not even the young man in yellow had expected that Lin Yun could defeat 3 cultivators in the 9th stage of the martial path with a fist. Although the young man's lips were trembling, a sinister light flickered in his eyes and he did not back down. "If you kneel down and apologize before I get angry, I can pretend that nothing has happened." For some reason, Lu Yun was calm after witnessing Lin Yun's strength. Not only was he still arrogant, he even looked composed. "But I won't pretend that nothing has happened," Lin Yun interrupted as he sneered inwardly. It didn't matter who he was facing. He wouldn't let them off so easily since they had injured Lil Red so badly. Swish! Lin Yun made his move in that split second after his voice fell and charged towards the youth with a flash. As the youth had already witnessed Lin Yun's fist, he immediately retreated with fear as he took the long spear on his back. Rustle! When the cloth that wrapped around the spear fell apart, it emitted a cold aura as Lu Yun snorted, "Die then!" As the cold aura rippled, Lu Yun held onto his sword and stabbed it out. Facing his stab, Lin Yun found himself being enveloped by a cold aura that felt freezing. When the cold aura seeped into his body, it felt as if even his blood had frozen solid. As the cold wind blew, lots of ice debris started condensing in the air and swept towards Lin Yun. Mid-grade profound artifact. Lin Yun was shocked when he recognized this spear. It was a genuine mid-grade profound artifact. It turned out that the spear in Lu Yun's hand was actually a mid-grade profound artifact. As Lu Yun swung his spear, it pierced through the glow of Lin Yun's fist and swept out with violent momentum. Crack! Lin Yun shattered the cold aura that invaded his body with his internal energy and retreated to avoid the sharp edge of the spear. Swish! 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 With the spear in his hand, Lu Yun's ferocious momentum kept forcing Lin Yun back. The spear in his hand formed sharp attacks as they flew out. The cold wind stung Lin Yun's face as it blew against him. "Weren't you arrogant a moment ago?" Lu Yun wore a smug smile after seeing how Lin Yun was forced to the point where he couldn't retaliate. The power of a mid-grade profound artifact was truly shocking. No matter how strong Lin Yun's ferocious tiger fist was, it was impossible for him to contend with a mid-grade profound artifact with only his fist. Most importantly, the spear was too sharp. Even without the spear wounding him, the cold aura permeated from the spear had already seeped into his body. If he was stabbed by it, Lin Yun was certain that he would turn into an ice statue immediately. However, Lin Yun kept his composure as he slowly waited for Lu Yun to show a flaw in his attacks. After all, this fellow didn't seem capable of controlling the mid-grade profound artifact. "Nice one, young master. Stab that bastard to death. Show him the might of our Lu clan. He's truly courting death to provoke our Lu clan in clear serene city." When all the followers saw how Lu Yun held the advantage, they began cheering. However, Lu Yun was groaning out bitterly in his heart as Lin Yun was too shrewd. Lu Yun couldn't find an opportunity to land his attacks. Lin Yun's retreating defense was perfect. Since the beginning, Lin Yun had avoided the sharp edges of the mid-grade profound artifact while occasionally shattering the cold aura. Lin Yun knew that he had to retaliate, otherwise he would be exhausted to death. With a smile on his lips, Lin Yun suddenly took a step forth when Lu Yun was about to stop. When he took that step forth, winds and clouds began to gather as Lin Yun executed the Dragon Tiger Might. With his cultivation in the 10th stage of the martial path, his aura was actually comparable to the Xianxia realm after being empowered by the Dragon Tiger Might. Boom! Lu Yun was caught off guard as he took several steps back. At the same time, he had also lost control of the spear in his hand. Now, without the mid-grade profound artifact, there was nothing that Lin Yun had to fear. Grabbing onto this opportunity, Lin Yun threw a punch out as his figure pounced forth. Get lost! Lu Yun roared out in shock and anger as he wanted to retaliate with his spear. A cold glow began to gather on Lu Yun's spear as he wanted to swing it over at Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun did not give him the opportunity to do so as he made his move before the mid-grade spiritual artifact reached him. Grabbing onto the ancient sword box with both his hands, Lin Yun mustered his strength as he slammed it over. Boom! The force of the ancient sword box had crushed through everyone as Lu Yun was sent flying. Getting smacked by the ancient sword box made Lu Yun's head spin. On top of his dizziness, he could hear the bones in his body breaking. If it wasn't for the fact that he wore a profound artifact as his armor, he definitely would have been killed by that attack. At the same time, Lin Yun was shocked as the might of the ancient sword box had gone beyond his expectations. After all, he had sent Lu Yun flying out with it without putting any internal energy into that attack. Then again, if it wasn't for the fact that he had grasped the flaw in Lu Yun's movements, it would have been impossible for the sword box to show such power. As he calmed down from the shock, he took a step forth and grabbed the spear. Rustle. There was a surge of cold aura that enveloped Lin Yun's hand as soon as he grabbed the spear. My clouded ice spear. Lu Yun's face changed drastically at the sight of this as he wanted to snatch it back. However, he couldn't even protect himself right now, so how could he possibly take his spear back? As Lin Yun grabbed onto the clouded ice spear tightly in his hand, he commented, "Good spear." From how Lin Yun displayed the Dragon Tiger Might to how he seized the spear away from Lu Yun, his movements flowed smoothly. The situation had turned around in the blink of an eye, and it was something that no one had expected. My horse might be a little stupid, but that doesn't mean that it can be bullied by anyone. With the spear in his hand, Lin Yun had no intentions of letting Lu Yun go as he threw a palm out. Boom! All of a sudden, another palm came into contact with him as Lin Yun flew out with blood spewing from his mouth. An old man appeared before Lu Yun all of a sudden. His hair was white and his complexion was pale. However, his eyes were piercingly keen. After Lin Yun landed on his feet, he took several steps back to offset the force before he stood firmly. Looking at the old man, Lin Yun was shocked in his heart as he exclaimed out, "A Xianxia realm cultivator! Holy!" That old man did not attract Lin Yun's attention earlier as he looked sleepy and his aura was unsteady. But because of that careless mistake, he had suffered a great loss. So it turned out that this old man was the true reason why Lu Yun was so confident. "Uncle Huang, take my clouded ice spear back for me." Lu Yun panicked as he pointed at the spear in Lin Yun's hand. As he spoke, his anger triggered his injuries and he threw out several mouthfuls of blood. Evidently, he was badly wounded from the battle with Lin Yun. Looking at Lin Yun, the old man spoke out, "Young man, that's enough. Leave the clouded ice spear behind and you can leave with your horse. As the saying goes, not even a dragon dares to suppress a snake in its territory. The Lu clan rule the entire clear serene city, and it's impossible for you to walk out of this forest even if you take the spear. Is that so?" Lin Yun wiped the blood stains from the corner of his mouth as he raised his brows with confidence. If he had known how strong the old man was, he definitely wouldn't suffer such a huge loss. Most importantly, the old man's palm wasn't as strong as he had imagined. Compared to the demonic flaming tiger, this old man was incredibly weak. The Great Qin Empire is truly not simple. Even the clan in a small city has Xianxia realm cultivators, and I have truly come to the right place. Come, let me see how powerful you are. Lin Yun swung the spear in his hand that caused a gust of wind. which condensed into ice debris and shot over at the old man. The cold radiance permeated the surroundings, causing the servants of the Lu clan that felt it to immediately back off in a panic. Lu Yun could only forcibly use the clouded ice spear, but Lin Yun was actually doing it with ease. When the old man saw this scene, his heart throbbed with his face sinking. It was just as he had observed about Lin Yun. When he saw Lin Yun attack earlier, he had already noticed that there was something unusual about Lin Yun's internal energy. Lin Yun's internal energy wasn't something that a quasi-Shintian realm cultivator would possess, and it was unreasonably strong. From that alone, the old man had judged that Lin Yun wouldn't be an easy opponent. Even if he could defeat Lin Yun, killing him was another question. And things were getting complicated now that he failed to make Lin Yun back off with his verbal intimidation. "You're not coming at me? Then I'll come at you." Lin Yun smiled as he could tell that the old man had a cautious personality. Even if the old man was in the Xiantian realm, he would definitely not make the first move. Rather than calling it cautious, it was time that slowly grinded his fighting will away. The old man had lost the heart of a cultivator. Carrying the sword box on his back, Lin Yun soared into the sky as he pounced over with the clouded ice spear in his hand. Boom! 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 Relying on the might of the clouded ice spear, Lin Yun actually managed to clash evenly with the old man. He even had a slight advantage in the exchange. His fighting will was burning in his heart and his blood stirred with excitement. At this moment, Lin Yun looked like a rising sun as he fearlessly attacked. A young man should be ambitious like Lin Yun, wearing passion on his chest and showing confidence like the scorching sun in the sky. So what if he was defeated? He was still young, so why would he be afraid of losing? When the old man looked at the fighting will coming from Lin Yun, he was completely shocked as things had gone south from his expectations. When Lin Yun unfolded his attacks, the old man soon realized that Lin Yun wasn't proficient with the spear. However, Lin Yun's fighting will was terrifying. Seeing that Lin Yun was unfolding his attacks fearlessly, the old man was gradually forced to move backwards. A trace of rage filled his face and he barked, "Are you done?" Boom! The Xiantian energy within him surged out like an unceasing tide. With a flash of light, a massive energy blade materialized in his palm. His aura instantly soared. The old man had shattered the attack that Lin Yun had executed with the mid-grade profound artifact. Martial soul. Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he saw the blade and poured his internal energy into the clouded ice spear. But even despite his efforts, he wasn't able to defend himself from the old man's blade. A loud sound and shockwaves spread out from their clash, snapping all the trees in a several hundred-meter radius. When the cloud of dust cleared up, Lin Yun was seen with blood dripping down from his lips. However, not even that attack dulled the joy between his brows. "That's a strong blade you have there." Lin Yun smiled as he wielded the clouded ice spear. The old man snorted coldly, but he was frozen in shock just when he was about to step forth. Lin Yun was standing with someone beneath his feet. It was Lu Yun, who had fallen unconscious. "You! Haha! Xiantian realm cultivators are truly powerful. I have been enlightened." In the next second, Lin Yun threw out a kick, which sent Lu Yun flying out like a sandbag. When the old man caught Lu Yun, Lin Yun had already rode off on the dragon-blooded horse. Only his laughter was left echoing out in the forest, which left the old man trembling in anger. "Uncle Huang, chase after him. How am I supposed to explain to my father that I lost the clouded ice spear?" Lu Yun spoke out anxiously as he got up on his feet when he saw Lin Yun disappearing into the forest. Judging from his tone, the clouded ice spear must have had something to do with the official business that he had previously mentioned. The old man withdrew his martial soul and replied, "Chase after him? How are we going to chase after him? You want me to compete with the dragon-blooded horse in speed? If he turns around and kills you, how am I going to explain that to your father?" The old man's words immediately made Lu Yun speechless. At this moment, Lu Yun only felt sorrow in his heart. The old man was furious. If it wasn't for a burden like Lu Yun, how could Lin Yun leave so easily? "But, Uncle Huang, you're a Xiantian realm cultivator, So why can't you do anything to him? Lu Yun said softly a brief moment later. I can sense that there's something different about his internal energy. He's definitely not your ordinary 10th stage cultivator. It's impossible for ordinary Xiantian realm cultivators to do anything to him. Even if they can defeat him, the odds of capturing him are low, explained the old man. Damn it! What should we do now? Father is trying to catch the flaming golden lotus right now, and he might not be able to do it without the clouded ice spear. Lu Yun looked terrified. He had no idea what awaited him after losing the clouded ice spear. Since the clouded ice spear was lost under my watch, I will naturally be responsible for it, sighed the old man. Uncle Huang, let's leave this place first, responded the old man. As soon as the crowd left, a figure jumped down from a tree. If the old man was here, he would definitely be angered to death. Turned out that the figure was Lin Yun, who had stuck around. Although he rode the dragon-blooded horse when he left, he did not go too far away. He only got the dragon-blooded horse to run away while he came back. If the old man had followed the tracks left by the dragon-blooded horse, he would never have found Lin Yun. In the end, the dragon-blooded horse had fulfilled its task perfectly. There was no way the old man could catch up to the dragon-blooded horse in the forest. That meant that the old man would never catch Lin Yun no matter what choice he made. Lin Yun might seem arrogant when he fought, but his thoughts were meticulous. He had already thought of a way out. Toying with the clouded ice spear in his hand, Lin Yun fell into deep thought. So this mid-grade profound artifact has such use to it. He could guess that this clouded ice spear must be the treasure of the Lu clan and that they wouldn't use it easily. The reason why they took it out now was because they had to deal with the flaming golden lotus. Lin Yun started flipping through the bizarre record that was given to him by Qiushui. He searched for information related to the flaming golden lotus. A brief moment later, he finally found the record about the flaming golden lotus. The flaming golden lotus is also known as the drought golden lotus. Among all the fire-attributed golden lotus, the Earthspring golden lotus stands supreme. It is highly sought after by the Buddhist and Taoist sects. The drought golden lotus might not be comparable to the Earthspring golden lotus, but it is also extremely valuable. After the drought golden lotus reaches a certain age, it can even be comparable to the Earthspring golden lotus. The drought golden lotus will sink deep into the earth to experience a tribulation every century. After success, the number of petals on it will increase by twice the amount. But if it fails, it will disappear and return to nature. There's one thing to note about the drought golden lotus. If it is threatened, it will transform into an ancient ominous beast, the drought demon. Drought demon? The drought demon was an ominous beast from ancient times, and its appearance would always be accompanied by a drought. The drought golden lotus probably transformed into the drought demon to protect itself. After all, it would be ridiculous if the drought golden lotus was comparable to the drought demon from ancient times. This clouded ice spear must be the weapon meant for dealing with the drought demon. Every single petal of the drought golden lotus contains extremely pure fire spiritual energy that's extremely beneficial to Xiantian realm cultivators. It's the perfect foundation for those below the Xiantian realm. When the cultivator steps into the Xiantian realm, their spiritual energy could develop into the phenomenon of heaven's incineration, having endless potential. Lin Yun felt that the spiritual energy taking on the phenomenon of heaven's incineration was too exaggerated. However, it was true that consuming the petals of the drought golden lotus could lay down a good foundation for Xiantian realm. Cough! Cough! Lin Yun coughed with his mouth covered. When he opened up his palm was covered in blood. The Xiantian realm is truly powerful. That old man must have only cleared up one orifice. Lin Yun muttered as he looked at the blood in his palm. His battle with the old man made him realize the power of Xiantian realm cultivators. They were strong, but their strength was still within reasonable limits. That meant that he had laid down a good foundation in his cultivation, and he wasn't like other ordinary cultivators in the 10th stage of the martial path. After all, he had consumed a 7-orifice exquisite pellet, and he had also comprehended the Xiantian pure yang art. So if he couldn't escape from a Xiantian realm, he could just kill himself with a piece of tofu. But the martial soul was truly powerful. The old man's martial soul was a long blade, and the tables had turned when the old man materialized his martial soul. Not even a mid-grade profound artifact could suppress it. Clop, clop, clop. Raising his head to the direction of the hooves clopping against the ground, Lin Yun saw the dragon-blooded horse returning. It was still biting on a water-origin fruit in its mouth. Looking at the fruit, Lin Yun felt a trace of warmth in his heart. Lil Red might be a little stupid, but it still had some conscience. "You're right on time," Lin Yun said, smiling, as he took the water-origin fruit from Lil Red's mouth. The water-origin fruit was considered a sacred medicine when it came to healing. With it around, the injuries he suffered from his battle with the old man could be resolved. "Why were you surrounded by those people to begin with?" Lin Yun asked as he looked at the dragon-blooded horse. With its intelligence and speed, it wouldn't be a problem for it to escape. However, it was difficult for him to try and converse with a horse. Fortunately, the dragon-blooded horse was intelligent and could understand what Lin Yun was trying to say. It was only natural, as they had been spending much time together. Although it took Lil Red a long time to understand. It was just as he had guessed. The dragon-blooded horse was terrified to see Lin Yun unconscious. It went looking for spiritual herbs to help and ended up being followed. In the end, it was naturally surrounded because of the water-origin fruit it had found. Looking at the wounds on the dragon-blooded horse left by the mastiffs and weapons, Lin Yun felt a rage burning in his heart. "It'll be too easy for those people if I leave." 2 days later, in a land covered in overgrown grasses, there was a golden flame blazing on the ground. The golden flame was surrounded by a huge crowd. There were 2 middle-aged men leading the crowd, radiating the aura of the Xianxia realm. The one with the square face knitted his brows and looked at Lu Yun, saying, "Where's the clouded ice spear?" That middle-aged man who spoke was the patriarch of the Lu clan, Lu Tung. He had reached the Xianxia realm a few years ago and exterminated the other clans in the city. His deed had created a situation in Clear Serene City where the Lu clan reigned supremacy. Facing the question, Lu Yun trembled in fear as he did not dare to reply. "Patriarch, it was this old servant's fault. The spear was lost." The old man stepped up and explained the entire matter. "Bunch of trash," yelled Lu Tung. "Pa!" Lu Tung had walked over and slapped Lu Yun's face. "Father, I'm wrong. Please forgive me." Lu Yun dropped to his knees in response to his father's anger, begging for forgiveness. "You piece of trash. You can't even show the slightest promise. Do you know what losing the clouded ice spear means? You've caused me such a problem. What do you expect me to do when the drought demon comes out later?" Lu Tung hollered in anger. He would have slapped Lu Yun to death if Lu Yun wasn't his son. "Calm down, elder brother. Losing the clouded ice spear doesn't mean that we will be helpless against the drought demon. The age of this flaming golden lotus is less than 100 years old, and it's sufficient for us to intimidate it with the aura of 3 Xianxia realms." The middle-aged man beside him comforted. The middle-aged man turned to Lu Yun and spoke out, "Come, get up. Thank you, uncle." Lu Yun thanked him as he immediately got on his feet. "That brat is simply courting death to mess with my Lu clan. Send someone to look for him. After we're done with this matter, I'll look for him personally and make him wish he was dead." Lu Tung spoke coldly with a vicious glow in his eyes. 10 miles away, Lin Yun was standing on top of a mountain and looking out. He was shocked when he saw the Lu clan's formation. This clan that was located in the borders of the Great Qin Empire actually had 3 Xianxia realms. But it was fortunate that they had only cleared up their first orifice. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to stick around even if he had more courage. "It looks like I'm right in taking the risk. Even if I do not look for them, they will definitely come looking for me. At the very least, it's uncertain who will obtain the flaming golden lotus in the end." Lin Yun caressed the clouded ice spear with a cold light in his eyes. Flames blazed on the ground as the surrounding temperature surged terrifyingly high. There were many broken tree branches on the ground burning in flames. Looking at the surroundings, one could imagine how prosperous this place once was. However, everything changed after the flaming golden lotus sank into the ground. Outside the flames, The Lu clan's party was nervously making their preparations. For this drought golden lotus, Lu Tang had practically mobilized the entire clan. He wanted to obtain the drought golden lotus. After all, he could produce a few more Xiantian realms in the clan with the petals. Then, the entire clan could thrive for decades. They might even have a chance at occupying the surrounding cities. This drought golden lotus is a gift from the heavens. Only success is allowed. Lu Tang spoke with certainty. Don't worry about it, elder brother. Only our Lu clan has found this drought golden lotus, and we even sealed off all the news about it. No one else knows about it and nothing will go wrong, said the middle-aged man standing beside Lu Tang. That middle-aged man was the number 2 of the Lu clan, Lu Tian. He was the younger brother of the patriarch, and his cultivation was also in the first orifice of the Xiantian realm. We can't afford to be careless. There's no impermeable seal in the world, but thankfully I already have a perfect plan. If anyone dares to covet the drought golden lotus, then they're just courting death. Lu Tang's eyes flashed with a vicious glow as his words sent shudders down everyone's spine. He turned his gaze to Lu Yun and said coldly, "It's a pity that this fool lost the clouded ice spear that was passed down by the clan." Facing his father, Lu Yun could only lower his head and keep his silence. "Elder brother, you don't have to be too worried about it. That kid can't be far, and we'll take care of him after dealing with the drought golden lotus. After taking the clouded ice spear from us, he won't be able to escape so easily." Boom! Before Lu Tian finished his words, the ground started trembling. Together with the old man in black, the 3 of their faces changed as they looked with glimmering expectation in their eyes. "It's coming!" Whoosh! The blazing flames suddenly shrunk and gathered in one spot. As the strands of flame gathered, it seemed like a sun had appeared out of thin air on the ground. The brilliant rays that it gave out was dazzling to the eyes. However, that dazzling brilliance had only lasted for an instant before it disappeared. What replaced it was a flaming golden lotus that appeared in everyone's sight. It exuded a golden glow. "The drought golden lotus!" Lu Tang exclaimed out as his eyes became heated. At the same time, the density of the fire elemental spiritual energy made everyone's lips dry. There weren't any flames on the ground, but the surrounding temperature kept rising. Soon enough, the ground had started to glow red like magma. The bow, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nearly 1,000 cultivators pulled their bows as they knocked the strings with cold arrows. "Release!" Lu Tang barked. Swish! The sound of arrows tore through the air as they rained down from the sky. Sizzle! Sizzle! The falling arrows struck the ground and sizzled as their cold aura leaked out, like melting ice. At the same time, the temperature on the ground began to fall. "That's a lot of preparation," thought Lin Yun, shocked at the distant scene. The arrows were made of icy wood and were immersed in the icy spring. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to display such might. It showed how prepared the Lu clan was. In that split second, Lin Yun hesitated if he should take the risk. The strength displayed by the Lu clan was much stronger than the entire Azure Sky sect. Not to mention that they were more united as a family. "I'll just stay and see how things develop." Lin Yun squinted his eyes as he did not want to give up. The flaming golden lotus was still quite tempting to him. Boom! When the flaming golden lotus felt the threat, it suddenly transformed into the ancient ominous beast, the drought demon. At the same time, the scorching ground began to crack. "Escaping? Dream on!" Lu Tang sneered as he soared into the sky along with Lu Tian and the old man in black. The 3 of them had surrounded the drought demon from 3 directions as they approached with their Xiantian realm aura unleashed. Swish! 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 The cultivators of the Lu clan followed behind as they fired arrows. Anyone could tell that they were trained as they released their bows. At the same time, explosions rang throughout the air. Under the suppression of 3 Xiantian realm cultivators, the drought demon fought to stand. It howled while being covered in flames. As for the 3 Xiantian realm cultivators of the Lu clan, they were having a hard time suppressing the drought demon. But in the end, the drought golden lotus was still less than 100 years old. It naturally couldn't withstand the suppression coming from 3 realms and was slowly forced back. At the same time, poisonous arrows were shot at the body of the drought demon. The 3 realms were smart as they did not choose to fight with the drought demon head-on. They planned to gradually weaken it with arrows instead. The 3 of them were cautious as they waited for the poison to kick in. Their plan is too perfect. Lin Yun shook his head softly. Evidently, the Lu clan had done their fair share of investigation in advance about the drought golden lotus. They had planned out any possible situations, so they were having an easy time facing the drought demon. If everything went well, the drought demon would be slowly weakened to death. Then, the Lu clan would finally capture the flaming golden lotus. Kill! Lu Tung grinned as he issued the order. The drought demon had been weakened enough after half a stick of incense time. The 3 realm immediately launched their assault at the poisoned drought demon. For a moment, all kinds of Xiantian art were being thrown at the drought demon endlessly. As the commotion from the battle stirred in the air, everyone watching this scene was terrified. Without the cultivation in the Xiantian realm, anyone who joined in the fight would only be injured. The cultivators of the Lu clan were smart with their formation as they separated into small groups. There were 10 of them in a single group, and they constantly changed their position to shoot arrows at the drought demon. Looking at how well they moved, they were clearly trained in these formations. Under Lu Yun's command, the Hotian realm cultivators moved efficiently. The drought demon wasn't just facing 3 Xiantian realms, but the entire clan itself. The Lu clan had the drought demon under their control and watched as it struggled. The odds aren't high, Lin Yun estimated, as the drought demon's strength was roughly at the 3rd orifice of the Xiantian realm. Logically speaking, it should be easy to flee even if it couldn't fight. But the entire Lu clan had cooperated well together, so the drought demon couldn't escape. It could only watch how things slowly became worse for it. Then again, the poisonous arrows had played a key role in this matter. The arrows had restricted the strength of the drought demon. Looking at the clouded ice spear in his hand, Lin Yun wondered how the situation would turn out if the Lu clan had used it. It was common sense that ice and fire restrained each other. If they had the clouded ice spear, they would have already bagged the drought golden lotus by now. But just when Lin Yun felt that the risk was too high and he had no odds, the situation suddenly changed. 10 odd figures clothed in black suddenly charged forth from the side. The leader of that mysterious group emitted the aura of the Xiantian realm. They caught the Lu clan by complete surprise as they killed over 10 cultivators from the Lu clan in the blink of an eye. Mournful Shyrex echoed out. Swish! 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 This bunch of people were decisive as they immediately switched their location after killing. They continued pouncing at other cultivators from the Lu clan. In just a brief moment, the Xiantian realm leader had already slaughtered nearly 100 cultivators from the Lu clan. Boom! With the number of cultivators from the Lu clan decreasing, the density of the arrows had also dropped. How clever! They know that the drought demon will definitely die if they allow the Lu clan to continue. By killing the cultivators of the Lu clan, they relieved the pressure of the drought demon, making an opportunity for it to deal with the 3 Xiantian realm individuals. Lin Yun's eyes lit up at the sight of this scene. Steady! Steady! Lu Yun yelled out among the crowd as he immediately commanded the cultivators from the Lu clan to surround those mysterious people. But after the mysterious group wreaked havoc, they immediately headed for the drought demon. The battle was still going on with the drought demon, and it was impossible for ordinary cultivators to approach. The mysterious group of men were all masked. Only their eyes were exposed through their masks. The leader of the black-clothed group looked determined as if he was taking on everyone. His eyes were glowing with murderous intent. The 3 Xiantian realm of the Lu clan were in a critical moment of fighting the drought demon. When they saw the mysterious men coming in their direction, they were calm without the slightest trace of panic on their faces. All 3 of them simultaneously retreated with a sneer, giving up on the drought demon. When the mysterious group of men saw this scene, they were all shocked. It's a trap! Retreat! The leader of the mysterious group yelled anxiously. However, it was already too late. 10 archers clad in blue jumped out of the forest at that very moment. They weren't present before, and all of them were in the 9th stage of the martial path. Even more shocking was the fact that the bows in their hands were actually low-grade profound artifacts. The 10 of them indifferently looked on as they pulled their bows. When the bowstrings stretched to a full moon, they released their hold on the bowstrings simultaneously. Swish! 10 arrows shot forth, empowered by low-grade profound artifacts. When the arrows flew across the air, they produced a tearing sound from the wind resistance. In the blink of an eye, everyone from the black-clothed party was hit by the arrows. Only their Xianxia realm leader was safe from the arrows. Everyone who was struck by the arrows groaned as they fell onto the ground, taking their last breath. Trash from the Wan family. Do you think that I can't recognize you guys just because all of you are masked? Lu Tang, you're taking it too far. Looking at the corpses of his companions, the Xianxia realm leader removed the scarf that was covering his face. His aged face was plastered with regret. How will I be able to rule the clear, serene city if I'm not ruthless enough? How will I be able to chase trash like you out? You want to make a comeback? Dream on. I can tell you that today is the day you die. Lu Tang snorted as he stepped forth. He launched an attack on the old man of the Wan clan. Meanwhile, the other 2 Xiantian realms from the Lu clan returned to suppressing the drought demon. Lin Yun's eyes glinted 10 miles away on a mountain at the sight of this scene. He was already planning to retreat, but he changed his mind when he saw the current situation. Retrieving the ancient sword box from his back, he muttered, "It's up to you now, buddy." Whoosh! The floral patterns on the ancient sword box glowed, taking on the shape of the violet ice sparrow, which flapped its wings on the surface of the sword box. As the sword box hovered in the sky, Lin Yun jumped onto it. Swish! The sword box started swaying in the air when he stood on it. All Lin Yun could do was calm himself as he poured his internal energy into the box. As the sword box was energized by Lin Yun's internal energy, it slowly stabilized in the air. Lin Yun then manipulated the sword box as he slowly flew over to the battlefield. The 2 Xiantian realm cultivators of the Lu clan were having a tough time facing the drought demon by themselves. But fortunately, the drought demon was already poisoned. Its strength had been weakened and it was in its last throes. Meanwhile, Lu Tang suppressed the Wan clan's patriarch all by himself. His moves were ruthless, which left the patriarch of the Wan clan in despair. The patriarch of the Wan clan wanted to put up a struggle and seize the drought golden lotus. If he succeeded, he would be able to restore the Wan clan's strength. However, no one had expected that Lu Tang had already expected this scene and made preparations beforehand. He instructed the 10 archers to go into hiding with their low-grade profound artifacts. When they launched their surprise attack, they took the Wan clan by surprise, killing everyone except for the patriarch. Old Foggy, I can spare you if you're willing to submit to the Lu clan. Lu Tang had completely suppressed his opponent and he still had the strength to smile. After all, you're still a Xiantian realm cultivator. Dream on. Even if I die, I will never bow my head to your Lu clan. The patriarch of the Wan clan wore an indifferent expression. However, his eyes were gushing with flames of anger. In his eyes, Lu Tang was practically a demon. Lu Tang's hands were drenched in the blood of the Wan clan. How could he, the patriarch of the Wan clan, possibly submit to the Lu clan? Then you can die as well. Boom! 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 Lu Tang barked coldly and threw his hands out. Facing Lu Tang's assault, the patriarch of the Wan clan was left in a sorry state as his face paled. His flaw was caught by Lu Tang as he was struck with a blow and spurted blood from his mouth. You're just a piece of trash. With your standards, it was simply a matter of time for the Wan clan to be extinguished. You're responsible for all the deaths of the Wan clan, and there's no need for a useless patriarch like you to keep on living. Lu Tang threw more insults after gaining the upper hand. He was trying to use his insults to destroy his opponent's psyche. Screw you! The eyes of the Wan clan's patriarch turned red. As his psyche was affected, his momentum was also disrupted. Lu Tang sneered in his heart, as his attacks gradually increased the wounds on his opponent. His momentum was building up his strength to end the fight in one blow. Simultaneously, the cultivators of the Lu clan reorganized themselves as they gradually regained control of the situation. Judging from the current situation, it wouldn't take long before they captured the drought demon. Everything was going well for them. Come on, everyone. This filthy animal will soon be captured. Lu Yun roared with joy among the crowd. Clop, clop, clop. But all of a sudden, an irritated dragon-blooded horse appeared. Its coat was a smooth and glossy crimson that made it look like a fireball had charged over. Sensing the violent aura from the dragon-blooded horse, everyone's gaze was attracted to it. Why, young master? Look, the horse is back. Someone stammered as he pointed at the dragon-blooded horse. When Lu Yun turned his gaze over, his smiling face instantly froze. That filthy animal. Come with me. That bastard must be somewhere around too, he growled. The dragon-blooded horse charged forth when it saw that the crowd was coming over. Boom! 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 In a few breaths' time, the dragon-blooded horse managed to break up a few of the small teams. The cultivators who were kicked by the horse yelled out in pain as they had several ribs broken. Gurgle! 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 No one could catch the horse when it raised its speed. As the dragon-blooded horse ran, it actually made a human-like chuckle. In just a moment, chaos descended onto the hundreds of cultivators from the Lu clan. What's going on? Lu Tung's face changed when he saw this scene. Patriarch. The owner of this horse was the one who stole the clouded ice spear. The old man from the Lu clan's faction spoke out with anxiety on his face. Even a filthy animal dares to act with such arrogance? Lu Tung immediately flew into a fury. He immediately turned around and headed for the dragon-blooded horse, wanting to capture it. Hey, you want to leave? Did you ask me if you're allowed to leave? The patriarch of the Wan clan chuckled out as he staked his life in obstructing Lu Tung. Die, you old bones. Lu Tung was immediately placed in a tough spot. There was even a hint of anger on his calm face. It's great that I can see you suffering a loss before my death. It's totally worth it. Ha ha. The patriarch of the Wan clan fought without any concern for his own life to hold up Lu Tung. Lu Tian and the old man had their faces covered in beads of sweat as they fought the drought demon. Their expressions had turned grave. Without the cultivators of the Lu clan helping out, the retaliation of the drought demon was starting to give them headaches. Old Huang, why don't I deal with that filthy animal first? We can't let this go on. Lu Tian also felt a headache as he caught a glimpse of the dragon-blooded horse. The horse was currently leading the cultivators of the Lu clan by their noses. No, since the horse is here, that brat must be nearby as well. He will definitely appear to steal the drought golden lotus if you leave. The old man immediately called out and continued. Don't fall for his deception. We can't let down our guards now, and we have no idea where that brat will appear. Don't forget that he has the clouded ice spear. Lu Tian naturally knew how serious this matter was, so he gave up on the idea of dealing with the dragon-blooded horse. But whenever he saw the grin on the dragon-blooded horse's face, he would gnash his teeth in fury. Boom! An aura surged out like an unceasing tide from the drought demon. Its aura was comparable to a second orifice of the Xianxia realm, which sent the two from the Lu clan flying. But the old man and Lu Tian rejoiced when they saw this scene. It's putting up its last struggle. This damnable beast is finally reaching its end. This was the drought demon's last struggle. As long as they could persevere through this round, they would be able to subdue the drought demon. Roaring in laughter, the old man and Lu Tian immediately summoned their martial souls. They were giving it their all in this last fight, but the two of them made sure to stay on alert. After all, Lin Yun might be hidden somewhere around here. The old man was especially alert. He took a loss when he faced Lin Yun previously, so he was alert at this moment as he would look around occasionally. Boom! After another collision, the two of them took 10-odd steps back as they faced the drought demon. In a split second, a sudden change had occurred. A silhouette had descended from the sky without any signs. That silhouette caught everyone by surprise as he was above the drought demon before the old man and Lu Tian could react. Swish! He stabbed out with the clouded ice spear. In the next instance, a dazzling cold light erupted from the clouded ice spear. The cold light swept out like an unceasing tide from the spear. The eyes of Lu Tian and the old man were bulged so big that their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. They were both shocked by the scene unfolding before them. This? Lin Yun had appeared from somewhere that no one had expected as he dealt a fatal blow to the drought demon. Lu Tian and the old man had imagined every possible direction that Lin Yun would approach from, except for the correct one. It was beyond their imagination for Lin Yun to descend from the sky. In the 1 second, Lin Yun's clouded ice spear had immediately suppressed the drought demon. The drought demon let out a mournful howl as it reverted to the form of a flaming lotus. When the lotus appeared, an incessant surge of fire elemental spiritual energy swept out. With joy on his face, Lin Yun grabbed onto the golden lotus and placed it in his interspatial pouch. "Stop!" Lu Tian and the old men roared. They were both trembling with rage as they pounced toward Lin Yun. Lin Yun did not panic as he faced the two of them with a smile. He grabbed onto the descending ancient sword box. Mustering all his strength, he swung the sword box. Boom! The ancient sword box collided with the two martial souls. The violent collision had created a tremendous shock. It felt like roaring thunder that trembled the ears. A cloud of dust raised in the collision. The faces of Lu Tian and the old man turned red as blood rolled within their bodies. They never expected that Lin Yun would actually be able to repel the two of them, and they certainly didn't expect him to take the opportunity to go after the lotus as well. Catch him! Lu Yun was already prepared for Lin Yun's arrival. As he wore a sneer, he joined the battle from the side with a group of cultivators. They had successfully blocked Lin Yun's path of retreat. Lin Yun waved his hand as the sword box opened up in midair. Petals drifted down from the sky as they danced in the sky. At the same time, the flower burial sword was revealed among the dancing petals. Swish! Lin Yun turned into a streak of light as he shot down into the petals. When his figure appeared within the storm of petals, he reached out for the flower burial sword. Clang! Lin Yun tore through the raining petals like a stream. He looked at the cultivators from the Lu clan as he jumped with a smile. Reflective shadow. Welding his sword, Lin Yun stormed his way through the crowd. He left afterimages from his swordplay. Blood splattered from the crowd, followed by their mournful shrieks. A brief moment later, Lin Yun's enemies were left lying on the ground. None of them could receive a single move from him. Lu Yun had fared better. Facing Lin Yun's sword, he sustained several swords before he was blown away. Fire the arrows! A yell rang out from the rear as hundreds of cultivators from the Lu clan stretched their bows and fired. In the next moment, a storm of arrows enveloped Lin Yun. 10 arrows that were fired from low-grade profound artifacts were also hidden among the storm of arrows. Seeking sword spirit. Raising his brow, Lin Yun's sword began to vibrate. A buzzing noise echoed out into the surroundings. At the same time, the arrows flying in midair began to vibrate as well before falling down from the sky. Lin Yun stepped back and he easily dodged the arrows. Buzz! Buzz! However, the buzzing noise still resonated out in the air. The cultivators who were wielding their bows were all shocked. Their bows were trembling from the buzzing noise, and in the next moment all of their bows broke into two. Lin Yun stabbed out as he turned back, returning his sword into its sheath perfectly, following which the petals also returned to the sword box. Placing the sword box on his back, Lin Yun began to make his escape. Swish! Swish! The old man and Lu Tian came late. The two of them were shocked when they saw everyone groaning in pain as they laid on the ground. Lin Yun seemed like a different person when he wielded his sword. It was as if he had transformed into a murderous fiend. Chase after him. The two of them swiftly chased after Lin Yun with darkened faces. If they allowed Lin Yun to escape, their Lu clan would be thoroughly embarrassed. While Lin Yun was making an escape, he suddenly felt the pressure on him intensify. When he turned around, he noticed that Lu Tang had already resolved his opponent. He was now under the pursuit of 3 Xiantian realms. Their combined aura felt like a towering hill that was ready to envelop him. Little bastard, you came at a great time. I was still planning to look for you, scoffed Lu Tang. Lin Yun suddenly stopped when the three Xiantian realms were about to catch up with him. Did he exhaust all his internal energy? That was the thought that went through the minds of the three Xiantian realms. In the end, Lin Yun's cultivation was only in the 10th stage of the martial path, the quasi-Xiantian realm. However, Lin Yun suddenly turned around. The flames blazing on his palm had taken the shape of a violet ice sparrow as he pushed his palms forth. The violet ice sparrow spread its wings apart. The three Xiantian realms from the Lu clan were startled when they felt the chilling aura transmitted over from the blazing flames. The three of their faces had turned pale. Back off! As the three of them retreated, they unleashed their moves at the same time to stop the violet ice sparrow in its path. Boom! Debris of ice flew out from the collision. The three of them had blood seeping from their lips as they were blown away. Disbelief filled their eyes. After Lu Tong regained his footing, he raised his head. He saw that the dragon-blooded horse had already run far away, with Lin Yun riding on it. On his back, Lin Yun was still carrying his sword box. Stay behind! Lu Tong materialized a long spear from his palm that emitted a chilling aura. Gathering all of his spiritual energy, he threw it out like a javelin. Whoosh! The spear ripped the air apart as it went after Lin Yun. Although the dragon-blooded horse had incredible speed, it was slow in comparison to the spear that Lu Tong had thrown out. Boom! Empowered by Lu Tong's spiritual energy, the spear shot onto the sword box that Lin Yun was carrying behind him. Lin Yun spurted a mouthful of blood from his mouth as he was blown away by the sheer force of the spear. When the three Xiantian realms from the Lu clan saw this scene, they had joy on their faces as they immediately rushed over. However, the dragon-blooded horse bit onto Lin Yun and swung him over. In the split second when Lin Yun was about to touch the ground, he was flung onto the horse's back. Lin Yun was powerless as he laid on the horse's back. He felt as if his internal organs were being torn apart. The attack that Lu Tong had mustered all his strength into was terrifying. If it wasn't for the sword box, he would have already lost his life. But even so, Lin Yun still suffered heavy injuries. He couldn't even lift his fingers. He couldn't imagine how things would turn out for him if he wasn't caught by the dragon-blooded horse. Swish! 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 The three Xiantian realm cultivators were still right behind them. If it was under normal circumstances, it wouldn't take much effort for the three of them to chase up to the dragon-blooded horse, which was carrying a heavy load on its back. But things were different now. The three of them weren't as heavily injured as Lin Yun, but they had also suffered some injuries and they were exhausted as well. The three of them soon felt despair when the distance gradually increased between them and the dragon-blooded horse. Damn it! Lu Tong was burning with rage. His breathing was heavy as his face blushed from anger. As a Xiantian realm cultivator, he had gathered the strength of his entire clan to capture the drought golden lotus. He had invested all the resources of the clan, but a brat had actually plucked the ripe fruit instead. It meant that all of his efforts had gone down the drain. Are you all right, Dad? Lu Yun asked anxiously when he saw the situation. He had come late with the cultivators of the Lu clan. You useless fool! How would things turn out this way if you hadn't lost the clouded ice spear? I have been wise for my entire life, so I never imagined that I would have a foolish son like you. Lu Tong's rage grew as he cursed. In the end, he had spurted out a mouthful of blood. Calm down, elder brother. With those heavy injuries, it's impossible for that brat to run far. Lu Tian tried to comfort his brother. Lu Tong had a grim expression as he roared with words coming out from his teeth. Search! Don't let him run. I want him captured if he's alive, and his corpse if he's dead. Everyone began searching the entire forest. Roughly 2 hours later, Lin Yun could finally move his fingers. Let me down, Lil Red. Plop! When the dragon-blooded horse pulled the brakes, Lin Yun fell off the horse's back and smashed onto the ground. Lin Yun struggled to get up and leaned his back against a tree. He felt pain throughout his body. To make things worse, the jolting from the horse ride had worsened his injuries. A brief moment later, he opened his eyes as he had recovered slightly. There was a slight reddish blush to his pale face, and his eyes couldn't mask the exhaustion and pain he was feeling. Lin Yun sighed as he took out a heart-nourishing pellet. At this moment, he could only use it as a healing medicine. Boom! 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 The heart-nourishing pellet exploded in his chest as it went down his system. As the medicinal effect spread out in his chest, his heart would jolt occasionally. His injured body was like an exquisite machine. Along with every beating from his heart, vitality would return to his body. Relying on his powerful healing factor, his injuries began to recover. Lin Yun let out a breath of relief when his pain had resided. Even his facial expression had gotten much better. He did not dare to relax earlier, because if he did, it would worsen his injuries. Just a small clan situated at the borders of the Great Qin Empire is already so powerful. The Great Qin Empire is truly filled with legends. Lin Yun muttered with a glow in his eyes. The spear that Lu Yun had thrown made him feel the power of martial souls. When he thought about it, he felt an unceasing surge of thirst from his heart. He was filled with thirst to reach the Xiantian realm. Looking at his Xiantian seed, he was filled with expectation about his martial soul. His only hopes of becoming strong would be his martial soul. After all, his aptitude was terrible. Let's look at the harvest this time. Lin Yun was filled with excitement when he thought about the drought golden lotus lying in the interspatial pouch. The excitement had even suppressed the pain that he felt. What he did was dangerous. He would lose his life if he had taken one wrong step. Then again, it was all worth it since he managed to seize the drought golden lotus. Rustle. When he took the drought golden lotus out of the interspatial pouch, it permeated with unceasing fire elemental spiritual energy. The drought golden lotus was glowing with golden radiance. It looked like a gorgeous ball of flames. As Lin Yun counted, the drought golden lotus had a total of 12 petals. Every single petal was brimming with fire elemental spiritual energy. However, it was a pity that Lin Yun couldn't take it with his current injuries. It would overnourish his body instead of helping it. When he raised his head, he saw that the eyes of the dragon-blooded horse were glowing as it stared at the drought golden lotus. The horse had its mouth opened, and it nearly drooled. The dragon-blooded horse was a fire elemental demonic beast, and the drought golden lotus was perfect for it. Lin Yun plucked a petal off the lotus and gave it to the dragon-blooded horse. With a sweep of its tongue, the dragon-blooded horse swallowed the petal after a few chews. Rustle. In that moment, the dragon-blooded horse was covered in crimson flames. It looked as if it was burning up. The dragon-blooded horse was also permeating with violent fire elemental spiritual energy. When Lin Yun saw this scene, he was greatly startled. He was feeling fortunate that he did not consume the petal of the drought golden lotus after looking at the dragon-blooded horse. The dragon-blooded horse neighed as it jumped. The blood within its body frenzied like a surging tide. Clop, clop, clop. It began to run as it left. Evidently, it was afraid that the commotion might lure their enemies over for Lin Yun. Lin Yun's expression became solemn as he looked at the dragon-blooded horse disappearing from his vision. He knew that he wasn't safe right now. He couldn't even muster 30% of his strength. That means that anyone could defeat him at this moment. Being in such a situation, Lin Yun felt uneasy. Crossing his legs together, Lin Yun circulated the Xiantian pure yang art to course through his body. His golden internal energy coursed through his body to speed up his digestion of the heart-nourishing pellet. As he did, his injuries slowly recovered. Whoosh! 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 As the time needed for half an incense's stick to burn, Lin Yun stopped circulating his Xiantian pure yang art when he heard footsteps. He spread his senses out and discovered that it was just a few goons from the Lu clan. If he wasn't injured, he could easily deal with the likes of them. But he was still currently injured. Time waited for no one. He climbed up a nearby tree and hid himself among the dense branches. That's weird. We clearly heard noises from this direction. So why is there no one? 4 to 5 lackeys arrived around the tree shortly after. Search carefully and see if there are any tracks left behind. Patriarch mentioned that the brat was already heavily injured, and any of us are enough to deal with him. His head is extremely valuable right now. Nothing here. Did we hear it wrongly? The leader of the small group was a man clad in blue. He was raising his head as he looked up the tree. When Lin Yun saw this scene, his heart trembled. He immediately hid himself well. Do you think we should go up and take a look? When the leader spoke out, everyone else agreed. But it became an issue on who was going to climb up the tree. They were still filled with fear for Lin Yun, despite the fact that the patriarch had mentioned that Lin Yun was heavily injured. But if he did have any fighting strength left, then the one who climbed the tree would definitely be dead. Cowards! I'll do it myself. The man clad in blue cursed. He made the decision to do it personally. Lin Yun's heart sank when he saw how the situation was progressing. After all, it would be troublesome if he was discovered. Rustle! 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 The man was agile as he climbed up the tree. Judging at this pace, it wouldn't take long for him to reach Lin Yun. They weren't far apart, and Lin Yun would be discovered if the man climbed further up. Lin Yun had his heart by his throat at this moment. He wore a grave expression as he leaned against the tree. He held his breath as he tried to calm himself down. The man continued climbing the tree and missed Lin Yun. When the man arrived at the top of the tree, he checked around briefly before jumping down. I just wasted my time climbing the tree. The man cursed out aloud. Let's go and check somewhere else. Lin Yun only breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the group leave. That situation was too dangerous. He could have been found if it wasn't too injured to climb up higher. Even if he defeated all of them, his location would still be revealed after all. There were many cultivators of the Lu clan around the forest looking for him. Let's just stay here to heal my injuries for the time being. Lin Yun made the decision a moment later to stay on the tree to heal his injuries. This place was already searched, and it would be safe for the time being. Lin Yun's complexion had improved when dawn arrived. His face was no longer as pale as yesterday. He even looked energized. He had completely digested the heart-nourishing pellet. After one night of resting, he had recovered 80% of his fighting strength. It's time for me to consume the petal of the drought golden lotus. Lin Yun took out the drought golden lotus with excitement brimming in his eyes. He was filled with expectation of what he would get out of this petal. The expectation of how compatible this petal would be with his Xiantian pure yang art. Lin Yun plucked a petal off the drought golden lotus, and his attention was completely attracted to it. What powerful fire spiritual energy! It was fire spiritual energy, a more refined version of the fire elemental spiritual energy. Lin Yun let out a breath a long time later. His eyes were glowing as he stared into the petal. He had a feeling that this petal would bring him more benefits compared to the fire elemental spiritual energy he absorbed in the demonic flaming tiger's territory. Should I take this opportunity to reach the Xiantian realm? Once that thought arose in his mind, it could not be contained. The Lu clan had a total of 3 Xiantian realm cultivators, and all of them possessed a martial soul. He couldn't even fight with one of them if they brought out their martial soul, not to mention if all 3 of them came at him together. Logically speaking, he should stabilize his foundation since he had just made a breakthrough into the 10th stage of the martial path recently. But he didn't have a choice right now. The drought golden lotus was now left with 11 petals, and he also had the beast core from the demonic flaming tiger in his interspatial pouch. Fuck! I'll just go for it. Lin Yun's gaze became firm. He knew that only death would await him if he couldn't reach the Xiantian realm. So he decided to take a risk. Boom! After Lin Yun made his decision, he grasped the petal tightly in his hands. He had one hand above the petal, while the other beneath it. As he closed his eyes, he circulated the Xiantian pure yang art to absorb the petal's fire spiritual energy. Boom! The fire spiritual energy rumbled within his body. It felt like an unceasing tide rampaging within his body. Lin Yun did not panic. He was experienced in absorbing the fire elemental spiritual energy. He was manipulating his internal energy to assimilate the fire spiritual energy. Simultaneously, he was also trying to control the fire spiritual energy impacting his internal organs. Time ticked by as Lin Yun's internal energy that was glowing golden through his body was being refined. His internal energy became more condensed and looked like golden strands of silk with flames blazing on them. Rumble. Sounds of the energies coursing through his body could be heard. In the next second, a wisp of flame appeared on his palm and enveloped his entire body. The blazing heat from the fire had also incinerated his clothes. Lin Yun looked as if he was embraced by a golden lotus that was burning in flames. He could sense that the fire spiritual energy traveling from the petal into his body was growing stronger. But fortunately, he had reached the second stage in the Xiantian pure yang art. So, he was able to keep the fire spiritual energy from hurting him. Lin Yun looked peaceful when the golden flames embraced him. There was even a rare, dignified look on his face. Crack, crack. He could hear cracking sounds coming from within his body. He could see fine cracks on his meridians from the surging energies coursing through his body. Steady, steady. Lin Yun had beads of sweat rolling down his face as he relied on his willpower to control his internal energy as gently as he could. As long as he could last through a cycle of his internal energy circulating within his body, his meridians could be repaired. It might feel painful to feel his meridians being torn, but it would all be fine if he could persevere through it. Before he noticed, a day had already passed by. Throughout this period, his internal energy was gradually fusing with the fire spiritual energy. Swish! The flames that embraced Lin Yun suddenly retracted as they gathered on his palm. The flames were sizzling as it was condensing into a seal. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, the petal sitting in his palm had disappeared. He was dumbstruck when he lowered his gaze. He noticed that the drought golden lotus's petal was actually imprinted on the back of his hand. It was faintly discernible, and he wouldn't be able to notice it if he wasn't focused enough. Based on the bizarre records, if someone in the Hotian realm absorbs the petals of the drought golden lotus perfectly, they would unleash the sky incineration phenomenon upon reaching the Xiantian realm once there's enough accumulation. Can this be related to it? Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts. He had brushed it off previously as an exaggeration when he read it from the book. Well, I'll know if I try, Lin Yun muttered. He retrieved a second petal from the drought golden lotus and began absorbing it. He was already experienced in absorbing the petal. Thus, he became proficient doing it the second time. But much to his shock, he realized that it was more challenging for him to absorb the second petal. Oddly enough, he discovered that he was actually exhausted when he opened his eyes. He didn't even realize when he was absorbing the first petal. There was another petal formed on the back as his hand as he had expected. His eyes flickered with puzzlement as he could sense that something wasn't right. However, he had no evidence to come up with a conclusion for the odd sensation that he felt. But he was only left with one choice, to continue what he was doing. When he began to absorb the third petal, things got tougher for him compared to the second. The fire spiritual energy that was going wild within his body was getting tougher for him to control. But just when he was about to finish absorbing the third petal, he focused his attention on it. He observed how the flames were collected together on his palm. He could also sense that his physique and spirit were weakened when the third petal was formed on the back of his right hand. It was a distinct sensation. So, the petal will draw essence from my body to be imprinted on me. Lin Yun was shocked when he came to realize that. Amidst the shock, he also felt a shiver down his spine. If he had continued absorbing the petals, what awaited him would be his blood essence wholly exhausted. At that time, wouldn't he become a puppet for the drought golden lotus? The unknown had always filled him with horror, and the bizarre phenomenon had made Lin Yun hesitate if he should carry on. After all, this phenomenon wasn't on the bizarre record. The bizarre record only had a brief introduction and nothing too detailed. If Lin Yun had a detailed explanation about the drought golden lotus, he wouldn't be so concerned by this bizarre phenomenon. Lin Yun fell into deep thought as he looked at the three petals imprinted on the back of his hand. The drought golden lotus did not have any intelligence, so it couldn't turn Lin Yun into a puppet. But if someone in the Hotian realm began to absorb the flower petals without any restraint, only death would await them. The drought golden lotus was rare, but that didn't mean that it was impossible to find. Since the beginning of time, Many people have wanted their descendants to possess the sky incineration ability when they broke through into the Xiantian realm. Because of that, many people went looking for the drought golden lotus. But what awaited them was disappointment. Regardless of bloodline or cultivation, it was too tough for the human body to contain the power of the drought golden lotus. There weren't many who had succeeded since the beginning of time. Nevertheless, those who had failed would pay the price with their lives. Since then, very few would dare to attempt it anymore. Firstly, it wasn't easy finding a drought golden lotus. Secondly, it was the intolerable pain they had to go through. Last but not least would be the blood essence. There weren't many who could persevere through the consumption that the drought golden lotus had for the body. Since then, no one had tried looking for the drought golden lotus to absorb it. Even if they had come across one, they would only absorb a few petals. However, there was a possibility that Lin Yun could do it. He had already grasped a Xiantian cultivation technique in the Hotian realm, not to mention that his body had also gone through the tempering of fire elemental spiritual energy. Most importantly, he had once consumed a 7-orifice exquisite pellet. The 7-orifice exquisite pellet was rare, and no one would use it during the Hotian realm. Most of the people who used it were in the Xiantian realm. If Lin Yun had consumed it after reaching the Xiantian realm, he could condense a strand of dragon aura for every orifice he opened up. Once he opened up all 7 orifices, his physique would be wholly transformed. At that time, his martial soul would mutate from the 7 strands of dragon aura. However, Su Xiao had used such a precious pellet on Lin Yun when he was in the Hotian realm. It was because his aptitude was poor, and he wouldn't have any chance of reaching the Xiantian realm if he didn't consume the 7-orifice exquisite pellet. Everything fell into place. With his current physique, he was unmatched among the Hotian realm, even throughout the entire Great Qin Empire. Even in the southern ancient domain, he couldn't find a challenging opponent for himself. This was also why he could recover from his injuries quickly after taking a hit from a Xiantian realm cultivator. And right now, Lin Yun had no idea that he had an opportunity lying before him. He was still overwhelmed by the fear in his heart as he linked the weakening of his physique together with the petals imprinted on the back of his hand. He fell into a dilemma. Meanwhile, thousands of members from the Lu clan had scoured the surrounding forest. Big brother, did that brat run far away on the dragon-blooded horse? Lu Tian was feeling anxious. After all, they couldn't even find Lin Yun's shadows in the past 3 days. That's impossible. We found tracks of the dragon-blooded horse, and it wasn't together with that brat. That brat can't run far in 3 days with his injuries. Lu Teng replied with a grim face. He must still be somewhere in this forest. We must have missed him. Seeing the murderous aura that shrouded Lu Teng's face, no one dared to utter a single word. Everyone knew that the patriarch was even angered to the point of spewing blood from his mouth, so they did not dare to stand out. After all, there was a possibility that the patriarch might even vent his anger on them if they did. Stop expanding the search and narrow the scope. Spread my orders that all the trees have to be cut down. I don't want to see any standing trees within a 100-mile radius. I'll see how that brat continues to hide. Lu Teng opened his eyes after pondering briefly. Lin Yun was seated on the tree branch as he locked his brows together. He looked at the 3 petals on the back of his hand as he fell into a dilemma. He had no idea if he should continue absorbing the petals. After all, the demonic flaming tiger's beast core wasn't sufficient to reach the Xiantian realm with his current foundation. He was concerned that the drought golden lotus would consume him if he continued. His eyes were closed as he pondered if he should continue. But 3 breaths later, his eyes abruptly shot open. This time, there wasn't any hint of hesitation that could be seen. Go for it. Lin Yun decided to take the risk. He already had no path of return when he left the Azure Sky sect. Right now, he could only take the risk and press forward. After all, if he didn't even dare to take risks, he would be better off returning to the Azure Sky sect and spending the rest of his life there. As he had finally come to a decision, he gritted his teeth as he pulled the 4th petal off the drought golden lotus. Boom! Sandwiching the petal between his palm once more, he began to absorb the fire spiritual energy into his body. He was once again enveloped by the flames that looked like a golden lotus. When the flames illuminated Lin Yun's face, an unprecedented calmness could be seen on his face. Since the heavens had given him such an opportunity, then it made no sense for him to give up now. As his internal energy grew more refined under the fire spiritual energy's nourishment, Lin Yun could sense the unceasing tide of power coursing through his veins, heading towards the second uncleared meridian. He had made a little progress in the second stage of the Xiantian pure yang art after absorbing the 3 petals. Now that he was absorbing the 4th petal, his internal energy started to overlap within his body. At the same time, the pain he had to suffer also increased. However, Lin Yun endured the pain as he only focused on circulating his internal energy to refine the petal that sat right in his palm. Whoosh! In a split second, when the petal on his palm was about to disappear, it disintegrated and regathered on the back of his palm. While it was imprinting itself onto Lin Yun's hand, it was also absorbing Lin Yun's body's essence. When the flames disappeared, Lin Yun's physique had visibly shrunk. His eyes were caved in as he looked exhausted. Continue. Lin Yun plucked another petal from the lotus as he continued refining it without any hesitation. Along with the pain increasing and his internal energy becoming more refined, he had finally cleared his second meridian. Days continued to pass as Lin Yun repeated the same process over and over. He plucked the petals off and then refined them. It was his routine for the past few days. On the 5th day, the drought golden lotus was left with only 1 petal. At this moment, Lin Yun's frame had shrunk down by so much that he was just a bag of bones. He looked so frail that even the slightest breeze could topple him. Looking at the last petal left in his palm, Lin Yun felt that he had already reached his limit. If he continued to refine the lotus, there would only be 2 paths left before him. He would either die or experience nirvana and come back to life. Will my life come to an end? I can't die. Not yet. If the heavens want to claim my life, then I'll go against the heavens. Lin Yun's eyes flickered with tears. He wasn't crying, he was determined. He still hadn't taken revenge for Senior Hong, nor had he found Su Ziao. So how could he afford to die here? Lin Yun began absorbing the last petal with his fingers spread apart. As he refined the petal, he felt pain as the internal energy coursed through his body. His body also started swaying as if he would collapse at any time. His internal energy that had absorbed 11 petals began to surge unceasingly within his body as they coursed through his meridians. The veins that were uncleared before began to clear up. Refining the last petal was much faster for Lin Yun. It had exceeded his expectations. In the end, he even lost control of the fire spiritual energy. He could only watch as the fire spiritual energy roared within his body. Boom! 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 His bony frame was akin to a house made of straws weathering through the storm. It seemed as if he would collapse the next moment. His consciousness also gradually faded. He could only grab onto his last strand of clarity to keep himself going. Whoosh! As time ticked, the petal resting on his palm gradually dissolved. It had turned into flames and gathered on the back of Lin Yun's hand. In that split second, Lin Yun could sense his life fading away like a burnt lamp. As the petal devoured his last essence, his life fire was burning weakly and swaying in the breeze. Whoosh! The weak flame suddenly extinguished and Lin Yun's vitality could be seen drained from his body. There was nothing he could do to stop it. But just as Lin Yun sighed at his tragic ending, the 11th petal was formed on the back of his hand. A complete drought golden lotus appeared on the back of his hand, glowing with golden radiance. Rustle! All of a sudden, his life blazed more vigorously than before. The petals had absorbed his essence when it was being imprinted on the back of his hand. Now that it had formed a lotus, it was starting to give back to him. His withering body was like a sprout that grew at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, his body was brimming with vitality once more. Not only had his body recovered, but he could also sense that the lotus had brought his physique to a whole new level. He had just experienced extreme sorrow and joy as he made an unexpected comeback from death's door. Lin Yun's blood surged violently within his body, causing his body to tremble. He could sense that he was making a breakthrough at this moment. The drought golden lotus mark on the back of his hand was also brimming with vitality. This scene made Lin Yun rejoice as he knew that he had gotten over the worst part. However, he still hadn't reached the point of breakthrough yet, and he knew that he had to stay calm right now. As Lin Yu recollected himself, he began to circulate his Xiantian pure yang art within his body. Crack! He had successfully made a breakthrough in the Xiantian pure yang art, reaching the third stage. Empowered by the drought golden lotus, his internal energy was 5 times more refined than before upon reaching the third stage. The golden internal energy within his body was shining with so much luster that it was dazzling. All the fire spiritual energy that had been accumulated within his body had been activated. As Lin Yun circulated his cultivation technique, the fire spiritual aura went charging straight to the Xiantian seed within his Dantian. He was finally reaching this step. He was just a step away from the Xiantian realm. Lin Yun was feeling confident about it. He had explicit knowledge of the massive fire spiritual energy contained in the 11 petals. Boom! His Xiantian seed gradually formed into a vortex under the fire spiritual energy. It was greedily absorbing the fire spiritual energy within his body. Break! Lin Yun roared inwardly. As he did, the fire spiritual energy began to slam down on the Xiantian seed. Crack! Under the unceasing collision, the golden vortex suddenly erupted. What followed after was a dazzling glow that permeated from the Xiantian seed. Along with the glow, his physique had also started to transform. At this moment, Lin Yun knew that he had succeeded. His physique was now transforming towards the Xiantian realm. In the next second, a 6-pointed star shined in his chest. It was the 7 orifices of the Xiantian realm. The 6-pointed star represented the eyes, ears, nose, mouth, hands, feet, and heart. Collectively, they formed the 7 orifices of the Xiantian realm. His physique would undergo a transformative change with every orifice cleared. Right now, Lin Yun had a choice laid before him. He could freely choose one of the 6 to be cleared. If he had decided to clear up the orifice in his eyes, it would enhance his vision. He would be able to capture everything within his sight. Not even darkness could restrain his vision. By clearing up his ears, he could enhance his hearing. He would be able to register any noise in his surroundings. The nose would enhance his smell, allowing him to detect even the faintest scent that the human body couldn't. As for the mouth, it would enable him to consume spiritual energy through his mouth. It meant that he could replenish his energy through his breathing, which practically made him immortal. Last but not least, the heart required the first 6 orifices to be cleared up. So, he had 6 choices placed before him. Lin Yun analyzed which orifice would benefit him the most. Because most of his prowess was focused on the way of the sword, there was a high requirement placed on the vision he needed. Regardless of whether he had to dodge his opponent's attacks or find his opponent's flaws, he would have to rely on his vision. In the next second, all the points except for the one representing his eyes grew dim. Open. Lin Yu knew what it meant to clear his fist orifice. It would imply that he had officially stepped into the Xiantian realm. Crack. As Lin Yun cleared his first orifice, it was an unfolding of a new chapter. At the same time, the Xiantian seed residing in his Dantian also started to crack. At this moment, a martial soul that wholly belonged to him was being born. But when the radiance disappeared, what came out of the Xiantian seed was a broken sword. My martial soul is a broken sword? Lin Yun was puzzled. But as Lin Yun focused on it, he found something strange about the broken sword. The broken sword was like a sharp blade that was stabbed into the darkness. Only half of the sword could be seen. Boom! As the internal energy erupted within his body, it traveled through his meridians. His internal energy should be spiritual energy now that he was in the Xiantian realm. When he stepped into the Xiantian realm in that split second, his internal energy had been fully converted into spiritual energy. Lin Yun emitted an invisible aura when he opened his eyes. He attracted a violent gale that surrounded him, causing the trees around him to sway. Is this the pressure of my aura after stepping into the Xiantian realm? Lin Yun rejoiced when he saw the surrounding trees snapping from the gale he had caused. Aside from his unusual martial soul, he was a genuine Xiantian realm cultivator right now. He nearly died by refining the drought golden lotus. But at the same time, it had allowed him to make his breakthrough successfully. Rustle. He opened his palm, golden spiritual energy gathered. It was like a ball of fire that gathered on his palm, radiating with immense power. What incredible power! Lin Yun was pleasantly surprised. He felt that he had transformed. The power that he was wielding right now was unattainable in the 10th stage of the martial path. It felt like he could easily crush someone in the 10th stage of the martial path with a single punch. But what's with this drought golden lotus on the back of my palm? Can it really trigger the sky incineration phenomenon? Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts when he saw the mark on the back of his hand. But just when he wanted to give it a try, he was suddenly disrupted by the sound of trees crashing against the ground. Rumble. As rows of trees collapsed, barren land was revealed in his sight. How annoying! Lin Yun muttered. Simultaneously, he was brimming with excitement when he saw how the Lu clan tried to look for him. Lin Yun could see rows of trees collapsing from his spot on the tree branch. His physique had recovered at this point. The drought golden lotus petals had absorbed his essence when he was refining it. In the end, he was only left with a bony frame. But everything changed when he absorbed the entire drought golden lotus. The drought golden lotus had not only replenished his waning vitality, but his vitality had gone a step higher. He had grown much taller than before. His hair tossed in the wind and his pupils glistened like two black gems. After he cleared up the orifice that represented his eyes, his vision improved significantly. He could see the Lu clan coming towards him, brimming with murderous aura. The 3 Xiantian realms were leading the group as they made their way over. They were like a swarm of locusts, devouring everything within their path. The moment when Lin Yun discovered them, the 3 of them had also found him. Found him! That bastard is nearby. I'll see how he runs this time. Fire! Fire the arrows! Lu Tung pointed in Lin Yun's direction with his finger. Then, a storm of arrows flew towards Lin Yun. But Lin Yun had no intention of running away this time. He leaped into the sky as he faced the rain of arrows head-on. When his silhouette appeared in midair, the party of the Lu clan were left dumbfounded. Boom! What followed closely after was his aura in the Xiantian realm, which erupted from his body like a volcano. Before the arrows could even reach him, they broke into pieces. It was no longer possible for any Hotian realm cultivators to threaten him. Xiantian realm. Lu Tang, Lu Tian, and the old man exclaimed in shock when they sensed Lin Yun's aura. Boom! A mighty gale had swept over the surroundings when Lin Yun descended on the ground. How many petals of the drought golden lotus did you refine? Lu Tung glared at Lin Yun. His eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief. It was beyond his expectation that Lin Yun made it into the Xiantian realm in just a few days. He guessed that Lin Yun must have refined at least 5 to 6 petals to make a breakthrough so quickly. But just the thought of Lin Yun refining the drought golden lotus that should have been his made his face flush with anger. He still thought that he could get most of the drought golden lotus upon finding Lin Yun. However, he never expected that Lin Yun had already refined half of it. That also meant that he could only get half of it back by killing Lin Yun. He couldn't accept this result. After all, he had mobilized his entire clan for this matter. What's the matter? Are you thinking of taking the drought golden lotus from me? Well, I'm afraid that you'll be disappointed. I refined 11 petals of the drought golden lotus and gave one to my dragon-blooded horse. So I'm afraid that you won't get any of it back. Lin Yun smiled. That's impossible. The old man was shocked by Lin Yun's revelation. Refining 3 petals was the limit for an ordinary person. Although you managed to make a breakthrough into the Xiantian realm, that's 5 or 6 petals at best. Then you can come and test me out yourself, replied Lin Yun. His voice was calm as a smile lit his face. Let's cut the chatter and kill him, Lu Tung growled as he made his way over to Lin Yun. He appeared before Lin Yun in just a few breaths, but he was surprised to see that Lin Yun made no attempt to run. Die! Screamed Lu Tang as he swung his hand out with spiritual energy gathered on his palm. The power contained in his palm was so immense that it could even split a mountain apart. When Lin Yun saw this, he summoned his spiritual energy, also gathering it on his palm. His spiritual energy took the form of golden flames. Boom! Lin Yun balled his fist together and threw a jab out. His fist was shrouded in golden flames as his spiritual energy radiated with domineering might. He faced Lu Tang's palm without bothering to dodge. Boom! Boom! Lu Tang was shocked that he had lost this confrontation to Lin Yun. The shock from the collision jolted his internal organs. His blood became chaotic and a heat wave fluctuated in his body. In the next moment, blood gushed up his throat and seeped out from his mouth. This scene had caused a great shock to Lu Tian and the old man, who were right behind Lu Tang. They were both shocked because Lin Yun's spiritual energy managed to suppress Lu Tang. Is that what a patriarch is capable of? Lin Yun's eyes flickered with disdain. He followed up with another punch. He had built up his confidence after their previous collision. Tiger roaring in the forest. The Xiantian realm aura permeated Lin Yun and transformed into an intimidating tiger. His punch headed towards Lu Tang. It was his first time using the ferocious tiger fist after reaching the Xiantian realm. The power of the ferocious tiger first had wholly transformed. It was no longer comparable to the past. His ferocious tiger fist seemed like an actual tiger that roared throughout the horizon. Rumble! 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 His fist released sonic booms as it traveled through the air. Back! The three Xiantian realms from the Lu clan had a smear of shock in their eyes. They immediately retreated as they were all taken aback by the sheer power in Lin Yun's punch. Boom! The ground was ripped apart when Lin Yun's fist made direct contact. The crack slowly expanded in the ground and rubble flew into the sky. Crumble! 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 Lin Yun's hair fluttered in the wind as he brimmed with confidence. His silhouette shuttled through the cloud of rubble as he pressed forth. Tiger roaring in the forest. Lin Yun threw out another punch when he caught up to the three. In the next second, he had transformed into a tiger as he unleashed his overbearing aura. Lu Tang and his two companions were blown several steps backwards by Lin Yun's imposing punch. Kill! The three of their faces darkened. Their experience had told them that they would only be left in a passive position of defending if they continued to retreat. The three of them joined their Xiantian realm aura together as the momentum of Lin Yun's punch vanished. Their aura was akin to a giant hill that came crashing down on Lin Yun. What followed after their aura suppression was their attacks. Again, Lin Yun had already experienced their Xiantian realm aura joining up together previously. He couldn't breath when he was experiencing it. But now that they were using it again, fine. We'll see who emerges victorious, smirked Lin Yun. He faced the three Xiantian aura head-on. He stepped forward as the clouds and winds gathered. The winds represented the dragon, while clouds represented the tiger. Then, the winds and clouds converged. Tiger-dragon might. Both the roaring of a dragon and tiger echoed out from Lin Yun's body. Under the empowerment of the tiger-dragon might, the pressure of Lin Yun's Xiantian aura grew violent. Boom! It was a clash without any suspense. The aura coming from the three Xiantian realms crumbled in the next second. 100 Beast Wave. Lin Yun had perfectly executed the ultimate move of the ferocious tiger fist. It felt like the stampede of 100 beasts. The three of them could only last a second before succumbing to the 100 Beast Wave. Boom! 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 The aura combination from the four Xiantian realms radiated into the surroundings. The bombardment of their aura riddled the ground with holes as rubble flew and clouds of dust rose. The spectators from the Lu clan trembled in fear as they witnessed this scene. There was nothing they could do about a fight between Xiantian realms. They couldn't get close to the battle, let alone helping out. Damn it! It has only been a few days. How did this brat get so powerful? Lu Yun was dumbfounded. He just witnessed how Lin Yun suppressed his father and two other Xiantian realms. An explosion reverberated out from the collision as the three Xiantian realms from the Lu clan were all blown away. The three of them looked at Lin Yun in bewilderment. Lin Yun's spiritual energy wasn't just overbearing. They felt as if Lin Yun had an endless supply of spiritual aura. It was a complete suppression of the three of them. They couldn't even catch their breath. This brat couldn't have really refined 11 petals from the drought golden lotus. Right? The three of them had the same thought. It was something that exceeded their imagination. Whoosh! Lin Yun did not give the three of them an opportunity to think. After the 100 beast wave sent the three of them flying, Lin Yun followed up with the ancient sword box in his hand. Powered by spiritual energy, the sword box was more frightening than a mid-grade profound artifact. And facing the flower burial sword, none of them could put up a fight. Why? Why? Lu Teng's face was ashen. He gnashed his teeth as he looked at the confident Lin Yun. Just a few days ago, Lin Yun could only run at the sight of them. But right now, they were being completely suppressed by him. Smack! 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 The three of them eventually revealed an opening and were all blown away. When the sword box struck them, they were each covered in fractures and bruises. Lin Yun roared inwardly. Whatever that he had suffered from the drought demon beast was finally taking effect. Don't hold back anymore. Bring out your martial soul, shouted Lu Teng as he stood up with a grim face. He waved his hand as his martial soul took form in his hand. It was an iced spear. Whoosh! The two others also brought out their martial soul without any hesitation. Martial soul? Lin Yun's heart wavered as he intended to bring out his martial soul as well. Clang! The martial soul that belonged to him moved. However, he couldn't summon the sword. The sword hilt was chained with 9 shackles. His broken sword trembled as he tried to summon it. As a result, internal organs rolled along with the tremble. In the end, Lin Yun couldn't suppress that mouthful of blood gushing up his throat and spurted it out. It was fortunate that the 9 shackles had only appeared briefly. I can't summon my martial soul? Lin Yun doubted as he looked at his 3 opponents summoning their martial soul. Why isn't this brat bringing out his martial soul? Is there a possibility of him possessing a trash martial soul? Heh! We won't have to be too worried if that's the case. The 3 of them spoke among themselves as they brought out their martial souls. They were being trashed, so they couldn't help wondering when they saw that Lin Yun wasn't summoning his martial soul. Let's see what he's trying to do. Lu Teng gave a signal to the other 2 as the 3 of them approached. Contrary to the composure on his face, Lin Yun was panicking in his heart. He couldn't summon his martial soul no matter how he tried. He was always held back by the shackles, which caused a mess to his innards whenever he attempted to. Ha ha ha! This brat isn't able to summon his martial soul. The 3 from the Lu clan couldn't help laughing as their aura enveloped Lin Yin. Chop him into pieces. Let's see how he keeps up with his arrogance. Swish! The 3 of them soared into the sky, wielding their martial souls as they charged towards Lin Yun. There was a drastic difference between Xiantian realms if they summoned their martial souls. But when Xiantian realms brought out their martial souls, it meant that they were going to put up a life and death struggle. Summoning the martial soul wasn't as simple as exhausting mental energy. If the martial soul were damaged, it would be irreversible. Boom! 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 Lin Yun held onto the ancient sword box as he faced the 3 of them. It was tough for him to face the 3 of them. After they summoned their martial souls, he could sense that their aura had gone into the next level. As a result, Lin Yun was forced to retreat. Lu Teng, Lu Tian, and the old man wore grim expressions as they launched their attacks. They were venting all their pent-up anger. Little bastard, see how I'll deal with you. Let's go at him together. Lu Teng roared with the long spear in his hand. His attacks were frantic but ferocious. Boom! Facing their combined attacks, Lin Yun was blown 100 meters away with the ancient sword box in his hands. Kill! The eyes of the 3 from the Lu clan lit up as they followed up with their attacks. Although Lin Yun managed to block their attacks with the ancient sword box, he was blown out due to the immense force. I'll claim your life with this spear. The 3 from the Lu clan roared as they charged at Lin Yun once again. Is that all you got? Aren't you a little too naive thinking you can take my life with this attack? Lin Yun sneered. The three of them had truly gotten a little bloated with their martial souls. Lin Yun looked at the drought golden lotus on the back of his hand as he slammed the ancient sword box on the ground, raising a cloud of dust from the ground. Boom! What is he trying to do? Is that brat giving up? The three from the Lu clan exchanged a glance with doubt in their eyes. If it weren't for the ancient sword box's terrifying defense, Lin Yun would have died when they brought out their martial souls. But Lin Yun had given up using the ancient sword box. While the three were shocked, Lin Yun clenched his fists together and threw a punch. As his fist started to glow, a dazzling lotus blossomed. In the next second, the clouds began to blaze as if the sky itself had caught fire. Boom! But that wasn't all. When the drought golden lotus blossomed, it had transformed into a drought demon. Boom! The attacks from the three of the Lu clan crumbled on contact with Lin Yun's attack. However, the drought demon followed up and crashed onto the three of them. The three of them spurted blood from their mouth at the same time as they were blown out. When they fell onto the ground, they could no longer stand on their feet. Raising his head to look at the sky, the clouds had all turned into flames. 10 miles in radius was dyed scarlet with cracks spreading out on the ground like cobwebs. Is this the sky incineration phenomenon? Lin Yun could feel his internal energy fluctuating through his body under the phenomenon. Do you guys even lift? Lin Yun sneered as he looked at the three of them struggling to get on their feet. Do you really think that you guys can trample me since I can't summon my martial soul? You're strong, but you're destined to die today. Lu Tong had a cold glint in his eyes as he got up on his feet with great difficulty. Simultaneously, the old man and Lu Tian wore a grave expression as if they had made up their mind. Swish! White flames gathered on the tip of Lu Tong's spear before enveloping it entirely, permeating a baleful aura. At the same time, a terrifying momentum also started to gather on the old man and Lu Tian's martial souls. Iron frost chains, blood shadow gale, roaring cloud splitter. The three of them roared as they released their martial souls at the same time. Boom! The three martial souls took the form of three different phenomena as they swept towards Lin Yun. But when they executed their ultimate moves, their faces had turned pale. Xianxia martial technique? But since those attacks were executed with their martial soul as the medium, it was stronger than an ordinary Xianxia martial technique. Is that their trump card? Clang! Lin Yun waved his hand as the ancient sword box opened up. The flower burial sword appeared and flew into his hand. With the sword in his hand, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. The three attacks were entirely different. Lu Tong's spear had turned into chains with snowflakes drifting in the sky. The old man's blade flickered with a crimson radiance that transformed into wind blades. As for Lu Tian's sword, it had soared into the sky and split the clouds apart. Lin Yun did not dare be careless as he pulled his sword out of the scabbard. It only took a single thought for him to condense the 4 roses that blossomed at the same time. When the 4 roses bloomed, dazzling sword rays radiated the entire region. As petals drifted down from the sky, Lin Yun swung his sword as the petals condensed into a tornado that swept out along with Lin Yun's unrivaled sword momentum. In the next moment, his attack clashed with the attacks from the 3 of the Lu clan. Boom! The collision between their attacks reverberated out like a thunderous roar. The tornado of petals swept through everything and shattered the 3 attacks. Fresh blood gushed out from the throats of Lu Tang, Lu Tian, and the old man. Their faces were pale and they seemed weak. They no longer had any capability to continue fighting. However, the 3 of them did not care about their injuries and started running for their lives. You guys want to run? Lin Yun snickered as he chased after the 3 of them. Whoosh! 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 When Lin Yun's sword rays clashed against the 3 of them, the 3 groaned in pain as they collapsed to the ground. Don't kill me. I can give you anything you want. Lu Tong roared, crawling backwards as he watched Lin Yun walk over with his sword. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm afraid that there's nothing I require. Lin Yun sheathed his sword. The 3 of them felt relieved upon seeing Lin Yun sheathing his sword. But in the next moment, their interspatial pouch flew towards Lin Yun. You! Lu Teng was trembling from the anger. He had mobilized the entire clan for this task, and it represented the resources that his clan had accumulated over the past decades. All of his wealth was in the interspatial pouch, and Lin Yun actually took it. With that, he no longer had any capital to make a comeback. "You're unsatisfied?" Lin Yun's eyes flared with killing intent. Lin Yun didn't mind giving them a few slashes if Lu Teng wasn't tactful. "I'm not. I'm satisfied. Get lost then." The three of them crawled away from Lin Yun. They didn't even dare to look at him. Looking through the three interspatial pouches, Lin Yun was satisfied with his harvest. The past few days were filled with ups and downs. He first fought the old man and snatched the clouded ice spear before obtaining the drought golden lotus. In the process of refining the drought golden lotus, Lin Yun suffered unprecedented pain. He now possessed the sky incineration, and his rose sword art had also gotten stronger after reaching the Xianxia realm. But now that he watched the three of them, it was all worth it. An opportunity needs to be grasped. Lin Yun waved his hand, causing the burning clouds to dissipate and form into a drought golden lotus on the back of his hand. Looking at the lotus, Lin Yun muttered, "The sky incineration is truly terrifying. I wonder if I will be able to bring out the true power of the sky incineration when my cultivation goes up." He was satisfied with his hefty harvest. The only defect was his martial soul. He still had no idea what was going on with it. "Let's find the dragon-blooded horse first. Where did that fellow run off to?" Lin Yun shook his head as he collected his thoughts. A resounding neigh rang throughout the forest. A brief moment later, the hoof sounds clopping on the ground could be heard as the dragon-blooded horse appeared beside Lin Yun. It had been a few days since he last saw the dragon-blooded horse. The dragon-blooded horse had grown more robust, and its scarlet fur was as smooth as a wave. When a breeze blew on its coat, he fluttered like blazing flames. "Why is he now so much taller than me?" Lin Yun wondered as he leapt from the tree, noticing that the dragon-blooded horse had grown taller. It was also giving off a stronger pressure than before. The pressure felt vaguely familiar to him. "This is—" Lin Yun pondered for a long time before he finally figured out why it was so familiar. It was similar to the pressure of the statue of the cradle dragon. The aura of a dragon. Lin Yun couldn't help feeling shocked. The dragon-blooded horse might have dragon in its name, but it had nothing to do with dragons. Its dragon bloodline was so diluted that it was barely present. Boom! The dragon-blooded horse let out a whinny as he bumped onto Lin Yun. The immense force from the dragon-blooded horse nearly tripped him. But just when Lin Yun was about to get angry, the dragon-blooded horse grinned and lowered its head. Horn! Lin Yun was shocked to discover a horn growing on the dragon-blooded horse's head. He couldn't help feeling curious that the dragon-blooded horse had grown a horn. Could he possibly be a mutated dragon-blooded horse? It was indeed a surprise that the dragon-blooded horse grew a horn after consuming a drought golden lotus petal. Lin Yun held onto his chin as he fell into deep thoughts. He was pondering if he should give the beast core of the Xiantian demonic flame tiger to the dragon-blooded horse now that it was approaching the Xiantian realm. As soon as that thought popped up in his head, he went along with it. He was already in the Xiantian realm, and the temptation of the beast core wasn't as strong as before. Lin Yun retrieved the beast core from his pouch and gave it to the dragon-blooded horse. "Here!" Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the dragon-blooded horse had swallowed the beast core, fearing that Lin Yun might go against his words. Lin Yun smiled when he saw how impatient the dragon-blooded horse was. "Good luck, buddy." It wasn't easy making it to the Xiantian realm. A wave of killing aura surged from the dragon-blooded horse after devouring the beast core. Its fur fluttering along with the wind seemed like burning flames. Lin Yun moved to the side as he watched. The dragon-blooded horse could only depend on itself to make the breakthrough into the Xiantian realm. Meanwhile, he could go through the interspatial pouch that he took from the Lu clan. Flutter. Lin Yun chose the most straightforward method and emptied everything in the pouch onto the ground. Rustle. A large number of spiritual stones appeared in Lin Yun's sight. They were all low-grade spiritual stones, with a few mid-grade spiritual stones mixed in the pile. There were at least 1,000 spiritual stones on the ground. As a small clan located at the Great Qin Empire border, it made sense that they did not have many mid-grade spiritual stones on them. But when Lin Yun searched through the small mountain of spiritual stones, he was surprised to discover 10 high-grade spiritual stones. Strictly speaking, high-grade spiritual stones were rarely used as currencies. Most of them were used to cultivate due to their sparsity, but some were also used in arrays, puppets, and warships. As Lin Yun continued his search, he found many pellets among the harvest. There were a variety of pellets that replenish spiritual energy, heal injuries, and cultivate. They might not be the best, but Lin Yun was satisfied with them. After all, he was broke. When Lin Yun was almost done taking inventory, a manual caught his eye. It's an advanced Xiantian martial technique, the Undying Vajrasil. This technique is famed for its lethality. It has a high requirement for spiritual energy, without which it will be tough to practice. Lin Yun's face changed as he flipped through it. He saw up to the 5th style of the Ferocious Tiger Fist. Xiantian martial techniques were separated into 4 different grades: lesser, intermediate, advanced, and transcendent. It was rumored that there were martial techniques beyond the Xiantian realm, but he could only practice them after reaching the profound martial realm by clearing up the profound channel. That wasn't something that Lin Yun should think about right now. He had just cleared an orifice. He was still far from the profound martial realm. However, he was shocked when he saw the Ferocious Tiger Fist styles. The Undying Vajra Fist was an advanced Xiantian martial technique, which uses the Ferocious Tiger Fist styles. How powerful would the complete Ferocious Tiger Fist be? In a split second, Lin Yun was distracted. He couldn't restrain his urge and continued looking through the Undying Vajrasil. When he was done, he had a trace of shock on his face. No wonder Lu Tang did not use the Undying Vajrasil in our fight. With his ice spiritual energy, he can't cultivate the Undying Vajrasil. Where did he get this from? With the Lu clan's foundation, it was impossible for them to possess the Ferocious Tiger Fist styles, let alone an advanced Xiantian martial technique. It looked like the Lu clan had an expert in their ancestry. Let's give it a try. Lin Yun's eyes flickered with excitement. It was his first time looking through a Xiantian martial technique. As he closed his eyes, he recited the Undying Vajrasil in his heart. He wanted to get familiar with it before practicing it. Boom! His spiritual energy gathered according to the manual. Suddenly, a berserk aura exploded out from his body. The aura that bellowed from his body caused the surrounding trees to bend to the verge of collapse. Within his body, his spiritual energy was akin to a dazzling golden sun. Whoosh! The spiritual energy gathered within his body suddenly fluctuated and dissipated. The impact of the spiritual energy gushing through his veins brought about a stinging pain. Took a long time before he could calm it down. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, his face was pale. I underestimated it. It might only be the styles, but it's still an advanced Xiantian martial technique. However, Lin Yun did not give up after failing once. He took some time to compose himself before he gave it another try. Fail again, yet again. Lin Yun experienced numerous failures but kept going until a mouthful of blood gushed out from his throat. However, he wasn't too hard on himself. He consumed a pellet meant for healing his injuries and waited while it worked. He had to recover from all his injuries before he could continue trying. As time ticked, Lin Yun attempted the Undying Vajrasil again and again without knowing exhaustion. He was gradually getting familiar with it, and the spiritual energy coursed through his body faster. Boom! When his spiritual energy gathered this time, it transformed into a bead that permeated overbearing aura just as the manual had stated. Lin Yun's slender fingers crossed together like butterflies flying through flowers. In the blink of an eye, he formed a bizarre seal. His spiritual energy condensed together into a bead that exploded, turning into 10 light streams that gathered towards his 10 fingers. In that instance, his hands glowed with a golden luster. He had successfully condensed the Undying Vajrasil. But all of a sudden, Lin Yun's hands began to tremble. His entire body had tensed up. He was gradually losing control of the spiritual energy gathered in his fingers. However, Lin Yun did not panic as he knew that this was the last step. As recorded in the book, many people failed at this moment, their hands bursting from the overflow of spiritual energy. However, Lin Yun was experienced in using the rose sword art. So the embody the tiger, smell the rose had given him a tranquil heart. He was resisting the pressure. He resisted briefly before he pushed his hands forth. Boom! Golden radiance exploded into shock waves that rippled out, turning the surrounding trees to ash. What power! Lin Yun was stunned by the destruction. He could shatter rocks with this move. When he lowered his head, he could see an undying Vajrasil flickering in his palms. Clenching his fists together, he could sense an immeasurable power coming from his palms. As Lin Yun fell deep into thoughts, he threw a punch. Empowered by the undying Vajrasil, his punches contained the power of a Xianxia martial technique. When he finished executing the first set of fist techniques, the seal in his palms gradually dissipated. So this is the true meaning of the fist style. The undying Vajrasil was meant to empower the ferocious tiger fist. Lin Yun murmured, "Boom!" As he sighed, there was a crimson bolt of lightning that suddenly descended from the sky. The roar of thunder echoed in his ears as the lightning exuded terrifying power. Lin Yun was caught by surprise and was blown a few hundred meters back, felling all the trees in his path. Fortunately, he wasn't injured. When he got up on his feet, Lin Yun knitted his brows. Isn't that where the dragon-blooded horse is trying to make a breakthrough? Lin Yun rushed over. When he approached, he was greeted by a mix of killing aura and the aura of Xiantian realm. The horrifying aura blowing in his direction made moving forward difficult. When he finally approached, he was shocked to discover the dragon-blooded horse basking in crimson lightning. The lightning crackled as it gradually gathered towards the horn. Seeing that the dragon-blooded horse was fine, Lin Yun let out a sigh of relief. He never expected that this fool would cause such a huge commotion when making a breakthrough. He had worried for nothing. Turning his gaze away from the dragon-blooded horse into the distance, Lin Yun said, "Now that the dragon-blooded horse is reaching the Xiantian realm, it's time for me to head to the Great Qin Empire." 10 days later, a crimson horse ran through the dense woods. The mighty Xiantian realm aura permeating from it caused the beasts in the surrounding area to tremble in fear. Russell, a youth in blue carrying an ancient sword box, rode horseback. When they broke from the woods, their vision suddenly blurred as the dazzling sun shone onto them. The youth narrowed his eyes as he adjusted to the brightness. When he looked ahead, everything was in plain sight. There was a river splashing 10 miles away with an endless range of mountains. The mountains were so tall that they pierced into the clouds. "Phew! I'm finally off of the horizon cloud mountain," exclaimed Lin Yun. When the dragon-blooded horse made the breakthrough, there was no longer any need for them to stay in the horizon cloud mountain. After reaching the Xiantian realm, the dragon-blooded horse's speed was simply incredible. Sizzle! Sizzle! The dragon-blooded horse's hooves were flickering with crimson lightning. Lin Yun unscrolled the map on the horse's shoulders as he looked around, verifying the surrounding terrain. His gaze was focused on the river. According to the map, I'm already within the Great Qin Empire's territory. The woods where he fought with the Lu clan hadn't been within the Great Qin Empire territory. The clear, serene city was only a tiny city in the borders, and it was unremarkable. This is Azure Sun County. This county is even larger than several nations combined. If I want to enter, I can either travel through the mountains or go down the river. Lin Yun knitted his brows. Both options weren't exactly good. Since he had no better alternative, he could only go up to take a closer look. As the hooves clopped against the ground, the dragon-blooded horse brought Lin Yun over to the shore in just a few breaths. What a huge river! Lin Yun did not feel that the river was huge when he was in the distance. But when he approached, only then did he see the sheer size of the river. The river was as wide as a lake. Lin Yun had to strain his eyes just to vaguely make out the opposite shore. It was nearly 1,000 meters away. Lin Yun had never seen such a large river. His curiosity was piqued. It seems he would be abandoning the option of traveling through the mountain. With his current movement technique, he could only travel 300 meters in the air at best. As for the ancient sword box, he could travel 1,000 miles with it by infusing his spiritual energy. But a gale would blow occasionally at the center of the river, causing waves to surge. Although the ancient sword box could ferry him across, it would be unstable with the gale. It was too dangerous for him to travel through the river under such circumstances. Furthermore, even if he could make it through, the dragon-blooded horse couldn't. The dragon-blooded horse's land speed was as fast as flying, but that didn't mean that it could actually fly. In the end, he turned back and made a simple wooden raft that ferried them across the river. When the river slowed, Lin Yun would inject his spiritual energy into the raft to propel it. But it was too exhausting for him to control the wooden raft with his spiritual energy for long. Fortunately, the raft would ride the current most of the time, so he didn't have to manipulate the raft with his spiritual energy much. Although the wooden raft was carrying the weight of Lin Yun and the dragon-blooded horse, the speed did not slow down. Lin Yun sat on the raft as he closed his eyes and cultivated. The orifice that was cleared up in his chest devoured the surrounding spiritual energy. He was absorbing spiritual energy at a rate much faster compared to when he was in Hotian realm. Felt incredible. Lin Yun couldn't imagine how fast he would absorb the surrounding spiritual energy when he cleared up all 7 orifices. After all, the differences between each orifice were akin to a gulf. The Xianxia realm was only the beginning of the martial Tao. In the past, he had only been tempering his physique. Under the 11 petals of the drought golden lotus, Lin Yun's Xiantian pure yang art had long since reached the 3rd stage. The spiritual energy within his body was robust and more refined than before. As his spiritual energy gushed through his veins, the noise produced matched the roar of the river. When he opened his eyes, they glowed like the stars in the sky. When the sky gradually darkened to welcome the night, Lin Yun's face was beaming with charm under the sunset's glow. As it was currently autumn, the leaves were all crimson. With the sunset's glow matching the crimson leaves, the ambience seemed rather depressing. Lin Yun enjoyed the view, but he couldn't help having the strings of his emotion pulled. When the starry sky reflected in his eyes, there was a trace of concern. He had spent more than 10 days trying, but he still couldn't summon his martial soul. He was even injured by a mysterious impact several times. He wasn't afraid that his martial soul was only a broken sword. He was afraid of it being a useless martial soul. That would be a death sentence for his martial Tao and an immense blow to his ambitions. Lin Yun retrieved the flower burial sword from the sword box as he stood on at the head of the wooden raft. Clang! The limpid sword flashed before Lin Yun's eyes. Looking at the sword in his hand before looking at the river, emotions welled up in Lin Yun's heart. All of a sudden, Lin Yun soared as he executed the flowing wind sword. Convergent streams, flowing wind. Lin Yun's sword attracted a strong gale on the river as the stream matched well with his flowing wind sword. The complete mastery of the flowing wind sword was absolutely perfect in Lin Yun's hands. Every single stroke flowed smoothly without any flaws. When he was about to descend onto the river, his feet tapped against the surface of the water and soared into the sky once more. He was recalling back to how his sword clashed with Su Xiao back then. Lin Yun had emptied his thoughts and was fully immersed in his sword. With the sword in his hand, he only had the gale and streaming river accompanying him. Whoosh! All of a sudden, there was someone traveling through the lake. Her figure was like a phantom that passed through Lin Yun in the blink of an eye. In her path, she left behind only a faint fragrance. MHM? The phantom suddenly returned and exclaimed as she looked at Lin Yun swinging his sword. That phantom was a young lady dressed in red. She had narrowed her eyes like 2 crescent moons in a way that made her look adorable. She was also permeating an ethereal aura that seemed like a fairy. On her delicate face, there were 2 sharp teeth that pulled her celestial temperament back to a mortal. A cultivator in the 1st orifice of the Xiantian realm actually possesses such a brilliant sword technique? That's simply incredible. Probably won't take long for him to wield sword intent. Right? Let me help you with that. The young lady smiled as she tapped her feet and landed on a tree branch. She took the flute on her waist and gently blew on it. As Lin Yun was fully immersed in the flowing sword art, he suddenly heard a piece of ethereal music. In the beginning, Lin Yun wasn't too bothered about the music, but as time slowly passed, he began to feel shocked. The music was matching his sword technique well. When he unleashed his move, the music echoed within his heart. The music was guiding his sword without him knowing. In the end, Lin Yun was shocked to discover that his sword momentum was gradually becoming more refined. The sensation felt so wonderful that it was simply unbelievable. His sword momentum could actually be as refined as the spiritual energy. Wind assembling, reflective shadow, traceless wind. When Lin Yun was finished in executing the 3 moves, his sword momentum condensed. In the next instance, the boundless sword momentum seemed as perfect as the river. He had reached an unprecedented fusion with the sword. When he blinked, he could clearly see every single bead of water among the waves. He had become one with the sword, and everything in the world seemed to have frozen. Crack! The broken sword, his martial soul, was released by half an inch, giving birth to a gleam that shrouded the body of the sword. As Lin Yun's heart jolted, he retracted his sword and returned to the wooden raft. When he looked around, he saw a young lady standing on a branch by the shore. "Nice sword technique, young man." The young lady smiled, revealing her adorable tiger tooth. At that moment, all the scenery in the surrounding was blinded by her smile. "Hey!" Lin Yun called out to the lady, but she paid no attention to him and disappeared within the mist. Watching her silhouette disappear, Lin Yun shook his head in pity. He didn't even have the time to call out to her before she disappeared. He had missed the opportunity to thank her for the help. Lin Yun was overcome with emotion. His martial soul finally moved. It meant that his martial soul wasn't a broken sword. The body of the sword was only shrouded in darkness. It wasn't that he couldn't summon it, but he needed a deeper comprehension in sword Tao. After all, the sword was pulled out by half an inch when he became one with his sword. What's with that sword gleam? He wondered. If he couldn't summon his martial soul, did that mean that he could summon out that gleam of sword? As that idea rose in his mind, Lin Yun swung his flower burial sword. Boom! A gleam of sword flowed out of the flower burial sword that split the river apart. The split in the river was over 500 meters long. Lin Yun was shocked as he looked at it. If it weren't for the sword gleam from his martial soul, it would be impossible for him to split the river apart. Boom! As the river splashed and joined together, it created a water screen nearly 1,000 meters height. Rumble! The calm surface was replaced with surging waves as the wooden raft began to sway. Lin Yun had joy written on his face as his laughter was drowned out by the crashing water. Terrific! Terrific! I'll see who dares to call my martial soul useless. I'll show them the true might of my martial soul. Lin Yun gnashed his teeth on the wooden raft. He needed a channel to vent his emotions. After all, the 3 from the Lu clan had mocked his martial soul for being useless. All of those emotions were pent up in his heart. He couldn't summon out his martial soul. And the reason that he was able to defeat those 3 was thanks to Sky Incineration. So despite how calm he was, he felt troubled in his heart. As long as he couldn't summon his martial soul, he would not be able to get rid of the worry in his heart. But at this moment he only felt joy. When he executed the sword gleam, he noticed that the gleam shrouding his martial soul had dimmed. No matter how he tried, he couldn't summon it again. After Lin Yun calmed down, he fell into deep thoughts. It looks like I will have to wait for a period of time before I can summon it again. A single burst might be powerful, but it's impossible for me to have a prolonged battle with it. If I can empower my sword with the sword gleam, it might have the same effect as other cultivators using their martial soul. In a certain sense, it might be stronger. Aside from that, Lin Yun was rejoicing that he made a breakthrough in his sword Tao. Lin Yun retrieved the bizarre record as he began to look through it. The comprehension of sword Tao starts from sword momentum. Cultivators must have their own aura, while a sword user requires such aura to convert into momentum. When the momentum is formed, you will be able to control it as you wish. And as you continue to make a breakthrough, you will eventually reach the sword intent. The sword intent is more refined, and it can be used to kill directly. A powerful swordsman can behead someone with their sword intent alone. The sword intent of a legendary swordsman can even exist for eternity and exist independently in the world. But it's hard for people to achieve something in their sword intent. Sword intent cannot be transferred, and it has to be comprehended. It has nothing to do with one's cultivation. When the sword momentum reaches its pinnacle, the user will become one with the sword. At that time, the user will be halfway to comprehending sword intent. Then again, that isn't the limit. Lin Yun's thoughts lingered in those words as he sighed inwardly. After all, even a summarizing book had included the description for Sword Dao. But it had answered Lin Yun's doubts. He had previously reached the state of being at one with the sword. However, he was only halfway into the threshold. It wasn't complete. Lin Yun's eyes flashed as he yearned for the Sword Dao. Beheading someone with a single thought. I wonder what kind of level that is. Then again, he had to thank that lady in red. Perhaps, to her, she was only helping him out of convenience. But it had opened up a new path for him. Clang. When Lin Yun sheathed his sword, he suddenly realized that the wooden raft was trembling unnaturally. When he turned around, he found the dragon-blooded horse trembling in fear. The dragon-blooded horse became terrified whenever the raft swayed by the bellows. Looking at this scene, Lin Yun couldn't help laughing. And here he had thought the dragon-blooded horse was fearless. He never imagined that he would get to see the dragon-blooded horse shaking in fear. Even if Lin Yun wanted to help the dragon-blooded horse, there was nothing he could do. It would be nice if there was a boat passing by right now. Closing his eyes, Lin Yun sat on the raft calmly. When dawn rose up in the sky, shining its warm rays down on the river flickered with a faint glow. Opening his eyes, Lin Yun looked at the sun with his energy recharged. The sword gleam shrouding his martial soul had also recovered. In that moment, Lin Yun was filled with excitement. Let's see if the sword gleam can envelop my sword to attack, Lin Yun said, giving it a try. In the next second, Lin Yun's sword was empowered by an explosive force as he swung. He was prepared and controlled the sword with his thoughts. Buzz! The flower burial sword began to vibrate as the reflection of the sword was glowing on the surface of the river. It was tough for him to control the vibration of his sword. One with the sword. In a crucial moment, Lin Yun recalled the sword intent that he had comprehended last night and executed it Russell. The sword momentum suddenly changed as he became one with the sword, forcefully controlling its vibration. Flowing Wind Sword. Lin Yun laughed as he executed the Flowing Wind Sword on the surface of the river. Boom! 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 Every swing of his sword was accompanied by an explosion on the surface of the water, raising waves on the river. Looking at the changes to his Flowing Wind Sword, Lin Yun had joy on his face as he laughed. Again! Wind assembling. The flower burial sword started to spin. Lin Yun soared into the sky as his sword caused a water geyser to rise. Reflective shadow. The water geyser suddenly exploded as the water drizzled down. When the rain drizzled down, strands of sword rays rotated around Lin Yun, leaving behind afterimages. Under the empowerment of his incomplete sword intent, the droplets had frozen in midair. Traceless wind. Lin Yun suddenly turned around and lunged his sword forward. His figure was like wind as he flew across the river. Convergent streams. Flowing wind. The droplets that had frozen in the sky started to evaporate as Lin Yun thrust his sword down. After Lin Yun executed the traceless wind, the droplets exploded. At the same time, the glowing rays wrapped around his sword had also started to disappear. He had completely exhausted the sword gleam that empowered it. Great! It can actually allow me to execute the entire technique. Lin Yun sheathed his sword, satisfied. At the same time, speculations started rising in his heart. When half an inch of his martial soul was released from the darkness, it had given birth to a sliver of sword gleam. Wouldn't that mean that he would be able to control more sword gleams with more of his martial soul released from the darkness? Although the Xiantian seed can give birth to all kinds of martial souls, isn't mine a little too bizarre? Lin Yun was baffled as he kept the flower burial sword and carried the ancient sword box on his back. He couldn't summon his martial soul, and his martial soul came with the sword gleam as well. Just a sliver of sword gleam was already so powerful. How mighty would it be if he managed to summon his martial soul? 2 hours later, Lin Yun's cultivation was disrupted when the dragon-blooded horse neighed. Raising his head, Lin Yun saw a massive boat. I wonder if that's a cargo boat or a passenger boat. If it's a cargo boat, then I might be able to hitch a ride. A passenger boat would already have passengers on it, so the chances of them letting him on board were slim. But if it was a cargo boat, it wouldn't be a problem for him to get on board as long as he paid enough spiritual stones. After all, it wasn't a solution for him to ride the wooden raft. The huge boat was so much faster than the wooden raft. It wouldn't take long to travel a few thousand meters. Looking at the boat, Lin Yun was shocked at its weight. Lin Yun judged that it should be a passenger boat. After a brief pondering, Lin Yun withdrew his gaze. Since there was a boat traveling in the river, encountering a cargo boat was only a matter of time. A brief moment later, the boat was moving side by side with Lin Yun. Compared to the massive boat before him, Lin Yun's wooden raft was pitiful. Many people on the boat mocked Lin Yun as they saw his wooden raft with the dragon-blooded horse on it. It was just as he had guessed. No one gave a damn about him, nor did anyone invite him onto the boat. But just when the boat was about to pass by, an unfamiliar voice called to him, "Are you Lin Yun of the Azure Sky sect?" Lin Yun raised his head puzzled. When he saw the person who spoke, he was stunned. It's him. What is he doing here? Could he be on his way to the great Qin Empire's Azure Sun County? 2. It was the young sect master of Azure Sky Nation's profound Sun sect, Feng Wuheng. Lin Yun had met the sect master once during the Four Sects tournament, but there was no interaction between them. After all, the profound Sun sect had been laying low in the Aqua Sky Nation. It's you. Feng Wuheng finally ascertained Lin Yun's identity after seeing his face. He was ecstatic as he communicated with a person standing beside him. A brief moment later, that person looked at Lin Yun and nodded his head. Lin Yun, since we're going the same way, let's travel together, Feng Wuheng said invitingly. Lin Yun pondered briefly, looking at the dragon-blooded horse beside him, and nodded. Thanks. The boat then lowered a ladder down for Lin Yun. No need for the ladder, Lin Yun said as he jumped onto the horse's back and patted on the dragon-blooded horse. Reddy instantly understood what Lin Yun meant, a hint of excitement in its eyes. It had been wholly restrained for the past 2 days. Looking at the boat, the dragon-blooded horse exerted strength on its legs with faint crimson lightning sparkling from its hooves. With Lin Yun on its back, the dragon-blooded horse jumped onto the boat. Rustle. Sensing the Xianxia realm aura permeated from the dragon-blooded horse, everyone on the boat took a few steps back. Xianxia realm dragon-blooded horse. This horse is really erratic. It actually jumped to the boat. It looks like this youth isn't simple. He actually tamed a Xianxia realm demonic beast as his mount. Everyone on the boat began to praise and discuss amongst themselves. Seeing Feng Wuheng walking over, Lin Yun got down from the horse. Brother Feng, thank you for your invitation. You're too polite. Instead of thanking me, thank my cousin. This boat belongs to his clan. Feng Wuheng pointed at the youth beside him and introduced, This is my elder cousin, Wan Feng. He was interested in you when he heard that you were the strongest in the Aqua Sky Nation. Lin Yun examined Wan Feng briefly and was stunned. The latter's age was similar to him, but his cultivation was actually in the second orifice of the Xianxia realm. To reach the second orifice of the Xianxia realm at such a young age, Lin Yun could tell there was serious talent hidden in the Azure Sun County. Cousin, this is Lin Yun. He was able to defeat an expert in the 10th stage of the martial path with his cultivation in the 8th stage of the martial path. Feng Wuheng introduced the two of them. 8th stage of the martial path? Haha, this young Master Lin isn't simple. He actually made a breakthrough into the Xianxia realm in just 3 months. Wan Feng said as he smiled. Xianxia realm? This time it was Feng Wuheng's time to feel shocked. Over the past 3 months, he had only made a small breakthrough into the 10th stage of the martial path. He had already formed his Xiantian seed, but he was still half a step to reach the Xiantian realm. I just made my breakthrough 10 days ago, and it's still far inferior compared to Brother Wan. Lin Yun could tell that Wan Feng had reached the Xiantian realm half a year ago. He wasn't trying to be humble. How can the Aquasky Nation be comparable to the Azure Sun County? Wan Feng smiled as he wasn't too bothered. Surpassing Lin Yun was natural in his eyes. It would be weird if he were inferior. Right. Do you intend to sell your dragon-blooded horse? If you're willing, you can state your price, Wan Feng suddenly asked. His interest in the dragon-blooded horse seemed to be much higher than his interest in Lin Yun. Sure. What? Wan Feng's eyes lit up. 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones. When Wan Feng heard the price, he awkwardly smiled and said, "Young Master Lin truly knows how to joke. Cousin, you can reminisce with him for now and receive him well. I'll go find my friends first." When he finished, he turned and left. "Don't worry about it. My cousin won't force you to sell your horse. He's a busy person. Who knows? He might forget about it the next second." Feng Wuheng replied. Lin Yun wasn't too bothered about it as he looked at Feng Wuheng with a smile on his face. "I'm rather surprised to bump into you on my journey to the Azure Sun County." They were both from the Aquasky Nation. They might not be familiar with each other, but it wasn't too awkward for them to chat. "I found an opportunity to raise my cultivation to the 10th stage of the martial path after the 4-sex tournament and decided to seek shelter from my cousin in the Azure Sun County. I want to see if I can join one of the 3 major sects in the Azure Sun County," Feng Wuheng explained. 3 major sects in the Azure Sun County? Yeah. The territory of the Azure Sun County is a lot bigger than the Aquasky Nation. There are many forces in the county, but there are only 3 overlord forces. They're the Radiant Pavilion, Golden Flame Sect, and Blood Cloud Sect. Feng Wuheng's eyes flashed as he explained. Hearing this, Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts. The Azure Sun County was located near the border, and it often fell into chaos. To be able to stand strong in the Azure Sun County speaks for the 3 sects' strength. Let me guess. You're not going there for the 3 major sects. Feng Wuheng smiled as he looked at Lin Yun. Oh. Lin Yun was curious as he wanted to listen to Feng Wuheng's explanation. You've even rejected the Bai clan's invitation. How can you possibly take a fancy to the overlord forces of the Azure Sun County? That means that you must have other motives for going to the Azure Sun County. Feng Wuheng spoke confidently. Lin Yun smiled bitterly in his heart as he had no idea how to explain. He wanted to tell Feng Wuheng that he was actually rejected by the Bai clan, and not the other way round. Let's not talk about that, Brother Feng. Since you stepped into the Great Qin Empire earlier than me, do you know which are the strongest forces? Feng Wuheng might not be entirely right about everything, but he was right about one thing. Lin Yun's scope was beyond the regional overlords in Azure Sun County. How could he join a regional overlord if he wanted to chase up to Su Xiao's footsteps? If we're talking about transcendent forces, it would be the 4 sects and 4 clans. The 4 sects are namely the Sword Firmament Pavilion, Primal Origin Sect, Heavenly Profound Sect, and the Demonic Moon Villa. The 4 sects not only have a transcendent position in the Great Qin Empire, but they can even be ranked among the Southern Ancient Domain. The 4 clans are Zhou, Wang, Lin, and Li clans. They were marquee clans that had passed down through millennials with their own territories. Feng Wuheng explained. It's impossible for outsiders to join the core of the 4 clans. As for the 4 sects, they have insanely high requirements if you want to join them. Just the threshold alone requires your cultivation to be at least in the 4th orifice of the Xiantian realm. Furthermore, you have to be under 17 years of age. 4th orifice of the Xiantian realm. Lin Yun sucked in a cold breath. It was a high requirement, not to mention that he had to be younger than 17. Only peerless talents are qualified to join the 4 sections. Anyone lesser than that won't be able to make it in, not even those who are geniuses in our eyes. Even an outer disciple is a mighty presence in the Azure Sun County. Feng Wuheng's tone was filled with respect. His respect for the 4 sects and 4 clans was deeply rooted in his heart. The 4 sects and 4 clans are beyond my reach. I only hope to join the 3 overlord sects in the Azure Sun County. As long as I can join any one of them, I can walk in the Azure Sun County with my head held high. If I take it one step further, I will be able to forge a name for myself in the great Qin Empire. Feng Wuheng's speech was brimming with ambition for the future. His tone was filled with revere for the 4 sects and 4 clans. Towards the 3 overlord forces in the Azure Sun County, Feng Wuheng was filled with expectation. As they further conversed, Lin Yun learned that Feng Wuheng's cousin had a clan backing him up. He was part of the Violet Flame City's Wan clan, and the Violet Flame City wasn't something that the Clear Serene City could be compared to. The territory of the Azure Sun clan consisted of cities numbered over hundreds. The Violet Flame City was only ranked beneath the few massive cities. And since the Violet Flame City could be ranked so high, they must have the capability to back it up. From Feng Wuheng, Lin Yun learned that the old patriarch of the Wan clan had already reached the 7th orifice of the Xiantian realm. He had been in seclusion for the past few years, trying to make a breakthrough. If he could clear his profound channel, the Wan clan would rise into top-tiered forces ranks. With such a background, it wasn't surprising that Wan Feng could reach the 2nd orifice of the Xiantian realm. My young Master Feng, would like to invite you and this sir into the cabin. A servant requested respectfully. Let's go take a look. My cousin made many friends on his travels. You can take this opportunity to get to know them as well. Feng Wuheng smiled. The cabin of the boat was luxuriously decorated. When Lin Yun stepped in, he saw many youngsters sitting around just as Feng Wuheng had mentioned. They were all about his age, brimming with pride and confidence. Let me introduce this person to everyone. This is Lin Yun, the strongest among his generation in the Aquasky Nation. Wan Feng stood up from his seat with a smile. Several curious gazes were directed at Lin Yun after hearing Wan Feng's introduction. Feeling all the eyes on him, Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts on how he should reply before he was disrupted by a burst of laughter. Haha! Do you really think that you're a swordsman carrying a sword box? How can there be experts in such a remote place like the Aquasky Nation? If you can be considered an expert, what are we? The owner of the voice came from the person in the first seat to Wan Feng's left. He must naturally have the strength to back it up if he was allowed to sit there. His speech had created a commotion. Even Feng Wuheng's facial expression was unsightly. He was the one who brought Lin Yun here, so mocking Lin Yun was the same as embarrassing him. Wan Feng roamed his eyes around but chose to keep his silence. He was somewhat unhappy when he thought of how Lin Yun rejected his offer to buy the dragon-blooded horse. He's Lu Zifei, someone my cousin invited from Flowing Cloud City. His clan is rumored to be a regional overlord. Just bear with it for now, Feng Wuheng warned, afraid Lin Yun might start a fight. What's the matter? Did I say something wrong? Does your sword box even have a name? Lu Zifei asked, but soon lost interest when Lin Yun kept silent. He spoke out again with a faint smirk. I hate people like you pretending to be a big shot. Why don't you enlighten me on the name of your sword box? Swish! Lu Zifei pounced and arrived before Lin Yun, his hand outstretched at Lin Yun's ancient sword box. It's best for you to stop thinking about my sword box, Lin Yun said with a smile as he grabbed onto Lu Zifei's wrist. You! Lu Zifei couldn't break free from Lin Yun's grasp, no matter how he tried. He was briefly dazed before he burst into laughter. So you've unlocked your hand's orifice as your first. Then again, I'm not surprised since you came from nowhere. Lin Yun's powerful grip made him misunderstand that Lin Yun had cleared his hand's orifice when he broke through the Xiantian realm. He was about to circulate his spiritual energy to retaliate when Wan Feng suddenly called out, Stop! He knew the two were about to fight. He was wearing a grave expression as he stood up on his feet. Brother Lu, your actions reflect on me, do they not? Young Master Lin is a guest of mine, so let's not fight. Out of respect for Wan Feng, Lu Zifei retracted his spiritual energy. When Lin Yun saw that Lu Zifei had stopped, he also released his grip. I'll let this matter rest for Brother Wan. A piece of garbage from the Aquasky Nation dares to pretend to be a big shot before me? You should be grateful that we're not in Flowing Cloud City. Otherwise, I would beat you to death. Lu Zifei laughed as he returned to his seat. When everyone heard that, all of them looked at Lin Yun with disdain. Most of them shared the same thoughts as Lu Zifei. However, they did not make their move directly. Although Lin Yun was furious, he restrained his anger from flaring up. The ancient sword box could manipulate the violet sacred frostfire, saving his life at a crucial moment if need be. The wild goose art was already useless to him after attaining the Xiantian realm. Carrying the sword box on his back was equivalent to tempering his body even when he was walking, eating, or cultivating. When he removed the sword box in battle, his movement technique would be brought to a whole new level. Most importantly, his flower burial sword was kept in the ancient sword box. After the two of them sat down, someone in the cabin spoke out, "Brother Wan, now that everyone has arrived, can you tell us why have you gathered us?" Looking around the cabin, Wan Feng replied, "Everyone knows there are elite disciples from the 3 overlord sects in Azure Sun County. But all of you are also elites among our generation. Aside from Lin Yun and Feng Wuheng, everyone present was an elite in the second orifice of the Xiantian realm. There wasn't any falsehood in Wan Feng's words, and everyone gladly received his praises. The Azure Sun County is neither large nor small. It's rare for us to have an opportunity to gather together. Simply grinding through cultivation blindly behind closed doors isn't acceptable. This gathering today is for us to share our insights on cultivation and benefit everyone." Wan Feng's eyes flickered as he seemed to have withheld something. "You're right, Brother Wan. Simply grinding through our cultivation isn't a wise path. Who cares if you're invincible in your family? That doesn't mean that you're invincible in the world. I think it has been a year since we last met, Brother Wan. Everyone was acquainted with each other, and all of them had a similar background. They were all elites of their respective clans. They soon got absorbed in their conversation without any barrier between them. They all began sharing their insights from their cultivation. Eventually, some of them even ended up sparring. This time, Wan Feng did not protest as he even opened up a space for the spar. Do keep in mind that we're not fighting to the death. Please restrain yourselves. Brother Wan, you don't have to worry about it." 2 men were standing in the center eyeing each other. Neither of them was willing to give way to the other. Boom! The 2 of them swiftly clashed together with their palms and fists, both in the second orifice of the Xiantian realm. Xiantian martial technique. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. He noticed that the 2 of them were executing Xiantian martial techniques. Judging at the might of their technique, they should be using lesser Xiantian martial techniques. However, an entire fist and palm technique was still beneficial to Lin Yun. His undying Vajrasil might be an advanced Xiantian martial technique, but this technique only had one move. The flowing wind sword wasn't a Xiantian martial technique, and it wasn't appropriate for his current cultivation. Fortunately, his fist technique had the undying Vajrasil and his sword technique had the incomplete sword intent, so he did not face any issues for the time being, but it wasn't a permanent solution. Now that he had an opportunity to witness complete Xiantian martial techniques, he had to pay close attention. A moment later, Lin Yun noticed that something was amiss. The 2 of them were executing their Xiantian martial techniques, but the essence of their techniques seemed to be lacking. In truth, it was because they were still in the process of comprehending their techniques. Their techniques might seem powerful, but something was lacking. They weren't any stronger compared to the 3 Xiantian realms of the Lu clan. There was nothing remarkable about the battle, or the several that would follow. Sitting on his seat, Wan Feng slightly frowned with a gleam of disappointment in his eyes. But it all changed when Lu Zifei stood up. Seeing Lu Zifei going up, Wan Feng's face was replaced with joy. Lu Zifeng easily defeated his opponent in 3 moves. His opponent was knocked back, nearly crashing into the chairs. "I'm sorry. I didn't imagine that 50% of my power would be so strong." Lu Zifei scoffed. There was no sincerity in his apology. "Brother Lu, you're too courteous. Your spiritual energy and fist technique far exceeded mine," his opponent said with an embarrassed smile, holding onto his chest in pain. Within the Azure Sun County, only those with strength were respected. Lu Zifei was arrogant, but he could be with his strength. "Hey, that brat from the Azure Sky Nation. Do you want to play with me?" Lu Zifei asked as he looked around the room for Lin Yun. His words caused silence to descend in the cabin. However, Lin Yun did not reply and looked around. Yeah. Why don't you go up and spar since you're here? That's right. Wouldn't it be too rude to refuse? Brother Wan, why don't you say something? We're all up for it. Isn't it a little too rude for your friend to refuse? He's just a coward. Everyone began taunting when they saw that Lin Yun wasn't replying. They didn't intend to let him off so easily. Lin Yun looked around and sneered. Why bother prodding me into fighting? Did I say that I'm not willing? I'm only worried that 50% of my power might destroy this cabin. The cabin might be huge, but the power of the undying Vajrasil was on a whole new level. After examining the surroundings, he was hesitant to fight. Russell. Everyone looked around confused, unsure if they had heard Lin Yun correctly. Even Wan Feng was briefly stunned before he smiled. The floor and pillars are made of metallic wood. Not even a fifth orifice of the Xiantian realm can easily destroy them. This brat seemed reserved. But he's arrogant the moment he speaks. He must have forgotten his medicine today to boast in front of Lu Zifei. Haha. He's going to regret this later. Everyone's shock had been replaced by fury at the sound of Lin Yun's arrogant words. Boom! Rumble! The sound that came when Lin Yun placed his sword box down on the ground was deafening. Its colossal weight caused the entire boat to sway from the impact. It's that sword box! Everyone was shocked as they looked at the ancient sword box. Just how heavy was the sword box for it to cause the entire boat to sway? Everyone only realized how heavy the sword box was when Lin Yun placed it down. Lin Yun was placing it down gently, but it had created such a strong impact it caused the entire boat to sway. When they thought of how Lin Yun could move as usual despite carrying such a heavy load, all of them wondered how terrifying his physique was. They all watched Lin Yun in shock. On the other hand, Lu Zifei, who had started this fight, had changed his face. He did not expect that Lin Yun would accept his challenge. However, not only did Lin Yun agree to fight, but he had hidden his powerful physique. Even if your physique is powerful, you'll just be a slightly better sandbag without the strength to back it up. Lu Zifei sneered. Is that so? Why don't you give it a try then? Lin Yun smiled. Lu Zifei sneered as he took a step in and threw a jab. He practiced the fiery cloud fist, a genuine lesser Xiantian martial technique. It was a domineering fist technique, and, when he used it in the past, no one could last through 3 moves. As Lu Zifei's fist flew, his punch was like a concentrated fire cloud explosion. However, Lin Yun did not panic as he retaliated with his ferocious tiger fist. Boom! When the 2 punches connected, Lin Yun only took half a step back despite facing a second orifice of the Xiantian realm cultivator. Again, Lu Zifei locked his brows together, unable to accept the outcome of their collision. At the same time, he executed his movement technique. He was like a wisp of cloud as he shuttled left and right, making it tough for others to follow him with their naked eyes. But this was nothing to Lin Yun, who had cleared his eye orifice. Swish! 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 In the blink of an eye, he had already executed 3 moves. As Lu Zifei's attacks grew more powerful, the temperature in the room also began to rise. It was the sign that Lu Zifei was slowly bringing out the might of his Xiantian martial technique. Facing Lu Zifei's ferocious attacks, Lin Yun fended them off calmly. You can't judge the book by its cover. Lin Yun actually managed to take 3 of his attacks. When I fought with Lu Zifei earlier, I could sense that my spiritual energy's quality was inferior to his. He only took a single blow to shatter my spiritual energy. After 3 moves, I couldn't even fight back. Lin Yun's cultivation technique must not be as simple as we thought. Have you guys noticed? Lin Yun doesn't seem to know any Xiantian martial technique. Since the beginning, he has only been using a Hotian martial technique. Oh yeah, that's right. As Lin Yun and Lu Zifei continued their fight, everyone was shocked that Lin Yun had only been using a Hotian martial technique. Then again, it wasn't so shocking once they thought about it. Lin Yun came from the Aquasky nation, so how could he possess any Xiantian martial technique? If the battle continued like this, Lin Yun would definitely lose. It was just a matter of how badly he would lose. On the other hand, Feng Wuheng was fidgeting on his seat nervously. He could naturally tell that Lin Yun was in a disadvantageous position. Facing Lu Zifei, Lin Yun could only stay on the defensive. Meanwhile, Lu Zifei's attacks were getting stronger. He's about to lose. That's for certain. He doesn't know any Xiantian martial technique. Once the momentum of the fiery cloud fist reaches its pinnacle, Lu Zifei can even fight cultivators in the third orifice of the Xiantian realm. Lin Yun played himself. Won't his loss be worse after forcing Lu Zifei to fight at full strength? The spectators all sighed. All of them felt that Lin Yun would lose. Igniting clouds. Lu Zifei roared all of a sudden. His roar reverberated like thunder in everyone's ears. Lu Zifei clenched his fists so tight that they started cracking. At the same time, the momentum of his punch ignited. Boom! The impact from his punch made Lin Yun take 10-odd steps back before he could stabilize himself. As shockwaves spread out, the two launched attacks and shattered the lingering shockwaves that came towards them. What incredible power! Everyone exclaimed. So this was Lu Zifei's genuine strength. No wonder he received a seat of importance from Wan Feng. After sending Lin Yun back, Lu Zifei wore a sinister smile and mocked. Weren't you pretty arrogant earlier? Didn't you say that you would dismantle the boat? But why do your punches feel ticklish? Is that all the Aquasky nations got? Boasting? You don't think I've already exerted half of my strength, right? Lin Yun smiled. If this is all you've got, then I might not even need to bring out half of my strength. How arrogant! Lu Zifei's lips twitched. His chest overflowed with his pent-up rage. Since Lin Yun was so tough, he would make him get on his knees and beg today. All right, let the real show begin. Lin Yun's eyes flickered, his pupils blazing with flames. The golden spiritual energy in Lin Yun's body surged and condensed into an ancient bead, containing nearly 70% of his spiritual energy. Shortly after, the bead separated into 10 spiritual energy streams that shrouded Lin Yun's fingers. The undying Vajra seal. Lin Yun pushed his palms forward as the power of the seal burst forth. Boom! 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 The floor, pillars, walls, and furniture were instantly reduced to ashes in the next second. The spectators were all caught by surprise as they were sent flying. Lu Zifei had taken Lin Yun's attack point blank. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he was blown backwards. With the surrounding walls gone, a breeze started blowing into the cabin from outside. Standing amidst the chaos, Lin Yun's hair fluttered in the wind. He seemed like a completely different person at this moment. His sharp features were brimming with confidence. Compared to Lin Yun, Lu Zifei's arrogance was nothing worth mentioning. The latter merely seemed like a clown. In Lin Yun's palm, the undying Vajra seal still did not dissipate. He clenched his fists together as the explosive force summoned a wild gale. Showing a smirk, Lin Yun smiled. So, do you still feel ticklish from my punches? As he asked the question, Lin Yun stepped in and launched another punch. He was still using the ferocious tiger fist, but it was completely different now with the undying Vajra seal empowering it. Lu Zifei had just managed to stabilize himself before he had to defend himself against Lin Yun's fist. Lin Yun's fist vibrated with immense power as it connected. A crimson mist spewed from Lu Zifei's mouth as he stumbled back 3 paces. But Lin Yun did not stop there. He did not want to give Lu Zifei time to recover and threw out 2 more punches, each heavier than the one before it. After 3 punches, Lu Zifei could barely stand as the torrent of blood coming from his mouth began to pool at his feet. Tiger roaring in the forest. However, Lin Yun had no intention of letting Lu Zifei off so easily. He made full use of the undying Vajra seal and threw out a finisher. Boom! Lin Yun pounced forth like a ferocious tiger as a tiger's roar rang out in the distance. His explosive punch was like the king of the forest opening its jaw wide towards Lu Zifei. Facing Lin Yun's attack, Lu Zifei was terrified out of his wits. Both his legs trembled in fear. Watching as Lin Yun pounced over, Lu Zifei knew that it was futile for him to retaliate. The aura of the tiger grew stronger as the fist approached. Lu Zifei, broken by unparalleled terror, closed his eyes in despair. "Help Sir Lu on his feet," Wan Feng ordered as he gave Lin Yun a deep and conflicted glance. At his command, several servants pinched their noses as they helped Lu Zifei up on his feet. Looking at his surroundings, Lin Yun asked, "Brother Wan, you won't ask me to compensate for the damages, right?" He had expected this would happen. The Undying Vajrasil was a genuine advanced Xiantian martial technique, even though it was just limited to one move. The damage proved that he wasn't spouting nonsense earlier. "You must be joking, Sir Lin. Everyone, let's change our venue," Wan Feng said as he walked towards Lin Yun. "Sir Lin, please." His tone was filled with respect at this moment. That was the harsh reality of Azure Sun County. You would only be respected if you had the strength to back it up, and Lin Yun had proven himself by defeating Lu Zifei. The group then changed their location to the bow of the ship. They drank while facing the river, and no one dared to look at Lin Yun with contempt anymore. Even Wan Feng's attitude had changed so drastically that Lin Yun was having a tough time dealing with his passion. But to Lin Yun, he only felt that Wan Feng was interesting. After the gathering came to an end, Feng Wuhing chased up to Lin Yun and smiled. "Lin Yun, you really showed off earlier. I've never seen my cousin be so respectful to anyone." "Oh." Lin Yun was surprised by those words and fell into deep thoughts. Yeah, he wasn't even so respectful to Lu Zifei. But for some reason, I feel that my cousin was a little too courteous, Feng Wuhing said, smiling casually. Lin Yun responded with a smile and did not take on that topic. "I can now affirm that you have a motive in the Azure Sun County." Feng Wuhing flashed a mysterious smile as he looked at Lin Yun. "I was a little curious when you mentioned that previously. What do you think my motive is?" Lin Yun asked lightheartedly. "The Azure Sun County has a secret realm that will only appear once a decade. It's a full decade now, and the seal will weaken. I had my suspicions previously, but I felt that you were still too weak, so I wasn't sure. Now, I'm sure that you're going over to try your luck." "Secret realm?" asked Lin Yun, surprised. Secret realms are independent spaces that exist in the world. The scale wasn't fixed, and they could either be naturally formed or created by someone. However, Lin Yun was genuinely unaware that the Azure Sun County had a secret realm. He initially wanted to ask around for the strongest force in the Great Qin Empire. "You're really unaware of it?" Feng Wuhing looked at Lin Yun with shock. "Why don't you give me an introduction?" pressed Lin Yun, desperate to know more. "Speaking of the secret realm, it's not only famous in the Great Qin Empire, but it's also throughout the southern ancient domain. It was a ruin of an ancient sect. You can find all sorts of treasures in it, including profound martial techniques and powerful inheritances." After seeing that Lin Yun truly had no idea about the secret realm, he continued, "Over the past few years, ever since the secret realm was discovered, valuable treasures have been leaking out of the realm. There is also something unusual about the seal. For some reason, powerful cultivators are restricted from entering. Only Xiantian realm cultivators can enter the secret realm. As a result, each time the realm opens, countless Xiantian realms will flock over. Since the secret realm is situated in Azure Sun County, it's called Azure Sun Realm." Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he heard the introduction of the secret realm. Profound martial techniques were too unrealistic, and he would be satisfied with one or two treasures. The threshold for the 4 transcendent sects in the Great Qin Empire was to reach the 4th orifice of the Xiantian realm before reaching 17 years of age. He was already approaching 16 this year, and it was doubtful if he could reach it in just 1 year. This was especially true due to his low aptitude. If he did not have a fortuitous encounter, it would be impossible for him to reach the 4th orifice of the Xiantian realm. "When will the seal open?" Lin Yun asked. "About 3 or 4 months from now," Feng Wuhing replied honestly. That means that Lin Yun had 3 to 4 months to prepare for the secret realm. "Thank you for sharing this information with me," Lin Yun said graciously. "There's no need to thank me. It's common knowledge in the Azure Sun County." 3 days later, the boat arrived at the Violet Flame City's pier. A fleet of ships could be seen at the dock, illuminating how flourishing the Violet Flame City was. Riding his dragon-blooded horse, Lin Yun separated from the group upon arriving at the pier. But Feng Wuheng suddenly caught up and muttered, "Lin Yun, why are you leaving in such a hurry?" Shrugging with his palms to the sky, Lin Yun smiled. "Your cousin is a little too passionate." Over the past 3 days, Wan Feng had visited him frequently. Wan Feng would talk to him about anything, and even an idiot could tell that Wan Feng desperately wanted something from Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun had no favorable opinion for someone who wanted his dragon-blooded horse. Lin Yun could tell that Wan Feng had a motive for introducing him as the strongest expert in the Aquasky nation. He knew that it was Wan Feng taking revenge for not selling him the dragon-blooded horse. If he had not been strong enough, it wouldn't have been Lu Zifei who was humiliated, so Lin Yun had no intention of befriending Wan Feng. This was also the reason why he left immediately when the boat arrived at the pier. Scratching his head, Feng Wuheng smiled bitterly. "I'm actually under orders from my cousin to invite you to the Wan clan. The Wan clan controls the entire Violet Flame City and will definitely prove useful to you." It was true that Wan Feng wanted his help, but that would have to depend on the price. However, Lin Yun did not want to interact with Wan Feng. "I'm sorry, but I would like to look around myself. Please tell your cousin that I appreciate his goodwill." "Sir Lin, can it be that the Wan clan is beneath your eyes?" Wan Feng asked, suddenly appearing from behind his cousin. He must have guessed that Feng Wuheng wouldn't be able to hold on to Lin Yun and ran over. "I'm sure you know that's not it." Lin Yun smiled with another meaning in his words. Wan Feng immediately felt awkward as he took a deep breath and replied, "All right, I'll not beat around the bush. I need your help, or rather, the Wan clan needs your help. And what if I refuse? Then I can't help it. It'll be fine as long as you do not stand against the Wan clan. Otherwise, I can only apologize to you." Seeing how serious his cousin was, Feng Wuheng smiled. "Cousin, don't make it sound so terrifying. Trust me on this one. Lin Yun won't go against the Wan clan, and you can be open about it." Feng Wuheng said exactly what Lin Yun was thinking. "Do you guys really think that I'm gathering so many people purely for a get-together? All of them are arrogant, and it took me a great deal of effort to wrangle them. Especially Lu Zifei, who I initially had high expectations for. But you—" Lu Zifei suddenly raised his tone. "Because of you, he is nearly crippled. He's useless to me now, at least for half a month." "Well, I'm sorry about that," Lin Yun said, rubbing his nose. This matter was truly his fault. "A spiritual lake has appeared near the Violet Flame City," Wan Feng blurted out. He could see what Lin Yun was thinking and decided to reveal his hand. "My Wan clan naturally wants to monopolize it, but the 3 other clans in the Violet Flame City have also caught wind of it. They want to share and are threatening war if we refuse. Although the 3 clans won't be able to contest with my Wan clan, the Wan clan will undoubtedly suffer a great loss if we go into war." "And so?" Lin Yun nodded his head. "So everyone came to an agreement. We will send 3 people below the age of 18 to fight on stage. If my Wan clan loses, we will have to give them a share. If we win, they will withdraw from the spiritual lake." Listening to Wan Feng's explanation, Lin Yun immediately knew why Wan Feng gathered so many elites in Azure Sun County. He clearly wanted to find someone suitable to fight on behalf of the Wan clan. Wan Feng initially had wanted Lu Zifei to join the fight, but that fellow was already scared out of his wits by Lin Yun. He no longer had any will to fight, so how could he possibly fight for the Wan clan? Outside of disciples from the 3 overlord forces, I have gathered practically all the elites in Azure Sun County. Most of them were disappointing except for Lu Zifei, but you know what's going on with him." Wan Feng looked at Lin Yun. "Gathered all the Xiantian realm elites in the Azure Sun County?" Lin Yun shook his head as he was in disagreement with that statement. With Wan Feng's attitude, it was impossible for him to get acquainted with all the elites. After all, genuine geniuses are introverts. Even the most arrogant among them would keep a low profile. Who knows how many people Wan Feng missed by judging the book by its cover. "I think I get what you mean. You want me to compete on behalf of Lu Zifei for the Wan clan." "That's right. I will also give you twice what I promised Lu Zifei." Wan Feng's eyes flashed with confidence. His chest puffed out as he smiled. He continued, I can tell that you're lacking in complete Xiantian martial techniques. You didn't use your full strength during your fight with Lu Zifei. My guess is that you must have been trying to get him to execute his fiery cloud fist so you could comprehend it. This fellow is sharp. It seems that Wan Feng had been observing everything from the sidelines. My Wan clan might only be a regional overlord, but we still have some complete Xiantian martial techniques. You can make any request for your services? Wan Feng said confidently when he saw the changes on Lin Yun's face. I need advanced martial techniques, Lin Yun demanded bluntly. Hearing Lin Yun's demand, the confidence on Wan Feng's face disappeared. Wan Feng never imagined that Lin Yun would demand an advanced Xiantian martial technique. In the entire Azure Sun County, not even the 3 overlords had many advanced Xiantian martial techniques. Even if they had any, it was rare for them to have a complete technique. With an embarrassed smile, Wan Feng replied, Brother Lin, are you joking? I'm talking about lesser Xiantian martial techniques. You can freely pick a few of them. Shaking his head, Lin Yun replied, I'm not joking. With the immense profit from the spiritual lake on the line, I assume this will involve deathmatches. Are you asking me to risk my life for a lesser Xiantian martial technique? Aren't you looking down on me? But you don't have to be worried about it. I won't be staying in the Violet Flame City for long, so I will definitely not become your enemy. Farewell. Lin Yun turned around and left without giving a glance at Wan Feng. Wan Feng had no sincerity at all. Lin Yun might lack Xiantian martial techniques, but that didn't mean that he would risk his life for a lesser Xiantian martial technique. After all, he had a mid-grade profound artifact, the Clouded Ice Spear. An intermediate Xiantian martial technique might even be asking too much for what they wanted him to do, but the job was definitely worth more than a lesser Xiantian martial technique. Wait up! Wan Feng gnashed his teeth and chased up to Lin Yun. Brother Lin, 1 second. Just 1 second. Go ahead. The Wan clan has a total of 2 advanced Xiantian martial techniques. One of them is meant for core disciples of the clan, while the other one is meant for guest elders. The thing is, I don't have the authority to give you any promises, Wan Feng said earnestly. He wore a helpless expression as he continued. How about this? Since you will be in the Violet Flame City for a few days, why don't you stay at my home? I'll talk to the elders in my clan about it. If they agree to it, getting an advanced Xiantian martial technique might not be impossible. Lin Yun, why don't you stay for a few days? If it doesn't work out, you can leave any time. Feng Wuheng joined in to persuade Lin Yun. After brief consideration, Lin Yun agreed since Wan Feng was sincere this time. All right, I'll stay for a few days then. I'll have to trouble Brother Wan in this period. You're too courteous. Please, come with me. Wan Feng's face was plastered with smiles this time. The Wan clan's residence was located in the Violet Flame City's prime location. With just a glance, anyone could tell that it was a regional clan in this city. Young Patriarch, you're back. The guards greeted Wan Feng as he approached. What a stunning horse! The servants who were leading the dragon-blooded horse spoke out with lingering fear in their hearts. Feed the horse well. It has to be fed with the flesh of demonic beasts. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold all of you responsible, Wan Feng instructed with a solemn expression. We will definitely do our job well. Wan Feng was satisfied with the reply of his servants. He looked at Feng Wuheng and Lin Yun. Cousin, do me a favor and receive Lin Yun on my behalf. I have to report to my father. Go ahead. Feng Wuheng smiled. Come with me, Lin Yun. I'll bring you to your residence. The garden was decorated with flowers and artificial hills. As Feng Wuheng led Lin Yun to a small courtyard, he spoke out, Lin Yun, you can stay here for tonight. The scenery around here is great, and you can instruct the servants if you have any requests. Yeah, the scenery around here looks good. I'm glad that you like it. We've been on the boat for days, so I'll take my rest as well. The serene night made the courtyard seem peaceful. Lin Yun rested briefly before he removed his ancient sword box and opened it up. The sword box's interior was filled with flower petals, with the flower burial sword lying within. Lin Yun grabbed onto the sword hilt and slowly retrieved it out of the sword box. The surface of the sword was covered in flowing patterns that emitted a faint glow in the night. Rather than a sword, it looked like a gentle woman instead. When Lin Yun slowly poured his spiritual energy into the sword's body burst with a blazing sword gleam. Whoosh! When Lin Yun started performing a sword dance, his figure flickered all over the place, leaving afterimages behind. Terrific! The flower burial sword is close to a mid-grade profound artifact now. It can enhance my spiritual energy by at least threefold. There was a huge difference between profound artifacts and ordinary weapons. Profound artifacts could strengthen the spiritual energy of its user. Low-grade profound artifacts could strengthen the spiritual energy by twofold, while mid-grade profound artifacts could go as high as fourfold. As for high-grade spiritual artifacts, it would be sixfold. Holding onto the flower burial sword, Lin Yun could sense his spiritual energy strengthened by threefold. It meant that the flower burial sword was approaching ranks of mid-grade profound artifacts. His flower burial sword was forged with metallic wood, which made it unique compared to other profound artifacts. The sword was spiritual by nature and, as a result, Lin Yun could control it as part of his body. Seems like the petals need changing, Lin Yun said as he removed the petals in the sword box and retrieved the flower pot with the pale remnant flower. Under the nourishment of his spiritual convergence art, the enchanting pale remnant flower bloomed and spread its floral fragrance throughout the courtyard. He replaced the petals in the sword box before putting his sword back in. At the current pace, it wouldn't take long for the flower burial sword to reach the ranks of mid-grade profound artifacts. But just when he was about to shut the sword box, he remembered something. He still had a seed with him, the drought golden lotus seed. The drought golden lotus had left behind a seed, which Lin Yun had kept in his interspatial pouch after he refined all the petals. Should I try using the spiritual convergence art to see if it can be raised? Even if he failed, he would only waste some time. At the very least, it was better than seeing the seed wither. Making up his mind, Lin Yun took out another empty flower pot, planted the seed in it, and started nourishing the seed with the spiritual convergence art. Wan Feng rushed to meet his father in the study room. His father, Wuxia, was the current patriarch of the Wan family with a cultivation at the sixth orifice of the Xianxia realm. There weren't many in the Violet Flame City that could rival him. However, the true expert in the Wan clan wasn't Wan Feng's father, but his grandfather, the old patriarch who was said to be clearing his profound channel. Fenger, what's the matter? Why did you come in such a hurry? Wuxia wore an amicable smile and placed the book in his hand down. As shown in his action, he seemed pretty satisfied with this son. Dad, I found an excellent candidate for our Wan family this time, Wan Feng urgently reported. Oh? Tell me about it. Wuxia was calm. He had seen much in his life, so Wan Feng's words couldn't bring him any drastic change in his emotions. Wan Feng took a sip of water to calm himself before sharing everything that happened on the boat. Dad, what do you think of him? In my opinion, he can easily defeat ordinary cultivators in the second orifice of the Xianxia realm. You weren't there to witness it yourself, but his aura didn't seem to be that of someone who had just reached Xianxia realm. He must have had a fortuitous encounter. Most importantly, I'm guessing that he barely used half of his strength. After all, he didn't even open the sword box that he was carrying. Wan Feng looked at his father uneasily. He would bring an outstanding contribution to the clan if his candidate could help to win the spiritual lake. At the same time, it would be a significant boost to his prestige in the clan. If what you say is true, then we are housing a monster. Only someone in the third orifice of the Xianxia realm can defeat him, Wuxia replied calmly. But there is no one in the third orifice of the Xianxia realm under the age of 18 in our Azure Sun County, aside from disciples of the three overlord forces. Wan Feng continued as he had high hopes for Lin Yun. But giving him an advanced Xianxia martial technique is too much. Even I can't make that decision by myself. Don't we have an incomplete advanced Xianxia martial technique? Even if it's incomplete, an advanced Xianxia martial technique is priceless. We can only give it to those who have made great contributions for my Wan clan. Listening to his father's words, Wan Feng couldn't help feeling anxious. He had spent a great deal of effort on Lin Yun already and did want to see it go to waste. You don't have to be too anxious about it. Call him to the ancestral shrine tomorrow for everyone to assess him. If what you say is true, then giving him an advanced Xiantian martial technique might not be much. After all, the spiritual lake is extremely important to my Wan clan. Wan Shoya smiled. The next morning, as the dawn sun peeked out from behind the clouds, Wan Feng came to Lin Yun's courtyard. Brother Wan, you're here early. Has there been a development? Lin Yun asked. Nodding his head, Wan Feng replied, My father has basically agreed to it. We just need to convince the other elders by displaying your strength. After all, the spiritual lake is a significant matter. The two of them left the courtyard for the ancestral shrine. Lin Yun's curiosity was piqued about the spiritual lake, and he couldn't find much information on it in the bizarre records. What's the use of the spiritual lake that you're talking about? The spiritual lake is a rare natural phenomenon where spiritual essence is condensed in the lake. Spiritual essence? Yeah. If you absorb a sufficient amount of it, not only can you increase the quality of your spiritual energy, but it will also quicken your cultivation speed. Lin Yun's heart jolted when he heard that. What he needed the most right now were treasures that could aid him in his cultivation. Spiritual lakes are separated into 8 grades, ranked in descending order. The spiritual lake in the Violet Flame City is the lowest 8th grade. The effects of an 8th grade spiritual lake is limited to those in the 6th orifice of the Xiantian realm. But it's extremely beneficial to people like us. Listening to Wan Feng's explanation, Lin Yun finally knew why the 3 other clans would risk going into war with the Wan clan for the spiritual lake. If the Wan clan managed to monopolize the entire spiritual lake, the other clans would have no place in Violet Flame City. But an 8th grade spiritual lake can only allow 10 people to absorb. After that, it will take a decade for the spiritual lake to recover. As the two of them chatted, they arrived at the Wan clan's ancestral shrine. Russell. Lin Yun could feel the solemn atmosphere the moment he entered. He could see more than 10 elders of the Wan clan seated in the shrine. Most of them were in the 4th orifice of the Xiantian realm, but there were several cultivators in the 5th orifice as well. Seated in the center was a middle-aged man that exuded prestige. He was an expert in the 6th orifice of the Xiantian realm, with only his heart orifice left uncleared. Lin Yun was startled by the Wan clan's strength, not to mention that the old patriarch was in seclusion. Lin Yun could see why the 3 other clans only dared to demand half of the spiritual lake even at the expense of going into war. 1st orifice? Ridiculous. How can we allow someone in the 1st orifice of the Xiantian realm to participate in something as important as the spiritual lake? What the hell is going on? 1st orifice. Wan Feng is getting too outrageous. He actually called all of us over for someone in the 1st orifice of the Xiantian realm. Lin Yun was immediately met with criticism upon his entry. Silence. Wan Shoya snorted. Due to his prestige, the ancestral shrine became quiet. But when he looked at Lin Yun, his gaze was full of doubt. Cultivation itself cannot be used as a measurement for strength. Fenger holds you in high regard, and I believe there must be a reason for that. Why don't you summon your martial soul, so we may take a look at it? Wan Shoya asked. Martial souls were categorized into amber, profound, earthen, and sky. Each category was further divided into 9 grades. Lin Yun had not tested the grade of his martial soul, and he guessed that his martial soul might be mediocre. After all, the birth of powerful martial souls had always been accompanied by natural phenomenons. The higher the grade, the more powerful the phenomenon would be. In the book that was given to him by Qiushui, it was mentioned that the phenomenon created by birth of a profound martial soul would affect an area 100 miles in radius. The phenomenon of an earthen martial soul could reach as far as 1,000 miles and would last for 3 whole days. Lastly, the birth of a sky martial soul would summon phenomena such as the sky being dyed red and stars falling from the sky. There's no need for that. My martial soul is ordinary, and it's just a sword gleam. There's nothing special about it. Lin Yun replied frankly after some thought. But listening to his words, Wan Chuye knitted his brows unhappily. Looking at his father, Wan Feng couldn't help feeling anxious. What was Lin Yun trying to do by going against his father? But I'm confident of receiving 3 moves from everyone here except the Patriarch, on the prerequisite that you suppress your cultivation to the 3rd orifice of the Xiantian realm. Lin Yun's words were like a huge bomb going off in the ancestral shrine. Everyone here was an elder of the Wan clan, and the weakest of them was in the 4th orifice of the Xiantian realm. Even if they suppressed their cultivation, their power wasn't something that an ordinary 3rd orifice of the Xiantian realm could contend with. Lin Yun's words weren't just arrogant, but he had also humiliated them. After all, it would be shameful if they couldn't defeat Lin Yun after suppressing their cultivation to the 3rd orifice. My dear nephew, you were supposed to find worthy candidates, not dredge the river for trash, spouting arrogance without even having the guts to summon his martial soul. Is this how you complete the task entrusted to you, young patriarch? A robust voice resounded throughout the ancestral shrine. It came from Wan Chuye's brother, Wan Tian. When Wan Tian spoke out, everyone in the ancestral shrine shook their heads at Wan Feng. A young patriarch should have a better eye for people. Looking at their reaction, Wan Feng's heart throbbed. Wan Tian's son was also a strong competitor for the position. If he found something on Wan Feng, he would definitely not let it go easily. Why are you still here? Get him out immediately. This kind of trash wants the advanced Xiantian martial technique of our clan. You seem to have some opinion about me? Lin Yun raised his brow. What's the matter? Can I not? Wan Tian looked at Lin Yun and sneered. In my eyes, you're not even comparable to a pile of dog's hit. Dog's hit might be rotten and smelly, but at least it knows its place. I once heard a wise phrase, everything is garbage in the eyes of garbage. It's like how a dog sees those around him. He has no reason to doubt everyone else grew up eating feces like he did. Lin Yun replied. Wan Tian scratched his head as he pondered over Lin Yun's words, but a short moment later, he realized that Lin Yun was indirectly calling him a dog who grew up eating feces. Boom! Wan Tian slammed on the desk furiously with killing intent illuminated on his face. Are you insulting me? I'm sorry, but I only mentioned dogs who grew up eating feces. Then again, I don't mind if you want to admit to it. After all, who would be concerned about how a dog looks at him? At the very least, I don't. Lin Yun smiled. Do you think I won't beat you, boy? Wan Tian bounced up from his seat furiously. Enough! Wan Chuye glanced at his brother. Not only are you lowering yourself to quarrel with someone younger than you, but you're even going as far as making a move? Have you no shame? Wan Tian felt wronged for being reprimanded by Wan Chuye. Brother, I would like to test him based on his arrogant words from before. I don't need him taking 3 moves of mine. As long as he can receive 1 move from me, I'll consider it as a pass. Wan Tian replied begrudgingly. He clearly couldn't take the insult from Lin Yun. However, Wan Chuye did not reply. After all, Wan Tian was a cultivator in the 5th orifice of the Xiantian realm. He looked at Lin Yun and asked, Are you sure about this? An advanced Xiantian martial technique is precious. As a person, I never like forcing others. If I can't convince everyone here with my strength, then I'll be too embarrassed to ask for an advanced Xiantian martial technique. Lin Yun calmly replied. Upon hearing his response, everyone realized that Lin Yun actually had his own pride. Lin Yun was confident that he could take a single move from a 3rd orifice of the Xiantian realm with his undying Vajrasil. Combining it with his ferocious tiger fist, it wouldn't be a problem for him to receive 3 moves. Everyone knows how to boast. You can talk after you actually manage to receive my move. Wan Tian soared into the sky as he pushed his palm forth. According to the agreement, he had to suppress his cultivation in the 3rd orifice of the Xiantian realm. However, his attack had caused an exclamation from everyone in the surrounding. His palms eluded with towering momentum that felt like a vast mountain range coming down on everyone's heart. Ranging mountain palm, Wan Feng exclaimed. He was shocked his uncle was actually using an intermediate Xiantian martial technique. Wan Tian was only using one move as he had previously claimed, but it was a Xiantian martial technique. And judging by his momentum, he intended to kill Lin Yun. Wan Tian had gone too far by taking advantage of the loophole in Lin Yun's words. After all, Lin Yun did not say that martial techniques weren't allowed. But at this moment, Wan Tian had already formed his momentum, and it was too late for anyone to stop the fight. Terrific! Lin Yun's eyes flickered as he circulated his spiritual energy. His spiritual energy that had been refined by 11 petals of the drought golden lotus condensed into a mysterious bead without any hesitation. Boom! Followed by an explosion, Lin Yun pushed the undying Vajrasil to the limit. The bead shattered into 10 spiritual energy streams that shrouded his fingers. His hands started to tremble as they radiated a dazzling glow. The undying Vajrasil. Lin Yun made a seal with his fingers before pushing both his hands out at Wan Tian's attack. Boom! An explosion of dazzling golden radiance spread across the ancient shrine. In its path, the ranging mountain palm's momentum slowed. By the time Wan Tian's attack landed, it had been greatly weakened. 100 Beast Wave. Lin Yun was quick to follow up. He clenched his fist and threw out the strongest attack of the ferocious tiger fist empowered by the undying Vajrasil. Boom! The massive shockwave created forced Wan Tian to take 3 steps back before he could regain his stability. He had no injuries on him, but his internals were jolted from the impact. His complexion became a mix of pale and green as nausea set in. It was shameful enough that he used an intermediate Xiantian martial technique against Lin Yun. But to have lost after exploiting such a loophole? Wan Tian could do nothing but stare at the ground. Everyone in the ancestral shrine cried out in disbelief. Lin Yun actually took an intermediate Xiantian martial technique from Wan Tian. Wan Tian's cultivation was in the 5th orifice of the Xiantian realm. Even if he suppressed his cultivation to the 3rd orifice of the Xiantian realm, he could still crush anyone in the 3rd office easily. Furthermore, he had used an intermediate Xiantian martial technique. There was a drastic difference between a casual attack and one empowered by a martial technique. Most importantly, he was even blown away by Lin Yun. Out of everyone in the ancestral shrine, only the Wan Choya's eyes lit up. The Wan clan's patriarch had recognized immediately that Lin Yun's undying Vajrasil was an advanced Xiantian martial technique, and, judging from the might Lin Yun had shown, he was already approaching complete mastery. What's with his comprehension? Advanced Xiantian martial techniques are known to be tough to learn, but he's actually approaching complete mastery? His mind was made up. Lin Yun would fight for the Wan clan. With him around, the Wan clan was sure to seize the spiritual lake. As the patriarch, Wan Choya stood up from his seat and began clapping. He smiled. A young hero indeed. Now, as patriarch, I would like to formally invite you to fight for the Wan clan. Big brother, please give me another chance. I was too careless earlier. I will definitely test out his real skills this time. Wang Tian cried desperately. What blasphemy! Are you not embarrassed enough? Wan Choya roared with a sunken face. The elders laughed to themselves as they watched the scene play out. Wan Tian had truly made a fool out of himself this time. Seeing everyone looking at him as a fool, Wan Tian's face turned a deep shade of red. He swung his sleeves and left the shrine. Damn it! When Lin Yun looked at Wan Tian's silhouette, he sighed inwardly. He hadn't been able to injure Wan Tian even after the latter suppressed his cultivation to the 3rd orifice of the Xiantian realm. Wan Tian might have lost, but Lin Yun would be helpless in a real fight. Perhaps things would be different if he used the flower burial sword. If everyone present knew what he was thinking, they would be shocked. They would think that he must have gone insane to be disappointed he couldn't hurt Wan Tian. Does anyone disagree with my decision? Wan Choya asked, looking at the other elders. No complaints here. No one refuted Wan Choya's decision after witnessing Lin Yun's strength. When Wan Choya saw that everyone had agreed to his decision, he turned to Lin Yun with a smile. Terrific, lad. It's your turn now. I'm fine with it as long as I receive an advanced Xiantian martial technique for my labor. You've got a deal. All right, Everyone's dismissed. The elders paired off in groups as they filed out of the ancient shrine, discussing excitedly what had just occurred. As each passed, they looked Lin Yun over again before praising Wan Feng. Fenger, you've done well this time in finding Lin Yun. That's right. As long as there's no cultivator in the third orifice of the Xiantian realm involved, it will be our victory. Wan Feng's face was all smiles. This was the first time he had received so much praise from the elders. After everyone left, Wuxia walked over and said, "Come with me, the two of you." The two behaved cautiously under Wuxia's aura and remained silent as they followed. It was not long before they arrived at Wuxia's study room. Out of nowhere, Wuxia flashed and disappeared, only to reappear a second later with a book in his hand. Thunderblitz Battle Physique? Lin Yun knitted his brows when he saw the name. He never imagined that it would be a technique that tempers the physique. There was a flash of disappointment in his eyes. After all, he needed a sword, movement, or even a fist technique. When Wuxia noticed the disappointment in Lin Yun's eyes, he spoke out. The Wan clan only has 2 advanced Xiantian martial techniques. One is forbidden for outsiders to learn, and this is the other one. There's no option for choice. But if you're fine with intermediate Xiantian martial techniques, we have plenty of choices for you. It's fine. I'll just go with this one, Lin Yun said as he reached over. Just as he was about to take the book, a hand obstructed him. Wuxia took out a black gemstone and explained, "This is an oath stone. You can only look at it after swearing that you will never reveal this book's content to another person." The oath stone was a type of bizarre gemstone. If one violated the oath after taking with the stone, the outcome wouldn't be pleasant. But in this world of cultivators, oath stones weren't rare treasures. I, Lin Yun, hereby swear that I will not share the Thunderblitz battle physique with anyone else. If I do, I'm willing to suffer the wrath of heaven. Wuxia smiled when he heard Lin Yun take the oath. He waited for Lin Yun to be finished with the oath before handing the book over. Lin Yun flipped through it silently, but when he reached the last few pages, his face changed drastically. There were several important pieces missing. This doesn't have the 5th stage. This is incomplete. Wuxia's eyes flashed with shock as he turned to look at Wan Feng. Did Fenger not tell you that this advanced Xiantian martial technique is incomplete? When Wan Feng heard those words, he began to feel nervous. He had not told Lin Yun about it because he didn't think that it was good enough. Furthermore, Xiantian martial techniques were more valuable than ordinary martial techniques. Looking at Wan Feng's expression, Wuxia figured out what was going on and continued, "How about this? You can make a request as your compensation for the incomplete advanced Xiantian martial technique. I want a quota to absorb spiritual essence in the spiritual lake." Impossible. The quota we have is limited. It takes 10 years to nurture the spiritual essence, and it can only be absorbed once. Make another request. I can give you 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Wuxia denied Lin Yun's request decisively. Then there's nothing else I require. I can make another oath that I will not practice this Thunderblitz battle physique. Lin Yun replied and placed the book down. Are you sure? Wuxia knitted his brows together. He never expected Lin Yun to be so firm on his request that he would give up on an advanced Xiantian martial technique. I'm sure. When young Master Wan made the agreement with me, he said nothing about an incomplete Xiantian martial technique. I cannot be blamed for the misunderstanding, and my conscience is clear, Lin Yun replied firmly. All right then. If you can help us obtain the spiritual lake, I'll give you 1 quota. Wuxia was also decisive, hesitating only momentarily before making a decision. Thank you. Lin Yun kept the book and asked, when will the battle start? 5 days from now. All right, I'll be taking my leave. I'll see you 5 days from now, Lin Yun said as he clasped his hands together to bid them farewell. Dad, I was wrong. I never imagined that Lin Yun would be so greedy. Wan Feng was feeling uneasy. It was his fault for not making things clear, causing the Wan clan to lose a quota. Greedy. Wuxia sat down and smiled. He's not greedy. He's just making a request frankly. You'll have to learn from him. Why? Wan Feng was puzzled. Because he has an advanced Xiantian martial technique. I know you've been struggling with the advanced Xiantian martial technique handed down in our family. You understand how difficult they are. If you have the ability to back it up, then you're not greedy. This Wanfeng was stunned. He was stunned when he heard that Lin Yun already possessed an advanced Xiantian martial technique. Higher-ranked Xiantian martial techniques required high comprehension. Wanfeng tried learning himself, so he knew how difficult it was to grasp an advanced Xiantian martial technique. It took him over half a year before he achieved lesser mastery of it. Lin Yun being able to comprehend an advanced Xiantian martial technique in the first orifice of the Xiantian realm was unreal. Why are you dazing off? Do you think you've seen all the geniuses in the world? Go back and make your preparations. You will also participate in the battle 5 days from now. Wuxia continued. He was unfazed by Lin Yun's talents. At his age, he had seen geniuses more monstrous than even Lin Yun. Wanfeng was down when he left the room. He recalled how he looked down on Lin Yun initially, how he told Lin Yun that it was natural that the two of them couldn't be compared. Knowing what he did now, he realized he had been mocking himself. Lin Yun started learning the Thunderblitz physique as soon as he returned. As an advanced Xiantian martial technique, it was sure to be powerful, but there would be a harsh requirement to learn it. The Thunderblitz battle physique required refining 2 different elements, thunder and fire. Both thunder and fire. These were the most violent elements in the world. It was dangerous enough to refine just one of them. Lin Yun understood now why the Wan clan had been willing to part with this one. The Thunderblitz physique was separated into 5 stages. The first stage was to focus on tempering his physique with fire elemental spiritual energy. He had to refine his flesh and bones with fire, changing it from the inside. If he could complete the first stage, he would possess a fiery demon physique equivalent to lesser fiery demons. At that stage, he would be impervious to ordinary weapons. Fiery demon physique? Lin Yun pondered. Fiery demons were creatures that lived in lava deep underground. They were known for their resilience. Lin Yun suddenly recalled that he had already gone through the process of tempering his body with fire, first when he absorbed the fire elemental spiritual energy from the demonic flame tiger's habitat, and again when he refined the drought golden lotus. Compared to the method mentioned in the book, being refined by the drought golden lotus was much stronger. The second stage of the fiery demon physique would grant him a body comparable to intermediate fiery demons. He would be impervious to ordinary low-grade spiritual artifacts while having high resistance to mid-grade and high-grade spiritual artifacts. It also came with the strength of 10,000 kati. This is powerful. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. He was shocked to learn that reaching the second stage alone would make him impervious to low-grade spiritual artifacts. Lin Yun read on. Upon reaching the third stage, he would be able to use his physique in battle. His body strength would be comparable to greater fiery demons, transforming into the fiery demon physique. However, he had to absorb a lava core to reach the third stage. If he used a high-purity lava core, he would have a chance to form the perfect fiery demon battle physique. It was a gamble, though, as even the slightest failure would have destructive consequences. If he wasn't confident, it would be wise for him not to take the risk. The fiery demon battle physique would make him impervious to mid-grade spiritual artifacts, and even high-grade spiritual artifacts would have trouble damaging him. However, reaching the fiery demon battle physique was only Thunderblitz battle physique's foundation. He would have to hunt a demonic beast from a powerful thunder elemental bloodline that was in at least the 7th orifice of the Xiantian realm. He would then have to refine a thunder core from its beast core before combining it with his fiery demon battle physique in order to forge the Thunderblitz battle physique. Once the Thunderblitz battle physique was formed, the 4th stage was complete. He would be impervious to high-grade spiritual artifacts. It also meant that he could face cultivators in the profound martial realm. As for the 5th stage, it was incomplete. A sense of awe came over Lin Yun after reading through the Thunderblitz battle physique manual. Just how powerful was it that he wouldn't have to fear profound martial realm cultivators? However, it wouldn't be easy. As mentioned in the manual, he needed to hunt a demonic beast, one in the 7th orifice of the Xiantian realm. Not to mention that it must be one with a beast core. If he could hunt a seventh orifice demonic beast, wouldn't he already be comparable to profound martial realm cultivators? Well, it looks like the Thunderblitz battle physique is impossible for now. The requirements are too harsh for me alone. Lin Yun sighed. It was a daunting task. However, the fiery demon battle physique should be within his reach. At the very least, reaching the second stage wouldn't be a problem for him. His physique had already been tempered by flame. He nearly died when he refined the Drought Golden Lotus. Then again, Lin Yun had no idea if that was sufficient. Let's test it out and see if I meet the requirement. Lin Yun began to circulate the energy within his body according to the manual. He could feel his spiritual energy began to boil within his body as he directed it to clear out new meridian channels. It did not take long before he was finished. His newly regenerated meridians seemed tougher than before, and his spiritual energy could easily course through his body. Haha, it's really possible. It looks like my physique has already reached the requirement for it. Lin Yun rejoiced in his heart as his spiritual energy surged through his veins. He had long since met the requirement to cultivate this technique. Lin Yun knew that he had benefited greatly. The Wan clan's disciples were probably terrified when they heard that they had to temper their bodies with fire. Simply imagining the pain of being burned alive was enough to make some weak. Willingly putting yourself through it was unthinkable. However, Lin Yun had already experienced that. It almost killed him, too. Refining the Drought Golden Lotus was one of the hardest things he had to endure, but he benefited from it now. With his comprehension of the technique and the first requirement met, his cultivation soared. As he circulated the technique, Lin Yun could sense his body transforming on a cellular level. One day later, his transformation reached its zenith. An explosion rang out from his body and his skin turned red as he suddenly grew a head taller. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, there were flames etched in his pupils and a violent aura emanated from him like waves of heat. Whoosh! Swoosh! Li Yun was shocked when he saw his reflection in the well. His lustrous black hair had turned crimson and was flowing as if it were the very embodiment of fire. He could sense the explosive power contained in his body. Furthermore, he had a feeling that he could even face second orifice cultivators with his physique alone. This was the fiery demon physique. Boom! Lin Yun sent out a jab. Using only his newfound strength, he shattered the entire stone table into dust. Retract! Lin Yun willed the violent energy to retract deep within him. The fierce energy gathered at his dantian and formed a fiery demon seal, returning his body to normal. Lin Yun was satisfied with the technique. Even without transforming himself, he could sense that his physique was much stronger than before. Now's not the time to be smug. Let's get back to the grind. Lin Yun's eyes flickered. He sat back down and continued his cultivation. Although he had easily formed the fiery demon physique, he felt that there was more potential waiting to be excavated. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. While walking towards Lin Yun's courtyard with Wan Feng, Feng Wuheng casually asked, "Cousin, what do you think Lin Yun has been doing for the past 5 days? Knowing him? He's probably been studying the Thunderblitz battle physique." Wan Feng smiled. "Do you think he'll be able to learn it?" "Ha ha ha. You can't seriously be asking that." Wan Feng laughed. He did not reply to Feng Wuheng directly, but his tone was answer enough. "Did I say something wrong?" Feng Wuheng scratched his head awkwardly. "Do you think that the clan is stupid?" Wan Feng smiled. "Do you think that the clan will give away an advanced Xiantian martial technique? The clan has completely researched the Thunderblitz battle physique. No one beneath the fifth orifice is capable of cultivating it. Even in the fifth orifice of the Xiantian realm, he might not have the guts." "Why?" Feng Wuheng asked, his curiosity piqued. Wan Feng only gave a mysterious smile. Suddenly, the two of them were hit by an intense wave of heat coming from the courtyard. Whoosh! The closer they got, the more intense the heat became. Sweat started to form on their brows. "What's wrong?" Wan Feng was puzzled as the two of them stepped into the courtyard. Boom! They saw a giant when they entered the courtyard. Lin Yun was nearly 2 meters, his skin red like heated metal, his hair replaced by a roaring fire. Just barely, one could even see molten runes flickering on his skin. Lin Yun's temperament had undergone a drastic change. He was devilish charming, like a hellfire lord that came from the netherworld. When he drove his fist into the ground, the horrifying force behind his punch shattered the stone and sent fissures branching throughout the courtyard. Strength of 10,000 kati. Lin Yun's devilish face was brimming with excitement. When he raised his head, his eyes met Feng Wuheng and Wan Feng. The two were awestruck. They could sense a terrifying force shrouding their bodies. It made their skin crawl and their muscles beg to retreat as it enveloped them in a cocoon of despair. Retract. Lin Yun willed. His violent aura vanished in the next second. When he returned to normal, the terrifying pressure enveloping Feng Wuheng and Wan Feng vanished. Smiling, Lin Yun walked over to greet them. "You guys are here. Does that mean it's time to go?" Wan Feng did not reply to Lin Yun's question. He looked at Lin Yun in horror. "Lin Yun, you learned the Thunderblitz battle physique?" "Not exactly. Strictly speaking, I'm only in the second stage." "Impossible." Wan Feng was so shocked that he nearly jumped. Standing off to the side, Feng Wuheng sighed inwardly. He recalled what his cousin had said earlier. "Do you think that the clan is stupid?" "Oh, dear cousin. This time the clan is beyond stupid." "What do you mean by impossible?" Lin Yun asked. Wan Feng's overreaction confused him. The first stage of the Thunderblitz battle physique requires one to temper his body with fire. The elders of my Wan clan have also tried practicing it, but no one could endure the pain. Some of them even nearly killed themselves doing it. Wan Feng's sharp response left Feng Wuheng in shock. The requirements of this advanced Xiantian martial technique were unimaginably cruel. They were the actual torture. Just how much willpower and courage were required to last through the torture? The pieces fell into place in Lin Yun's mind. He smiled. "I see. So the only reason why you promised me the advanced Xiantian martial technique was because you were sure that I wouldn't be able to learn it." "That? I didn't say that." Wan Feng's face became awkward as he knew that he accidentally spouted something he shouldn't have. With an embarrassed smile, Feng Wuheng mediated. "Lin Yun, I believe my cousin didn't mean it that way. His curiosity just got the better of him. How did you even manage to cultivate a technique with such harsh requirements? Where do you even start?" "Yeah, I'm really curious about that too. Do you have any tips?" Wan Feng's eyes lit up. Feng Wuheng had just given him an excuse to peek into Lin Yun's methods. If he could practice this technique, then it would make him even stronger. Stretching out his hands, Lin Yun honestly replied, "There's no secret. I just have prior experience. I almost burned to death not too long ago." "There's no secret," Wan Feng said, disappointed. "Let's leave that aside for now. It's time for us to get going. Today's the battle for the spiritual lake. Heh. The Wan clan is sure to win with you as our trump card." He was undeniably shocked that Lin Yun had actually formed the fiery demon physique, but knowing that gave him confidence. "Let me pack my stuff." Lin Yun changed his clothes and grabbed the sword box. Shortly after, the three of them headed towards the Wan clan's ancestral shrine. The shrine was closed, and all the upper echelon of the Wan clan were praying for their ancestors' blessing. Whoosh! "So, you're Lin Yun." An apathetic voice rang out as a youth made his appearance. He was staring daggers at Lin Yun. His cultivation was in the second orifice of the Xiantian realm, and his aura was more refined than Wan Feng's. Wan Feng's face changed when he saw the youth. He leaned over and whispered in Lin Yun's ear, "This is Wan Fei, Wan Tian's son. He's one of the most talented saplings in my Wan clan. He'll be our third in today's battle." Lin Yun muttered in his heart. "Wan Fei? That means that he's Wan Feng's cousin. Did I hear correctly that you sent my father flying 5 days ago?" Wan Fei continued with his questions when he saw that Lin Yun hadn't replied. Wan Feng noticed there was something off about Wan Fei's tone. He barked, "Wan Fei, what are you trying to do? Control yourself. The battle for the spiritual lake is upon us." Wan Fei squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Yun with a smile. "Why don't we play a game? We've still got some time before this thing starts. How about a little sparring match?" Warm-ups? Or whatever, sure. Let's make it interesting. The loser has to pay 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Lin Yun said with a confident smile. Why would he fear the son of a man he'd already beaten? 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones? Wan Fei's face darkened. That was equivalent to 3 months' pay. But he couldn't back down now. Sure. How do you want to do this? Simple. 1 move each. No martial souls, martial techniques, or weapons allowed. Whoever takes a step back loses. Wan Fei's eyes flashed coldly. He wanted to take revenge for his father. Let's up the stakes. The loser has to take a slap from the winner without complaining. No martial techniques? Wan Feng snorted. Wan Choya, your cultivation is higher, and you've practiced an intermediate Xiantian cultivation technique. You're not even allowing Lin Yun to use martial techniques. It looked like Wan Fei had done his research. After all, Lin Yun was proficient in a powerful one-shot martial technique. Raising an eyebrow, Wan Fei taunted, "What's the matter? Scared? I'll let you forfeit. You just have to give me 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones." "It's fine," Lin Yun casually replied. Wan Fei clearly wanted to get slapped. It would be rude of him not to oblige. Wan Choya's eyes flickered with excitement when he saw that Lin Yun had agreed to his conditions. His cultivation was higher than Lin Yun's. With no martial techniques allowed, it would be an easy victory. "I'll let you go first, lest you say that I'm taking advantage of you." Wan Fei took several steps back and smirked. The cultivation technique that he was trained in was proficient in going second. With his higher cultivation, he could find Lin Yun's flaw and defeat him. "You sure about that?" Lin Yun smiled. "Of course." Lin Yun waved his hand and placed the sword box on the ground. Boom! Boom! In the next second, 2 explosions rang out. The first was Lin Yun's fist, and the second was the sword box dropping on the ground. Before Wan Fei could even gather his spiritual energy, he had already taken a hit from Lin Yun. He fell onto the ground with shock in his eyes. His body spasmed uncontrollably from the pain. How is that possible? Lin Yun didn't have to gather his spiritual energy first? Traces of blood leaked from Wan Fei's lips. Fighting the spasms, he raised his head and looked at Lin Yun in horror. Feng Wuheng and Wan Feng looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Although they knew that Lin Yun possesses the fiery demon physique, they never expected that he would be so powerful. Wan Fei had asked death itself to throw the first punch without even realizing it. "I'll pass on the slap. I'm not really into that sort of thing. But I will take the 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones now," Lin Yun said as he picked up the sword box. I don't have it," Wan Fei replied. He received resources from the clan for his cultivation, but he had never saved them up. Creak, creak, the ancestral shine's doors opened up. The elders stopped, stunned, when they saw Wan Fei groaning in pain on the ground. "My boy! Did you hurt my boy?" Wan Tian roared at this sight. He was barely containing his rage. "Stop! We have to make things clear first. Fenger, what's going on here?" Wan Choya said patiently, but traces of anger could be seen on his face. The battle about to start, and they were injuring each other? "Dad?" Wan Fei wanted to take revenge for his father and made a bet with Lin Yun. Wan Feng explained the entire incident excitedly. Wan Fei was his greatest competitor, and Wan Feng was more than happy to see lose. "Is that true?" Wan Tian looked at his son. "Yes, father. But he pulled a fast one on me. Let's go again. I won't lose this time." "Enough!" Wan Tian roared after seeing his son acknowledging the matter. Simultaneously, there was a sliver of guilt on his face that both he and his son lost to Lin Yun. "You will pay the spiritual stones you lost. The clan will not help you with this one. The battle for the spiritual lake is starting soon, and your son is messing around? He's out of control. I'm docking him 1 month's pay as punishment." Wan Choya snorted at Wan Tian. Facing Wan Choya's reprimand, Wan Tian could only take it in silence. "Let's go." The group left Wan clan grounds on horseback. Lin Yun rode his dragon-blooded horse, but had to limit its speed to follow behind the group. The 8th grade spiritual lake was located on a barren mountain outside the city. No one had cared about the barren mountain until it gave birth to a spiritual lake. Now everyone was fighting over it. 2 hours later, their pace slowed. As they approached, a forested mountain range came into view. This mountain used to be a barren land in Violet Flame City, with nothing aside from wild beasts. Not even cultivators would come to train in this place. The spiritual lake was discovered accidentally by an old hunter subordinated to the Wan clan. Wan Feng explained as they approached. It looks like the Wan clan is blessed by the heavens. Lin Yun casually replied. Don't say that until we win. With you around, the spiritual lake is practically in the bag. But remember, this is a death match. It will be a life and death fight with martial souls. Nothing can be said for certain. As the group approached, the atmosphere grew solemn. Even Wan Feng seemed concerned. There was a death match ahead of them. The winner would keep fighting until they died or admitted defeat. When they made it halfway up the mountain, they were met by 2 other parties. The atmosphere was tense. Everyone present was exuding a killing aura and had their hands on their weapons. As Lin Yun looked around, he could tell that the Wan clan had fewer people. Granted, the other party had 3 clans. Lin Yun could see an entrance, which he assumed led to the spiritual lake. Get down, Wan Chuya ordered. Wan Chuya, you're finally here. The faint voice rang out. A path was cleared on the other side as 3 middle-aged men walked over. The one standing in the middle was brimming with killing aura. He looked more like a bandit than the patriarch of a family. Although he wasn't giving off any violent spiritual energy, just looking at him was enough to incite fear. He's the boss of the 3 clans, Kong Yuan. When he roamed around back in the day, he was known for killing without batting an eye. He only returned to the clan because he grew tired of that lifestyle. He's probably the only cultivator in the Violet Flame City that is comparable to my father, Wan Feng whispered into Lin Yun's ears. Wan Chuya, who was standing at the front, faced Kong Yuan and replied, Arriving early doesn't mean that the spiritual lake will be yours. Don't be so certain about that. Your Wan clan has dominated the Violet Flame City for too many years. It's time you lost something. Kong Yuan grinned. Looking at Kong Yuan, Wan Chuya was baffled. Why was he so confident? The bloodlust coming from Kong Yuan was ferocious. Not a single person present was comfortable letting him out of their sight for long. There were people who wanted my Wan clan gone in the past. I believe everyone is familiar with what happened to them. Today will be no exception. Wan Chuya's composure was comforting. Cut the crap. Is everyone here? Then let's start. Kong Yuan snorted. In the next second, 3 people stepped forward from Kong Yuan's party, raised an eyebrow as he assessed them. Those 3 must be the ones participating in the battle today. As had become the norm, Wan Feng whispered his introduction to Lin Yun. I know those 2, he said, pointing to the 2 on the left. They're Pei Shiyuan and Kong Lingyuan. Those 2 are from the main branches of their respective clans and have been specially groomed. As for the one in the hood, I'm not familiar with him. He's probably a hired fighter like you. Wan Chuya, where are your contestants? Step forth. Wan Chuya's voice rang out and Wan Feng, Wan Fei, and Lin Yun obeyed. When the trio stepped forward, everyone looked curiously at Lin Yun. They knew about Wan Feng and Wan Chuya. The 2 were from the main branch of the Wan clan, and they were pretty famous amongst Violet Flame City's younger generation. Even with as large as Azure Sun County was, the 2 of them had some fame. However, they were puzzled when they saw Lin Yun. They could tell Lin Yun wasn't suppressing his aura and was only a first orifice cultivator. Wan clan couldn't find anyone better? You have to resort to sending out someone in the first orifice of the Xiantian realm? If you're planning on losing, just forfeit. Save us the headache. Kong Yuan burst into laughter, ridiculing the Wan clan in an attempt to lower their morale. However, Wan Chuya faced Kong Yuan and replied, Perhaps our Wan clan will win before he even goes on the stage. Is that so? Who are you going to send first then? The Wan clan had prepared a strategy prior to leaving. In the next second, Wan Fei stepped forward with his spear. I'm Wan Fei. Please enlighten me. Swish. Wan Fei twirled his spear in a mesmerizing display before planting its pommel firmly into the ground. It has been months since we met. I wonder if you've improved at all. Pei Shuan, who was proficient in halberd, sneered as he stepped forward. The fight hadn't even begun and the two of them were already at each other's throats. Step back and stay on alert, Wan Chuya warned as he waved his hand. Following his instructions, the Wan clan party stepped back and readied their weapons. Wan Chuya had talked to them before coming here. The two parties might have an agreement, but agreements can be broken. After all, this matter concerned a spiritual lake. Being careless now would carry heavy consequences. In a nutshell, Wan Chuya was afraid that the other party wouldn't take the loss well. The two parties stepped back and opened up a field for Wan Fei and Pei Shuan to fight. Boom! 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 The aura of their spiritual energies clashed, creating a violent storm that swept up the surrounding fallen leaves. Clang! In an instant, the spear and halberd clashed. This was a death match. Neither fighter dared to hold back. The attacks were fatal, all aimed at vital spots. As they were fighting for their clans, they could not afford to take a single step back. If they knew they were going to lose, they would die biting a piece of flesh off their opponent to create an advantage for the person replacing them. Lin Yun was shocked when he watched the battle. There was a drastic difference between a deathmatch and sparring. One careless attack, one lazy block, and your opponent would pierce your vitals. There was no room for mistakes. But the two of them were using heavy weapons. Based on how ferocious they were clashing, Lin Yun guessed that it would not be long before they brought out their martial souls. In the next second, Lin Yun's speculation came true. Wan Fei was the first to summon his martial soul. Boom! The spear in Wan Fei's hands glowed as it was overlaid by the image of another spear. His martial soul should be a spear as well, which was fully compatible with his weapon. Upon seeing Wan Fei summoning his martial soul, everyone from the Wan clan grimaced. You would lose if you weren't able to defeat your opponent in 10 moves after summoning your martial soul in a deathmatch. Summoning the martial soul was taxing to the body and each attack exhausted precious spiritual energy. Summoning the martial soul was usually a cultivator's last resort. Whoosh! 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 Wan Fei executed 9 moves in the blink of an eye. Although his opponent was in bad shape, his injuries weren't substantial. Just as Wan Fei was just about to throw his 10th move, Pei Shuan summoned his martial soul with a sneer. Whoosh! Flames enveloped Pei Shuan's halberd, causing the surrounding temperature to surge. He swung out his halberd, which shattered Wan Fei's attack in a shower of sparks. The heavy blow sent Wan Fei's spear flying out of his hand. However, Pei Shuan did not stop with that. He had a sinister smile and lunged with his halberd. Instinct moved Wan Fei's body as fear controlled his mind. In a desperate backpedal, Wan Fei staggered and fell to the ground. I admit defeat, Wan Fei yelled out. Unfortunately, the halberd was already descending. Wan Tian cried desperately, Stop! The halberd stopped just shy of Wan Fei's chest. The sudden change in momentum shook loose embers that landed on Wan Fei, igniting his clothes and forcing him to roll around in an attempt to extinguish the fire. Don't worry, Uncle Wan. He's quite good at rolling in the dirt, so he should avoid any serious burns. Besides, he admitted defeat. Do you think I'm ruthless enough to kill him? Pei Shuan laughed. He clearly wanted to humiliate Wan Fei. Terrific! Kong Yuan's laughter roared out, but he knew it was too early to celebrate. They still had 2 more opponents to face before they could bag the spiritual lake. As this was a death match, the participants would either have to admit defeat or die. The faces of everyone from Wan clan were sour. They never imagined that Pei Shuan's cultivation would have increased so drastically in only a few months. They were also humiliated by the show Wan Fei was putting on. Even Wan Feng had a grim expression while taking out a spear from his interspatial pouch. Lin Yun, noticing it was just an ordinary mid-grade profound artifact, turned to him and asked, Your Wan clan is proficient in spears? What's the matter? Use mine. Swish. A deep chill swept over the area as Lin Yun retrieved the clouded ice spear. Peak mid-grade profound artifacts, Wan Feng shouted when he saw the weapon. The Wan clan only had 7 or 8 mid-grade profound artifacts, and none could be considered peak. Although the Wan clan had a high-grade profound artifact, Wan Feng couldn't use it. Wan Feng never imagined that Lin Yun would actually possess a peak mid-grade profound artifact. Not to mention that it had rarely seen ice attributes. It was a perfect counter to Pei Shuyuan's martial soul. "Thank you." Wan Feng's confidence soared when he gripped the clouded ice spear. "I'll see how you defeat me." Wan Feng stuttered his wrist, stabbing his spear at Pei Shuyuan so quickly he left afterimages. Clang, clang, clang. Pei Shuyuan grimaced with each of Wan Feng's attacks. Even after summoning his martial soul, he couldn't gain an advantage as the clouded ice spear entirely suppressed his flames. Wan Feng ended the battle quickly without summoning his martial soul or expending much spiritual energy thanks to the clouded ice spear. "Kong Lingyuan, it's your turn," Kong Yuan said flatly when he saw Pei Shuyuan's defeat. No one could guess what was going on in his mind. Does that fellow have something up his sleeves? Wan Chuya couldn't help shifting his gaze at the last participant from the other party. Their hood obstructed their face and they were suppressing their aura. Wan Chuya had no way of determining the other party's strength. Shortly after, Wan Chuya regained his composure. "Why should I worry with Lin Yun around? That brat knows an advanced Xiantian martial technique." Advanced Xiantian martial techniques weren't something that anyone could grasp. He was jarred from his thoughts as the next battle erupted. Surprisingly, though, Kong Lingyuan was actually weaker than Pei Shuyuan. Gripping the clouded ice spear tight, Wan Feng maintained his advantage with a dazzling smile on his face. Phew! So they placed Pei Shuyuan first on purpose, and Kong Lingyun is their true standard. In the end, they're only small clans. How can they compare to the resources of my Wan clan? They had already done a great job in grooming someone like Pei Shuyuan. Haha! We'll only have to win one more after this. The elders of the Wan clan had smiles plastered on their faces as they watched the battle. Kong Lingyuan was weaker than Pei Shuyuan, and Wan Feng did not need to summon his martial soul for his battle. "Go down!" Wan Feng stabbed forth. The spear trembled as the bud at the tip bloomed and spread its sharp petals. Whoosh! 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 After taking 4 stabs from Wan Feng, Kong Lingyuan stumbled several stabs back, his face pale. He was drenched in his own blood. As he teetered, an elder from the Kong clan ran over to help Kong Lingyuan down. Wan Feng was enjoying the momentum after defeating 2 opponents and raised his brow at the last one. "Hey, punk! It's your turn." Hearing his words, the Wan clan's party started cheering. The hooded figure chuckled as he pulled back his covering to reveal a sinister smile. In a tattered, raspy voice, he said, "My name is Yen Tianrui. I'm a newcomer here, so please take care of me." When Yen Tianrui took off his hood, the Wan clan went silent. A crimson mask dotted with clouds covered half of his face. Blood Cloud Sect. Wan Chuya's heart throbbed. The other party's third participant was actually an elite from the Blood Cloud sect. Yen Tianrui's reveal silenced the Wan clan's cheers instantly. Even Wan Feng's face, who had been brimming with joy, was grim. His hands trembled as he held onto the clouded ice spear. He looked at the mask on Yen Tianrui's face with unconcealable fear in his eyes. The Blood Cloud sect. The Azure Sun County was a chaotic place due to its shared border with the Great Qin Empire. The fight over interest between the two forces was extremely brutal. It was not uncommon to hear of forces being massacred. In this chaotic region, only experts could stand strong. Over the centuries, only 3 forces stood firmly in the Azure Sun County: the Radiant Pavilion, Golden Flame Sect, and Blood Cloud Sect. Among the 3, the Blood Cloud Sect was the most horrifying. Not only were they powerful, but they were also brutal. Out of all the massacres that had taken place in this region, close to 90% had been at the hands of the Blood Cloud sect. And one of those monsters stood before Wan Feng. He could tell Yen Tianrui was an elite disciple, too, as only those ranked among the top 100 of the inner sect were qualified to wear that mask. The mask alone was a mid-grade profound artifact designed to guard the head. For cultivators, the head was the most vital part of the body, aside from the chest. Aside from acting as a shield for the skull, the blood cloud mask could prevent the wearer's vision and agility from being affected. It was something that could not be faked. The youth looked at Wan Feng and grinned. "Weren't you just taunting me a moment ago? What happened? Why are you so quiet now?" "I apologize for that. I had no idea that you were a disciple of the Blood Cloud sect," Wan Feng said nervously as he struggled to swallow. "Ha ha ha. Don't worry, bud. It's fine." Yan Tianrui eerily laughed. This was why Kong Yuan was so confident. Looking at Wan Qiuya, Kong Yuan asked, "What's the matter, Brother Wan? Your complexion seems off. You're playing with fire." Wan Qiuya gnashed his teeth. Kong Yuan was simply insane to get an overlord force involved for a spiritual lake, especially the infamous Blood Cloud sect. The Wan clan had never thought of getting the 3 overlord forces involved. They wouldn't care about an 8th-grade spiritual lake. Besides, if they participated in the battle, they would definitely take at least 7 quotas with no negotiation. Even if he had guessed Kong Yuan was willing to pay that price, Wan Qiuya never imagined that he would look to the Blood Cloud sect. "I know what I'm doing, so don't worry. Young Master Yan's father owed me a favor. He's participating in this battle privately. You should worry about your son instead." Yan Tianrui cleared his 3rd orifice half a month ago. Kong Yuan snickered. "What? 3rd orifice of the Xiantian realm?" Everyone from the Wan clan stared at the black-clothed youth in awe. To reach the 3rd orifice at the age of 18, what kind of monster was Wan Feng up against? Wan Qiuya's face was unsightly. This was what he feared the most. Even if Lin Yun was strong, he stood no chance against someone in the 3rd orifice. "Young Master Yen, don't bother exchanging greetings with this brat. Just end the battle," Kong Yuan sneered. The black-clothed youth nodded his head as he locked eyes with Wan Feng and smiled. "This uncle of mine is always impatient. Why don't you admit defeat? Dream on." Wan Feng gnashed his teeth and lunged his spear. He would not be looked down on, Blood Cloud sect or not. His spear began to bloom with chilling radiance. As the wind picked up, the dust gathered at the tip of the spear formed into an icicle. Wan Feng had managed to bring out 70% of the spear's power. But sadly, it was futile. Yan Tianrui maintained his devilish grin as he dodged the stab the moment Wan Feng moved. That caught Lin Yun's attention and sent his mind racing. His best guess was that Yan Tianrui must have cleared his ear orifice, allowing him to determine his opponent's attacks from sound alone. In regards to the 7 orifices in the Xiantian realm, clearing each one would strengthen its respective ability. Lin Yun had previously cleared up his eye's orifice, which greatly strengthened his sight. With each new orifice that was cleared, the strength of all previously cleared orifices would multiply. This meant that while the gap between the 1st and 2nd orifice might not be huge, the gap between the 1st and 3rd was staggering. Yan Tianrui also outclassed Wan Feng in cultivation. This was not a battle between equals. It was a predator toying with its prey. Lin Yun was stunned as he watched the battle unfold. The advantage that Yan Tianrui held was too great. "You're not going to summon your martial soul? Then I guess I'll take it away." Boom! Yan Tianrui's aura suddenly exploded. He threw his palm forth, enveloped in a crimson radiance, and held onto the spear tip. A look of desperation came over Wan Feng when he realized what was happening. He wanted to pull his spear back, but it wouldn't budge no matter how he tried. It was as if the spear was glued to Yan Tianrui's hand. Swish! In the next second, the crimson radiance on Yan Tianrui's hand covered the entire spear, and he yanked it towards himself. Wan Feng stumbled as he desperately tried to maintain his grip until he felt a burning pain in his palms and was forced to let go of the clouded ice spear. "My..." Wan Feng started, but before he could finish, the spear swept in his direction. Boom! Blood gushed out from Wan Feng's throat and mouth. The immense force behind that spear had sent him flying into the air. Yan Tianrui wore a sinister smile as he twirled the spear mockingly before lunging it into the sky. Poof! The spear stabbed through Wan Feng's armor. Blood poured from his wound and ran down the spear's shaft. Boom! 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 When it returned to the earth, Wan Feng's body bounced several times before settling. That's enough. We admit defeat for this round. Wan Chuya called out immediately upon seeing Yen Tianrui's ruthlessness. He instructed an elder to help Wan Feng before turning his gaze to Lin Yun. All eyes were on him. No one expected things would go south so quickly, nor had they expected that the Kong clan would recruit an elite disciple from the Blood Cloud sect. Wan Feng had been utterly crushed. The mood on Wan clan's side was heavy. It seemed that they would have to give up half the spiritual lake. Bearing the pressure, Lin Yun stepped forward. Are you confident? Wan Chuya asked when Lin Yun passed by him. I can't say for certain. Those words cast a shadow of despair on Wan Chuya's heart. He interpreted that to mean Lin Yun had already given up on this battle. But that wasn't surprising considering his opponent. In reality, Lin Yun simply meant he genuinely had no idea what the odds of him beating someone in the third orifice of the Xiantian realm were. But he wasn't giving up, at least not without trying. So, you're all that the Wan clan was left to offer? Yen Tianrui asked in a bored tone. I'm not even warmed up yet. I wouldn't have come if I knew that things would be so dull. Return my clouded ice spear, Lin Yun replied. Heh, sure. Here you go. Yen Tianrui smiled. He enveloped the clouded ice spear with crimson radiance and hurled it at Lin Yun with such force it broke the sound barrier upon leaving his hand. What speed! A collective gasp came from the Wan clan. A few even staggered back, worried they would be hit by the spear if Lin Yun didn't survive this attack. In the next moment, the battleground was met with complete and utter silence. It was as if time itself had been stunned. In response to the spear rocketing toward him, Lin Yun had simply stretched his hand out and plucked it from the air. His movements were so casual, if they hadn't seen the throw itself, those present would have thought the spear had been tossed to him gently. Whoosh! Upon closer inspection, the spear was rotating in his hand so violently it was pulling in all the loose debris around him. Lin Yun had actually received this terrifying throw so easily. Swish! Lin Yun leapt into the sky with the spear. Shifting his hands to the very end of the shaft, Lin Yun brought the spear head down hard. Yen Tianrui could not hide his surprise as he dodged. Lin Yun's sudden shift to being on the offensive had caught him off guard. Swish! 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 Lin Yun followed him closely with his spear, not giving Yen Tianrui a chance to recover. Facing Lin Yun's relentless attack, Yen Tianrui's face contorted. He could hear the direction that the spear was coming from, but he didn't have enough time to dodge. From this disadvantageous position, Yen Tianrui couldn't find an opening. After 10 moves, Yen Tianrui had no other choice but to cross his hands together to block the spear. When the spear struck his arms, he was shocked by the sheer force behind it. Are you done warming up? Lin Yun wore a brilliant smile when Yen Tianrui raised his head. Blood cloud palm, Yen Tianrui roared. His hand was shrouded in a crimson radiance as he drove his palm forward. Clang! When his palm touched the spear, Yen Tianrui grinned as he grabbed onto the tip. Come here! Yen Tianrui shouted as he yanked the spear towards himself. His viscous grin faded as he realized the spear wouldn't budge. It's your turn to help me with my warm-up, Lin Yun said as he flicked his wrist, forcing Yen Tianrui to release his grasp on the spear before taking a few steps back. Yen Tianrui took several steps back before he finally regained his footing. The look he gave Lin Yun this time carried a trace of cautiousness. The exchange had only lasted a few seconds, but the fact that he had to defend at all this fight had caught everyone by surprise. But not nearly as much as Lin Yun's words had. The crowd was dumbfounded. He wasn't done warming up? I've underestimated you. You're not from the Azure Sun County, right? Yen Tianrui asked after taking a moment to calm himself. I'm new in town, Lin Yun replied. Called it. Are you interested in joining the Blood Cloud sect? Come with me after we're done here, and I'll guarantee you a position in the Blood Cloud sect. Yen Tianrui gave a dazzling smile. This conversation worried the members of the Kong clan. What was going on? Was Yen Tianrui actually trying to recruit Lin Yun? When they looked at it from a different angle, it made sense. Lin Yun possessed monstrous strength for only being in the first orifice. I'm not interested. Is that so? I'm sorry to hear that. I'm going to have to cripple you then. Yen Tianrui maintained his dazzling smile, but his words were chilling. Swish. With a tap of his feet, he vanished. His aura hadn't fluctuated at all. He reappeared shortly after standing directly in front of Lin Yun. The leg orifice. Wan Chuye could not believe what he was seeing. Yen Tianrui had unlocked his ear, hand, and leg orifices. Even Lin Yun was caught off guard. He barely managed to dodge to the side, avoiding Yen Tianrui's ferocious attack. By engaging in close combat, Yen Tianrui took away Lin Yun's ability to use Clouded Ice Spear. You're too slow. Yen Tianrui's laughter roared. It was Lin Yun's turn to defend. Yen Tianrui was simply too fast for him. He was able to get in the occasional counterattack, but Yen Tianrui dodged them with ease. Lin Yun, on the other hand, was forced to take Yen Tianrui's attacks head-on. When Lin Yun saw Yen Tianrui coming in for another assault after slipping past a counterpunch, he came to an abrupt stop. Why aren't you retreating further? Yen Tianrui sneered while letting loose a palm strike. His palm was shrouded in a crimson gale, howling as it traveled. Shadow Blood Gale. The momentum of his attack was intimidating. Lin Yun knew he would be severely injured if it connected, possibly even dead. But there was no way he could dodge Yen Tianrui's attack in time. Kong Yuan wore a sinister sneer. He was confident that Yen Tianrui would end the fight with this attack. After all, he was only facing some trash in the first orifice of the Xiantian realm. Just as Yen Tianrui's palm was about to connect, Lin Yun's body swelled. An oppressive heat blanketed the surrounding area. The heat was so intense it evaporated any standing water and set nearby brush on fire. The ground beneath Lin Yun's feet began to melt into lava. Fiery demon physique. It's not possible. Isn't that one of our advanced Xiantian martial techniques? The Wan clan's fiery demon physique. He managed to learn it in 5 days? Exclamations rang out from the Wan clan when they saw Lin Yun transform. They were amazed to see Lin Yun executing the Thunderblitz battle physique. Lin Yun roared after his transformation and threw a punch at Yen Tianrui's palm. Boom! The collision created a massive explosion. The shockwave from their clash dug a crater around them, kicking up clouds of dust from the now dry ground. Yen Tianrui came hurtling out from the central plume. He was clearly stunned, but somersaulted mid-air to recover his posture just before landing. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he charged Lin Yun once again. He knew he needed to utilize the advantage his movement technique gave him to defeat Lin Yun before the latter could recover. Blood Cloud Chop. Yen Tianrui's eyes turned a deep red and tears of blood left streaks as they rolled down his face. A sanguine aura radiated from his body, its outer edge transmogrifying into writhing, leech-like tendrils. When he brought down his palm, the sanguine mass coagulated into a blade. He was using another intermediate Xiantian martial technique, and it was much stronger than the last. Undying Vajra Seal. Lin Yun immediately started forming seals when he saw the descending blade. The second before the blade descended, Lin Yun roared. As a golden light radiated from his palms, Lin Yun's undying Vajra Seal clashed with the crimson blade. Their collision produced yet another explosion, this time large enough to force the spectators to retreat. Boom! 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 The heat wave it generated reduced a towering tree nearby to ashes. The cloud created by the tree's immolation obfuscated their exchange from the crowd. They could discern the pair's location by listening for explosions and watching the smoke. Each clash generated a shockwave that sent plumes of ash out from its epicenter. Those present were terrified, but no one dared look away. Not even the Blood Cloud Chop can stop him? Kong Yuan was awestruck. From what he could tell, there was nothing special about Lin Yun's ferocious tiger fist. Little did he know that Lin Yun had achieved complete mastery in the ferocious tiger fist and was using the golden Vajrasil to empower it further. This was how Lin Yun was able to face a Xiantian martial technique head-on. Nicely done! Wan Chuye roared out in joy. Lin Yun's fiery demon physique could make up for the difference in their cultivation. Adding on the ferocious tiger fist, Lin Yun managed to hold the upper hand. Wan Chuye was still concerned, however, as he knew that Yen Tianrui had more techniques up his sleeves. When the cloud of dust settled, the reality of their skirmish became clear. Yen Tianrui was covered in blood, his eyes were red, and his tattered clothes hung loosely from his slender frame. On the other hand, Lin Yun's skin was the color of molten iron. Dancing in the wind, Lin Yun's hair looked like blazing flames. Thanks to the fiery demon physique, Lin Yun had seized the initiative of this battle and had sustained significantly fewer injuries than Yen Tianrui. "Ha! Aren't you having a hard time holding up?" Yen Tianrui sneered. He leered at Lin Yun coldly, bloodlust oozing from every pore. He was an elite disciple of the Blood Cloud sect. Being put in this state by someone in the first orifice was humiliating. Contrary to what his twisted facial expression suggested, the more intensely the rage boiled in his heart, the more focused he became. He was seeing things clearer now than he ever had. Boom! Lin Yun's titanic physique suddenly shrank and the heat wave generated by the fiery demon physique vanished. He had reached his limit. As soon as Lin Yun's physique returned normal, he dashed away, putting a distance between him and Yen Tianrui. Lin Yun gasped for air as sweat poured down his face. He was exhausted, but his eyes were blazing with determination. Fighting an expert in the third orifice of the Xiantian realm was still too much for him. Even after using all his trump cards, he failed to defeat his opponent. "It's my turn now." Whoosh! Yen Tianrui's blood cloud mask fused into his flesh. When the fusion started, his facial muscles began twitching like a feral beast. Thunderous cracks came from his body. His aura surged and the sanguine mass had manifested into his martial soul. "Beast transformation!" Xianxia cried as despair overtook him. This was a secret art that only elites of the Blood Cloud sect could practice. Every single Blood Cloud mask contained a demonic beast soul, which enabled them to transform into a beast when needed. Upon entering beast form, they would become more ferocious and they would recover from their previous exhaustion. As one of the 3 overlord sects in Azure Sun County, it was natural for their disciples to have the means to protect themselves. "We admit defeat," Xianxia yelled out helplessly. "We admit defeat for this match. We're also willing to share half of the spiritual lake." It wasn't easy for Lin Yun to come this far, but there wasn't any meaning for the battle to continue. When Lin Yun heard those words, he looked at Xianxia perplexed. "Admit defeat? No way. I said I'd cripple him today, and I intend to keep my promise." Yen Tianrui roared as he charged forth with his martial soul. Swish! 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 Brandishing his martial soul while in beast form turned Yen Tianrui into a grotesque amalgamation of man, beast, and blood. He had caught Lin Yun completely off guard as the latter's gaze was still on Xianxia. Sizzle! Lin Yun's chest was cut to the bone. The attack left several deep gashes that were identical to claw marks. Heh! This is a death match. A fight to the last breath. Xianxia, your words mean nothing. Kong Yuan laughed. The current situation wasn't looking good for Lin Yun. Yen Tianrui had activated his beast transformation and had summoned his martial soul. He had no intention of letting Lin Yun catch his breath. Rip! Yen Tianrui's martial soul, the heavy crimson ruler, left another deep gash on Lin Yun. "No one will risk offending the Blood Cloud sect just to save you." Yen Tianrui laughed maniacally. Lin Yun seethed with anger as he met Yen Tianrui's gaze. This was no longer a death match. It was just Yen Tianrui being a sadist. Upon seeing Yen Tianrui's true nature, Lin Yun's eyes flickered with a flash of cold gleam. Yen Tianrui's heavy ruler came at him once more. Lin Yun took attack with his body once more, but he made sure to shift so the strike would avoid his vitals. The heavy ruler plunged into Lin Yun's rib, releasing crimson spiritual energy into Lin Yun's body to wreak havoc. But when Yen Tianrui tried to pull his martial soul out, his hair stood on end. When he looked up, he saw Lin Yun had retrieved the sword box he carried with him at the start of the battle. "This is..." Yen Tianrui panicked when he saw the ancient sword box. Lin Yun did not give him time to react and clubbed him with the sword box. Boom! Yen Tianrui was sent flying. The sound of his bones breaking echoed through the air. That was only the beginning, though, as Lin Yun charged in with his ancient sword box for a series of follow-up blows. Boom! 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 Yen Tianrui had shown Lin Yun no mercy, and Lin Yun intended to return the favor. Wielding the sword box like a bat, Lin Yun juggled Yen Tianrui in the air, smacking him around like a sandbag. When Yen Tianrui finally fell to the ground, at least half of his bones were broken. When Kong Yuan saw Yen Tianrui's current state, he was horrified. Desperately, he hollered, "We admit defeat. We surrender." Lin Yun glanced over at Kong Yuan before knocking Yen Tianrui out with another attack. "You bastard!" Kong Yuan's face turned pale. He was ready to slaughter Lin Yun. "Your words mean nothing. He has to be the one to surrender." Lin Yun replied coldly as he pointed at the unconscious Yen Tianrui. "Get lost. From today onwards, this barren mountain belongs to my Wan clan. No one is allowed to step foot on this mountain without a permit. Violators will be killed." Wan Choye roared suddenly. "We lost." The members of 3 clans lowered their heads in dejection. Losing the spiritual lake meant that their days in Violet Flame City were about to get tougher. A trace of murderous intent was thinly veiled behind the reluctance in their eyes. "Pa! Pa! Pa!" Wan Choye sneered at this scene and started clapping. Upon receiving his signal, cultivators who were hidden in the surrounding area began to appear. Swish! It didn't take long for everyone to assemble. The Wan clan suddenly had twice the number of people the 3 clans had combined. No pushover could make a name for themselves in the Azure Sun County, and no one would pity the weak here. In this world, only the strong are respected. The Wan clan was no pushover. They had the potential to become an overlord in Violet Flame City. Carrying Yen Tianrui, Kong Yuan watched this scene bitterly. He never imagined that Lin Yun would turn the tide of this battle. Kong Yuan's strategy had been to leave immediately if they lost. It seems Wan Choye came prepared. If they were to fight, Kong Yuan knew that his side would be eliminated. "Wan Choye, this barren mountain belongs to your Wan clan from now on. The 3 of our clans will not set foot here." Kong Yuan spoke out coldly. "Back down," Wan Choye faintly instructed. In the next second, the Wan clan's cultivators opened up a path for the 3 clans. "But we will meet again. Brat, pray you don't fall into my hands." Kong Yuan glared at Lin Yun before turning around. "Let's go." The Wan clan's cultivators followed close behind to make sure Kong Yuan didn't try something. When they were gone, the place was more spacious. The atmosphere was no longer as tense as before. Now that everything was settled, those who remained looked at Lin Yun with admiration. If it weren't for him, their Wan clan would have lost today. No one had expected that Kong would recruit an elite disciple from the Blood Cloud sect. Wan Choye looked at Lin Yun with mixed emotions. Upon getting a closer look at Lin Yun's injuries, even Wan Choye was worried about him. Yen Tianrui was ruthless, sure, but Lin Yun had been even crueler to his body. It was as if Lin Yun saw his life as a resource, using his body to withstand Yen Tianrui's martial soul to create an opportunity for himself. If his movements hadn't been perfect, he would have been hit in a vital spot. "Brother Lin, how are you faring?" Wan Choye asked with his brows slightly knitted. "I'm fine. Well, I'm not going to die just yet," Lin Yun replied. But when he spoke, he accidentally stretched his wounds and sucked in a cold breath. He lowered his head to look at his injuries, which went to his bones. If Yen Tianrui's last attack had gone half an inch deeper, he would be dead. "Brother Lin, let me give you a piece of advice. Members of the Blood Cloud sect are known to carry grudges, and I'm afraid that my Wan clan won't be able to protect you from Yen Tianrui." Wan Choye was straightforward with his words. "Don't worry about it. I won't drag the Wan clan into," Lin Yun replied. With the dragon-blooded horse and his sword box, he did not lack trump cards. Furthermore, he was all by himself, so it wouldn't be easy for the Blood Cloud sect to find him in the massive Azure Sun County. "All right. Thank you for today." Wan Choye seemed relieved. In the end, the spiritual lake belonged to the Wan clan. "Big brother, I don't think Brother Lin is suitable to absorb the spiritual essence with his current injuries. Even if the spiritual essence can heal his injuries, most of it will be wasted. Why don't we take his quota back and compensate him? Wan Tian came over wearing a shit-eating grin. How can you do that? Lin Yun won us that lake. How can you take back his quota? Feng Wuheng spoke out. His youth gave him the courage to be straightforward with his words without worrying about offending Wan Tian. Lin Yun was furious when he heard those words. He was disgusted by how sleazy Wan Tian was, trying to weasel out of their deal on a technicality. You're an outsider. You have no qualifications to speak for the Wan clan. If you keep yapping, I'll confiscate your quota as well, Wan Tian barked. You! Feng Wuheng felt his rage blazing in his chest. He then turned to look at Wan Shoya. Uncle, please don't listen to him. Wan Tian, I'll ignore what you've just said. You want me to break my promise? Furthermore, if you're concerned about injuries, your son's injuries don't seem to be any better than Lin Yun. Why don't I take his quota as well and compensate him for that? Wan Shoya replied with the voice of a true patriarch. When Wan Tian heard that his son's quota had to be removed as well, he changed his tune. I'm just joking. It's just a joke. All right, all of you can go in as we've previously discussed. Aside from Lin Yun, Wan Feng, Wan Shoya, and Feng Wuheng, 6 youngsters stepped from the crowd excitedly. Come with me. Wan Shoya led the way, passing through the dense forest. Half an incense stick of time later, a steaming lake came into view. In person, it was more akin to a pool than a lake. Noticing the spiritual energy blowing on his face, Lin Yun took a deep breath and felt his mind revitalized. Even his injuries had gotten much better. There is a flame vein beneath this spiritual lake. Remember to not go too deep, or you'll be hurt by it. Got it. After receiving Wan Shoya's reminder, everyone jumped into the spiritual lake. It feels amazing, Wan Fei yelled out emotionally, as he began absorbing the spiritual essences, for vortexes formed around him. The others had several vortexes around them as well, but Wan Feng and Wan Fei had the most. The two had 4 vortexes each while the rest only had 1 or 2. Lin Yun, why don't you get in as well? If you don't get going soon, they'll absorb all the spiritual essence. Wan Shoya smiled. He admired Lin Yun's personality and talent. Lin Yun could be considered a young hero of his age. All right, I'll get going then. Lin Yun smiled after a moment of hesitation. Without warning, he cannonballed into the lake. Boom! The second Lin Yun touched the water, 9 vortexes formed around him, more than Wan Feng and Wan Fei combined. When Wan Shoya saw this scene, his smile froze. He could see now why Lin Yun had hesitated to get in. He had been trying to avoid inadvertently bullying others. Based on the vortexes he had around him, his Xianxia cultivation technique dwarfed the others. What the? Lin Yun had created a huge commotion, drawing all eyes on him. When they saw the 9 vortexes around Lin Yun, their faces sank. Damn it! What cultivation technique did you practice? Why is it so ferocious? Wan Fei grew anxious. He closed his eyes and began circulating the spiritual energy in his body with all his might. As everyone else did not want to fall behind, they began to absorb more spiritual essence. They were afraid that Lin Yun would absorb it all. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch up to him. Lin Yun's Xiantian pure yang art wasn't something that they could match with will alone. As Lin Yun circulated his spiritual energy, it coursed through his body incessantly. Whoosh! The fine grains of spiritual essence were absorbed into Lin Yun's body via the vortex. As the spiritual essence and his spiritual energy combined, Lin Yun could sense that his cultivation was skyrocketing. Lin Yun had never been as happy as he was now, watching his spiritual energy grow stronger. He understood why the 3 clans would risk falling out with the Wan clan for it. The spiritual essence was simply too beneficial for their descendants. Not only was the spiritual essence strengthening, refining, and purifying his spiritual energy, Lin Yun could also sense his cultivation increasing. Spending 1 day in the spiritual lake was equivalent to half a year of cultivation. Maybe I can take advantage of this and make a breakthrough. It was a rare opportunity to come by, and Lin Yun did not want to give up on it. Boom! Giving it his all, 2 more vortexes appeared around Lin Yun, reaching an astonishing total of 11. The spiritual essence absorbed by him alone was equivalent to the spiritual essence absorbed by the 9 others. When Wuxia saw this scene, he smiled bitterly. This brat holds grudges. If Wan Tian were here, he would probably cough up blood. Wuxia noticed that the 2 vortexes had been taken from Wan Fei alone. As the 10 continued to absorb, the spiritual lake's spiritual essence density began to drop and lake water became more transparent. While Wan Fei was cultivating, he could feel that something was off. The amount of spiritual essence he was absorbing was unbelievably low. When he opened his eyes, he was dumbfounded. Lin Yun had a total of 11 vortexes around him, absorbing the spiritual essence from his direction. Lin Yun, what are you trying to do? Wan Fei cursed. He would have to wait another decade to absorb the spiritual essence again. There was no way he would tolerate Lin Yun snatching his share. Lin Yun completely ignored him. He was focused on making a breakthrough. Uncle, are you not going to interfere? Wan Fei could only turn his hope to Wuxia in the end. I think you should focus. Look, he just seized more spiritual essence from you, Wuxia replied. Ah! Wan Fei lowered his head in a panic. Damn it! Wan Fei cursed inwardly. In the end, he could only close his eyes and try his best to absorb. When Wan Feng peeked over, he nearly burst out laughing. Wan Fei was his strongest competition for patriarch. He was quite happy when he saw what was happening. As far as Lin Yun was concerned, Wan Feng didn't interfere because he knew Lin Yun had no intention of joining Wan clan. As time passed, Lin Yun's cultivation grew thanks to the 11 vortexes around him. Until suddenly, his cultivation stopped growing no matter how much spiritual essence he absorbed. Lin Yun was disappointed. He had reached the limit. The spiritual essence here wasn't enough for him to make a breakthrough. What a shame. I only need a little more to make a breakthrough, Lin Yun said disappointedly as he opened his eyes. When he looked around, everyone else was still absorbing spiritual essence. As he watched, Lin Yun smiled bitterly. My young friend, you seem to be limited by your aptitude. Wuxia smiled, looking at Lin Yun. He had already noticed Lin Yun couldn't make a breakthrough, no matter how he absorbed spiritual essences. Senior Wan, what's down below? Lin Yun asked, avoiding Wuxia's question from earlier. There's a flame vein, so there's earthen flame down below. The heat is so strong, not even I can get close. Why? You want to take a look below? Wuxia replied. Since there's time, why not? Perhaps the density of spiritual essence is higher down there. You can give it a try, but don't go too deep. Otherwise, not even I will be able to save you. Wuxia smiled. Lin Yun was young, and he could understand his thoughts. He knew that Lin Yun wouldn't give up without seeing it with his own eyes. He knew that someone like Lin Yun naturally had an adventurous heart. Thank you, senior. I'll take a look below then, Lin Yun said before dipping beneath the surface, sword box in hand. There was still a lot of spiritual essence down below, but the density much better. It wasn't useful to him. He had already reached the bottleneck, and his cultivation wouldn't increase any further no matter how much he absorbed. Unless the spiritual essence were tenfold denser, it wouldn't help with his breakthrough. In the end, he would have to grind his way through the bottleneck over time. Strange plants were growing down here, but they weren't too useful to him. It appeared Wuxia had harvested anything of value. What heat? Lin Yun was shocked by the heat that Wuxia mentioned. Fortunately, he had the fiery demon physique, so he could resist it. He had swam down more than 100 meters and still had not reached the bottom. Unfortunately, he could no longer endure the temperature. He would be cooked alive if he went any deeper. In the distance, he caught a glimpse of the earthen flame that Wuxia had mentioned. He could see faint flickers of fire at the bottom of the lake. Is this the earthen flame that Wuxia was talking about? Lin Yun couldn't endure the blazing heat any longer and wanted to withdraw. Suddenly, a chill emanated from the ancient sword box strong enough to counter the heat Lin Yun was facing. The sword box? The violet sacred frostfire. Lin Yun never expected that the ancient sword box would surprise him down here. The violet sacred frostfire was the violet ice sparrow's origin fire, the source of its icy characteristics. The violet ice sparrow suddenly came to life, flapping its wings on the surface of the sword box. Should I take a look? Lin Yun knew that Wuxia must have swept everything valuable in the lake. So if Lin Yun wanted to find anything worthwhile, he would have to visit places that Wuxia could not. However, the earthen flame on the flame vein was something that not even Wuxia, a sixth orifice of the Xiantian realm, could resist. Would he be able to even with the sword box? Screw it! Lin Yun gnashed his teeth and decided to take the risk. Although the earthen flame appeared close, it took swimming down another 400 meters to reach it. As he watched the earthen flame blaze underwater, Lin Yun felt like he was in a dream. Swish! Lin Yun landed on the flame vein, and a violet glow enveloped him. Despite being at the source of the heat, he felt cool. Lin Yun's eyes glowed as he swept his gaze around. If the flame vein could give birth to something like the spiritual vein, there must be other treasures born from it as well. Lin Yun spent half an hour searching, but he was disappointed to find nothing besides the earthen flame. Bubbles? Can there possibly be a space down below? Lin Yun swam down towards the ravine. The ravine grew larger as he approached. The hole wasn't huge, but it was more than enough for him to fit through. Let's go! Lin Yun decided to go in since he couldn't find anything else after spending half a day. He had no idea how long he swam in the ravine. When he emerged from the other side, he appeared in a karst cave covered with stalactites. There's a karst cave under the flame vein? How odd! Lin Yun looked around curiously. By now, he had recovered from his injuries thanks to the spiritual essence. He was now in his optimal state, reaching the pinnacle of the first orifice. Drip! Drip! He could hear water droplets falling in the karst cave and directed his gaze over. He was momentarily speechless before bursting with joy. He saw a massive stalactite that was raining droplets of water from the ceiling. This is... Lin Yun's eyes lit up. The droplets were made of concentrated spiritual essence. The spiritual essence wasn't produced in the spiritual lake, but rather was diluted by it. He could see a naturally formed platform beneath the stalactite that served as a basin into which the spiritual essence pooled. He now understood how the spiritual lake came to be. After the spiritual essence evaporated from the heat, it was diluted in the lake up above. He had found the source of the spiritual essence. Lin Yun's heart started pounding. The diluted spiritual essence in the lake was powerful enough that several clans fought over it. How powerful then must this concentrated spiritual essences be? Swish! 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 Lin Yun whipped out several jade bottles without a second thought. In short order, he filled 10 bottles full of concentrated spiritual essence. But it was not long before Lin Yun started to fret. The jade bottles were meant for pellets, and he didn't carry any other containers on him. He had only bottled 1% of the spiritual essence left in the lake. Lin Yun was vexed. He was sitting on a mountain of gold, but he couldn't do anything about it. Lin Yun was so absorbed with his spiritual essence problem, he did not notice a pair of crimson eyes staring at him. An enormous snake observed him in complete silence from the shadows, flicking its tongue excitedly at his scent. Hard at work solving his transportation issues, Lin Yun just happened to look up at the stalactite for long enough to notice something was off about the flow of water on its surface. He realized that the droplets weren't simply running down the stalactite, they were coming from it. The stalactite was melting. It was an enormous solidified chunk of spiritual essence. Lin Yun's heart began to beat wildly. He was overwhelmed by these rapid-fire surprises. Solidified spiritual essence was much more valuable than concentrated liquid spiritual essence. I have to try breaking it, Lin Yun said excitedly as he leapt into the air. He gave the stalactite a solid chop at its base with his hand. Suddenly, he could feel a cold breeze from his back that made him feel odd. The flame vein was right above the karst cave, so where was this cool breeze coming from? Unfortunately, he got his answer as soon as he turned around. There was a crimson snake less than a meter from him, its jaws wide apart. If he continued trying to break the solidified spiritual essence, he would be devoured by the snake. But if he didn't, he would be leaving behind an immeasurable treasure. However, he did not have time to think. Whichever one he went with, he had to pick it now. The stalactite was over 10 meters long and had solidified spiritual essences. Concentrated liquid spiritual essence was valuable by itself and even more so when solidified. The stalactite closest to the wall would be tougher to break. So Lin Yun wanted to break off a meter from it first. But who would have imagined that there would be an enormous snake lying around? Lin Yun now faced a dilemma. Should he retreat? Time was running out and he had to make a choice. In the end, Lin Yun decided to dive down. Snap! When the snake missed, it wriggled its body and continued chasing after Lin Yun. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun arrived at the bottom of the stalactite and snapped a segment off it. Lin Yun didn't even have the time to look at the solidified spiritual essence. He snapped off and jumped into shallow waters, causing a splash. The shallow waters weren't enough to submerge him. When Lin Yun looked back, he wore a grim expression. The crimson snake was nearly 100 meters in length, glistening with a metallic glow. Furthermore, the aura coming from it wasn't any weaker than Wuxia. That means that this demonic beast was in the 6th orifice of the Xianxia realm. Lin Yun took in a cold breath. If he had forcefully tried to get a bigger segment of the stalactite, he would have been devoured by the snake. Swish! But before Lin Yun could even feel relieved, the snake spat out a mouthful of foul green flames in his direction. Looking at the green flames coming at him, Lin Yun flashed and avoided it. Although he managed to avoid it, the water beneath his feet was contaminated by the toxic green flames. Terrified at this scene, Lin Yun turned around and started running. Rumble! The snake chased after him, moving around in the karst cave with unbelievable agility. At the same time, it was continually spat out strands of toxic green flames. Facing the snake, Lin Yun's nerves tensed, not daring to relax for a second. Dodging the snake's attacks, Lin Yun didn't have time to care about the sharp stalactites in his path. As a result, it didn't take long for him to be covered in wounds. Finally, Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he saw the entrance that he came in from. Without a second thought, he jumped into the water. Boom! But just as he jumped into the water, he was struck by the snake's tail. Lin Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. When he fell onto the ground, his body was twitching in pain and his bones were nearly shattered. Damn it! Lin Yun tried to move, but he was having a hard time getting on his feet. He broke a few ribs, which disrupted his breathing. A demonic beast in the 6th orifice of the Xianxia realm wasn't an existence that he could deal with his current strength. If it weren't for the fiery demon physique, he would have lost his life by now. When he raised his head, he could see a pair of crimson eyes directed at him. The snake had half of its body lifted in the sky and looked down at Lin Yun. As it spat out its tongue, it was letting out hissing noises. Lin Yun's heart turned cold when he saw this scene. He knew that the snake was going to end his life. Swish! Without giving him any time to think, the snake pounced over. Violet Sacred Frostfire. Lin Yun gnashed his teeth. The violet sacred frostfire on the sword box condensed into the shape of a violet ice sparrow and flew over. The explosion made the snake fly out, but it pounced back in the blink of an eye. Bearing the pain, Lin Yun slammed his palm on the ground and dove into deep waters. Splash! Even though the snake missed its target, it immediately followed Lin Yun and dove into the water. Quick! 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 Lin Yun grew anxious and tried swimming upwards. Sensing the temperature rising, he immediately rejoiced. He finally saw the ravine again as he saw countless bubbles rising. Lin Yun kicked as he dove through the ravine. I'm finally safe, sighed Lin Yun with relief when he saw the earthen flame and sat down. Crack! Lin Yun bore through the pain of fixing his fractured bones before circulating his Xiantian pure yang art. The added benefit of the fiery demon physique allowed his injuries to repair at a stunning rate. It only took half an hour for him to recover most of his injuries. Lin Yun was shocked to notice that his spiritual energy grew stronger when he was about to stop circulating the cultivation technique. When he looked around, he immediately figured out the reason. So cultivating on the flame vein could quicken his cultivation. Wan Feng and the rest should still be refining the spiritual essence now. So I'll just take this time to cultivate. Although he couldn't make a breakthrough in his cultivation, he could take this opportunity to get his Xiantian pure yang art to the 4th stage. Spiritual Lake was an opportunity once a decade. So Lin Yun was sure that Wan Feng and the rest wouldn't give up this opportunity to absorb the last spiritual essence. As the spiritual essences were gradually used up in the spiritual lake, the waters became clear. Boom! Amidst the 9 in the lake, Feng Wuheng's aura exploded. Wuheng is finally reaching the Xiantian realm. Wan Choya smiled, standing by the shore. Swish! Not bad. This sword is superior in terms of its appearance and sharpness. This should be a 6th grade amber martial soul. When Feng Wuheng heard Wan Choya's words, he rejoiced. Uncle, is my martial soul really in the 6th grade amber? Although we've not done an official test, it should be higher and not lesser. Thank you, Uncle. Feng Wuheng was in high spirits. Martial souls were divided into 4 categories: amber, profound, earthen, and sky. Each category was further divided into 8 stages. It was rare for a newly born martial soul to be in the 6th grade amber, even in Azure Sun County. Boom! 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 Several powerful aura exploded out from the other Wan clan's disciples. It was a sign of them making a breakthrough. When they opened their eyes, their pupils contained unconcealable joy. If it weren't for the spiritual lake, it would take them a year to reach the 2nd orifice of the Xiantian realm. They were barely 16 and 17, and they had already reached the 2nd orifice. It meant that they had boundless prospects. Soon, one after another began to open their eyes in the lake. Everyone in the 1st orifice of the Xiantian realm had all made a breakthrough. Fenger, how do you feel? Wan Choya looked at Wan Feng. My bottleneck has started to sway. I'm confident in reaching the 3rd orifice of the Xiantian realm in less than a year, Wan Feng declared with confidence. Good. Good. Terrific. Wan Choya was naturally happy to see that his son was so capable. Boom. 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 Suddenly, 9 water geysers shot out into the sky. Wan Fei had opened his eyes with a brilliant glow. 3rd orifice of the Xiantian realm. The Wan clan's disciples were all shocked. Wan Fei had most of his spiritual essence snatched by Lin Yun, but he still managed to make a breakthrough. It meant that Wan Fei's talent was simply shocking. At the same time, Wan Feng's facial expression was unsightly. Wan Fei made a breakthrough while he hadn't. That alone had proved the difference between their aptitude. He wouldn't feel so hurt if there was no comparison. Cousin, don't have to be too worried about it. If you're hardworking enough, there are still chances of you overtaking him. Feng Wuheng comforted. Don't worry about it. Wan Feng squeezed out a smile. Where's that piece of trash, Lin Yun? Wan Fei was brimming with confidence after making a breakthrough. He swept his gaze around, searching for Lin Yun's silhouette. That's right, where's Lin Yun? Did he leave? Wan Feng and Feng Wuheng were both perplexed when they did not see Lin Yun around. It would be best if Lin Yun had left. After all, they knew that Wan Fei wanted to look for Lin Yun to take revenge now that he made a breakthrough. He has already finished refining the spiritual essence, and he's currently at the bottom of the lake searching. I guess that he'll return soon, Wan Choya replied as he looked at the lake. He and several elders had already searched the bottom of the lake, and they had taken everything valuable. So he did not believe that Lin Yun could find anything at the bottom. Boom! The surface of the lake exploded as Lin Yun came out with his sword box. What powerful aura! Wan Choya was shocked as he looked at Lin Yun. He could sense the torrential spiritual energy coursing through Lin Yun's body. But right after Lin Yun landed on the shore, he heard a cold snort rang out before he could even take a step. What a piece of trash! You can't even make a breakthrough after refining so many spiritual essences? My dad was right. You shouldn't have taken the quota. Turning around, Lin Yun saw Wan Fei barking at him. When Wan Fei saw Lin Yun looking over, he puffed his chest out with confidence and released his aura. Looking at Wan Fei, Lin Yun finally knew why the former was so confident. So it turns out that Wan Fei made a breakthrough. On the other hand, Wan Feng was only a step away from making his breakthrough. Congratulations on making a breakthrough, Lin Yun indifferently replied before walking towards Wan Chuya. You! Wan Fei was furious by Lin Yun's indifference. Lin Yun, do you dare to spar with me once more? Same rules. Chasing up to Lin Yun, Wan Fei released his aura. Based on his current stance, he had no intentions of letting Lin Yun off the hook. Fei, don't be impulsive, Wan Chuya immediately called out. Didn't he snatch my spiritual essence earlier? I can't let this matter rest so easily, Wan Fei coldly replied. Listening to Wan Fei's reply, Wan Chuya sighed. You silly lad. I'm helping you here. Sure, Lin Yun replied after a brief pondering. Swish. A cold sneer rose on Wan Fei's lips. When he threw out his attack, he gathered his spiritual energy in his palm. He learned from his mistake this time, and he didn't go easy on Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun did not panic. His Xiantian pure yang art had already reached the 4th stage, and his spiritual energy was like an endless wave of flames. Looking at Wan Fei coming at him, Lin Yun clenched his fist and threw a punch over. Boom! The clash between them held no suspense at all. Wan Fei's mouth gushed with blood as shock filled his eyes. He noticed that Lin Yun had entirely crushed his spiritual energy. In addition, Lin Yun's spiritual energy had even invaded his body, sending a shock to his internal organs. Wan Fei flew out like a cannonball and reached the opposite bank in the blink of an eye. Retracting his attack, Lin Yun was satisfied with the attack and smiled. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to mention that I made some improvements as well. Wan Chuya's lips twitched upon hearing it. You call that some improvements? Lin Yun might seem to have thrown out an attack casually, but he wasn't holding back at all. Taking that blow, Wan Fei would have to be bedridden for at least half a month. Lin Yun was still as grudgeful as always. The Wan clan's disciples were left dumbfounded by this scene. Wan Fei lost to Lin Yun again, even after making a breakthrough? Not to mention that it was a bad loss. Lil friend, aren't you a little too ruthless? Wan Chuya looked at Lin Yun with smiles, not blaming Lin Yun for his actions. Was I? I apologize for that. I just made a breakthrough so I couldn't control my strength perfectly, replied Lin Yun with a brilliant smile that bore no guilt. I'm curious. What did you find under the lake? The elders and I have searched the lake, so there shouldn't be anything else, Wan Chuya asked. The flame vein. My cultivation technique is suitable in places with rich fire elements, so the earthen flame is suitable for my cultivation. Lin Yun replied honestly. I see. Wan Chuya had a smear of shock in his eyes. Lin Yun actually dared to cultivate near the flame vein. It was a feat that not even he dared to take. But when he thought about it, all of it made sense to him. Lin Yun already possessed the fiery demon physique and his body had already been tempered by fire. Cultivating near the flame vein was unimaginable to others, but it wasn't much to Lin Yun. How far have you reached in your cultivation technique? The 4th stage. Lin Yun replied honestly. The 4th stage. Wan Fei only managed to reach the 2nd stage in his cultivation technique, so his defeat now makes sense. Wan Chuya smiled bitterly. Looking at Lin Yun deeply, Wan Chuya sighed. What a pity. If you had a better aptitude, the 4 clans and 4 sects would surely welcome you with open arms. Everything depends on your effort, smiled Lin Yun. He didn't seem too bothered by his poor aptitude. Senior Wan, I'll take my leave first. I won't be going back with you guys. Nodding his head, Wan Chuya replied. That's the right choice. The Kong clan scout must be waiting for us below, and traveling with us will only reveal your tracks. Before leaving, I would like to ask a favor from you, said Lin Yun. I know what you want and I have already prepared it, said Wan Chuya with a smile. Lin Yun looked at Wan Chuya oddly, but his eyes lit up when he saw Wan Chuya handing him a map. It was marked for all the potential locations that a lava core could be found at. Furthermore, even the characteristics of the lava core were written down in detail. Thank you, Senior Wan. Lin Yun kept the map and clasped his hands together. You will definitely find a lava core with your fiery demon physique in the 2nd stage. Truth be told, my father has also tried cultivating this technique, so he has gathered all the information about lava core. But it's a pity, said Xianxia. What's the matter? Asked Lin Yun. Looking at Lin Yun, Xianxia replied helplessly. Do you think that everyone can endure the torture of being tempered by fire like you could? My father only managed to reach the first stage, but he gave up on the second stage. Lin Yun pondered over Xianxia's words, and it made sense to him. If he hadn't refined 11 petals from the drought golden lotus, he would probably have a tough time reaching the second stage. When Lin Yun recalled the pain, he felt a shiver down his spine. Lin Yun thought about the Wan clan's old patriarch, who was trying to break through to the profound martial realm, and asked, I wonder how strong the old man will be after making his breakthrough? He will be able to extinguish the 3 clans with a wave of his hand. With just a wave of his hand? Lin Yun began to look forward to that level and raised his head. Then I'll give my congratulations to the old man beforehand. Before leaving, there's something that I would like to give your son. Xianxia received a jade bottle and wanted to open it out of curiosity. Open it up after I'm gone. Lin Yun smiled. Haha, sure. Speaking like that makes me very curious about the bottle's contents, said Xianxia. Farewell. Lin Yun bid his farewell and got on the dragon-blooded horse. Carrying the sword box behind him, Lin Yun disappeared into the distance. What a fast horse, Xianxia muttered in his heart before he opened the bottle. Shock filled his face. When he raised his head to look at the direction Lin Yun left in, he had a smear of killing intent flickering across his eyes. Xianxia never imagined that Lin Yun would give something precious like the concentrated liquid spiritual essence to Wan Feng. It meant that Lin Yun must have found something at the bottom of the lake, and he must have more concentrated spiritual essence on him. But a brief moment later, Xianxia sighed. He had ultimately given up the thought of pursuing Lin Yun. He shook his head in disappointment. It turns out that my mentality is inferior in comparison to Lin Yun. It now makes sense why I'm confined to the Violet Flame City at my age. He was disappointed in himself while recalling his past. Fenger, come here, called out Xianxia. This is a gift from Lin Yun to you before he left. Heh. At least that fellow has some conscience. Holy sh. Wan Feng covered his mouth in shock the moment he opened the bottle. He could see his father giving him a silent motion. With this bottle, no one will be able to shake your position as the young patriarch. Xianxia spoke. With the waning moon hanging high in the sky, the barren mountain was enveloped in darkness. Lying on a tree, Lin Yun examined a painting. Having cleared the orifice for his eyes, the darkness could no longer impede his sight. Embody the tiger, smell the rose. Where do the flowers bloom? Good question. I would like to know the answer as well. Lin Yun shook his head and put away the painting. He had a habit of looking at the painting whenever he was free, but Lin Yun could only see a man wielding his sword with one hand and rose on the other. Even to this moment, the evil spirit that Senior Hong mentioned hadn't appeared. Additionally, the sword flash that eradicated the evil spirits was nowhere to be found. Rising to his feet, Lin Yun looked around and muttered to himself, "It looks like they're really not coming." He had taken a risk when he gave the bottle of concentrated liquid spiritual essence. It wasn't a risk he wanted to take, but the benefits that he received from Xianxia were beyond measure. Repaying a favor with a favor and hatred with revenge were Lin Yun's principles. Fortunately, Xianxia did not disappoint him. "I'll make a breakthrough on this barren mountain before I go into the city to deal with the remaining spiritual essences." Lin Yun made his decision inwardly. The Violet Flame City could be considered a vast city, so he should be able to get a decent sword technique with the remaining spiritual essences. He had the Undying Vajra seal empowering the ferocious tiger fist, but his flowing wind sword was falling behind. After taking out a bottle, Lin Yun popped off the cap and looked at the concentrated spiritual essence inside. The concentration was at least 100 times greater than the diluted water in the lake. Lin Yun's cultivation had already reached the limits of the first orifice. With the spiritual essence, Lin Yun only had to spend some time to make a breakthrough to the second. After 7 days had passed, Lin Yun entered the city in a hooded disguise. Sensing the bustling streets and flourishing city, Lin Yun was in a good mood. He had successfully made a breakthrough, clearing up his ear's orifice in the process. He could register any commotion within a 500-meter radius of his ears. During his fight with Yen Tianrui could predict his attacks by listening to the surrounding noise itself. Lin Yun sighed. Every time he unlocked an orifice, he would take a step further away from ordinary people. If he cleared his mouth orifice, he would be able to consume air as food, and he would never have to consume food like ordinary humans ever again. Myriad Treasure Pavilion? Lin Yun suddenly stopped when he came across a familiar name. He was surprised to see the Myriad Treasure Pavilion in the Violet Flame City as well. Recalling his experience back in the Clear Water City, Lin Yun showed hesitation on his face. Gnashing his teeth, he still made up his mind to enter. Compared to the branch in the Clear Water City, this one looked more majestic. As soon as he stepped in, he was dazzled by the treasures around the shop. Despite his abnormal attire, he had merged well into the crowd. "Hello, sir. Are you Lin Yun?" A servant walked over to Lin Yun. "I am," Lin Yun replied honestly despite feeling baffled. The servant's eyes lit up and he bowed. "Sir Lin, our boss would like to meet you." "I don't think I'm acquainted with your boss," replied Lin Yun. The servant responded, "It's fine as long as our boss knows you." In the end, Lin Yun was practically dragged by the servant to the top floor. When the doors were opened, Lin Yun was stunned. He saw someone he'd never imagined. It was Boss Tong from the Clear Water City's Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Boss Tong had a smile plastered on his face and spoke out, "Brother Lin, it's really you. Ha ha ha. What a coincidence." However, Boss Tong never imagined that Lin Yun would turn around and leave without any hesitation. "Hey, why are you leaving?" Boss Tong immediately stepped forth and blocked Lin Yun with a smile. "Brother Lin, why are you leaving at the sight of me? It has been half a year since we last met." But before he could finish his sentence, he was disrupted by Lin Yun. "You're an unscrupulous businessman." Boss Tong's expression became awkward. "Not this time. I'll be honest this time.